Chapter 1. Pick up your ears. In the southern capital of the Kalia Empire, at the Purple Thorn Duke's Manor, Hilary lay in contemplation within the dungeon of the Duke's Manor. He was pondering why he suddenly found himself transported into this situation while squatting. Being transported here wasn't even the worst part. It was discovering through fragmented memories that the original owner left him a colossal mess. The original, also named Hilary Purplethorn, was the fourth son of the Dawson and a complete failure who could not practice the night-breathing technique. He lacked any affinity for magic or even the favor of holy light, essentially a muggle. In this world, strength was everything. Without strength, noble birth became a profound sin. A few days prior, the Dawson held a birthday banquet, inviting nobles from all over, including Gale Azar from the capital as the royal representative. Soon after, the original body was accused of assaulting Lady Jordan, daughter of Gale Azar. Had it not been for the bloodline connection to the Grand Duke, the original would have been slapped to death by Gale Azar on the spot. But ultimately, it didn't differ much. Jordan kicked him, and he barely managed to hold on in the dungeon before dying. That's when Hilary appeared, taking his place. Scanning the original's memories, Hilary noted that this guy was indeed a notorious weakling, cowardly, and useless. Jordan was a professional. 10 such weaklings wouldn't stand a chance against her with just one slap. How could there be any opportunity for him to assault her? Clearly, someone wanted him dead. 3 suspects emerged, his 3 half-brothers. The Grand Duke had severely wounded his soul a year ago fighting a demonic lord who mastered law-based abilities. Now dying, this demon cursed the family, predicting that the Purple Thorns would butcher each other until they bled their last drop. Thus, the Grand Duke abolished primogeniture, needing an heir with iron resolve. Plainly put, he was nurturing chaos, picking the strongest to inherit. Hilary's predicament stemmed from this setup. His brothers were now openly attacking each other without restraint. As the weakest, Hilary was naturally the first to be targeted. Just as he was contemplating a countermeasure, footsteps sounded outside the cell. His second brother, Clifford, hands behind his back, elegantly stopped in front of the prison gate, looking down at the pitiful inmate. "My poor little brother, I didn't expect you to survive Jordan Kick. Your life is truly as resilient as weeds." He spoke in the measured tone of nobility. Hilary raised his head and replied, "Indeed, regretfully, I failed to die. I am truly sorry, dear brother." This was the private dungeon of the Duke's Manor. Hilary being sent here meant his estranged father did not wish him dead, but rather kept safe. Here, his brothers couldn't easily harm him. "The Marchioness is furious. Soon, the envoy from the capital will arrive," said Clifford, moving closer to examine Hilary. "Though you are worthless, the cruelty among nobles is inevitable. Hope you don't reincarnate as a noble again." Hilary laughed aloud. "To deal with a failure like me, you must go to great lengths and conspire with Jordan. You think you can inherit father's title this way? Even my third brother is better than you. Are you aware of your own incompetence?" Clifford laughed heartily, unmoved by Hilary's ridicule. In his eyes, Hilary was just a powerless madman. Hilary sighed. "Even as you face your own demise, you remain smug. With my days numbered, would you like to know something?" Clifford narrowed his eyes. "What thing?" "You'll have to agree to a condition." Clifford sneered. "You dare make demands? Pitiful fool." Hilary shrugged. "If you don't care, then fine. It's none of my concern anyway." After some thought, Clifford impatiently asked, "What condition?" "As you know, I have a bit of a weakness for women. Before I die, I'd like to indulge a little. Bring a maid inside, and I'll tell you." Clifford scorned him. "Worthless as ever. I agree to your terms. What do you want? Come closer." Clifford leaned into the cell, and Hilary grinned, biting down on Clifford's ear with all his might. Human bodies, even those of quasi-knights who practiced the night-breathing technique, were surprisingly vulnerable. Moreover, Hilary had the system's aid. His system was simple, like the renowned Deep Blue, with its single-minded functionality. Hilary Purplethorn. Occupation, Blade Knight. Secondary occupation, none. Cultivation, Blade Knight breathing technique, apprentice. Skills, none. Energy, 0. The system was rudimentary, not even featuring a store. After waking up, Hilary tried interacting with the system several times and discovered it had absorbed the energy from the mana pendant around his neck. Immediately, a plus sign appeared after the Blade Knight breathing technique skill. With just a tap, he instantly mastered the Blade Knight breathing technique that the original owner had struggled with for 20 years to no avail, even doubling his physical attributes. Hilary effortlessly tore off Clifford's entire outer ear, retreating to the back of the cell, biting down on the ear with a blood-streaked grin. "Aya, you mad dog, I will kill you." Clifford howled in pain, clutching his bleeding ear with one hand while attempting to rip open the prison bars with the other. As a private dungeon of the Duke's Manor, it was naturally fortified with more than just iron. These cells were made of runed steel, capable of holding even Grand Knights. A mere Clifford could not break them. Hearing Clifford's screams, the knights guarding the dungeon rushed over. Enraged, Clifford bellowed through his bloodied right ear. "Open the cell. I want to kill him. Kill him." The captain dared not open the cell at this moment. Anyone who could survive in the Duke's Manor was no fool. He signaled to his men, and they immediately ran to fetch the Purple Thorn Duke. This noble family matter was beyond their jurisdiction. With murderous intent blazing, Clifford throttled the knight captain by the neck, shouting, "Open the cell now." The captain's face turned red as he choked, veins bulging. "Young master, please calm down. I have already sent for the Duke, sir." "Calm your mother. Open the door." Hilary spat out the ear, wiping his mouth. "How pitiful, dear brother." Clifford's eyes blazed red. He released the captain and approached the cell, almost pressing his face against the bars. "Hillary, I will kill you, skin you alive, cut off your limbs to feed the dogs." "Sounds terrifying. I'm so scared," Hillary replied, then stomped on the ear on the ground. Bang! Clifford punched the iron bar of the cell, his gaze fixed on Hillary. The Grand Duke strode over with a cold expression. Hearing footsteps, Clifford glanced over and immediately rushed forward sobbing. "Father, Hillary has gone mad. He bit my ear off." "Shut up." The Grand Duke snorted coldly, bypassing Clifford and stopping in front of the cell, barking at Hillary. "Pick up that ear. I said, pick up that ear." Hillary silently picked up the ear and tossed it outside the cell. Clifford was about to protest when the Grand Duke's cold stare silenced him. "Reese, pick up the ear and take Clifford to the cathedral to find Shiloh Carver." Reese complied, picking up the ear. Clifford glared hatefully at Hillary before being led away under the cold watch of the Grand Duke. Once everyone left, only Hillary and the Grand Duke remained in the dungeon. The Grand Duke stared calmly at Hillary for a moment before asking, "Why did you do this?" Chapter 2. One must rely on oneself. Duke Caden's calmness somewhat surprised Germano. He had thought the stepfather would be uncontrollably furious. However, such calmness suggested that his following plans could proceed smoothly. Germano had thoroughly analyzed the incident involving Jensen. The original body was kicked unconscious, and what happened afterward remained unknown to him until he woke up in a private prison, already treated. In the original body's memory, almost every night, a priest from the cathedral would come over to cast healing spells to sustain his life. This priest was no ordinary man. His attire was adorned with gold trims, a style exclusively worn by the archbishop within the entire capital. The Duke of Caden, playing the role of a father, had never shown up. It wasn't that he dared not or did not wish to meet. It was simply impossible for him to appear. Duke Caden intended to handle this matter coldly and suppress it to the minimum. The Jensen incident, at its most significant, involved the royal family of the capital, while at its least, it was an internal feud scandal within the Caden household. As a mature old aristocrat, he needed to maintain his dignity. Regardless of what happened inside his house, he wouldn't expose it. He would protect his son, but absolutely wouldn't see him face to face. To leave the private prison, Germano had to meet this father of his. His dear brother Clifford conveniently showed up at this moment. Facing Duke Caden's scrutiny, Germano appeared remarkably composed. Of course, it's this poor son wishing to see his father, nothing more than that. The Duke seemed about to speak yet held back, remaining silent for quite a while before saying in a low voice, "Then you didn't have to go to such extremes. After all, he is your brother." Germano laughed. "Indeed, my beloved brother conspired with outsiders to kill me. Even the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Church almost couldn't save me. Father, I'm merely asking for interest in return. Isn't that fair?" Looking at this son who felt so unfamiliar, Duke Caden found himself momentarily speechless. Most of the stories he usually heard about Germano were mostly tales of bullying in the capital city, something most nobles did. But he understood that Germano's true nature should have been weak, timid, and worthless. After having walked between life and death, it seemed like he had completely changed into a different person. Duke Caden stopped reminiscing about the past. He knew everything had resulted from abolishing the inheritance law, and there was no way to reverse or make amends for it. "What do you want?" Germano had undergone a change in personality. He had learned to think. Duke Caden didn't intend to waste words either. Facing the straightforwardness of the Duke, Germano didn't hesitate. "According to Carlia's noble law, I can choose to become a pioneer lord and head to Dark Forest Mountain." Dark Forest Mountain had always been an undeveloped area in the Southern Territory. It once housed the Gate of Hell, connecting to the Abyssal Hell. Although the Gate of Hell had been shattered, the entire region had suffered from abyssal invasion, forming irreversible corruption. It was dangerous, but filled with opportunities. Germano aimed to establish himself as an independent lord, recruiting soldiers extensively, training them in Dark Forest Mountain, and taking action against anyone he disliked. The Duke neither refused nor agreed, saying bluntly, "Ali shaving here now will only hasten your death." "Your Excellency, staying here, you can't protect me either, can you?" Germano wiped off blood incompletely. "I'd rather renounce my inheritance rights and give it a try. Once you leave this city, even passing robbers can kill you." Germano couldn't practice breath control, and even a mediocre bandit could easily end his life. Even if the Duke dispatched the best knights to protect him, it wouldn't last long. In this world, personal strength was everything. Germano smiled, adjusting his breathing, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically, gradually emitting a faint white glow around his body. Duke Caden's pupils contracted. This was the White Blade Knight breathing technique passed down by the ducal mansion, a support in the south. The sign of mastering breath control was the appearance of white light around the body. He had always believed that Germano, this good-for-nothing, could only eat and wait to die, serving merely to leave behind descendants for the Caden family. Who knew he would actually awaken? It seemed that the brink of life and death truly unlocked human potential. Duke Caden's eyes softened noticeably, which made Germano feel somewhat nauseous. You were only treated as a person when you proved useful. That was the world he currently lived in. How did you awaken the breathing technique? The Duke still couldn't help but ask. Germano recounted the excuse he had prepared. Holy light has granted me new life, Your Excellency. An elementary breathing technique won't save your life. Duke Caden began to contemplate for Germano. I can send you to the White Blade Knight's base. No one can bully you there. With the Gideon around, you can grow up safely. The Gideon was a pillar in the Southern Territory, sometimes even more influential than Duke Caden in this region, commanding immense prestige. Germano grinned and said, "My 3 elder brothers all came from there. I believe that besides the Gideon, many knights would support them. I don't trust them. While staying at the White Blade Knights base would provide some respite, it wouldn't be too long." Germano trusted no one but himself. Germano's second guiding principle was, one must rely on oneself. He declared his oath to Duke Caden. "Father, after the Jensen incident, I have learned 2 principles. The first is if you aren't ruthless, you won't stand firm. The second is one must rely on oneself." Faced with such a thoroughly changed Germano, Duke Caden no longer intended to persuade him and asked, "What do you need?" Germano had already made up his mind and answered without hesitation, "I need a letter of authorization as an explorer lord. I want to establish a free city as my base. Only then will I not be restrained by them. Besides, I need the help of your Dark Knight Jersey. I believe he can help me get through the initial difficulties." Jersey was one of the few titled knights in the Southern Territory, the captain and instructor of the first squad of the White Blade Knights, permanently stationed at the ducal mansion to protect Duke Caden. He was fair and strict, independent, and only obeyed the Duke's orders. Only someone like him dared Germano borrow. "Anything else?" Germano added. "Exploring new territories naturally requires an excellent steward and an experienced tax officer. In addition, it needs population and gold. This depends on how much support Father can give me." Duke Caden fell silent for a moment, neither rejecting nor agreeing, leaving only a sentence, "I'll consider it." After saying that, he left the private prison. Germano wasn't in a hurry either. Sitting on the wooden bed, he hummed a tune from a foreign land, contemplating his next move. Chapter 3, Accepting Mistakes and Standing Straight. Not long after the Zachariah left, Andy welcomed his release from prison. A middle-aged knight, with a face full of grievances, personally opened the dungeon door and released him. This knight was precisely the assistant Andy had requested from the Zachariah, one of the instructors of the White Blade Knights, Sir Dane, the Dark Knight. Dane felt extremely displeased. As the guardian knight of a duke, he now had to guard a scoundrel, which went against his knightly code. The moment Andy saw Dane's gloomy expression, he couldn't help but want to ask if his parents had died in a small alley, and if he was surnamed Wayne. Out of politeness, Andy didn't directly ask, and decided to inquire when they became more familiar. Knight Dane seemed not to like talking. After releasing Andy, he silently followed behind without saying a word. Andy didn't mind. He knew that his reputation in the ducal palace and throughout the entire capital was abominable. But it didn't matter. Time could erase everything. Even the guardian knight of a duke, he would find a way to involve him. Humming a tune, he swaggered towards the courtyard that belonged to him. The ducal palace almost occupied 1/3 of the inner city. Andy, as the duke's son, naturally had his own estate. However, the servants in the estate were not very obedient. Back at the estate, a squad of knights clad in silver armor lined up in the main courtyard, numbering only 20 men. This squad belonged to Knight Dane, part of the White Blade Knights originally responsible for protecting the Zachariah. All of them were veteran knights. Standing before the knight squad was an elderly man, the old steward of the ducal palace, Hagen Eiter, who had accompanied the Zachariah through half his life of battles. Hagen was tall and imposing. He had once been the deputy commander of the White Blade Knights. After retiring due to injuries, he became the head steward of the ducal palace. Though injured, his strength remained at the level of a quasi-grand knight. Even the duke treated him with great respect. "Mr. Hagen, it's been a long time. I miss you very much." Andy quickly walked towards Hagen, greeting him warmly. Hagen stood ramrod straight, his face cold. He glanced at Andy and said, "The duke has given you only 1 month. After that, you will leave the capital and go south to develop a territory. You can choose any town in the south." Andy's smile faded. He hadn't expected his adoptive father to be so decisive, agreeing to this plan within just a few days. "Within this month, the temporary command authority of Dane and his squad will be handed over to you. You must return it when you leave the capital." As Hagen spoke, he removed the sword of white blade from his waist, a symbol of command, and presented it with both hands to Andy. Andy took the sword of white blade. He had heard of this sword's fame. It was initially the sidearm of the White Blade Knights, once used by a single person to slay a demon king. Its power was sealed within a magic rune-inscribed sheath, making it impossible to draw unless one was its rightful owner. For Andy, it currently held only symbolic significance. Detected a large amount of energy. Do you want to absorb it? The moment Andy received the sword of white blade, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. He was tempted to absorb the energy, but since the sword wasn't his yet, he decided to keep it for now. Someday it would be his. He tried to draw it slightly, hearing a faint sound. Hagen's cold gaze suddenly changed, but quickly returned to normal. It seemed he could draw it, but Andy didn't continue trying, quietly fastening the sword of white blade to his belt. He shouldn't flaunt it now. He'd try later when no one was around, because pulling out the sword in public would attract too much attention, possibly leading his 3 close friends to try every means to eliminate him. "Wishing you martial fortune, I'll." Hagen was about to leave when Andy quickly stopped him. "Mr. Hagen, please wait. Where's the gold Father mentioned?" "It will be given to you on the eve of your departure," Hagen replied, his tone still cold. Andy rubbed his hands, trying to flatter. "Mr. Hagen, I grew up under your watch. You know a month is too short. I need some gold and supplies, right? I will report to the Duke." Hagen left the estate without another word. Andy felt a bit depressed. With only command over a squad and no money, where would he get military funds? Developing a territory required a substantial amount of money. Without preparation, even bringing gold wouldn't help much. He needed to find a way to get some money during this month. Senior Knights. The security of the estate during this period depends entirely on you. After Hagen left, Andy first greeted the White Blade Knights in front of him and then dismissed them. He had nothing now and couldn't win them over yet. He'd wait until he had money to gradually bring this elite squad under his command. Ideally, they should go with him to the frontier territory, which would greatly reduce the difficulty of development. With these knights around, ordinary accidents wouldn't be able to kill him. Brock, you despicable scum, get out here. Once the White Blade Knights dispersed throughout the estate, Andy led Dane into the hall of his small castle and roared inside. Hastily, footsteps came from the second floor. A young man dressed in a tailcoat, tall and slender, with shifty eyes, tumbled down the stairs and immediately knelt before Andy, weeping bitterly. Young Master Andy, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Andy kicked him away. Miss me so much? Or want me dead? Brock was his personal valet. Nearly every noble heir had one, who usually ended up becoming a steward later on. But Andy's valet didn't have such a chance. Through the original body's memories, Andy knew that it was because of Brock leading him to Jordan. Otherwise, given the original's personality, he would never have gone near her. Master, I absolutely did not think that way. I am sincere to you, sincerely. Brock panicked and kept bowing his head to Andy. Andy casually pulled over a chair and sat down. Gather all the people in the estate. As you wish, young master, I'll do it right away. Believing that Andy had forgiven him, Brock immediately stood up and soon gathered everyone in the estate. There weren't many, even less than the knight squad led by Dane. A few farmers, 3 cooks, and some maids. These maids were the leftovers after his 3 elder brothers' picks. They were quite safe to walk outside at night. As the son of a duke, ending up like this was unheard of. Young master, everyone is here. Please give your orders. Brock stood beside Andy, nodding humbly. Andy coldly glanced at him. Did I tell you to stand here? Get on your knees in front of me. Yes, young master, I will kneel. Brock fearfully glanced at the silent Dane behind Andy and immediately knelt before Andy. Andy sat confidently, coldly scanning the crowd and finally asked Brock, speak up. How much did they give you to cooperate? Nothing, absolutely nothing, young master. I didn't betray you. Brock dared not admit it and started bowing again. Andy turned to Dane and said, Sir Dane, could you please help me sever his left hand? Without a word, Sir Dane stepped forward. Brock panicked, trying to run but was kicked to the ground by Sir Dane. Then Sir Dane drew his sword and chopped off Brock's left hand. With Brock's scream, his left hand fell to the side, blood splattering everywhere, causing the servants to retreat several steps in shock. Having finished this, Sir Dane silently returned to stand behind Andy. Andy made it clear today that he was here to set an example. Despite not wanting to harm the weak, for someone like Brock who betrayed his master and had no honor, Sir Dane had no qualms about acting. Mistakes must be acknowledged, and punishments must be accepted standing straight. Don't you understand such simple logic? Andy shook his head and asked, Now, are you willing to talk? I'll talk. Please, for the sake of the years I've served you, don't kill me. Brock was terrified. He never thought that his young master would really return alive and with a powerful titled knight like Sir Dane. Chapter 4. The local nobles have no manners. After Brock's confession, Andy learned that Clifford had his male servant give Brock 20 gold coins, and in exchange, Brock agreed to betray Andy. This infuriated Andy. 20 gold coins here equaled the purchasing power of 200,000 units. A mere 200,000 could buy the life of a duke's offspring. How insulting. The local nobles have no manners at all. Andy confiscated Brock's illegal gains and used his savings as compensation, totaling 36 gold and 10 silver coins. He generously distributed the remaining change to the servants present and angrily lectured. Those who don't abide by the rules will end up like him. Who wants to switch places with him? The servants watched Brock, who left the manor with a severed hand and in utter disgrace, without a single person speaking up. Andy didn't kill Brock. For some people, letting them live was the greatest torment. After dismissing the servants, Andy returned to his room, put away the sword of White Blade, and began tallying his assets. Developing territory required substantial supplies and population, which needed massive funding behind the scenes. Giovanni certainly wouldn't provide much financial assistance, so he needed to find ways to earn money. After counting, his current total funds amounted to only 138 gold and 23 silver coins. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 units, and 1 silver coin was equivalent to 1,000 units, meaning he now had a total of over 1.4 million units, accumulated over 20 years as the offspring of a duke. For commoners in the capital, this sum might take a lifetime to earn, and it would be enough for him to live comfortably for half his life. But for a noble, the offspring of a duke, not having gold counted by the 10,000 was being a useless waste. He had 36 gold coins confiscated from Brock, another 100 gold left by his deceased mother in a Thistlethorn Chamber of Commerce magic crystal card. Deducting these, he actually only truly possessed around 23 silver coins. The Duke allocated 5 gold coins per month for expenses, and since it was early in the month, his predecessor had already spent the 5 gold coins before the Jensen incident. After all, he didn't need to pay for estate maintenance or servant wages. Andy sighed as he looked at his assets. Too little, he still needed to work hard to make money. Then he rummaged through everything, trying to find anything with energy properties to absorb. Apart from the pendant his mother left him, after half an hour of searching, he found only a palm-sized purple mana crystal. Energy detected, absorb. Absorb. The purple crystal instantly dimmed, and the energy on his system panel turned into 5, but no plus sign appeared after the breathing method. The energy was too little to upgrade. Andy picked up the gold coins and magic crystal card, called Genocide along, and planned to visit the slave market in the outer city to check on the slave prices and prepare mentally. Not long after leaving the manor, a shadow emerged in the Duke's study. A hooded figure, whose face was hidden in darkness, walked out from the shadows and knelt beside Giovanni, reporting while bowing his head, "My lord, young master Andy has left the manor. The carriage is heading for the outer city." Giovanni said, "Have some people assassinate him. You detain Genocide." "As you wish, my lord." The shadow melted back into the darkness. The capital of South Border, officially named Thistlethorn Ring City, divided into 3 circles. The inner and outer cities belonged to the original Old District. Due to rapid population growth, a new ring of walls was built around the city about a decade ago, though it hadn't yet been fully planned. For now, it mainly consisted of sprawling shantytowns and emerging factories. The outer city was bustling, filled with various races, including lizardmen, catgirls, and even minotaur warriors, making Andy marvel at the sight. When he had money, he wanted to compile a record of 100 clan customs just for fun. The carriage stopped outside Thistlethorn Square, and going further in was the trade district, crowded with people and inconvenient for driving. Entering the trade district, Andy came up with many ideas to make money, but lacking a foundation, they were unsustainable. He could only sigh. Andy arrived at a slave auction area. In front were groups of hired adventurers standing or sitting. In the middle sat an elderly man with a goatee, and behind him stood 3 rows of muscular slaves on a platform, all humans. "What are your slave prices?" Andy asked as he approached. The goatee elder sized up Andy's expensive clothes, then glanced at the cold-faced Genocide behind him, and promptly quoted, "All from the best of the West Border, 30 silver each." That was equivalent to 30,000 units per slave, quite cheap considering the silver coin's purchasing power, but for Andy's finances, it was too expensive. Seeing that Isaac was not impressed, the goatee elder added, "Young master, these are already the lowest prices at our goat trading post. They are priced according to the rewards of their work input after being put into work, and the 5-year labor price is bought out." Isaac ignored him and turned around to continue browsing other stalls. After a quick round, he found that human male slaves generally cost between 30 to 50 silver coins each, while females were double the price. Non-human races were even ridiculously expensive. His favorite minotaur warriors started from 10 gold coins for the most ordinary ones, and catgirls, considered high-end goods, started from several dozen gold coins. "Too expensive. Let's go browse the tavern." Isaac led Genocide into an alley. The original body frequently hung out in the outer city and was very familiar with this place. There was a Dawn Tavern nearby. Perhaps they could recruit some talents there. Genocide stopped and blocked Isaac with his hand. At the end of the alley, 2 masked thieves holding daggers appeared. Behind Isaac, 2 swordsmen holding long swords were also approaching. Not only did they have threats on the ground, but on the opposite rooftop stood an archer as well. Isaac was well aware that he would inevitably encounter assassination when he went out, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Despite being near the busy downtown area, they still dared to make a move. Genocide put his hand on Isaac's shoulder, and gray mist spread around him. He intended to take Isaac away to the plane of shadow. Though this group of 5 assassins wasn't luxurious, Genocide could single-handedly wipe them out, yet he couldn't ensure Isaac's safety. The moment they entered the plane of shadow, Genocide saw a shadow rushing towards him. Caught off guard, both were thrown out of the plane of shadow. "There's an expert, be careful," Genocide warned, drew his knight's sword, and raised it overhead shouting, "Honor remains eternal." A dazzling white light accompanied by the hum of the sword burst out, enveloping Genocide and Isaac. The archer on the rooftop attacked, and the 4 people in the alley approached at the same time. Afraid to leave Isaac's side, Genocide was forced back by a sudden blade stabbing from the plane of shadow. The 2 thieves in front of Isaac immediately closed in. Genocide wanted to provide support, but was restrained by the assassin from the plane of shadow, unable to turn around and help. The archer aimed at Isaac's chest and shot an arrow. Isaac had been watching the archer from the start and dodged with a sidestep. The 2 thieves in front of him instantly moved in, blocking all Isaac's escape routes, one on each side. "Master Isaac." Genocide was anxiously trying to break free, but could not. Chapter 5. All evil shall be brought to justice. Troy wasn't the least bit nervous. Instead, he felt somewhat excited. This long-lost feeling made his adrenaline surge, working in tandem with the White Blade Knight's breathing technique, which significantly enhanced his reaction time. Facing the 2 thieves' blockade, Troy lunged forward, feinting a punch, while simultaneously delivering a kick towards one of the thief's groin. The thief swiftly retreated, moving surprisingly fast. The other thief circled around behind Troy, attempting a backstab. Troy sidestepped and grabbed the thief's hand with lightning speed, then twisted it sharply, raising his knee to deliver a powerful blow. The thief shuddered in pain. Before the thief could react, Troy had seized the dagger from his hand and plunged it into the thief's throat. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and seamless. Seeing the situation turn against him, the remaining thief turned and fled. Troy's combat ability was clearly different from what the intelligence had suggested when they were assigned this mission. The archer on the rooftop glanced at Troy and also decided to leave, packing away his longbow. Only the 2 swordsmen behind Dane remained, but they couldn't escape. Even as Dane was restrained, he still managed to block them. As mere ordinary professionals, these 2 swordsmen were no match for a titled knight, and were severely wounded in just one round. Had it not been for the expert in the shadows restraining them, none of the 5 people present, including the archer, would have stood a chance to flee. Realizing the attack was unsuccessful, the assassin in the shadows stopped restraining and vanished completely into the darkness. Should we take any alive? Dane kicked over the last standing swordsman, pressing his sword against the man's throat, then turned to ask Troy. Troy was rummaging through the dead thief's belongings, finding 5 gold coins and a dagger. He casually responded, "No need, finish them off." A flash of swordlight, and the 2 swordsmen were both dead. Troy approached the bodies again, searching them, and found another 10 gold coins. This discovery made him curse under his breath. Damn it. Each of them only had 5 gold coins. 25 gold coins cost me my life. Is my life worth so little? Dane quietly put away his weapon, saying nothing. It was his oversight this time, and if not for Troy's unexpectedly revealed prowess, they might have been in serious trouble. His perception of Troy had changed considerably. He had always considered Troy a lucky bastard, but never imagined how deeply he had hidden his true abilities. Indeed, one should never underestimate any noble. After thoroughly searching the bodies, Troy looked at Dane. "Does this count as your negligence?" Dane nodded, his gaze sincere. "It does." Troy pointed at the corpses on the ground. "Then help me strip their chainmail and shoes, and take their weapons back to the manor. Is this request too much?" "It's not." Dane agreed, and started to carry out the task. "Well, let's go home and rally the troops. This is the perfect opportunity to vent." Troy rubbed his hands together, already hatching a grand plan to make money. As Dane carried the 2 sets of chainmail and boots, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who did this? Have you found any evidence?" Troy nonchalantly replied, "I'm not an officer of the law. Who I think did it. Returning to the manor, they rallied all the White Blade Knights, fully armed, and marched straight to the outer city. Dane followed Troy to a dockside tavern within the outer city. The White Blade Knights tactfully surrounded the place, called Black Shark Tavern. Troy led Dane and kicked open the tavern door, shouting loudly, "Send Jedediah over here to see me." The tavern manager, seeing Troy and the White Blade Knights outside, dared not argue and immediately sent someone to fetch Jedediah. Troy walked up to the bar and sat down. There were many customers in the tavern, but the presence of the White Blade Knights kept them silent and tense. Not long after, a lizard man with black scales rushed in. Upon seeing Troy, he hurried over. "Young Master Troy, why have you come?" Troy raised his hand. "Give him a beating first." 2 White Blade Knights stepped forward and pinned the lizard man down, raining blows on him. Jedediah cradled his head, curled on the floor, looking wronged and puzzled. He raised his head and asked through gritted teeth, "Young Master Troy, I don't think I've ever offended you, right?" Troy looked down at Jedediah. "I was attacked in the trade district earlier. I believe it was your Black Shark gang. Is that reason enough?" Jedediah stood up, about to speak, when Troy arched an eyebrow. "Hey, did I tell you to stand up?" Another round of beatings. The 2 knights stepped forward once more, pinning Jedediah down for another round of savage beating. After enduring 2 rounds of brutal beatings, Jedediah could no longer hold back. He roared at Troy. "Enough. Troy, I am under young Master Clifford's protection." Troy slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense. How could my second brother collude with you, a sewer rat? If you dare to slander my elder brother, it is an affront to the dignity of Duke Caden's manor. Kill him." The 2 knights stepped forward again, drew their swords in unison, but did not move, instead looking at Troy. Jedediah sneered coldly, "You don't dare kill me. If you touch me, Clifford won't." Before he could finish, Troy came out and seized a long sword from one of the knights, thrusting it through Jedediah's neck and severing his head off in one swift motion. Troy scanned the 2 knights coldly. "What? Wasn't my order clear enough?" The 2 knights bowed their heads, remaining silent. Troy gave a cold snort, threw the weapon back, and returned to his seat, looking at the tavern owner. Besides him, who else here can make decisions? Call them over. The tavern owner swallowed hard and cautiously replied, I can make the call." Troy scrutinized the tavern owner. "What's your name?" "Master Troy, my name is Albin Baker." Troy asked again, "After this trash is dead, will Black Shark still be able to control things?" "Yes, definitely. Master Troy, Black Shark Gang will follow your will." Albin's eyes lit up. He understood that Troy wanted to take over Black Shark Gang. He had always been inferior to Jedediah and had been relegated to logistics work, but nobody wanted to stay behind the scenes forever. Nobles were all hypocrites, wanting money without dirtying their hands. They liked to find black gloves to do the dirty work. Even the Duke's manor was no exception. Troy thought their management style was a travesty. They were squandering such good potential. "Very well. Someone tried to assassinate me in the trade district just now. Who do you think did it?" Albin's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Troy wanted him to show sincerity. His response might determine his fate. I think it was the Blood Gang. Everyone in the outer city knows about their wickedness." Albin was naturally aware of the power struggles between the scions of the Duke's manor. He dared not directly point fingers at those powerful lords, but he had no fear of their underlings. After all, everyone had interests at stake. It all boiled down to money. Troy didn't want to hear this nonsense. He cut straight to the point. "Blood Gang, right? Give you a day to gather all the capable members of Black Shark Gang, and by tomorrow, wipe out the Blood Gang. Can you do it?" Albin broke into a cold sweat. The Blood Gang was the largest gang in the outer city, backed by the Duke's eldest son, Earl Chad. It had more than twice as many professionals as Black Shark Gang. Sending everyone wouldn't be enough to match the Blood Gang. It can be done, but I need a little help." Albin glanced at Dane, standing silently beside Troy. To clean up the Blood Gang, White Blade Knight's support would be essential. Troy also looked at Dane. I never imagined that such formidable evil forces were hidden in the outer city. Today they dared to attack the bloodline of Caden. Tomorrow they might even attempt to assassinate the Grand Duke. The South does not permit the existence of such lawless ruffians. Dane, should we clean these evils up? Dane's eye twitched slightly. He had seen many people stirring up trouble for opportunities, but this was the first time he saw someone operate like Troy. The factions in the outer city were complex, entangled with countless noble interests. Clearly, Troy wanted to take over this turf. His appetite was huge. All evil shall be brought to justice. Dane accepted the mission. He had no sympathy for gangs, only enmity and vengeance. His parents were robbed and killed by a gang in an alleyway years ago, a memory that still burned vividly in his mind. Chapter 6. I am very angry now. It was impossible to eliminate a major gang that had been entrenched in the outer city for decades within a day, even with Dane leading the Southland's most elite White Blade Knights. It wasn't that they couldn't kill Blood Gang's leaders. Rather, someone would inevitably step forward to prevent Dane from drawing his sword. And he didn't let Albin act hastily. As a superior, he did not concern himself with how his subordinates operated. Only the results mattered to him. Yet, he needed to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. With Andy's current power and pitiful influence, if his elder brother Chad intervened, the elimination operation would become a joke, and the Duke definitely wouldn't involve himself in such matters. Andy needed an ally, one that could make even Chad bow down. The operation to crush the Blood Gang starts tomorrow morning. Spread the word now that Blood Gang has sent people to assassinate me in the trade district. I am very angry now and need to find them. Andy left after saying this. Albin couldn't help but ask, young master, creating such a commotion like this might alert the Blood Gang in advance. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Andy disliked being questioned. Albin, not daring to meet Andy's cold gaze, lowered his head and repeatedly apologized. He had heard Andy was nothing but a waste at the Duke's mansion, yet here, he felt more terrifying than Clifford. Was this what nobility was like? Even the most worthless noble exuded such confidence and arrogance. It truly was enviable. Andy gave a cold snort. Do your job well. Andy, always reward and punish fairly. Albin, if you handle this matter well, I will give you a path to wealth. Though penniless, as a superior, the skill of making promises mustn't be abandoned. Thank you, young master. I will certainly get the job done and won't disappoint you. Albin nodded eagerly and gratefully. Without further words, Andy left the tavern with Dane. Outside the Black Shark Tavern, Andy took out a bag containing 30 gold coins and handed it to Dane. You've worked hard today. Here, divide these among the others. Even as a broke superior, he couldn't show his poverty. He must appear generous. Despite doling out 1/3 of his assets, Andy put on an air of indifference. Dane, understanding well enough, accepted the bag silently, knowing Andy intended to win favor. However, whether he succeeded or not depended on Duke Asher approval. The White Blade Knights, upon receiving their share of the gold, became lively, thanking Andy profusely. Despite being the elite, none had knighthood titles, thus relying solely on the Duke's weekly salary. Any extra income was warmly welcomed. Thank you, young master. You can count on me to discipline the Blood Gang for you tomorrow. Andy waved a hand. Take the rest of the day off. Report back here tomorrow. Their cheers were even louder than when receiving money. After dismissing them, Andy rode off with Dane, still having matters to attend to. Where are we going, young master? The carriage driver asked. Find a professional tailor and have something made. Then go to the Holy Church, Andy instructed. At the Holy Church, Andy hopped off the carriage, with Dane following while carrying a newly made banner. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, a doorkeeping priest greeted. Young Master Andy, may the Holy Light protect you. Is there something you need? Andy loudly proclaimed. Archbishop Carver saved my life. I've come to thank him. His voice drew many believers' gazes. Andy seized the moment, asking Dane to unfurl the banner. The crimson background shone with golden thread embroidery that read, God loves all mankind. Praise the Holy Light. Thanking Archbishop Carver for granting me new life. In the lower right corner was marked, given by Andy Asher. Not only did the believers stare in shock, so did the priest. They'd never seen gratitude expressed in such a manner before. Truly, noble young masters were different, their methods unique. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Andy had spent 5 gold coins on getting a professional to sew the banner quickly, which would normally take a week from a regular tailor. But he didn't have time. Andy, why have you come? Carver emerged from the church, seeing the banner in Dane's hands, momentarily stunned. As Archbishop, he received thanks frequently, often in form of heartfelt speeches or gifts. But this was the first time he saw a banner with written gratitude. Finding it novel, Carver's perception of Andy improved significantly. Andy took the banner from Dane's hands and presented it with both hands to Carver. Archbishop Carver, thank you for giving me a new life. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Considering your faith in the Holy Light, I'm sure you wouldn't like worldly things. So, I embroidered all my thanks into this small banner. Please accept it. God loves all mankind. Very well said and quite novel. I will take it. Carver was pleased as he accepted the banner. He discovered it could be hung up and became intrigued. Turning to the priest beside him, he instructed, Maverick, hang this banner in the main hall so the believers can see this blessing of the Holy Light. Yes, your grace. Maverick received the banner and entered the hall. Carver patted Andy's shoulder contentedly. You've recovered very well. Let's walk to the back courtyard. It's all due to the protection of the Holy Light and your compassionate heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so fast. Andy followed Carver, echoing his words while gesturing for Dane to wait nearby. Arriving at a pavilion in the back courtyard, Carver sat down and put on a serious face. Speak up. What do you need? Andy asked. I wonder how many believers the Holy Church has in the outer city. Carver countered. What's this about? Do you have any thoughts on spreading our faith? I wouldn't dare call them insights, just an idea to spread the light of the holy light further. Andy pulled out a map of the capital from his robe and laid it on the stone table before him. Carver perked up. Oh? Tell me, how would you spread it? Andy pointed to the outer city surrounding the wall. The citizens living here mostly live in modest comfort. However, due to the incomplete imperial laws and the harm caused by some gangs in the outer city, they lack a sense of security. Carver didn't speak. If Andy's thoughts only went this far, he planned to leave. Among these people, there may be some believers of the Holy Church, but most are shallow believers. Although the holy light protects them, their ignorant eyes cannot see it. Therefore, we need something tangible to make the ignorant citizens personally see, experience, and feel the greatness of the holy light. What kind of tangible thing? Andy smiled. This is where I'll need a little help from your grace. Chapter 7. Deep Blue, Add Points. It took 2 hours, but finally, Troy managed to persuade Archbishop Carver. He promised to lend a hand and assured that no one would interfere with tomorrow's operation against the Blood Gang unless they wanted to oppose the Holy Church. In this world, deities truly exist. Nobody wants to run afoul of the church. Troy's mouth was dry from talking, but he had to paint the picture to its completion. As he was about to leave, he added, if the plan goes smoothly, apart from increasing believers and church revenue as I mentioned, you could transform this place into a model district for the Holy Church, allowing other districts to come visit and learn. By then, I'm afraid I'll have to address you as Gil Archbishop. Carver was more interested in this model district than any title like Gil Archbishop. He pulled back Troy, who was about to leave, and asked, tell me how exactly this model district would operate. These are details for later. While we should have a long-term vision, the immediate future is also important. Troy couldn't just reveal all his ideas at once. Otherwise, what else would Carver need him for? Carver understood Troy's intentions and didn't press further. After some thought, he rummaged through his robes and pulled out a necklace with an engraving of the Holy Church's revered goddess of light, Anika. This is a protective amulet from the Holy Church. It can withstand a full blow from a great knight. Your brothers are quite restless. Be careful. Thank you very much. This is exactly what I need. Troy looked at the system notification that appeared before him, feeling very pleased. Detected minor energy. Absorb. After putting away the holy amulet, Troy left the cathedral. It had been almost a day since he went out, and news from the port would likely reach the Duke's mansion by now. He needed to return and bond with Clifford over brotherly camaraderie. Back in the carriage, Troy decisively absorbed the energy from the holy amulet. He believed that offense was the best defense. After absorbing the energy from the holy amulet, his energy level rose to 105, and finally, the plus sign appeared after the white blade knight breathing technique. Deep Blue, Add Points. A warm wave surged from the top of his head throughout his body. His bones creaked audibly, catching Jersony's attention. Jersony watched as Troy's breathing shifted from rapid to steady, then imperceptible, only to be followed by a sudden burst of wild energy. Reacting quickly, Jersony yanked Troy into the shadow realm, preventing the carriage from shattering. Once the energy dissipated, Jersony brought Troy back to the carriage from the shadow realm. You've advanced to knighthood? Jersony had never seen a knight advance so swiftly. From what he knew, Troy had only started practicing the breathing technique recently in private confinement. How long had it been? He had already completed the breathing technique to circulate energy throughout his body, triggering the soul resonance of the white blade knight lineage. The burst of energy just now was comparable to what he experienced when he ascended. Yes, Archbishop Carver gave me some help. Troy sighed deeply. Now, he finally had the ability to defend himself. Before, he was merely an ordinary person with some martial prowess. Now, he could proudly call himself a noble practitioner. His system interface had changed significantly, adding an unexpected element. Troy, Asher of Purple. Occupation, White Blade Knight. Secondary occupation, none. Cultivation, White Blade Knight breathing technique. Knight rank 1. Shadow affinity, unmastered, plus. Skills, White Blade Knight swordsmanship, apprentice, plus. Blade Oath, apprentice, plus. Energy 0. 2 new derived skills of the White Blade Knight were added. One for swordsmanship, the other being the status-boosting skill Jersony shouted during the assassination attempt today. What surprised him most was the shadow affinity. He had always envied how Jersony could freely traverse shadows. Who would have thought that being dragged along twice into the shadows could unlock such a skill? If infused with more holy light, could he gain the cultivation method for holy light or become a paladin? Troy immediately allocated points to shadow affinity. The moment he did, he felt a brief dizziness, as if something was whispering near his ear. He saw a misty gray fog, and within the endless shadows, a tall, strange figure appeared briefly. It soon vanished as if nothing had happened. Jersony, particularly sensitive to shadows, noticed Troy's change immediately. Surprised, he said, "Did you sense the shadow realm just now?" Troy nodded. "The shadow realm? I saw a mass of gray fog. Then there was a shadow, like a pair of leering eyes watching me. It was quite unsettling." Jersony nearly stood up in excitement. "You saw the incarnation of the Master of Shadows?" "Hold on, calm down. Don't get too excited," Troy said. Jersony said, "I only glimpsed his incarnation once when I realized my own knightly path. That you could see his incarnation on your first encounter with the shadow realm means your shadow affinity is likely higher than mine." Troy glanced at his panel, Shadow Affinity, Novice. And this was just Novice level. How was it higher? Unfortunately, his energy points were already used up. This time it cost 5 points. He didn't know how many would be needed next time. It took 100 points to advance his breathing technique. The ratio seemed quite high. Troy, you waste of space. Get down here. The carriage had stopped in front of the Duke's mansion, and Clifford's furious voice came from outside. Troy immediately perked up. Here he comes, his dear brother. Isn't this my beloved brother Clifford? I can't believe you love me so much that you even greet me at the gate. Troy jumped off the carriage, taunting Clifford in a sarcastic tone. Do you really think I won't dare to touch you? Clifford drew his long sword and swiped his hand across the blade, instantly enveloping it in a layer of white light, clearly preparing to attack. Seeing this maneuver, Troy was a bit envious. He didn't have this skill yet, and Clifford also practiced the white blade knight breathing technique. He needed to find time to ask Gersony to teach him. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Gersony also got out of the carriage, standing expressionlessly behind Troy, one hand resting on his sword hilt. Following the Duke's orders, during this month, anyone who dared to touch Troy, even if they were of the Duke's bloodline, would face his intervention. Gersony's presence made Clifford hesitate. He was trembling with rage, but ultimately didn't dare strike Troy. Troy, did you kill Gerson? Clifford's eyes were red. Yes, I always thought that guy wasn't a good person. Troy nodded earnestly, then added. He was even yelling that he was yours right before he died. What a nuisance. How could someone like you, a noble heir of the Duke's mansion, associate with such lowly vermin from the gutters? But don't worry, I cut him down with one swift strike. You don't have to thank me. How dare you touch him after mentioning my name? Are you courting death? Troy's matter-of-fact demeanor infuriated Clifford until his veins bulged. Ignoring Gersony's presence, Clifford emitted a wave of energy around him and stepped forward, lifting his sword to strike. Clang. Metal clashed, sparks flying. Gersony swiftly crossed over Troy, drawing his sword to block the attack with incredible speed. Chapter 8. Knock you down in one move. 2 nights ago, Paolo summoned his eldest son Chad and second son Clifford. The third son, Clifford's, who was far away at the White Blade Knight's base, was informed by letter. He directly informed them that Andy had voluntarily renounced his right of inheritance and would leave the capital for southern development in a month. As compensation for giving up his inheritance rights, Paolo temporarily granted Andy command over Sir Dane and his squad and provided him with a sum for development. Additionally, he forbade his 3 sons from taking action against Andy this month. At least openly, he did not allow it. Clifford had originally planned to wait for the royal messenger to come and use his hand to repay the insult to his ear, but he didn't expect Andy, this waste of space, to dare provoke him as soon as he appeared. Not only did Andy cut off one of his sources of income, but he also killed one of his dogs. How could this scoundrel dare? Dane, this is none of your business. Get out of my way. Andy, you coward, have the guts to stand up. Andy ignored Clifford. He was testing his skill. Without a sword, he could only try blade vow. With a thought, an energy surged outward from within him, darting around chaotically as if searching for an outlet. Andy recalled how today Dane had first condensed the power into his sword before releasing it. Since that worked for a sword, shouldn't it be fine for fists or kicks? A white glow formed around his right leg, with surging energy waves. Andy's eyes lit up, and he kicked toward Clifford. Bang! Clifford flew away like a kite, whose string had been cut. Andy couldn't help but exclaim, nice. Golden right foot, world goal. Dane looked somewhat troubled. Young Master Andy, I'm responsible for protecting you, but if you take action against young Master Clifford, I won't participate. No need, I'll knock him down in one move. Andy became familiar with the skill's use. Isn't this just like the internal strength in martial arts novels? We can't let Chirjira, insert appropriate context for Chungo, lose face. We must humiliate him thoroughly. Andy! Clifford roared as he got up from the ground, discarding weapons, enveloped in spiraling energy, with white light blazing all over his body as he charged forward. A man who lost his reason fights no differently from a beast, only moving straight ahead. Andy's feet were filled with energy. As Clifford closed in, Andy sidestepped and lashed out with a whip kick to Clifford's lower back. Clifford fell diagonally, sliding on the ground for quite a distance. Andy caught up, using his knee and elbow to pin Clifford's neck while locking his joints, rendering him unable even to stand. A classic American policing move. Any black person would applaud the expertise. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Clifford struggled under Andy, roaring, his mouth smeared with bloody dirt, eyes red with rage, clearly having lost his mind. I'm very fair. What you do to me, I'll do to you. Andy grinned, his hands glowing white, then suddenly exerted force. There was a crack, and Clifford's locked right hand broke, bones poking out at an angle. Clifford screamed, already choking from being pressed down, his heart overwhelmed with anger. He spat out black blood and fainted. Seeing Clifford motionless, Andy frowned, stood up, and cursed. Damn weakling, passing out so quickly. Really can't take a hit. Dane rushed over to check Clifford's injuries, looking up at Andy and saying, You hit too hard. He's almost dead. He's better off dead. Such trash should never have been born. Andy didn't care. Why could they kill him, but he couldn't kill them? Dane lifted Clifford. We need to get him to the cathedral quickly. Why bother? Just throw him on the carriage, Andy said, then waved at the trembling coachman by the door. You, throw him in front of the cathedral and let Carver sweep the floor. The coachman scrambled over, taking the limp Clifford from Dane. Let's go collect some interest. Andy dragged Dane, walking boldly towards the Duke's mansion, heading straight for Clifford's estate. He dared to draw a sword and scare me. Isn't it reasonable to collect some emotional distress fees? Dane followed hurriedly, faster and faster, trying to persuade Andy. You nearly beat him to death, yet you want to cause more trouble? Aren't you afraid the Duke will punish you? Andy coldly replied. When I was nearly killed, did he punish that idiot? Today, I seek nothing but fairness. No one can change it. He was too poor and had almost spent all his money. He needed to find a way to earn some. Without gold in hand, he couldn't sleep. Arriving at Clifford's estate, the gates were shut tight. Andy kicked with one foot, and half the iron gate flew off. The knights, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Who dares to cause trouble in the Duke's mansion? Who said I, young master, am causing trouble here? Who are you to speak on behalf of the Duke's mansion? Andy strutted towards the leading knight with a fierce demeanor. The captain of the knights stood his ground firmly and rebuked. Young Master Andy, this is young Master Clifford's domain. Please leave immediately. Andy slapped him across the face. You tell me whose domain this is? What's your name? A master. Do you dare hit me? Do I dare hit you? Have you any respect for the Paolo? All of the southern territory belongs to the Paolo. You say this is Clifford's domain. With every sentence, Andy delivered another slap, pushing Noah back step by step until he could take no more, and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword in fury. You want to draw your sword? As a guardian knight of the house of Azalea Thorne, you dare lay a hand on the bloodline of Azalea Thorne? Andy immediately snatched Noah's sword away and kicked him to the ground, driving the sword through his throat, twisting it mercilessly as Noah's eyes bulged wide, not believing that Andy would kill him so decisively. Andy moved too fast. Even Dane was taken aback. He never thought Andy would start killing here. He had really lost his mind. Noah, cried out the other knights in anguish. One knight, enraged, drew his sword. Andy, you mad dog. I will avenge Noah. Andy turned to smile at him, white light forming on the long sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Andy was right before the knight, swinging the sword at his neck. Instinctively, the knight raised his sword to block, but Andy slid along his blade and shifted into a thrust, piercing through his neck with a sickening sound. How much do you earn per week? Why risk your life for this? Andy twisted his head, pulling the sword out. As a descendant of Azalea Thorne, you've disrespected me, which is one thing, but to disrespect the Paolo? This is the end you deserve. Any more takers? Andy kicked the dead knight aside, holding his sword and coldly scanning the group of White Blade Knights. The White Blade Knights were the elite knights under the Paolo. However, those stationed in the Duke's mansion had become too complacent. Like when Andy asked Dane's knights to kill Byrne, those two knights hesitated. Years spent mingling in the aristocratic circles had clouded their minds, making them overly cautious. These knights no longer deserved to be called the White Blade. Chapter 9. I want to fight for a breath. Troy no longer cared about the group of White Blade Knights and walked into the manor. Dane earnestly advised, we can't continue killing. The Duke might have already known. Knowing and handling it are two different things. Troy slowed his pace and walked alongside Dane. The Duke's mansion isn't that large. When I fought Clifford at the gate, he must have known, but he didn't show up, just like that day. Dane fell silent. Troy stepped into Clifford's luxurious manor. It was much better than his shabby little castle. Maids were seen everywhere, young and beautiful, with some even having cat ears. He never thought Clifford would be such a furry, who indeed has asked for his death. At the entrance, Clifford's personal valet and the manor's steward, Faxon, watched Troy approaching step by step, nervous and uneasy. Young Master Clifford had heard that Troy killed Gersinard of the Black Shark gang and got angry like a raging lion, then ran out to find Troy alone, but didn't come back. Not long after, the manor's main gate was kicked open, and even Noah was killed by him. Now, Troy approached this building and stood in front of him. Faxon's face turned pale, trembling, and he asked in a quivering voice, Young Master Zhuang. What do you want? Troy walked up to him and patted his neck. Your master drew his sword at the gate to cut me down, which gave me quite a scare. Now I've come for some compensation. Is that too much to ask? Faxon took a few steps back and asked through gritted teeth. What happened to young Master Clifford? I don't know what happened to him, but what happens to you depends on your answer. Troy placed the bloodstained knight sword against Faxon's tailcoat, wiping off the blood. Where is his vault? The bloody sword extended from Faxon's waist up to his collar, dancing around his neck. I'm just a servant. I don't know. Troy's eyes blazed like flying flames, fiercely aggressive. Faxon dared not meet his gaze and lowered his head. The sword point suddenly flicked upward against Faxon's collar, directly cutting off his left ear. Are you deaf? Then these ears are useless, right? Faxon clutched his bleeding ear, screamed in pain, staggered backward a few steps, and collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his right ear as he shouted in terror. No, don't kill me. If I speak, I'll die. To be honest, I don't really enjoy killing, since I believe in holy light. Troy muttered to himself, stepping closer to Faxon one step at a time, finally stomping on his chest and raising his sword with white light flashing. But I gave you a chance, and it seems you didn't want it. I'll talk. Don't kill. Troy stabbed the sword into Faxon's left hand that supported him on the ground and feigned surprise. Sorry, my hand slipped. I'm kind-hearted and can't stand blood. Find it quickly. What are you all standing there for? Come clean the floor. Troy shouted to the trembling servants nearby as he pulled the sword out. Yes, we will clean it immediately. The servants hurriedly moved, fetching water, looking for bandages, and a maid cautiously approached with a mop. As expected of servants in a noble family, they were well-trained and quickly cleaned the floor. Faxon, whose wound was bandaged, led Troy to the basement and opened the vault door. Speaking of the vault, it was actually just a small underground room, containing a few chests, several enchanted weapons hanging on the walls, and some useless paintings and artworks. None of the chests were locked. Troy kicked one open, revealing coins inside, which relieved his anger somewhat. How many gold coins are here? Troy, too lazy to count, asked directly. Faxon was still in pain from his wounds, but he endured it and replied, Young Master Zhuang, there are 2,000 gold coins here. Each chest contains 1,000. Upon hearing this, Troy became unhappy again. Only 2 chests? Just that much. As a legitimate bloodline with power in the Duke's residence, the vault only had 2,000 gold coins, not even breaking 10,000. This disappointed Troy greatly. He kicked open other chests, finding some jewelry and stacks of rolled-up paintings. What use does he have for collecting these paintings? Have them all moved back to my manor. While speaking, Troy touched each enchanted item hanging on the wall one by one. However, he did not absorb energy on the spot. He just estimated how much energy there was and planned to handle it slowly when he returned. Do you need me to repeat myself? Still not calling anyone to move them. Troy kicked Faxon again, who wasn't clever at all. No wonder he had no backbone. If he had any backbone, oh, he would be dead for sure. Yes, I will call people to move them immediately. Faxon crawled away from the vault and soon came back with servants to carry everything. Troy originally intended to ask about Clifford's ledger. He must have had a substantial amount of property in the capital. However, it would be useless for Troy to claim these immovable assets now, as he could not develop in the capital for an extended period. Since Troy was yet to gain influence, taking such things wouldn't benefit him. They couldn't be easily converted into something usable. There were very few nobles in the capital who dared to buy Clifford's assets, making conversion difficult. Troy sighed inwardly. I'm really too soft-hearted. Next time, I'll take them. Faxon, remember, your master still owes me. I'll come and settle it another day. Faxon didn't understand what Troy meant, but could only nod repeatedly in agreement. With Faxon's moving crew, Troy returned to his manor grandly. He noticed the old steward Hagen standing straight at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back, a picture of elegance. The servants stopped when they saw Hagen, hesitant to enter the manor. Troy immediately lost his temper. What's wrong with your legs? Can't carry anymore or can't walk? Under Troy's pressure, yet afraid of Hagen, the servants were in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. Furious, Troy drew his sword. Move inside. Faced with the threat of death, the servants finally moved. Under Hagen's cold gaze, they trembled while carrying the chests into the manor. Putting away his weapon, Troy greeted Hagen. Mr. Hagen, how did you find time to come here? Please come in. Hagen narrowed his eyes and said sternly. The Duke asked me to see if you've gone mad. How so? I feel perfectly fine. This afternoon, I even went to church to receive the baptism of holy light. It made me feel refreshed. Troy stretched his calf bones and breathed deeply. Noticing the bloodstains on Troy's body, Hagen mused, then continued. As for Clifford, this should be the end. The Duke has given you one chance, no more. Troy disagreed. He still owes me money. I don't like people owing me. Hagen warned, Clifford doesn't have much talent under him, but if you speak against Blood Gang, young Master Chad is not like Clifford. Dane can't protect you for long. I don't care. Imitating Hagen, Troy put his hands behind his back, stood up straight, and tilted his head, saying, Tell him that I've been down for 20 years. Now I've got this chance. I want to fight for a breath, not to prove how great I am, but to tell them that what I've lost, I will reclaim myself. Chapter 10. Success relies on 3 main points. Paulus has 4 sons. The eldest son, Chad, as the firstborn, will automatically inherit the title of Viscount and the corresponding fief according to Korea's nobility law when he turns 18. Less than 2 years after becoming a Viscount, Chad was promoted to Earl for quelling the Southern Rebellion, clearing out wandering demons, and through some maneuvers, all based on his own capabilities. He owns an Earl's residence within the inner city and does not reside in the ducal mansion. This morning, Andy led Dane's squad to kill Jerson of the Black Shark Gang and declared that they would deal with the Blood Gang next. Initially, Eris, the leader of the Blood Gang, did not take this waste of a young Master Andy seriously, even with Dane leading the team. Until near dusk, when his people informed him that Clifford had been beaten until his hand was broken and discarded like a dead dog at the gate of the Holy Church. Eris began to panic. He didn't know what terrifying change had come over Andy. This waste of a wimp, daring to beat Clifford half to death. What backing did he have? Or had the Grand Duke decided to support Andy? At Earl Chad's residence, Eris hurriedly paid his respects, and the butler led him into the study. Following his father's footsteps, the Duke liked staying in the study, and so did Chad. Therefore, there must be a study in both his estate and residence. Your Galeship. Eris immediately knelt before Chad as soon as he entered, bowing his head low, appearing as humble as a dog. Chad was reading a book, Korea in Noble Heraldry, Volume 6, in his hand, and did not look at Eris, remaining focused on his reading. Daring not to disturb, Eris could only kneel silently. About an hour later, Chad put down the book, gently rubbed his eyes, switched seats, and addressed Eris. Stand up, kneeling is tiring. Eris quickly stood up. Having knelt for an hour, even as a professional, his legs couldn't bear it. Your Galeship, your humble servant seeks your help. Chad propped his chin with one hand and lowered his eyelids. What trouble are you facing that requires my assistance? It's your brother, young Master Andy. He claims that the Blood Gang attempted to assassinate him and wants to seek revenge on me tomorrow. Eris did not dare to lift his head, fearing the Earl before him. Chad's gaze turned icy cold. Are you afraid of him? Sensing the change in Chad's tone, Eris immediately knelt again. My Gale, I am not afraid, but I'm just worried. Is the Duke supporting him? Chad waved his hand impatiently. Go back. If Andy can swallow your Blood Gang, then keeping you around serves no purpose. Your Galeship, I understand. Eris dared not ask further, knelt out of the study, and then left standing up. Even after returning to his base, Eris called back all the officers he could muster. He had to face Andy directly. Chad's attitude was clear. He wouldn't intervene. Thus, Eris couldn't seek help from other nobles. He could only rely on himself. Tomorrow, either he or Andy would stand alone. Andy stood in his bedroom, absorbing energy from all confiscated enchanted weapons, increasing his system energy to 125. An entire wall of enchanted weapons barely matched the value of a single amulet belonging to Archbishop Carver. The church indeed had immense wealth. With the energy, he naturally upgraded. After breaking through 100 energy points, Shadow Affinity acquired a plus sign, whereas White Blade Knight breathing technique did not. Andy decisively upgraded Shadow Affinity, clicking the small plus, which sent him into a daze. A gray mist enveloped him, as if something was calling and pulling him. In his daze, Andy entered a shadowy realm shrouded in gray. Standing before him was an enormous black figure hundreds of meters tall, its form like a dark curtain obscuring Andy's vision. In an instant, the black figure vanished, leaving an emptiness around him. His system panel subtly changed. Andy Azalea Asher. Class, White Blade Knight. Subclass, Shadow Apostle. Cultivation, White Blade Knight breathing technique. Knight rank 1, Shadow Affinity, Apostle. Skills, White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice. White Blade Oath, Apprentice. Shadow Traverse, Apostle. Shadow Curtain, Apostle. Shadow Sickle, Apostle. Energy 0. Andy glanced over it, slightly puzzled. Initially, Shadow Affinity should have been elementary. Adding a point should have upgraded it to intermediate. Why did it suddenly become Apostle? And 3 new skills came along, though all his energy was drained away. According to his original plan, upgrading should cost around 100 points. But considering the free 3 skills, Andy temporarily forgave the Black Shadow. As Andy's thoughts shifted, he returned from the Shadow Realm and noticed Dane standing at the door, looking shocked as he gazed at Andy. I felt the presence of the Gale of Shadows. Did he summon you again? That's not quite right. It could also be that I summoned him. Andy was nonchalant. As a faithless red warrior, he didn't care about any lord or god. Anything that could serve his purpose was good. Andy suddenly walked briskly toward Dane. How is your writing? Huh. Dane was a bit puzzled. Since you're here, help me write a plan. I'll dictate, and you write. Without waiting for Dane's response, Andy pushed him onto a chair and immediately handed him a quill and paper. Let's get started. Dane looked up. What are you going to write? Of course, it's a grand money-making strategy. For an individual to succeed, there are 3 main points. First, money. Second, money. And third, still money. Andy enthusiastically spread his ideas. Dane sighed. All right, let's hear it. All right, title it Feasibility Study on Establishing Property Management in Outer City by Palos. Then write an introduction below that. Andy guided from the side, while contemplating that he must get a cat-eared made tomorrow, or else no one would bring him water when he was thirsty. Just as Dane was about to start writing, he froze. Wait, what's property? And what's a company? Andy put his hand on Dane's shoulder. Why so many questions? Just write. I'll mention it in the introduction. Okay. Dane found Andy increasingly incomprehensible and more intriguing by the moment. All right, now start with the introduction. Street gangs and criminal organizations primarily emerge in societies undergoing modern economic expansion where there's often a lack of corresponding legal structures to protect property rights or resolve commercial disputes. For example, impoverished areas tend to breed uncontrolled violence, leading to the emergence of street gangs. In summary, societies lacking effective management will foster a breeding ground for gangs and criminal organizations. In the measured pace of Andy's words, Dane seemed to glimpse a brand new world. He couldn't even imagine what the world would look like if this plan were truly successful. The new terms Andy used, corporate system, property management system, demonstration parish of the church, constantly challenged Dane's worldview. Chapter 11, More Money Needed. At the inland port, outside Black Shark Tavern, crowds surged. Albin had summoned all combat-ready members of the Black Shark Gang, around 400 to 500 people, yet he still felt uncertain. The Black Shark Gang's main business was smuggling rune steel for Clifford, with side businesses including dock labor, collecting protection fees, slave trading, and selling alcohol. Most gang members were dock laborers. Though they claimed thousands of members, there were fewer than 500 combat-ready personnel, with no more than 50 core professionals. The gang's control over the inland port was solely due to respect from nobles and other gangs toward Clifford. Now, they faced the Blood Gang, one of the black-gloved enforcers under Gale Chad, a professional criminal gang with 30 years of experience, widely despised by citizens of the outer city, indicating their thriving status in the underworld. On the wide road of the inland port, Dane led on a tall white horse, followed by a purple thorn carriage exclusive to Andy. Flanking them were 2 rows of 10 White Blade Knights each, all armored and mounted, marching grandly toward the Black Shark Tavern. Master Andy is here. It's Dark Knight Dane of the White Blade Order. Why only 1 squad of White Blades? Can they defeat the Blood Gang? Black Shark Gang members cheered upon seeing Andy, and then began to whisper among themselves. Seeing Andy bring only 1 squad while the Blood Gang boasted tens of thousands of members made them lose confidence. People parted to make way for the carriage, which stopped before the tavern door. A cat-eared maid helped Andy down from the carriage. Andy changed into a custom-made black trench coat like the one worn by Little Ma, with a crisp white knight undershirt inside and a cigar between his lips, exuding an imposing presence. Stepping off the carriage, Albin led the entire Black Shark Gang to bow deeply to Andy. Black Shark Gang welcomes Master Andy. Holding the cat-eared maid with one hand and a cigar in the other, Andy shouted, "Albin, bring down the box from the carriage." Albin hurried over and carried a finely crafted large chest to Andy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Andy kicked open the unlocked chest, revealing a full chest of gold coins, causing a flurry of excitement. Eyes were glued to the coins. It was more gold than most had seen in their lives. "Ellen, take your hat off. It's a whole chest of gold." All hat-wearing gang members removed their hats, staring reverently. Standing on the chest, Andy puffed on his cigar and declared loudly, "Yesterday, the Blood Gang tried to assassinate me. I need to slaughter Eris's entire family to quench my anger. Do you support me?" Seeing the chest of gold, everyone shouted in unison, "We support you. Destroy the Blood Gang. Revenge from Master Andy." Andy raised his hand for silence and continued, "I, Andy, value fairness. If you risk your lives for me today, I won't let you down. Everyone gets 1 silver coin today, 5 extra silvers if injured, and a gold coin if incapacitated. I promise that as long as I live, they will be well provided for. For those who die in battle, their families will receive 2 gold coins for resettlement. Is anyone afraid and wants to leave?" Andy surveyed the crowd, seeing no one speak but all fixated on the chest. He knew this show of wealth would bind them to him. If anyone left, he wouldn't hesitate to turn against them. "Excellent. All professionals, step forward." The professionals moved to the front. Hearing Andy's command, they stepped up. The first row, lead teams to take down the Blood Gang's casinos, brothels, shops, and factories. Any questions? No questions. Satisfied, Andy added, "Albin, the rest follow me. We're going to Eris's hideout for a heart-to-heart. Let's go." Before departure, the chest of gold was safely stored at the nearby Purple Thorn Guild Hall. Andy never intended for a direct showdown between the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang. He needed to demonstrate power, so he dispatched the professionals to spread the word across the outer city. As for Eris, he trusted Dane to handle him. The Blood Gang stronghold was in Slave Street, East District of the outer city. The street was filled with Blood Gang members, with their headquarters in a large building called Bloodlust Tavern in the center of the street. Arriving at Slave Street, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The street was lined with Blood Gang members, but none of them dared to make a move rashly. They watched warily as Andy led his forces and stopped in front of the Bloodlust Tavern. 2 towering Minotaur guards stood at the tavern's entrance, arms crossed, staring intently at Andy as he descended from the carriage. "My young master wants to see Eris. Step aside." Albin was unyielding, boldly speaking up even to the 2 Minotaur warriors who towered over him by half a head. Andy was quite satisfied with this display of courage. The Minotaur warriors must have been given orders, as Andy did not immediately storm into Slave Street. They stepped aside to let him through. Andy led Dane and Albin into the tavern, while the rest of the White Blade Knights and Black Shark Gang members remained outside. Inside the Bloodlust Tavern, Eris had a gloomy expression as he wiped glasses behind the bar. The few tables in the hall were filled with various races, including even a 2-headed ogre. This motley crowd consisted of Blood Gang officers, each having at least 5 years of independent adventuring experience and being veteran members of the Adventurers Guild. Andy had only brought 2 others, making it just the 3 of them. There were more than 20 professionals in the tavern, all elite combat officers of the Blood Gang. Seeing that Andy had only brought 2 people, Eris breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Dane, Albin was nothing but trash, easily crushed by one hand. A mere Andy had made him worry for an entire night and earned him a reprimand from Gale Chad. Today, he would demand some payback. "What would you like to drink, young Master Andy?" Eris asked with a smile. Andy tilted his head back, glaring at Eris through his nostrils. "I heard your specialty here is blood wine. I plan to use your head to steep it. Wonder if it'll taste good." Eris put down the glass he was holding, his eyes darkening. "Young Master Andy, you only brought 2 people and you dare to talk to me like that? So, you consider yourself someone important?" Andy placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a rather special one he had brought today. "Dane, those riffraff over there, can you handle them alone?" Andy turned his head to look at Dane. Dane furrowed his brow slightly. "Work beyond my usual scope requires extra payment. All right, let's get this started." Chapter 12. Combat, it's thrilling. Eris, a seasoned warrior, was once a gold-ranked adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. However, after being shot in the knee with an arrow, he left the front line of adventurers and returned to the southern border to take over his father's mafia business. After inheriting the Blood Gang, he had fewer opportunities to train. He vigorously developed the slave trade, opened black factories, and smuggled alchemical materials. Meanwhile, Eris was ambitious and diligently researched new gambling methods, high-interest loans, and other pillar industries of the mafia, making indelible contributions to the southern border's underworld. Even though it had been nearly 5 or 6 years since he last engaged in combat personally, his skills had not rusted. Confronted with Andy's provocation, he slammed the table hard and was about to draw his sword when 2 plumes of gray mist erupted from Andy and Jersony simultaneously, instantly forming a huge black curtain that enveloped the entire tavern. "It's the shadow curtain. Everyone be careful." Someone knowledgeable in the room promptly gave the warning, but without any mages present, there was no way to prevent the shadow curtain from spreading. Everyone in the tavern was swept into the shadow realm by the shadow curtain. This was the tactic Andy and Jersony had planned last night. Andy needed to establish his authority. He must resolve Eris personally, so that all the people in the outer city would see that he, Andy, relied on more than just the reputation of the Purple Thorn. Inside the shadow realm, Eris faced only Andy, as Jersony had taken the other cadres elsewhere. "I thought I would be facing Dark Knight Jersony. Never expected it to be you." Eris couldn't help but laugh. He drew his long sword and swung it a few times. Though it's been many years since I fought, killing a weak and incapable noble young master like you is still within my reach. Andy laughed too. With his first-class knight strength, he naturally could not match Eris. But what if he pulled out the white blade sword? What would you do then? Whoosh. The white blade sword emerged from its scabbard, its dazzling white light almost swallowing this shadowy area. The sword emitted sounds like a pulsating heartbeat, each resonance shaking Eris's spirit. This was the epic relic of the southern border, the weapon of the first white blade knight. The spirit of knighthood was imprinted on the blade, passed down through generations. Any evil person would be intimidated by the sword's resonant sound upon seeing the white blade sword drawn. You? The Duke actually let you pull out the white blade sword. Gale Chad was wrong. I was wrong. The Duke really does support you. Eris panicked. The Duke had given the symbol of the white blade knights, the white blade sword, to Andy, and he had the character to wield it. He was a born knight, acknowledged by the lineage of the white blade. When Andy first obtained this sword, he tried to draw it once, and there were no restrictions at all. Based on the memories of his original body, it was said that only someone acknowledged by the spirit of the first white blade knight, imprinted within the sword, could draw it. Once drawn, even a commoner who knew nothing about swordsmanship could fight on equal terms with a professional. The spirit of the first white blade knight influenced the user, invincible under the name of freedom and fearlessness. Enough talk. Come on, let's have a thrilling battle. Andy rushed forward, his expression almost manic, far from sane. Eris couldn't figure out how Andy's demeanor was any different from a madman, and why he deserved the recognition of the white blade sword. As you wish. Eris knew he probably couldn't win this fight, but he wouldn't surrender. As a warrior, he should die in battle. Andy, show me how brilliant the glory of the white blade can be. Eris roared, unleashing a warrior's war cry. His blood boiled, his skin turned bright red instantly, and steam rose around him. Boom. White light and red glow collided, neither side giving in for a moment. Even though Andy wielded the white blade sword, he was still a first-class knight. Facing Eris, a seasoned warrior, they were evenly matched. He couldn't keep Eris imprisoned in the Shadow Realm for long. He had to end the fight quickly. The glory of the white blade sword is only so much. Eris laughed maniacally and roared at Andy, his blood energy almost solidifying, visibly forming a red mist shape charging towards Andy. This was a warrior's soul-shattering roar, attempting to weaken the influence of the white blade sword. The white blade sword erupted with a golden streak, transforming into the phantom of a kite-shaped shield that forcefully pushed against the red mist. The red mist dissipated, Eris's aura weakened, unable to resist Andy's force for the moment, and he retreated 2 steps. Andy grinned, simultaneously unleashing a burst of force and delivering a powerful sweep kick that knocked Eris off his feet. However, Andy didn't get the chance to follow up with a strike. Eris rolled away from the slash and quickly rose to his feet in defense. As a seasoned warrior, Eris was experienced and savvy. If not for Andy wielding the white blade sword, he could have cut down his opponent long ago. The sword was now a formidable challenge, capable of autonomously resisting mental attacks. It seems I'll have to rely on sheer strength to finish him off. Eris took a step back, then surged forward in a powerful leap. He wielded 2 weapons, their blades enveloped in roiling red light, as he brought one down in a heavy strike toward Andy. Instead of dodging the attack, Andy chose to meet it head-on, even with just one hand. To Eris, this was madness. Even with the power of the white blade sword assisting him, his right hand would surely be crippled. Bang! A loud sound erupted as the red light exploded outward. Just as Eris had anticipated, there was a sharp crack from Andy's right hand. Andy's bones were shattered by Eris's heroic strike. It looks like I've won this battle. Eris laughed heartily, watching Andy's right hand tremble uncontrollably as the tip of his sword pressed against Andy's throat. Andy drew in a cold breath. That blow had been powerful indeed. His right hand was completely broken and numb. The only reason he still held onto the sword was because the white blade clung tightly to his palm. Be grateful for your bloodline from the purple thorn. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I will sever your tendons, rendering you useless for the rest of your life. Eris was declaring his victory, completely unaware of the gray scythe forming behind his neck. Too kind. Goodbye. Andy raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The shadow scythe flashed past, and Eris's head rolled onto the ground. Andy hurriedly exited the Shadow Realm. He was barely holding on. Dragging someone into the Shadow Realm while maintaining such intense combat drained his mental energy like being run over by a steamroller. Ultimately, his mana reserves were too low. Someone like Genocide, a titled knight, could effortlessly pull in 20 people for slaughter, while he could only manage 1 at a time. Back in the tavern, Genocide and the others hadn't yet emerged from the Shadow Realm. Andy, dragging his exhausted body, walked behind the bar and poured himself a mug of ale. Internally, he cursed the skill Shadow Scythe for being so impractical, requiring a hand to activate. This resulted in his right hand being shattered, leaving him quite humiliated. Chapter 13. Eris has no objection. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of alcohol, Troy regained some spirit. With his left hand supporting his right, he sheathed the white blade sword. Under the seal of the scabbard, the sword lost its blinding white light and calmed down. It no longer clung to his hand. No reaction anymore. Troy shook his right hand several times and didn't feel any pain. Damn it. He would have to visit the church for some holy light again. Someday, he should find a chance to learn a healing skill. Huh? What's this? Troy glanced at the system panel and found new changes. An extra line had appeared. Troy Caden. Occupation, White Blade Knight. Secondary occupation, Shadow Apostle. Cultivation, White Blade Knight Breathing Technique. Knight Rank 1, Shadow Affinity, Apostle. Skills, White Blade Swordsmanship, Apprentice. White Blade Oath, Apprentice. Shadow Traverse, Apostle. Shadow Curtain, Apostle. Shadow Sickle, Apostle. Energy, 0. Soul, Soul of Nameless Warrior, 1. Did the system upgrade? Why is there an extra soul? Deep in thought, Troy mentally manipulated to extract this soul of the Nameless Warrior. In his left palm, a half-palm-sized, flame-like white glow hovered. Could this be Eris's soul? Muttering to himself, Troy closed his palms and crushed the soul orb into dots of white light, which merged into his body. There was no unusual feeling or physical response. Glancing back at the system panel, Troy noticed the energy bar had changed to 50. Observing the change in the energy bar, Troy fell into deep contemplation. People he killed with the Shadow Sickle would have their souls taken and absorbed by the system. Could the Shadow Gale be the Death God? In the original memories, the Death God existed and was certainly not the Shadow Gale. Moreover, there were theories about the Shadow Gale. It was believed to be a god revered by Wanderer classes, also known as the god of night and shadows, having nothing to do with the Death God. The most critical point was, why could the Shadow Gale modify his system and add a new category soul? Was this system crafted by that dark figure? The more Troy thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Suddenly, a fog rose inside the tavern, and Dane and the others returned from the Shadow Realm. Over 20 professionals had been pulled into it, and within less than 30 minutes, they were sent out again. Only 11 were still standing, while the rest turned into corpses. Dane's silver knight armor was almost entirely red, but he seemed unhurt. Albin was covered in blood, his chainmail shredded with exposed wounds still bleeding profusely, looking pale due to excessive blood loss. Troy picked up Eris's head from under the bar and placed it on the counter, asking the remaining 11 Blood Gang officials in the corner, "Dane, what's going on with these people?" Dane put away his weapon and replied, "These people want to pledge allegiance to you. Sir Troy, we just followed Eris to make ends meet. We never intended to oppose you. Gale Troy, I believe following you has a brighter future." "What trash, Eris? Only a powerful knight like Gale Troy deserves my loyalty. From now on, Blackarm Augustine will be your most loyal subordinate." The surviving 11 officials spoke up one after another. Initially thinking that over 20 of them could easily kill a titled knight, they witnessed Dane slaughtering enemies in the Shadow Realm as if cutting vegetables, remembering the terror of being dominated by the Duke of Caden. Troy knew Dane was strong. He was entrusted with protecting the Duke's safety, but he hadn't expected Dane to be this powerful. If so, then the shadow assassin who could stop Dane in the trade district must have been an elite, at least 3 or 4 stories tall. Who exactly sent such a powerful person? Good, very good. You are all talented individuals. I, Troy, always admire people who understand the situation and know how to adapt. Being in a gang without using brains means being Noble's henchman forever. Putting aside thoughts about the shadow assassin, Troy relished this victorious moment. He lifted Eris's head out of the bar and addressed the Blood Gang officials before him. Being Noble's henchman is pointless. I, Troy, promise you that someday, you too can become nobles. Regarding making grand promises, Troy was never stingy. They were empty promises anyway, and didn't need to be fulfilled. The bigger, the better. The 11 officials, even Albin, became fervent. Troy hummed, "Albin, go check out our new territory." Albin trotted over, following behind Troy, while the 11 officials did likewise, trampling over the bodies of their former comrades to keep up with Troy. Dane glanced at the corpses strewn across the floor and suddenly smiled before following them out. Outside, people had been waiting for more than half an hour. Neither the Black Shark Gang members nor the Blood Gang dared to make any rash moves. They were waiting for a signal that a fight had broken out inside the tavern. After waiting for so long without hearing a single sound, they thought it was an illusion when they heard the Blood Gang officials flattering Troy. What did that mean? Did Eris die silently, or what? At this moment, Troy kicked open the tavern door, holding Eris's head in his hand, and walked out. The 2 Minotaur warriors guarding the entrance shrank back their pupils, unsure of how to react. After Troy came out, Albin and the 11 surviving officials followed suit, standing behind Troy, looking like they were ready to follow him. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Don't worry, I've talked with Eris. Starting today, the Blood Gang will merge with the Black Shark Gang, and Eris has no objection," Troy said, tossing Eris's head on the ground, then sweeping his eyes over the gang members on the street and loudly asked, "Anyone have any objections?" There was complete silence. Troy was somewhat disappointed. Only one kill today wasn't a good performance. "That guy, take me to Eris's treasury and bring me the Blood Gang's ledgers." Troy casually pointed to an official while turning to Albin and said, "Take over the property here. Send your people to the Caden Thorn Chamber of Commerce for money, and clean up the tavern. All officials will attend a meeting tonight." Annexing the Blood Gang was just the first step in his plan. The meeting tonight wasn't the highlight either. The highlight would come after the meeting. He intended to integrate all the gangs in the outer city under unified management. This process would inevitably involve numerous nobles, but that wasn't something he needed to handle. Without Duke Caden intervening, Archbishop Carver was the strongest support in this capital city. Now, it was time to tally the spoils of war. Chapter 14. You're really hungry, aren't you? When hungry, you'll eat anything. Eris's vault was not in the outer city, as Augustine, an officer of the Blood Gang, revealed. Eris's true stronghold and vault were both in the new city, where his wife and children lived along with his private fabric factory. The workers in the factory were villagers from his hometown. All that he owned was situated within the industrial area of the new city. Troy patted Augustine on the shoulder. You're called Augustine, right? I'm always good for my word. Since I promised to kill Eris's entire family, it's a must that I fulfill my words. Now it seems I haven't finished it yet. What do you think should be done? Gale Troy, Allie shave this matter to me, your subordinate. I will definitely not let you down. Augustine took on the task without any psychological burden. He had been lusting after Eris's wife for a long time. She was like a rose with thorns, captivating and irresistible. He never thought that today he'd actually have the chance to taste this ripe red rose. Go on. Once I finish reviewing these ledgers here, I'll go over to inspect the outcome. Troy wasn't interested in personally attacking ordinary people. However, since the place served as Eris's stronghold, there must be plenty of troops stationed there. The Blood Gang hadn't contributed much to him yet, so this would be a good opportunity to see how effective they were. Eris kept 2 sets of accounts. One set was in the Bloodthirsty Tavern and mainly included transactions related to shops, factories, and trade orders. This ledger could be shown publicly. The other set was kept in the new city and involved many nobles and some underground industries. Troy sat inside the tavern's bar, enjoying a massage from one of the feline female servants who had just arrived. He planned to review the ledgers first, and then visit the church to treat his right hand before heading to the new city. The Blood Gang's butler brought out ledgers that were half a man's height from the basement and respectfully placed them in front of Troy. Gale Troy, all the ledgers are here. Please take a look. Troy casually picked up one and glanced through it. Excellent, completely incomprehensible. The accounting methods used here were too outdated, totally different from what he knew, so he was unwilling to read it. As a superior, you cannot directly show that you don't understand something. You need to maintain your dignity and mystery. So Troy didn't put the ledger down immediately. He pretended to study it seriously for a while before setting it aside with his left hand and turned to look at the butler. Tell me about the Blood Gang's enterprises in the outer city, the monthly income, and how much liquid capital can be extracted now. Give me a brief introduction. The butler bent over, trying to keep the posture of a bow, and answered respectfully. In the outer city, you currently own 3 taverns, 2 ale breweries, 1 alchemy workshop, 2 shops, 3 inns, 5 casinos, 10 brothels, and 2 slave trading caravans. A total of 2,500 gold can be withdrawn, but some business procedures may need to be completed with the governor. Hearing the very considerate response from the butler, Troy was delighted. Truly talented. This person deserves to be remembered by name. What's your name? My lord, my name is Freddy. It's an honor to be asked for my name by you. A very nice name. From now on, you're my butler. Report to Hagen at the Duke's residence tonight. Troy stubbornly believed that all butlers named Churchill were excellent. Churchill performed an elegant gentleman's bow toward Troy. I'm very grateful for this job you've given me. I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Troy responded and stood up. Arrange for that 2,500 gold to be sent to my estate. Choose a time tomorrow to bring me to handle the necessary procedures for those businesses. Troy never considered the consequences of withdrawing the working capital of these businesses. He didn't plan to develop here, but only wanted to get money, tangible and visible cash. My lord, as you wish, but some of these enterprises might involve certain nobles. Do you need to inform them? Churchill saw Troy getting up and immediately moved aside, keeping an appropriate distance. Troy said disdainfully, do I need to report back to them about what I've taken? Are there noble crests also engraved with the purple thorny flower? Churchill wisely avoided this topic. If his master doesn't care, he doesn't need to worry either. Do you handle the ledgers in the new city too? Troy took out a cigar, and the catgirl's servant hurriedly lit it with tinder for him. This servant was snatched from Clifford by Troy, with her indenture returned as part of the interest payment. Churchill shook his head. Eris always handled the new city ledgers himself. We don't have the privilege to view them. It appears that the main assets are in the new city. There's no time to waste. He needs to check them out. After visiting Carver and getting his hand treated, Troy immediately headed toward the new city, bringing along Dane's squad of knights who hadn't done much today. Although the knights' weekly salaries weren't paid by him, Troy couldn't stand to see people being idle. They needed to be taken out for some exercise. Upon arriving at Eris's cozy little home, Troy was furious. This manor almost rivaled his own place in grandeur. Who did he think he was to live like that? Troy decided to have this shabby place torn down tomorrow. The cries of agony within the manor had yet to cease. Augustine had brought many men, so logically speaking, the slaughter should have been finished by now. Troy led his group inside and saw quite a few corpses, including a pair near the flower bed engaged in an act of treachery. The woman was clearly unwilling, crying and shouting incessantly. Out of compassion, Troy could not bear to witness such tragic scenes. He raised his hand and ordered, "Get someone to cut off that man's private parts, then ask the woman if she needs help. If she doesn't want to live, kill her too." With just a nod from Dane, a knight drew his sword and approached. The man by the flower bed only then noticed Troy's arrival, hurriedly standing up. "Young Master Troy, I am one of Sir Augustine's men, on your side." "Who the hell said you're one of us? Cut it off and hang him on the street lamp outside." Troy felt somewhat disgusted and quickened his pace. Along the way, he still encountered several scumbags violating women's wills. Troy grew more enraged. "Spread out and see how many are left. Hang them all on the street lamps." Dane's squad of knights immediately scattered to round up the culprits. As soon as Troy entered the main hall, he saw Augustine forcefully pressing a woman in red against the sofa, seemingly engaging in violent activity. The woman beneath him appeared lifeless. Her dangling hand held a dagger, her neck bleeding, and her empty eyes stared unblinkingly at a spot where a child lay in a pool of blood. "Sir, you've come, my apologies. I'll finish up right away." Augustine quickly got off the body and fumbled with putting on his clothes. Troy took a sharp breath. You're really hungry, aren't you? Not even a corpse can escape you. Augustine gave an awkward smile. I've lusted after this bitch for so long. Never thought she'd kill herself right away, so I figured I'd take advantage while it's hot. Troy shook his head. Too perverted. Even a demon wouldn't do what you did. Dane, hang him on the street lamp too. Chapter 15. The man who prefers money to life. The incident with Augustine gave Troy quite a shock. The Blood Gang had plenty of talent, and there were definitely no shortages of scum like Augustine. He would have to find an opportunity to clean them out. Troy believed that although one didn't necessarily have to be of high moral character to be in his team, at the very least, they should be normal people with decent values. Scum like Augustine, he would eliminate as many as he could. After dealing with Augustine, Troy had no choice but to find Eris's vault location himself, since most of the men Augustine brought along had been killed by the White Blade Knights. Fortunately, the vault wasn't hard to locate as this place favored the construction of basements, and Eris was no exception. The basement vault had already been opened beforehand. Augustine, the scum, didn't seem to dare touch anything inside. Troy walked in for a look. It was at least twice as big as Clifford's. There were 5 chests of gold coins alone. Living up to working for Chad, it was indeed generous. One day, he might check out Chad's family vault and see just how grand it is. In the underground vault, there was a separate compartment with tables, chairs, and bookshelves. Eris's secret accounts were also kept there. Troy couldn't understand these things, so he instructed, Dane, Churchill, you two go through the ledgers. Holding the cat-eared maid, Troy opened a chest of jewels. Carly, see if you like anything. Help yourself. Gale, the weekly salary you give Carly is already very high. Carly is very satisfied. Carly was tempted but dared not move. Troy had left a profound impression on her, one of cruelty and unpredictability. She now felt every day like a year, walking on thin ice, always afraid she'd be killed by Troy for the slightest mistake. Troy knew Carly was scared of him, but he didn't force the issue. If she wanted it, she wanted it. If not, then not. What's this? Troy saw something familiar hanging on the wall, walked over to take it down, and examined it. It resembled a handgun but had a thicker and longer barrel, similar to a flintlock pistol but without an ignition mechanism. Instead, there were runes glowing purple on its body. At the rear end of the gun was a small hollow, about finger-sized, stuffed with a polished magic crystal. This thing only had a grip and barrel. How did it fire? Holding this strange handgun, Troy found Dane. How do you activate this? Dane was still looking at the ledgers, casting a glance at Troy's hand. Magic hand cannon, a close combat weapon specifically designed for mages, requiring mana to activate. Mana? Would shadow power count? As Troy asked, he lifted the hand cannon, aiming at the wall while injecting shadow power into it. The runes on the hand cannon glowed, followed by a beam of purple energy shooting from the muzzle, creating a fair-sized hole when it struck the wall. Its power was impressive, though the sound was somewhat dull and lacked crispness, indicating room for improvement. This is pretty good. Churchill, where can I buy these magic crystals? Troy's magic hand cannon was quite rudimentary. It could only shoot once before needing time to recharge. It was unknown how long a magic crystal would last, and there was no energy gauge. Churchill hurriedly put down the ledger and stood up to reply. Gale, these crystals can be refined in your alchemy room. It roughly costs about 1 silver coin per unit. No wonder it couldn't be widely promoted. One shot costs $1,000, recharging is slow, and it isn't as effective as fireball spells. Only nobles and high-level mages could afford it. Troy thought that once he reached the frontier domain, he should find an opportunity to unlock the flintlock pistol. If dwarven craftsmen could keep up with his ideas, perhaps even repeating firearms could be made. Among Eris's collection of weapons, only this magic hand cannon piqued his interest. The rest of those swords and shields, he would absorb them all back at the manor. How's the ledger review going? Troy lost interest quickly after searching through the treasures and ran to the compartment to ask about the progress. He only wanted to know how much more he could scrape off Eris. Churchill knew Troy wasn't patient. He had only skimmed through everything. Hearing Troy asking again, he responded, Gale, these ledgers mainly record. Not important. Tell me how much money. Troy interrupted. Churchill changed his tone. There are 15,000 golds in the Purple Thorn Chamber of Commerce, 8,000 in Kalia Bank. But what? These golds are investments from Earl Chad and Southern nobles into some underground industries. There are several agreements here. Churchill picked up the agreements to pass them to Troy. Troy waved his hand to refuse. These weren't signed with me. Just transfer all the golds into my magic crystal card later. Dane couldn't help but say, this money involves at least 5 earls and dozens of nobles of various ranks. It may not be easy to obtain. Troy laughed. Can meat in my mouth fly away? Dane, seeing his confidence, didn't say anything more. Troy thought for a moment and asked, what kind of business is so profitable? These gold coins added up to nearly 3 small goals. Were the gangster businesses here really that promising? Churchill glanced at Troy's side where Carly stood. Can I say? Carly instantly realized something and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Sir, I can leave. I won't hear anything. Get up. At worst, I'll just kill you. There's nothing to worry about. Just keep your mouth shut. Troy gently consoled the cat-eared maid and then looked at Churchill again. Tell me, don't beat around the bush. These industries mainly get their funding from a privateering band supported by nobles, primarily active in the Eastern Domain. They also smuggle rune steel, alchemical materials, mana crystals, and contraband salt and spices. Churchill briefly explained and added, this privateering band has even kidnapped many nobles from the Eastern Domain for ransom. Dane sighed and Buchung Dak. This privateering band is actually the notorious black disaster that the Empire has been hunting for years. No wonder they always managed to escape before the Judgment Knights or the Red Lion Knights from the Eastern Domain could surround them. Churchill continued, apart from what's recorded in the ledger, there are likely some unrecorded dealings as well. So this pile of gold coins is quite hot to handle. Troy didn't care. It's not like it involves treason. What's there to fear? It does involve that, Dane coughed. The original identity of the Black Disaster was a rebel army. 10 years ago, they were supposed to be wiped out by Earl Duke of the Eastern Domain, but it seems, they have been secretly revived. This was indeed a serious issue, but this mess clearly stemmed from Chad, with no direct connection to Troy. If Chad had any sense, he would either send someone to kill Troy to cover his tracks or come over to negotiate, offering some benefits or directly threatening him to hand over the ledgers. This, truly fitting my brother's reputation, each one an unparalleled talent. Troy sighed in admiration, then added, pack everything up and move it back to the manor. Then transfer all the gold coins over. I'm the type who values money over life. Chapter 16. Making money, and more money. Another visitor arrived at Earl Chad's mansion. Since Tanner's release from the private prison, an increasing number of guests have been visiting. Almost every guest who entered looked anxious, as if their hair was on fire. Viscount Austin had completely lost his gentlemanly manners. He didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open and shouted loudly, damn you, Chad. You haven't prepared anything, and your younger brother has already transported everything from the new city back to his manor. Chad's face darkened, not because of Tanner's matter but due to Austin's lack of trust. He turned around, holding a long-haired white cat in his arms and brushing its fur with a small jade comb. He raised his face slightly and asked calmly, how much gold did you invest? 1,500 gold pieces. Exactly 1,500 gold pieces. Austin replied angrily. Chad lifted his left hand and pointed toward the door. I'll have someone deliver the gold to your manor shortly. If there's nothing else, please leave. Austin froze for a moment, then became furious and embarrassed. Damn it. What do you mean? This is not just about the gold. He took the ledger. If this gets exposed, we'll all be in trouble. Chad casually tossed the cat on the ground and stood up, approaching Austin step by step before slowly choking him by the neck. I've said many times, I don't like people who don't trust me. You want wealth but are afraid of risks. That's fine. Austin's face turned red from the inability to breathe. He struggled but couldn't muster any strength, staring wide-eyed with fear and pleading. But your distrust, my friend, makes me very unhappy. Austin's eyes started rolling back. He was suffocating. Only then did Chad loosen his grip. Austin lay on the floor gasping for breath, drool hanging from his mouth. You should be thankful. I rarely kill nobles. Go back. You're no longer part of this game. Chad finished speaking, kicked Austin out of the study, and instructed the servants outside. Escort Viscount Austin back and return his 1,500 gold pieces. Tanner escorted 3 large carts loaded with loot from the new city to the Duke of Thornrose's residence. For nearly 3 hours, no one attempted to stop them. Jersey, who had been on high alert, only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the gates of Thornrose Mansion. He couldn't figure out why, given how many nobles were involved, no one came forward to demand the ledger back. Based on young Master Chad's style, he would never let Tanner off so easily. This was too abnormal. Tanner also felt regretful. He thought he could play tricks on them, but found that they all acted like cowardly turtles. Back at the manor, after sorting out the loot, Tanner called Afu and Jersey into his room to prepare for tonight's meeting. Just like last night, I'll speak, and you two will write. Tanner distributed paper and pens to both of them. Afu looked confused. He hadn't even met Mr. Hagen yet, and was already being put to work. Afu, you will draft the plan for industrial upgrades. Jersey, you handle the plan for the Thornrose Club. Although Afu didn't understand the specialized terms Tanner used, he didn't ask questions but prepared to start writing. Jersey didn't understand either but reminded him. You're planning to establish criminal enterprises under the Thornrose name? The Great Duke won't be pleased. Who said I want to develop criminal enterprises? Tanner tapped his head. What era do we live in now? We need to think. Last year, the capital established the Magic Energy Industry Committee. The world is about to undergo unprecedented changes. What we need to do is not just follow the times, but lead the trend, staying at the forefront of the world. Jersey's gaze remained conservative, lacking foresight. He still clung to his nightly code, but he was adaptable enough to embrace new things. Tanner was willing to enlighten him a little. After 2 hours, as dusk fell, they finally finished the initial drafts of the 2 plans. In addition to the plans, Tanner had Aaliyah take 2 clothing design sketches and 2 blade knights to a tailor for expedited tailoring of 2 outfits. Once everything was ready, Tanner led the group to the Bloodthirst Tavern. When Tanner arrived at the Bloodthirst Tavern, Albin had already had the main hall downstairs thoroughly cleaned. The moldy furniture was replaced with brand new tables and chairs arranged neatly in 3 rows. The stage where the dancers used to perform was covered with leather carpeting, and a carved desk had been brought in, obviously prepared for Tanner. The leaders of the Blood Gang and Black Shark Gang were seated below, their expressions tense. They had heard about Augustine being hung on a lamppost, his body battered beyond recognition. Most of them worried that Tanner might turn against them. Tanner came to the desk on the high platform under everyone's nervous gaze, took his seat, and found it uncomfortably covered in tiger fur. Jersey and Afu stood on either side. Albin felt a bit jealous of Afu and edged closer, shoving him to the side. After all, he was the first one to join Tanner. Why should Afu stand on Tanner's left? Ignoring the minor drama beside him, Tanner placed the 2 plans on the desk, glanced at the gang leaders below, and loudly said, "Today's meeting won't be lengthy. The first item is the reorganization of the two gangs into one company called Blackwater Company. What a company is, I'll have someone organize a training session for you later. The reactions among the gang leaders varied, but most looked confused. Tanner added, "Don't be confused. Let me clarify. I'm here today for 3 things. First, making money. Second, helping you make money. Third, taking money from the nobles." Now everyone understood, and with Albin leading the way, the tavern erupted in applause. Pressing his palm down, Tanner gestured for quiet. The second item, starting tomorrow, we will re-register all gang members and provide them with uniform clothing. Aaliyah led 2 blade knights up to the stage, standing one on each side. They were tall and muscular, radiating an aura forged from years of knight training. Perfect models indeed. The knight on the left wore attire inspired by the Peaky Blinders style, a black overcoat, suit, leather shoes, newsboy cap, and leather gloves. The knight on the right wore a slim-fit business black suit with a variant of a nobleman's vest inside, swapping out the lace cravat for a sharp tie. A pocket watch poked out of his chest pocket, and he wore white gloves. Everyone present, including Jersey, couldn't take their eyes off the knight's outfits. They looked incredibly gentlemanly and sharp, more noble than the nobles themselves. Tanner introduced. The outfit on the left will be the everyday wear for regular gang members. The one on the right is the formal attire for the leaders. Albin, I'll give you the designs later. Go find some clothing factories to negotiate prices, or take them over if necessary. Albin, also envious of the knight's clothes, accepted the task eagerly, wishing he could get a set made immediately. Chapter 17, The Gangsters Resume. Running a meeting is also an art. You must first pique their interest before they will listen to your plan seriously. At the outset, Kevin dropped a bombshell. In this world, everyone was vying desperately to become nobles. To rise in rank, they would resort to any means necessary. Now, with 2 outfits more gentlemanly than those of the nobles laid out before them, it sent ripples through the room. Everyone started to dream about the future. Kevin had anticipated their reactions. Today, his attire had already garnered much attention, but most people assumed that as someone of the Caden lineage, dressing this way was normal and did not consider its significance deeply. Now, the opportunity was placed right before them. Admittedly, the 2 white blade knights, who were models, added significant points. After all, these 2 young men were indeed very handsome. The third matter concerns our Blackwater Company's future, how we make money, what we use to make money, and how we can get the nobles' money. Kevin threw out the third matter along with several questions, prompting the executives to ponder. After a pause, Kevin picked up the first proposal on his desk. Industry upgrading is currently the biggest reform our company faces. What are the outer city gangs doing now? Collecting protection fees, smuggling, slave trading, all high-risk, low-profit industries that don't earn much money and aren't sustainable. As he spoke, Kevin handed over the proposal to Churchill. You explain the industry upgrade plan simply to everyone. Keep it concise. Churchill nodded, took the proposal with both hands, and began loudly explaining. More than half of the executives present were familiar with him, so he wasn't too nervous. Flipping open the document, he started. Industry upgrading means improving and innovating the sectors we previously engaged in, enhancing efficiency and quality. Mr. Kevin will arrange training sessions for specific details. Now, I'll briefly outline which industries need upgrading and into what. First, the protection fee collection industry will be upgraded into a property management company. Our Blackwater Company will establish a subsidiary specifically responsible for property management. Second, the gambling industry will undergo expansion reforms. It involves many aspects and requires further training. Third, the brothel industry needs comprehensive improvement and training. Fourth, the smuggling and transportation industries will establish a new subsidiary tentatively named Caden Public Transport Company. Fifth, the proposal was lengthy. Kevin had initially listed more than 10 industries for transformation, which could not possibly be completed in a mere month. Hence, he drafted a second proposal, the Caden Entertainment Club. After Churchill summarized the first proposal, the executives were thoroughly confused, not fully understanding, but sensing potential. Kevin motioned for Churchill to step back and picked up the second proposal. I'm sure you didn't understand much just now, but that's okay. I'll teach you gradually over the next month. As long as you're willing to advance, the company won't let you down. The fourth matter combines the industry upgrades mentioned in the third item to set an exemplary model for you. If you don't know, watch and learn. Blackwater Company doesn't keep slackers or freeloaders. Let's cut to the chase. Now I will talk about the fourth item, the implementation plan for the Caden Entertainment Club. This club will adopt a membership system, serving exclusively the nobility and the so-called upper class. This club will integrate various industries like brothels, gambling, dining, and modern sports and entertainment into a multi-integrated platform. Don't worry if you don't understand. You only need to know that this will be the initial economic pillar of our Blackwater Company. Kevin summarized the proposal without elaborating further. The projects involved were too complex and extensive to explain all at once. I will personally oversee this project and initially invest 2,000 gold coins. Facing the astonished expressions of the executives, Kevin announced that the club would adopt a shareholding system, with him holding 51%, while the remaining shares would be open for public purchase. He then briefly explained the shareholding system to the executives. Now, the chance to get rich is before you. After tonight, I will seek investments from the nobles. Don't blame me if you miss this opportunity. After speaking, Kevin began observing the crowd below. Carson jumped up first. Gail Kevin, I invest 200 gold. Without waiting for Kevin's instruction, Churchill immediately took out paper and pen to record. With Carson taking the lead, other executives followed suit with investment pledges. Gale, I believe in you. I invest 100 gold. I invest 50 gold. I invest 150 gold. Kevin then instructed Yash, take note of who doesn't invest. Those who don't trust me will be hung on the streetlights after the meeting. His voice was not loud, but just enough for everyone to hear. Facing the threat of life and death, all the executives made investment pledges. Currently, a total of 2,550 gold coins were pledged. No one wanted to be hanged on the lamppost. You are all very proactive and ambitious. I am very satisfied. Enrique stood up and said, now let's start arranging tomorrow's tasks. The first task is that tomorrow, everyone in the Blackwater Company will be re-registered, and each person, including you executives, must write a resume and submit it to Carson. This will determine your positions in the Blackwater Company. Executives' resumes should be submitted to me by tomorrow evening. For the rest of the staff, you have 2 days to gather them. As for what a resume is, I will teach you how to write a template later. The second task is to mobilize everyone to count how many shops, factories, and houses there are in the trade district. Discuss among yourselves how to allocate the tasks, and the data should be handed over to Churchill no later than the day after tomorrow. The third task is to gather those in the gang who can write or have received some education and send them to my estate. Regardless of gender, as long as they can read and write, I will give them a chance for a new beginning. The fourth task is simple. Notify all the leaders of the outer city gangs to come here for a meeting tomorrow evening. Enrique's time was tight. He had only 1 month to accumulate the initial capital. After the meeting ended, Enrique began using Carson as a model and had him write a resume. Carson Baker, from the Inner River Dock of Caden Outer City, former steward of the Black Shark Gang, second in command of the gang. Occupation, warrior, silver adventurer of the Adventurers Guild, mainly engaged in smuggling, slave trading, dock management, stewardship, tavern management, etc. Professional certificates, intermediate warrior certification from the Warriors Association, silver adventurer certification from the Adventurers Guild, semi-finalist of the 7th Annual Southern Outskirts Tavern Alashake. Self-evaluation. With years of experience in gang activities, I have an in-depth understanding and high sensitivity towards gang-related industries, familiar with the development process of gang-related businesses, and possess strong planning skills, product demand analysis, and independent interaction design capabilities. Enrique loudly announced while holding Carson's newly minted resume. Everyone pass this around and study it well. As executives, you must maintain a positive attitude towards advancement. Chapter 18. Let's bless Andy. Andy was very busy. Due to the lack of talent, many things required his personal involvement. The literacy rate in this world was just a bit higher than that of the Middle Ages. With the development of industry and the establishment of the Magic Energy Industry Committee, now the Kalia Empire was also desperately short of talent and had begun to increase the prix. This word seems out of context. Maybe popularization or spread is more suitable. Spread of literacy. The church and nobility-run parish schools, as well as noble schools, were still the main force. For ordinary citizens to learn, they still needed substantial costs for education. Those impoverished families could only send their children to the free schools run by the Adventurers Association or have them become apprentices to acquire knowledge. Currently, there were less than 50 free schools for the poor throughout the outer city, with students being children and teenagers. They were not yet the talents Andy needed at the moment. To carry out his plans, Andy required a large number of professionals, so he must find a group of helpers. For now, he wasn't considering the nobles. In their eyes, while not exactly being hunted down by everyone, he was still despised. Trying to hire talent from them wasn't practical. The Adventurers Association did have quite a few talents, but hiring them would cost money. He wanted the talent, but didn't want to pay for it. So, Archbishop Carver, I need a little help from you. Archbishop Carver, wearing his pajamas, sat in his living room with an unpleasant look on his face. You really have no aristocratic manners at all. I've never seen anyone ask for help like you do. This isn't begging. We are partners working together for mutual benefit, Andy said, correcting Carver's characterization as he puffed on a cigar. Things were different now. He didn't like putting himself at a lower status. Carver laughed. He hadn't expected Andy to speak to him so boldly. Ordinarily, only Duke Asher could talk with him on equal terms. Andy, confidence is a good thing, but you might be overconfident. Carver tapped his fingers on the table. Everything you've done these past 2 days is just small fry in the eyes of the upper class. They haven't made their move yet. Andy waved off the comment. Young people wouldn't be young without confidence. As for those idiotic nobles, those who listen will get some scraps, and those who don't can hang on lampposts. Do you really think the noble laws of the Kalia Empire are just for show? Carver shook his head indifferently. No one will bother you for killing any number of nobles' black gloves, but it's different for the nobles. I'll handle the noble issue myself. Now let's talk business. Talent. I need a lot of it. Teachers or students, retired old priests, and nuns from your church will work too if possible. Andy didn't want to discuss the noble matters with Carver. These discussions would lead nowhere. Without seeing tangible benefits, Carver wouldn't help with noble issues. The church does indeed reserve many talents, but they are. Don't stall with me, Archbishop Carver. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not asking for an investment. I'm not expecting you to foot all the bills either. If you start quibbling over every little detail, I can go straight to Chad. Andy interrupted Carver, standing up, looking ready to leave. I bet Chad would be interested in making money. No one becomes the enemy of gold coins, even if he and I seem like oil and water. You can borrow the people. The Archbishop hurriedly stopped Andy, adding, I'm not haggling. The church cannot assist you for long. You need to prepare an agreement. 3 years, 1 year, 2 years, then rotation. The Archbishop stood up, extending his hand. So we have a deal? Also, I heard the Holy Church has an abandoned knight training ground in the outer city. I really like that place. Carver withdrew his hand. Out. Andy pulled out the plan for the Asher Club from his pocket and handed it over. Don't you want to know what I plan to use that place for? Carver frowned, taking the plan and skimming through it quickly before frowning deeper. Are you crazy? You want to turn such a sacred training ground into a brothel? It seems your vision only reaches below the waist, Carver. Please take another look before speaking, all right? Andy gritted his teeth. This old man. If he could find someone else, he definitely wouldn't seek him out. Carver re-examined the plan again. After about half an hour, he asked Andy again, "You're sure you won't turn that place into the largest brothel in the South? If you really want to set one up, I wouldn't mind designing it for you personally. Maybe next time." Archbishop Carver mumbled under his breath. Having temporarily resolved the talent crisis and chosen the club location, Andy finally returned home to enjoy a good night's sleep with his soft, cat-eared maid. While Andy was able to sleep soundly, the study of Earl Chad still had its lights on. On Chad's desk lay a copy of today's meeting agenda from Andy. His butler also stood beside him, hands behind his back, slightly hunched over as he surveyed it. A very bold and innovative plan. Ari, what do you think? Ari smiled and said, "Not only is it well-rounded, but it's also quite forward-thinking. It doesn't seem like something young Master Andy could come up with." Chad held the agenda, lost in deep thought for quite some time before snapping out of it, and saying, he couldn't practice breathing techniques back then, had no elemental affinity, and even the holy light abandoned him. It seems he didn't choose to give up. He accumulated many ideas in his head, but because he lacked self-protection skills, he never dared to reveal them. Not until Clifford pushed him into a corner did he stop hiding himself, revealing his true capabilities. Chad put down the agenda and muttered to himself, the potential of a person is really unpredictable. Ari listened quietly, waiting for Chad's orders. Based on his understanding, Chad would definitely take action against Andy. He wouldn't sit idly by and let Andy grow too powerful, just like with young Master Clifford back then. You go down to the Rhine Daily later and have them change the front page of tomorrow's morning edition. Chad placed the agenda aside and quickly wrote something on a piece of paper. Let's bless Andy and wish him smooth sailing on his expedition 1 month from now. Seeing the content on the paper, Ari couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This move by Earl Chad truly hit Andy right where it hurt. Andy would be giving up Duke Asher inheritance rights and heading to the southernmost and poorest Blackstone town to pioneer new territory. So everything he did in the capital city would be rootless and pointless without any foundation or belonging. Even if he spent a great deal of money and effort on these projects, after 1 month, he wouldn't be able to take anything with him. Chad enjoyed Andy's plans very much. If Andy could lower himself and beg him for help, Chad wouldn't mind taking over these projects and sharing some funds with Andy, making his pioneering journey less arduous. Take this to the Rhine Daily. I want to see tomorrow's newspaper on my nightstand. Ari accepted the paper with both hands from Chad. I shall fulfill your wishes. May you have sweet dreams under the starry sky. Chapter 19. The Pioneer Gale Bill. Troy got up very early. The cat-eared maid was still fast asleep. Troy raised his hand and smacked the bulging quilt. His master was awake. How could you, at your age and with your identity, still be sleeping? Octavia jumped in fright, instinctively curling up in the corner before slowly opening her eyes. Why, young master? Troy ignored her, got up by himself, washed up, and then went downstairs. In the living room, the servants saw Troy and hurriedly bowed to ask what he wanted for breakfast today. Troy was a carnivore and considered himself not picky about food, but this place was truly a desert of cuisine, especially the diet of the nobles, filled with endless dairy products, sweets, and bread, while there was no progress on meat dishes at all. This made Troy rely solely on steaks for sustenance every day, which was rather pitiful. Steak, bread, and a glass of wine with ice. After ordering, Troy walked into the yard and found Dane practicing swordsmanship by the flower beds. Troy approached and asked, Dane, what combat technique was that when Clifford condensed white light in his hand and swiped it over the sword? Blade attachment. Dane extended his left hand, condensing energy in his palm, and explained, this combat technique mainly involves using breathing techniques to channel internal energies into the palm. He lifted his weapon and held it horizontally in front of him, continuing to explain, place your palm on the sword blade, feel its presence, and gradually release the energy, letting the white blade aura wrap around the sword. Troy didn't understand it fully, but he got the gist of it and mastered it. Got it, I've learned it. Dane was stunned. What? Troy snatched Dane's weapon, gathered white light in his left hand, swiped it along the sword blade, and then returned the sword glowing with white light to Dane. Thanks, goodbye. Dane watched as Troy walked away, looked down at the weapon in his hand, and muttered to himself, how is this possible? It took me a week back then. Why can he learn so quickly? Is he the reincarnation of the first White Blade Knight? Troy returned to the living room and saw Churchill coming over. After returning last night, he immediately reported to Hagen and didn't come back to the manor all night. Were you trained all night by Hagen? Churchill seemed energetic, not like someone who had been up all night. He straightened up and imitated Hagen's mannerism, placing his hands behind his back. Yes, young master. I need to undergo 2 hours of training daily because Mr. Hagen is really strict. Troy sat down and waved his hand. Sit down, you manage your own time. What's the plan for today? Since hiring this butler, Troy began handing over all tasks he needed to do to the butler, having him schedule his time so that he wouldn't forget or get too busy. Churchill took out a small notebook from his pocket, similar to the one Hagen often carried, glanced at it, and said to Troy, young master, after breakfast, you need to learn the White Blade Knight combat technique from Mr. Dane. Already did that. Next item. You need to go to the governing hall to register some of your industries and discuss matters concerning Blackwater Company and Purple Thorn Club, as these two projects are new types of industries and may require approval from the Parliament. The Parliament in South Territory is divided into two levels. One is the Great Parliament, established a year ago according to the laws of the Kalia Empire, where the main members are titled nobles and church officials, controlling the major direction of South Territory's development. The other is the City Parliament, also known as the Little Parliament by the people, which is the reserved area for descendants of the nobility. Those who do not inherit titles are often stuffed into the parliament, creating a new class, parliamentary nobility. As times progressed, each country embarked on significant reforms. The city parliament began accepting citizen representatives, merchant representatives, and craftsman representatives as parliamentarians, with these three types of parliamentarians occupying 1/3 of the seats. All three major projects under Troy fall within the jurisdiction of the city parliament. Churchill was confident in Troy's projects. They would increase tax revenue and promote urban development, but he lacked confidence in Troy himself. Troy had offended too many nobles in just a few days, especially regarding the Blood Gang incident. The black ledger he obtained involved almost all of the noble families in the parliamentary hierarchy. His previous crackdown on the gang was done outside the rules, a backstage struggle. Now, to pass through parliament, they must abide by the rules set by the nobles. Don't worry about the parliament issue. Someone will handle it. Troy wasn't worried about the parliament matter. From the start, he had allied with Archbishop Carver. As both the Grand Justice and Deputy Speaker of the Great Parliament, the Archbishop held decisive influence over such matters. After breakfast, Churchill packed all the necessary documents for the day into a leather handbag, one of the butler's sets issued by Hagen. It was practical and convenient. In the morning, Troy first went to the governing hall to transfer all the Blackwater Company's assets under his name. The officials at the governing hall didn't dare to make things difficult for Troy. Everything was going smoothly until Viscount Austin arrived. Mr. Troy, according to the Kalia Empire's noble law and pioneer Gale Bill, these assets of yours cannot be registered under your name. Viscount Austin represented the Great Parliament, possessing a seat in it and being an upper-level member. His appearance made everyone in the governing hall hesitate to help Troy register. Troy raised an eyebrow, impatiently tapping on the table. Viscount Austin, when did I become a pioneer, Gale? How do I not know about this? Viscount Austin feigned surprise and pulled out a newspaper from his pocket. Oh my gods, are those accursed newspaper reporters spreading false rumors again? He placed the newspaper in front of Troy. The headline read, "Let us wish Mr. Troy success in clearing the thorny path ahead in pioneering." The article introduced that Troy would head to the harsh South Territory in a month to pioneer the uncivilized dark forest mountains and emphasized that Troy would voluntarily give up his right to inherit the title of Purple Thorn. Churchill stood behind Troy, his face turning pale upon seeing the newspaper. The nobles had indeed struck, aiming directly at Troy's vulnerability. Even Dane, who understood little about politics, could see the blow this newspaper would deal to Troy. A mere wave of public opinion, even if false, could plunge Troy into a quagmire. What was most fatal was that it was true. Troy knew very well that only the Duke and his 3 elder brothers were aware of his decision to give up his inheritance rights and go to pioneer in the South Territory. Clifford was still lying in the church's care facility, his injuries not severe, but he was deeply offended. Clifford had been forced to hide at the White Blade Knight's base, too scared to face Chad anytime soon. Currently, in the entire capital, he had only one major enemy left. His eldest brother, Chad Purplethorn. Chapter 20, Expansion and Growth. Viscount Austin detested Chad's confidence and arrogance, but he had absolute faith in Chad's capabilities. Just one front-page newspaper article exposed Andy for who he truly was. This made Viscount Austin somewhat regretful about retrieving his 1,500 gold coins. He needed to find an opportunity to hold a banquet, invite Chad over to sincerely apologize, perhaps even get a favor out of him. Andy lit up a cigar. He genuinely didn't know that pioneering nobles were not allowed to register properties. Who was the fool who established this law? Wasn't it purely discouraging the enthusiasm of the nobility in developing new territories? Laws can be enacted, and they can also be repealed. The Southern Territory was not the capital, but an autonomous dominion. Were it not for the 4 Borderlands Pact restraining Kalia, the Asher would have become a duchy long ago. In essence, the Kalia Empire was a federation composed of 5 grand duchies. In recent years, the capital's oversight power over the Borderlands had gradually weakened, and the laws of the Kalia Empire only served as a reference for the Southern Territory. Why are you staring at me, lady? Register what needs to be registered, and don't waste my time. Andy tapped on the desk, signaling the female administrator responsible for registration to proceed promptly. Viscount Austin shook his head with a smile. Karina, go ahead and register it for him. After all, the assets will be transferred in a month anyway. Of course, Mr. Andy, if you want to sell these assets, I wouldn't mind purchasing them. People like you couldn't get hot sh*t if your life depended on it. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Andy showed no respect to Viscount Austin, loudly berating him. Believing that Andy would eventually bow to the Parliament, Viscount Austin did not get angry and left the administrative hall with a laugh. After registering all the properties Andy had seized, Administrator Karina cautiously reminded him, Mr. Andy, many of these properties under your name have yet to pay taxes. When do you plan to settle those payments? Andy widened his eyes. People still owe me money? Karina didn't understand Andy's meaning. Mr. Andy, I don't understand what you mean. When I acquired these properties, no one told me they hadn't paid their taxes. Andy leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, his expression grim. Your tax officials haven't been doing their job. Now the trouble has landed on my head. Who is in charge of the tax department? It's Emerson, sir. Karina, from a lesser branch of a noble family, already felt fortunate to work in the administrative hall. She dared not handle the issue of unpaid taxes herself and wasn't qualified to do so. Andy took a puff from his cigar, smoke obscuring his expression. Who is in charge of the trade district tax collection? Isaac Carl. Andy turned to his butler Churchill. Write down these names. Invite them for tea during tonight's meeting. Churchill noted it down while pondering how to arrange for a tax officer to be brought over. Very good. Now I want to establish a new guild, specifically called a company. The details have been discussed with Judge Carver. Please organize these documents and submit them to the Grand Parliament. Yes, sir. Although Andy had reached a verbal agreement with Carver, formal procedures still needed to be followed. His patience was limited. If there were no results by tomorrow, he'd visit Carver at the church. He had promised a portion of the Blackwater Company shares to the church and Carver's personal stake, and he needed to ensure this matter progressed smoothly. After leaving the administrative hall, Andy instructed Churchill in the carriage. 3 tasks. First, invite the chief editor of Rhine Daily to the Bloodthirst Tavern. Second, find a compliant lawyer to see me. Third, spread some rumors. After noting everything down, Churchill asked, what kind of rumors should we spread? Rumors about my upcoming territory development in Dark Forest Mountain next month. I want a mix of positive and negative ones. I'll write the specifics later. For now, check on things at the Bloodthirst Tavern. Yes, young master. I'll take care of it. Currently, the Bloodthirst Tavern was not quite suitable as Andy's commercial headquarters. He planned to find a more business-oriented office building. The Rhine Daily building was a good option, centrally located in the outer city near Thorn Square, which Andy liked very much. The carriage entered the East District, where it was unusually busy today. Members of 2 gangs had gathered to register, and the registrars were already wearing the uniforms designed by Andy, though not fully rolled out due to time constraints. Registration was a minor issue. Writing resumes was what caused them headaches. As gang members, if they were all literate, they wouldn't be in a gang. Most of them could barely write their names and only knew how to fight. Out of respect for the impeccably tailored suits, they scurried around looking for anyone who could help them complete their resumes as soon as possible. When they arrived at the tavern, many cadres had gathered. Originally, each of them had been assigned tasks by Andy last night, which should have kept them busy, but now they all congregated at the tavern, united by one thing: today's Rhine Daily. Andy dismounted from the carriage and saw the somber atmosphere inside the tavern. It displeased him greatly. He kicked over the nearest table. What? Are you all idle? Have you all finished what I told you to do? The cadres looked uncertain. They wanted to question Andy, but thinking of his brutal nature, none dared to speak up. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward Albin behind the bar. Albin, feeling like he was being roasted under everyone's eyes, finally had to speak when Andy also looked at him. Young master, I've done as you instructed. This morning, I personally led a team to take over 2 clothing factories. Literate gang members. Stop. Not gang members, it's company. Andy corrected Albin firmly. Traditional gangs lead only to ruin. I've said before, I will lead you to grow big and strong, and that means becoming legitimate. Young master, you're going to Dark Forest Mountain next month to develop territory. How can you lead us to grow bigger and stronger then? One cadre in the tavern could no longer contain himself and stood up to ask. Andy glanced over. The cadre speaking was a half-orc with a tiger's head and human body, already wearing a well-fitted black suit, looking quite impressive. What's your name? Faced with Andy's calm inquiry, the lizardman cadre grew even more nervous, stepping back half a step and responding softly. Young master, my name is Faxon. Everyone calls me Black Knife Faxon. Daring to challenge me shows you don't trust me. I despise those who don't trust me, but still want to follow me for a living. Andy drew the magic energy pistol from his coat and pointed it at Faxon. Tell me, how should I handle you? Faxon's fine fur trembled uncontrollably. Young master, I didn't mean to distrust you. I was just worried. Bang. Andy infused shadow power into the pistol and fired a shot. A purple energy bullet struck Faxon's shoulder, exploding in a cloud of blood. Faxon screamed and fell to the ground. I don't like your attitude. A small punishment, do you mind? Faxon clutched his shredded arm, enduring the pain, and replied. No, it's my fault. Your punishment is justified. Chapter 21. You must be well-versed in law, right? Troy knew about the panic and unease among the cadres. Chad's public opinion attack not only aimed to cause panic among Troy's subordinates, but also likely sought to compel him to submit to the rules set by the nobles and bow his head to them. If Troy couldn't counter this move, most of his enterprises and all his efforts over the past month would probably be forfeited. Although Troy had yet to devise a perfect strategy, he could not reveal even a hint of it before these cadres. They were gang cadres, illegal individuals who lived on the edge. If Troy showed any sign of weakness, he would be devoured by his own subordinates before Chad made a move. Troy put away the magic energy pistol, picked up a newspaper from the bar, turned around, and loudly addressed the group of cadres in the tavern. I know everyone is very curious if the front page news is true and worried about whether I will leave here after a month. Here, I can clearly tell everyone that I will indeed leave, next month at the beginning of the month. Troy's words immediately caused an uproar among the cadres. They became more panicked. They knew Troy had offended many nobles, but as long as he didn't renounce his right of inheritance, those so-called nobles were nothing. Troy was still a powerful ally worth clinging to. But now things were different. By acknowledging what Rhine Daily reported, he was going to give up the inheritance rights of the prestigious Purple Asher Duke title and become the lowest-ranking pioneer knight for territorial development. At that time, no one would care what he did or if he had any value at all, at least until he made some achievements in his supposedly undeveloped territory. Bang! Troy took out the magic energy pistol again and fired at the ceiling of the tavern. The mana crystal inside the butt was completely drained, out of energy. Why are you panicking? I am leaving this place, not dying. The cadres remained silent, unable to help but complain inwardly. It wasn't death, but it might as well have been. I originally intended to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to distrust me so much. Troy shook his head, looking quite disappointed. The Blackwater Company matter wasn't independently planned by me. Mr. Carver, the Archbishop of the Holy Church, is the true mastermind behind it. Upon hearing this, the cadre's expressions instantly changed. With the involvement of the church, the nature of the situation had taken on a completely different light. In a world where royal power came from divine authority, and deities genuinely existed, the church's influence surpassed everything else. They never imagined that Troy had managed to pull in the Archbishop of the Southern Territory, whose support rivaled that of the Purple Asher Duke. Hope returned. Troy continued, whether I leave or stay, the Blackwater Company will continue to operate, and several projects under my control are very important to the Archbishop. He plans to turn Purple Asher Ring City into a model ecclesiastical district, with representatives from various countries and senior church officials visiting to learn from it. I've said I'll lead you onto the right path, and this is not empty talk. You will be the first batch of my appointed subordinates. I value loyalty, and as long as you do your jobs well, I won't treat you unfairly. Troy walked towards the cadres, scanning the room. Now, anyone who wants to quit can leave immediately, and I won't hold anything against you. The cadres wavered. Indeed, there were a few who wanted to leave. The waters were too deep, and they dared not get involved. However, Troy's brutal actions over the past few days had deeply impressed everyone. He was simply born to be a godfather of the mafia, and facing him, none of them felt confident. After waiting for a while, Troy was somewhat surprised that not a single person left, including Black Knife Faxon, whom he had shot. Do none of you want to leave? Then get back to work. The cadres immediately scattered. The atmosphere in the tavern was too oppressive, and they couldn't bear it anymore. It felt better to go back and lord over their subordinates. Albin, crouching behind the bar, also wanted to leave. He still had a lot of unfinished business. Troy turned around and called Albin over. Come and report on your tasks. Albin reluctantly emerged from behind the bar, standing nervously beside Troy to report. Young master, change it. Call me boss from now on and inform everyone about this. Troy wasn't too fond of that title. It always made him feel like he was still a child. Understood, boss. I've completed all the tasks you assigned. This morning. Frowning, Troy interjected. That sentence sounds familiar. I don't like pointless chatter. Tell me the results. Boss, you required a list of all literate members. I've already compiled it. Here's the list. Albin pulled out a booklet from his pocket and respectfully handed it over to Troy with both hands. Availing himself of the moment, Troy flipped straight to the last page to check the total number. With the two gangs merged, there were only 235 literate members. The education level here was so low that even a primary school graduate could be considered a high-caliber talent. Next time just tell me the number. Settle all of them in the old training grounds of the Church Knights in Beck District. I've already informed Carver. That area now belongs to us. Yes, boss. Albin no longer dared to linger in the tavern and started edging toward the door. But Troy hadn't dismissed him yet. He raised his hand to summon the butler Churchill. What's next on the agenda? Churchill pulled out his little notebook and scanned it briefly before saying, now you need to invite the editor-in-chief of the Rhine Daily over for tea, and also visit the Stonemasons Guild to discuss the renovation of the Purple Asher Club. Albin, bring the editor-in-chief of the Rhine Daily here and ask the Stonemasons Guild to send someone of sufficient importance to meet with me. Yes, boss, I'll do it right away. Relieved of his burden, Albin left the tavern. In the vast space of the tavern, there were suddenly only 3 people Troy had brought, along with the staff who hid in the kitchen, too scared to come out. Troy found a seat. He really didn't like the smell here. Changing his office location was now urgent. He would have to see if the editor-in-chief of the Rhine Daily knew how to behave after this. Before long, Tiger Christians, the editor-in-chief of the Rhine Daily, was brought over bound and gagged by men dispatched by Albin. After hearing that his biggest backer was Archbishop Carver, Albin's actions became even more audacious. He directly sent people to the Rhine Daily building to tie up the man. They barged in and shouted, Blackwater Company business, everyone else get lost. This bravado drew the attention of many journalists, providing material for tomorrow's front page. Let me go. I am a city council member, a member of the Calligraphy Association of Korea. My father is Viscount Christians, you. Tiger was still shouting until he saw Troy's grim face in the tavern and immediately shut up. He had expected Troy to retaliate, but he thought, backed by Earl Chad, Troy wouldn't dare to have him kidnapped no matter how bold he was. He never expected Troy to be brazen enough to kidnap him outright. Mr. Tiger, as a city council member, you must be well versed in law, right? Chapter 22. I know a little bit of everything. Tiger was a typical second-generation noble from the Kalia Empire. He had no right to inherit a title, but became a noble legislator and mingled among the second-generation nobles. Even among the second-generation nobles, there were class distinctions. Chad was clearly at the top echelon, while as a direct descendant of a duke, Andy remained at the highest tier even without current inheritance rights until he left the ducal mansion. Facing Andy, Tiger lacked confidence. He didn't even dare to invoke Chad's name directly. Andy's pressure on him was too intense, more so than when he faced Chad. You published information about me without my consent. At worst, this could be considered espionage against the Purple Thorn family's secrets. According to Kalia's noble law, Mr. Tiger, what punishment would you face? Andy was just bluffing, but his words seemed to stir Tiger's professional instincts, making him retort stiffly. According to the special regulations of the Kalia Writers Association, as a journalist, I have the right to freedom of speech and, Before Tiger could finish, Andy couldn't help but kick him in the face, his response provoking an immediate reaction. In his previous life in Hong Kong, Andy detested journalists the most. Andy took several deep breaths to calm himself down and then beckoned Churchill with a hand gesture. Untie him. Churchill freed Tiger from his bindings, and Tiger hesitantly stood up. Andy gestured for him to sit down and asked, "Do you want to file a complaint about me hitting you?" Tiger quickly shook his head. No need. No need. It's fine as long as you're happy. Do you want something to drink? No, not necessary. Andy slammed his foot heavily on the table. Are you refusing to show respect? Tiger hurriedly changed his answer. Yes, a glass of water, just a glass of water. You come to my tavern and only order a glass of water? Andy withdrew his foot and pulled out a magic energy pistol from his pocket, slamming it on the table. For some reason, you really get under my skin. Memories of dealing with Hong Kong journalists in his past life kept surfacing, making Andy increasingly irritable, almost tempted to shoot Tiger. Beer, a pint of ale, thank you. Tiger was thoroughly intimidated by Andy's unpredictable temperament, bowing his head and not daring to look at him. Andy lit a cigar to suppress his rising anger, looking down at Tiger through narrowed eyes. I don't care who ordered you to do this. Right now, I'm very angry. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate for this? A waiter cautiously brought over the ale and placed it in front of Tiger before quickly retreating. Tiger was thinking of a solution but couldn't come up with one immediately, so he confessed, Andy, this was wrong on my part. I shouldn't have involved myself in your affairs. Please let me go, please. Andy stood up abruptly, picked up the beer mug in front of Tiger, and smashed it against Tiger's head. The wooden cup shattered, spilling beer everywhere. Blood mixed with beer trickled down Tiger's face as he clutched his head and curled up on the ground, whimpering in pain. Andy wiped his hands and called out to the waiters, bring a sand glass. The waiter found one quickly from behind the bar and rushed it to Andy before retreating to watch. Andy held the sand glass in one hand and dragged Tiger up, slapping the sand glass on the table. If I don't hear a satisfactory answer by the time the sand runs out, you'll regret it. Tiger cried in terror. Andy released him and stood aside, saying coldly, crying? That counts as time too. What do you want? Please, just tell me and stop torturing me. Unable to bear it anymore, Tiger thought that whether he resisted or submitted, he might as well get it over with quickly. Your newspaper building is quite nice. I like it. Andy didn't waste any more words and got straight to the point. That's my life's work. Even if I die. Andy drew the knight's sword from Jersey's waist and pressed the tip against Tiger's shoulder, only an inch away from his neck. Tiger swallowed his words, forcing out a pained smile. We can negotiate. You know, I have no inheritance rights, and I only hold a nominal position in the city council. Ryan Daly is my only asset. Andy tapped Tiger's shoulder with the sword. I won't take your newspaper for free. I'll teach you how to run it properly. You'll teach me? Tiger looked incredulous. Andy returned the sword to Jersey and walked to the bar, grabbing today's Ryan Daly and tossing it in front of Tiger. Your newspaper sales must not be doing well, right? Tiger hung his head low. It's been okay today, but usually not so great. Andy sneered. Have you even seen what your reporters churn out every day? Court politics, Southern Province legislation. What rubbish is this? So, what should I be reporting? Andy didn't answer him, but asked instead, how many journalists do you have under you? Tiger thought for a moment and said, including me, 5. And with that, you run a newspaper? How have you lasted until now? Andy looked incredulous. As the holder of Public Opinion, one of the few newspapers in the Southern Province, it was unbelievable that it hadn't folded with only 5 journalists. Tiger kept his head down, not too keen on answering this question. Andy sighed and said, Blackwater Company currently has around 15,000 people scattered across the outer city, capable of obtaining first-hand news big or small at any time. Tiger lifted his head, eyes gleaming. I can help you with daily scoops, but your sections are too boring. They need a revamp. How do we change them? Andy spread out the newspaper on the table. To engrave the newspaper in everyone's hearts, it must relate to all aspects of their lives. Food, drink, pleasure, and gambling. These 4 sections are indispensable. Tiger blushed in protest. How can Ryan Daly report such lowbrow content? Can't you be more tactful? Andy tapped Tiger's head and continued. Start a gourmet column. Add a Southern Province beauty review column. This can be sponsored by brothels. Organize a competition. As for the drinks column, it's a no-brainer. Get sponsorship from the brewers. Hold the most popular drinks contest in the Southern Province. Invite some experts for reviews, or get a few famous nobles involved. Listening to Andy's rapid explanation, Tiger felt increasingly uneasy. Is this still a newspaper? You might as well donate that brain of yours. This is called creating demand where there is none. Your newspaper is just as bad as Albin's breakfast mess. Without making a name for itself, how can it increase sales? Tiger understood, and his mind started working faster. He felt as if he had struck gold. How do you know so much? Andy took a puff of his cigar and sighed. I just know a little bit of everything. That's all. Chapter 23, Adhemar. Troy didn't know much about the newspaper industry, but he had experienced the bombardment of modern information and was familiar with packaging design and a series of commercial tactics. To revive a dying newspaper, it needed an injection of new vitality and increased awareness. Creating demand was a skill every businessman had to master. Troy had worked in social organizations for many years and was always adept at creating demand. Tiger was an ambitious citizen of the New Era Empire who dreamt of making his reign daily renowned across not only the history of the Kalia Empire, but also the annals of the continent. Chad's assistance to Tiger mostly came in the form of material goods and power, which could not fulfill Tiger's spiritual needs. Once someone had their basic needs met, they would seek spiritual satisfaction. Now, Troy offered him this unprecedented fulfillment. Tiger's attitude underwent a tremendous shift. He even shamelessly considered pestering Troy to draw up a plan for him. Seeing Tiger's disgusting demeanor, Troy couldn't help but tighten his anus. He had heard that the nobles of this era were somewhat peculiar, and Troy became increasingly frightened. He kicked Tiger away. Go back and prepare an agreement. I won't ask for too much. We'll split the rind daily 70-30. Only 30% for you. Tiger looked up from the ground, astonished. Troy really wanted to shoot him. I'm taking 70%, now get lost immediately. Tiger got up on all fours and bolted out of the tavern. Send for Aaliyah to come over. I'm feeling quite irritated. Troy loosened his undershirt and let out a breath. Churchill responded and went out to find someone to deliver the message. He thought about how lately Troy's schedule was packed full. Even with his assistants, it was hard to keep up. It seemed that a butler assistant was needed to handle errands. As he stepped out the door, Churchill saw Albin walking towards him with a sturdy, bearded dwarf. Churchill glanced at the dwarf and his expression changed slightly. This dwarf's beard was copper-colored, indicating that he was a noble copper-beard dwarf from the Hill Kingdom. He guessed this noble dwarf must be from the Stonemasons Guild. Thinking of Troy's temper, Churchill hurried forward and whispered to Albin, "Send someone to invite Aaliyah from the Duke's residence. Our boss isn't in a good mood right now. I've brought the vice president of the Stonemasons Guild, Adhemar." Albin quietly handed over the task to Churchill. Churchill nodded. "Ali, shave it to me. You can go ahead." Albin nodded repeatedly. Hearing that Troy wasn't in a good mood, he didn't dare enter either. He only dared to bring the dwarf to the entrance of the tavern and introduced him. "Mr. Lurstone, this is Mr. Troy's steward, Churchill Houston. He will take you to meet Mr. Troy. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave." Ali shad the way. "Lurstone despises your nobility's stupid rituals," the dwarf shouted, puffing up his beard angrily. Churchill led the dwarf into the tavern where Troy was currently mixing drinks at the bar. He found the taste of the local beer too light and tried to see if he could make it stronger. If not, he would have to visit the brewery to figure out how to increase its strength. "Master, the vice president of the Stonemasons Guild, Adhemar, has arrived." Churchill guided Lurstone to sit at the bar and made the introduction. He planned to give Troy a quiet reminder about Lurstone's noble status. The nobility among demi-human races were quite different from human nobles. The difference was that demi-humans were particularly united. If one was injured, the entire clan would come to assist. Churchill was really worried about Troy's mental state. When Troy saw a dwarf sitting at the bar, with lush and silky beard obviously well tended, he was rather surprised. "Damn, how do you maintain such a fine beard? Rough yet tender, like adding ice cubes to strong liquor, too perfect." Lurstone had been holding in a grudge. He hadn't been treated so rudely in the capital for hundreds of years. Just as he was thinking of checking what kind of person Troy Jingji was to dare force him to meet, he was hit straight to the soul by Troy's compliment. Lurstone's anger instantly subsided. "He praised my beard as beautiful. He's a good person." Lurstone silently judged, unable to resist stroking his beard, looking up and snorting. "Of course, I maintain it daily using the best beard balm." Seeing Lurstone's sudden change, Churchill gaped at Troy in astonishment. His master actually knew how to praise people, and so accurately? "So where can I buy it?" Troy had another business idea in mind. This world was lacking in hair care and bathing products. If he could get his hands on the dwarf's beard balm recipe and develop a hair conditioner, wouldn't the noble women of Kalia go crazy over it? When Lurstone heard this human even wanted to inquire about his beard balm, he refused outright. "It's a dwarven secret recipe. You don't even have a beard. Why ask?" Troy put down the drink he had been mixing and pointed at his hair, looking distressed. "My hair is splitting at the ends. Mr. Lurstone, your beard balm can manage beards so well. Imagine how smooth it would feel if applied to hair, making it as soft as the wind." "That's a good thought, but the beard balm recipe is one of the most important things to dwarves. Don't even think about it." Lurstone's voice was loud, almost like scolding. Uninformed humans often argued with dwarves because of this, but Troy had read many works about dwarves, such as The Gale of the Rings, which gave him a surprisingly good impression of them. He didn't mind Lurstone's loudness and seemed quite used to it. He handed a glass of strong liquor to the dwarf and said, "I just mixed this drink, haven't named it yet. Could you taste it for me?" Of course, when it comes to tasting drinks, no one can beat a dwarf. Lurstone grabbed the glass and gulped it down like second master pig eating ginseng fruit, without any intention of savoring it. Bang! Lurstone slammed the glass back on the bar and sighed deeply. "Ha ha ha, refreshing. This drink is great. What's it called?" "Another one." Seeing the dwarf's reaction, Troy thought that his impromptu mix actually worked. The alcohol culture here wasn't that impressive either. "Lurstone, it's called Lurstone." Hearing Troy's answer, Lurstone blew up his mustache happily. "Interesting human noble. What do you want me to do? I don't hate you and might help. But tell me how you made this drink." "Plentiful barley beer as the base, mixed with 4 pirate dog liquors from East Borough, plus harvest syrup and lime. I'll write down the specific ingredients later." Before becoming a leader in social organizations, Troy had worked as a bartender and had some basic knowledge of mixology. After savoring the lingering taste of the drink, the dwarf said, "Just not strong enough. Next time, try using our dwarven strong ale." "That sounds perfect. Churchill, list Mr. Lurstone as a lifetime member of the tavern, and all his drinks are free from now on." Troy spoke loudly to give the dwarf sufficient respect and acknowledgement for such a small favor. Lurstone was very happy. He hadn't met such an interesting human in a long time. Chapter 24. Suffocating for Dreams. The atmosphere in the tavern was so good that Donovan doubted life. It was the first time he saw Troy in this state, treating Forrest as if they were old friends meeting again. If he hadn't persuaded him, Troy would have already dragged Edlin to try out the lizard men at the Draconic Haven. After several rounds of drinks, it was time for Troy to get to the point. He asked, "I wonder if Sir Forrest has been to the former training ground of the Becker District's Cathedral Knights?" At the mention of this name, Forrest couldn't help but puff his beard, beaming with pride. "You asked me this. Hence you must not have been there before. My name, Forrest Tongshiu, is engraved on the training square, and I designed and built that training ground with my own hands." "This is a coincidence indeed," Troy exclaimed. "Old brother Forrest, since you designed it yourself, you must know every detail about it, right?" Forrest nodded, his memory always being good. Even after a century, he still remembered what that training ground looked like initially. Troy took out the design book of the Purple Thorn Club from his pocket and handed it over to Forrest, saying, "I have reached an agreement with Archbishop Carver. The training ground is now under my usage. I want to redesign it into a high-end entertainment venue. A high-end brothel?" The dwarf took the plan and flipped through a few pages. Troy's face turned dark. Why did people immediately think of brothels when they heard the club? Too vulgar. The specifics are detailed in the plan. I need to renovate the facilities inside. How long will it take? As Forrest went through more pages, he began to realize the complexity of the plan, even neglecting Troy's question. Muttering to himself while looking at the document, he said, "Dog fights, horse races, free fighting, wine tasting contests, massages, by the furnace, is this heaven?" After reading through the plan roughly, Forrest returned from his reverie, estimating the changes involved. He then gave a fair estimate. 1 year. Even if I supervise the construction personally, it will take at least 1 year. Divide a year into 3 phases of construction. In the first phase, I need to turn the small castle in the training ground into the main body of the club, covering the facilities mentioned in the first part. How long would that take? A year was too long. He couldn't wait that long. He wanted to see tangible changes within half a month at most. Furrowing his brows, Forrest calculated. It would still take at least 2 months. There are too many new things involved here. 2 months was also too long for Troy, so he further inquired. In that case, if we don't change the main structure of the castle but only add some necessary facilities, can the time be shortened? Suddenly, Troy had a brilliant idea. Not only would it save money, but it could also highlight the club's unique style. "Sir Forrest, let's make the Cathedral Knights training ground the theme of the club. Many people are surely interested in the mysterious Cathedral Knights, right?" Troy thought it through. If the Cathedral Knights were to be the theme of the club, he would have to abandon many things. After all, the church valued its reputation and wouldn't allow him to tarnish it under their banner. The main clientele of the Purple Thorn Club were the nobles, who had grown tired of many things. There was no need to include them. The club just needed to be attractive enough to them. Freshness would suffice for initial operations. If we follow your idea, the timeline can be reduced to a month to establish the basic framework. Forrest shortened the construction period mainly because he felt good about Troy. However, such large projects concerned his reputation. He couldn't rush it at the expense of quality. Can it be done in half a month? Forrest's face darkened. "Younger brother Troy, I can't ruin the dwarf's reputation. A month is already the fastest I can manage. Then, I'll leave this plan and the club's affairs to you. When can we start? Tomorrow?" Troy urged Forrest with a look fit for a despicable capitalist dangling from a lamppost. Confronted with his burning gaze, Forrest nearly got goosebumps. "Damn it. Don't look at me like that. Why are you in such a hurry?" Troy sighed. "Didn't you read today's Rhine Daily? I have to go to Dark Forest Mountain to expand territory in a month and won't be able to stay in the city." "What Rhine Daily? Not even dogs read it." The dwarf didn't much care for newspapers invented by human nobles. It was full of nonsense that held no interest for Forrest. Forrest didn't quite understand the thinking of human nobles, mumbling, "Expand territory? That place is doomed. Why go through all this trouble?" Troy grinned. "To survive, of course, Mr. Forrest." Uncomprehending, Forrest said, "If you encounter any difficulties there, you can go to the Blackstone Town's Copperbeard Tavern. The owner, Caden, is my brother. Mention my name, and he will help you. Thank you for your friendship." Jersony found it increasingly difficult to understand Troy. Why did he display such impeccable manners in front of the dwarf? Did the dwarf save him in a past life? Edlin left with the plan, saying he needed to discuss it with his assistants and could only start work by next week at the earliest. Troy stared at the tavern door, tapping his fingers on the bar table, lost in thought. Originally, according to his plan, 1 month was enough for him to kickstart everything, secure some initial funds, and then leave gracefully. As his plans unfolded, he realized that the lack of action here was too pronounced, and the social structure was overly primitive. Many of his plans couldn't be implemented or lacked the necessary conditions. 1 month, too short. He should find a way to extend it by another month. The time frame was set by his nominal father, who could have chosen a month or 2 months, all depending on Duke Purplethorn's whims. Troy needed a reason to persuade Duke Purplethorn. It shouldn't be too difficult, but staying longer in the capital wouldn't offer much benefit either. He wasn't truly planning to develop industries in the capital. He just wanted to make a quick profit and leave. 1 month might be enough, but his mindset needed to shift. Putting industrial projects on hold, selling concepts, Ponzi schemes, not quite right. Involving the church could still bring danger even if he fled to Dark Forest Mountain. However, he could take aim at those nobles and share a cut with Carver. This plan seemed promising. Earning money under the church's name and dragging Carver into it would naturally have someone shield him from pressure. Churchill, what are our work arrangements next? Troy rubbed his head. Today had been mentally taxing. If not for his breathing technique, an average person would have struggled to cope. Churchill noticed his exhaustion and reminded him. Young master, you should put everything aside now, enjoy your lunch properly, and then rest. Rest? No need. Churchill, listen, I have an idea. Troy recalled the plan he discussed with Tiger today. Gain fame first, then introduce new business concepts to attract investments. Host a few competitions, it wouldn't take too long. Troy had even come up with a new name for himself. Troy wet in, suffocating for dreams of Purplethorn. Chapter 25. Akila Donovan's Tragic Daily Life. Troy was a man of action. As long as he deemed a plan feasible, he would prepare to implement it. He asked Donovan to fetch paper and pen and started writing down the plan right at the bar counter. Donovan, write this down. I need 20 sets of Blackwater Company uniforms to be delivered to Dane tomorrow. While writing, Troy gave instructions without raising his head, truly multitasking. Donovan admired his new master endlessly. He had heard of Troy's reputation in earlier years, a typical second-generation noble who would kick any stray dogs passing by. Donovan couldn't understand why Troy had changed so drastically. Where did all those endless plans and ideas come from? He couldn't figure it out, and neither could Dane. The year Dane became a titled knight, Troy was only 15. Now, 5 years later, Dane had watched Troy grow from a little rascal into a big rogue. After the Jensen incident, Troy changed completely. Sometimes Dane couldn't help but suspect that a demon might have possessed Troy. However, demons could not get close to the church grounds. Yet Troy not only approached them, but also entered to chat happily with Archbishop Carver. It shouldn't be a demon, but his behavior seemed no different from one. Dane snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "Why do you need me to handle the uniforms?" Without lifting his head, Troy replied, "To distribute to your team. They need to look presentable." Initially, Troy planned to have Albin find some good-looking people, but thinking about the idle White Blade Knights in his estate, he decided on them. In terms of demeanor and appearance, only the church knights in the entire South could match the White Blade Knights. Add a set of executive attire for Dane. Troy glanced at Dane, who didn't seem too pleased, then added. Donovan faithfully noted it down and couldn't help asking, "Young master, what about me?" Troy waved his hand. "I'll design a special set for you later. Now just write down what I say." Deep down, Donovan liked the outfits designed by Troy. Hearing that he would personally design one for him, Donovan immediately perked up, taking out his notebook and waiting seriously. "Young master, please instruct." 3 tasks. First, have Albin select some smart, obedient, and eager-to-learn company employees aged between 15 and 20, about 10 to 20 in total. You'll be responsible for them. Preferably pick from the literate ones. Donovan wrote it down and asked, "Can I personally go to select them?" "You can. These will be your assistants in the future. Train them well. I have great plans for them." Troy needed to build his own team temporarily. His plans were complex, and Donovan alone couldn't handle everything. Thinking it over, he decided to train more helpers. Donovan had his own plans too. He wanted to choose orphans or those from poor families to ensure easier loyalty. He understood that Troy's future achievements would far surpass being just a minor colonial lord. Given his current vision and means, with a few more years of experience, Troy would be much more suitable than Chad for the position of Duke of South. The second task is to have Albin focus on my current plans instead of daily work. I want to host a wine tasting contest and a South beauty pageant in the capital. The first round will cover the capital and nearby cities. Troy wrote swiftly, almost faster than the quill could catch up. He thought about getting a fountain pen. His mind raced nonstop. I need a list of all famous and connoisseur aristocrats in the capital who love fine wines. Remember to include Clifftop. In addition, I need a list of the capital's influential ladies. I want them to be judges. Troy spoke quickly, leaving Donovan sweating profusely, trying to keep up. Working under such a boss gave a great sense of accomplishment, but was exhausting. The third task is to spread news about the wine tasting contest and the beauty pageant. Inform the surrounding towns as well. Registration starts next Monday and lasts a week. Location will be Bloodlust Tavern for now, and I'm still working on the details. Write it down. Donovan wiped his sweat. Understood, young master. I've noted everything. Dane shook his head, secretly glad Troy had recruited Freddie. Otherwise, he would have been stuck with this kind of work. Troy finished most of the arrangements and began to seriously write down the 2 competition plans. He intended not only to increase his fame, but also to attract substantial investments through these events. After about 2 hours, Troy finally exhaled deeply, having completed both proposals. "Donovan, what's the plan for the afternoon?" Donovan's stomach protested with a growl. "Young master, I sincerely believe you must have lunch first before considering work matters. Won't you order a meal if you're hungry? Where are the tavern attendants? Bring us 3 full meal sets." Troy shouted towards the kitchen. "Sure thing, boss, coming right up." The kitchen attendants didn't know what a full meal set was, but they dared not ask. They simply brought up the best and most expensive dishes the tavern had to offer. While waiting for the food, Troy didn't idle. He started explaining the competition arrangements to Donovan using the plan document. The standards for this competition must be high and sophisticated. All staff will undergo unified training, and Dane's team will be responsible for security. Dane nodded with his forehead in hand. "Yes, yes. The beauty pageant should be postponed by 1 week and start after the wine tasting ends. Otherwise, we won't have enough personnel." "Donovan, write this down. Starting tomorrow, there will be 2 hours of training in the morning and 3 hours in the evening. You need to select the participants by tonight. Time is tight." Troy began assigning tasks again, making Donovan's mind nearly overheat. He really wanted to crack open Troy's head to see what was inside. How could he have so many ideas? Young master, the timeline is tight, and there might not be enough time to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of the selected individuals. Donovan was concerned because these people would become the core members of Troy's operation, and he wanted to be meticulous in selection. In that case, pick more candidates for unified training. Kick out the poor performers and keep the good ones. As the Empire's granary, the southern border has no shortage of people. Troy couldn't wait for Donovan to make a careful selection. If the sieve was large enough, it would always filter out a batch of talent. Just as they were talking, the attendant finally brought the belated lunch. 3 large platters of roasted meat, a big plate of bread, and some side dishes. Understanding Donovan's difficulty, Troy held back his thoughts and raised his hand to indicate. Let's eat first, then we'll continue planning. Young master, you've worked hard. Although I haven't done anything physically, I feel incredibly tired today. Dane also sat over, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, Troy realized Dane was also a top-tier talent, a White Blade Knight instructor, a titled knight, educated in the prestigious Purple Thorn Duke household. Feeling Troy's suddenly intense gaze, Dane raised his fork defensively at Troy. I only handle your personal protection, no additional assignments. 5 gold per week. Huh. Dane put down his fork, thinking for a moment. 6 gold. Deal. Donovan, add combat training, physical fitness, and tactics to the training program. Dane couldn't help slamming the table. Stop. Not everyone has the physical condition of a White Blade Knight. Your schedule could literally exhaust them to death. Troy pondered. Then let's temporarily focus on physical fitness and close combat for now. Chapter 26. Change. Everything must change. After having his fill, Troy gave Churchill some time to rest over a cup of tea before immediately sending him to the training grounds to select personnel. The moment Churchill stepped out of the tavern, he felt as if an era had passed. He began to understand why Albin was so terrified of Troy. Too scary, utterly terrifying. After Churchill left the tavern, Dane temporarily took on the role of butler. Troy habitually asked, Dane, what's planned for the afternoon? Dane thought carefully before replying. I'm not sure. How about we go back and practice the White Blade Knight combat techniques? I see you haven't mastered many of them. This isn't urgent for now. Note it down. Where's Churchill? Churchill. Troy looked around, but couldn't find Churchill. Dane reminded him. You sent him to the training ground to pick people. Note it down and schedule it when there's time. Let me think about what to do this afternoon. Troy paced around the tavern. He didn't seem to have any plans for the afternoon. The Outer City Gang meeting and tax collector matters were scheduled for the evening. He also had to wait for Albin to gather resumes for senior staff, and Blackwater Company's re-equipping didn't require his involvement. Thinking about it, today unexpectedly turned into a rare free day. Troy wasn't used to such leisurely moments. After a moment of thought, he snapped his fingers. Let's go to the Rhine Daily News to check out my new office. The Rhine Daily News building was located in the center of the outer city, to the left of the Vanasak Thorn Square, just across a moat from the inner city gate. The building was 4 stories high, but the Rhine Daily currently only occupied the first and second floors, while the top 2 floors served as employee dormitories. Tiger sometimes stayed there too. Just as Troy and Dane arrived at the entrance, they saw Tiger hurriedly rushing towards them with files in hand. Gale Troy, what brings you here? I was just about to find you. You can call me boss from now on. Troy corrected him, then glanced at the files in Tiger's hands. What's that? Tiger handed the documents to Troy. It's the Rhine Daily Agreement, waiting for your signature. All right, let's talk as we walk. Holding the documents, Troy skimmed through them as he walked into the newspaper building. The first floor layout was essentially non-existent, with a few racks holding books and newspapers. Such a vast space, besides an elderly man sleeping covered by a newspaper at the reception, was completely empty. Troy was very dissatisfied with this waste of resources. Tear everything out of here tomorrow and contact the Stonemasons Guild member, Dylan, to send someone over for renovation. Yes, boss. How would you like to renovate? As Tiger agreed and quickly moved inside to nudge the sleeping elder awake, he whispered, Wake up, don't sleep. The old man opened his sleepy eyes. Oh, is it closing time? Troy glanced at the old man. Who is he? Tiger explained hastily. This is my uncle, Clifton. Uncle, this is the new partner of Rhine Daily, and the new boss, Troy Vanasak Thorn. At the mention of Vanasak Thorn, Clifton instantly became alert and stood up. Young Master Troy, hello. Troy nodded, patiently asking, Mr. Clifton, are you interested in changing jobs? Something more interesting. What kind of job? Clifton tried recalling Troy's background, becoming increasingly apprehensive, thinking of the newspaper article and Tiger's statement about Troy becoming the owner of Rhine Daily. Could he be here for revenge? Troy inquired first. Do you know which college Mr. Clifton graduated from, and what was your major? Clifton nervously answered, Vanasak Thorn Public University, Management College. Troy snapped his fingers. Perfect. Report to Hagen at Vanasak Thorn Manor tomorrow, as my private tutor, mainly teaching a group of kids. What do you think? By calling Clifton a private tutor, Troy avoided paying weekly wages himself. Troy considered himself quite poor, so he believed in frugality where necessary. Clifton couldn't believe it, glancing at Tiger, who vigorously nodded, almost eager to report himself. He was puzzled. Didn't Tiger offend Troy? Why did he behave like one of Troy's dogs now? Mr. Clifton, how does that sound? Daring not to refuse, Clifton could only agree. Thank you, Gale Troy. I will do my best. Troy patted Clifton's shoulder. Prepare yourself. You'll be responsible for teaching a group of 15-year-olds. Clifton thus stumbled home in confusion. Dane once again marveled at Troy's cunning ability to get something for nothing. True to form, Troy managed to gain a private tutor this way. With his methods, wouldn't he end up recruiting Dane himself to his territory within a month? Jersey felt chills just thinking about it. He admired Troy's advanced ideas, but wouldn't dare work under him. All right, let's talk about the renovation. Troy walked around and checked out the space. Nearly 1,000 square feet of first-floor storefront had been converted by Tiger into a leisure spot for middle-aged and elderly people, resembling a cluttered junk shop. A major overhaul is needed. Troy glanced at the foot traffic again near the entrance. Adjacent to the square and the trading area, this location was never short of people, yet the first floor remained eerily empty. A failure, an absolute failure. The first floor will be divided into 3 areas. The entrance area should become a cafe, introducing a variety of drinks and low-alcohol sweet wines. Purchase some storybooks and a few cats for guests to play with. Seeing Troy in this state, Jersey knew trouble was brewing and hurriedly moved aside. Tiger, however, still stood there waiting for Troy's instructions, jotting down notes. But his comprehension was far worse than Churchill's, so he kept asking questions. Boss, what's a cafe? Why do we need to buy cats? I'll write you a plan later, just note it down for now. Troy continued walking inward and said, the middle section will be converted into a reception area and the back part into an employee area. Let's go upstairs. On the second floor, which was the main office area of the newspaper, there were fewer than 10 employees and journalists. They were chatting in small groups, not looking like they were doing any work at all. When they saw Troy walk up with a stern expression, everyone instinctively dispersed and ran silently back to their desks, pretending to be very busy. Troy shook his head. You're still too idle. I'll give you the plan today. Tiger quickly reminded him. Boss, you haven't given me the plan yet. You asked me to roll over and get you the Rhine Daily Agreement first. Oh, that's right. Troy then remembered he still held the agreement Tiger had handed over. He took a pen from Tiger, signed his name, and returned the document. This place needs to change too, and your team of journalists. All of them need retraining. Although Troy's voice wasn't loud, his words sent shivers down everyone's spines, instilling a vague sense of fear. To them, Troy at this moment resembled an abyss demon lord with devil horns and a whip. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Chapter 27, Appointing an Agent. After thoroughly inspecting the Rhine Daily, Ferris had Tiger document all of his renovation plans. He planned to invite the Stonemasons Guild over for the refurbishment tomorrow, as the project was not too extensive. Regarding financial matters, Ferris didn't concern himself with it. He already gave Tiger considerable leeway by not reviewing the accounts or visiting the Rhine Daily's treasury. By the time he left the Rhine Daily, it was close to dusk. Ferris took a detour to the trade district, browsed through some shops there, and bought a magic-powered hand cannon along with several energy crystals. There was still some time before the gang summit tonight, so Ferris returned directly to the manor, waiting for Churchill to finish selecting the people before heading out together. Churchill returned just before it became completely dark, bringing back 25 teenagers he had selected, along with a man wearing a hooded robe typical of a mage apprentice. Master, I've brought everyone back. Would you like to inspect them? Churchill arranged the 25 individuals into 3 rows in the hall. Ferris walked around them with his hands behind his back and asked, did they all write their resumes? Time was tight, and we didn't manage to prepare them yet, Master, replied Churchill, who had forgotten about this task and couldn't understand why Ferris found it so important. Especially the order to have all members from the 2 gangs write their resumes. It was clearly difficult for these gang members. Gail Ferris, I wrote one. A red-haired girl in the crowd suddenly spoke up, catching Ferris's attention. Oh, let me see. Ferris walked up to her and examined her closely. She appeared to be 15 or 16 years old, with freckles on her face that somewhat marred her appearance. She was dressed plainly but neatly, and a dagger was tucked into her belt. The girl, a bit nervous, pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from her small bag and presented it to Ferris with both hands. The handwriting on the resume was neat and followed Ferris's specified format meticulously. The girl's name was Clarice, a resident of the New City slums and an immigrant from East Province. Her father was a dock laborer for the Black Shark Gang, a low-ranking enforcer without any occupational ranking. Ellen had attended the Prosperity Church Academy in the East District for 3 years, specializing in dock accounting and cargo tallying. Her only certification was a graduation certificate from the Prosperity Church Academy. Ferris scanned the resume briefly and was pleased, particularly with Ellen's attitude. His order for everyone to write resumes served 2 purposes: identifying talent and assessing obedience. Whether someone could write well didn't matter. If they completed the task, Ferris would give them a job. But if they refused, it showed poor attitude, and even if they were high-ranking members, he would demote them. Clarice. Yes, master. Please instruct me. The girl faced Ferris without fear. She seemed ambitious, eager to climb the ranks. In this world, it was rare for someone from such humble origins to maintain such poise before nobility. From now on, these people are under your management. If anyone disobeys, you can expel them from the manor without reporting to me or Churchill. You have the authority. Ellen was overjoyed. She stood straight like Churchill and loudly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. I will not disappoint you, master. Because of one resume, Ellen was instantly promoted to the management level, now overseeing 24 subordinates. The other teenagers displayed various reactions, mostly admiration, with a few showing jealousy or even disdain. Ferris added, you have 2 tasks. First, arrange rooms for them on the 3rd floor and ensure they get a hearty dinner from the kitchen. Second, I want all their resumes on my desk by tomorrow morning. Can you do it? I can do it, master. Ferris waved his hand, signaling for Ellen to lead the group upstairs. Then, he approached Churchill, looking at the mage apprentice beside him. Churchill introduced him. Master, This is Agamas Azars, a mage apprentice from the Maz Mage Tower. Before becoming an apprentice, he was a certified lawyer in the council court. Agamas smiled shyly at Ferris, placed his hand over his chest, and bowed. Pleased to meet you, Master Ferris. Has Churchill told you everything that needs to be handled? Ferris got straight to the point. Agamas nodded. Yes, sir. The Aquila has informed me of the case. Your situation isn't complex. The Pioneer Act regarding lords being unable to register assets in the capital dates back to Kalia year 23 in East Province. Ferris raised his hand. Stop. I only need the solution, not the history of this ridiculous law. Agamas swallowed his words and reorganized his thoughts before saying, there are mainly 3 solutions. The first is to register the assets under your direct blood relatives. The second is to entrust an agent to manage them, with the Holy Church and the council court as witnesses and supervisors. The third is to establish a free trade city, as in Kano. Let's go with the second option. What qualifications does the entrusted agent need? Faced with Ferris's straightforwardness, Agamas could only swallow his words again and said, the entrusted agent needs to meet one of the following 3 requirements. First, be an asset entrustment official from the executive hall or a certified lawyer from the council court. Second, be a direct or close relative of the principal. Third, be a representative or member of the Kalia Merchants Association. Ferris pondered for a while, feeling it was still somewhat troublesome. Apart from Dane, he had almost no one trustworthy here yet. Churchill had just arrived, and Ferris couldn't entrust his business to him yet. He would still need Churchill's help in the pioneering territory. As for Albin, he didn't even consider him. People like him betrayed too easily. After some deliberation, Ferris actually had a perfect candidate in mind. If this person agreed, the qualifications mentioned by Agamas wouldn't matter. No one would dare use the law to pressure him. Hagen Watt, the Duke's most trusted butler and former deputy commander of the White Blade Knights. He'd find a chance to ask him. After all, he didn't plan to base his main operations in the capital. Generating profits would suffice, and if needed, he could share a portion of the profit with Hagen. I have an idea now. I'll notify you once it's confirmed. Would you like to stay for dinner? Ferris asked. Agamas shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, Master Ferris, but I still need to return to the Mage Tower to work. Overtime at night? Isn't Maz that heartless? Have you considered changing jobs? Ferris thought about recruiting Agamas while he was already here. As an apprentice, I don't have the right to leave the Mage Tower until I become a mage. Thank you again. I must get back. Churchill escorted Agamas out of the manor. Churchill would arrange the specific expenses, while Ferris was contemplating how he needed a mage and a cleric in his team besides the knights. He should seize any opportunity to recruit and train some talents. Agamas was quite good. Being an apprentice not yet promoted, he would be cheaper to recruit than a fully fledged mage. Did I forget something? Ferris thought for a moment, but couldn't recall, then looked at Churchill who had just returned from seeing off the guest. What's the plan for later? Churchill replied directly. After dinner, you need to go to the Bloodthirst Tavern for a meeting. That's all. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Ferris rubbed his chin and glanced at Dane, hoping for an answer from him. Dane frowned. Don't look at me. How would I know what you forgot? At that moment, inside the Bloodthirst Tavern, Maida Leo was still waiting for Ferris to arrive. Chapter 28. Hanging him on the streetlight. Most of the outer city gangs are predominantly non-human races, but once a gang expands to a certain extent, its leader inevitably becomes human. This was a consensus among the human nobility, a restriction placed upon non-human races. The former boss of the Black Shark gang, Jerson, wasn't replaced by a human purely because Clifford had no one better to use. If he had any means, things wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. To survive in the outer city, one needed a noble as a patron. All the city's gangs were dogs kept by the nobles. When Andy sent out his notice, most of the gang leaders had no authority to act and had to consult their respective noble patrons. The nobles were still watching Andy's attitude cautiously. They all awaited Earl Chad's move. It was now the 3rd day since Andy emerged. Clifford was severely injured and being treated at the Holy Church Clinic. One of Earl Chad's dogs was seized by Andy, and even his voice, the Rhine Daily, was taken over within a single day, marked with Andy's imprint. What made the nobles most anxious was the Holy Church's stance. They couldn't figure out why Grand Shiloh Carver would hand over such an important place as the old knight training grounds to Andy for use. What kind of deal had they struck? Unable to obtain information from the Holy Church, the nobles could only rely on their gang underlings to head to the Bloodlust Tavern and see what Andy intended to do. There were more than 100 large and small gangs entrenched in the outer city, not all of whom received Albin's notification. Albin chose gangs similar in scale to the Black Shark gang, believing that only those with at least 2 gray market industries qualified to attend this meeting. After Albin's selection, he notified 26 gangs, of which 15 showed up. Though only 15 gang leaders came, they brought enough people to nearly fill Slave Street. Professionals, mainly due to Andy's recent poor reputation, fearing sudden violence. Albin, who wipes glasses, your young master has quite a grand presence. How long have we been waiting here? The speaker was the boss of the Crocodile gang, nicknamed Melvin, mainly engaged in slave trading, with wide-reaching channels and backed by the Aiden family. Albin initially worked as a bartender in the Black Shark Tavern, promoted to steward by Jerson because he could read, though his nickname never changed due to his lack of notable achievements. Please be patient, sir. Young master will be here shortly. Albin was somewhat flustered. Usually, he only saw these people alongside Jerson without saying a word. Now, he'd summoned almost all of them. With his boss so late, these people were barely holding back. If not for Andy's reputation as a descendant of the Purple Thorn Duke, they would have started smashing the tavern already. The heads all watched Albin with displeasure, partly because Andy hadn't arrived yet, partly because seeing Albin and others dressed so well stirred jealousy. They wanted to get similarly dressed after this meeting. Albin was about to say something when the tavern door burst open. Isaac, the East District tax officer, rolled in, covered in blood. Most people in the outer city knew the tax officers of each district. Although Isaac wasn't a noble, he had noble lineage and worked for Emerson. Everyone in the outer city courted him. Who dared to touch him? Andy strode into the tavern, cigar dangling from his mouth, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Dane and Churchill followed, with a squadron of white blade knights guarding outside. Seeing Andy enter, the fallen Isaac scrambled up in terror. Spotting Melvin, he crawled over for help. "Melvin, save me. Save me back." Melvin stood and helped Isaac up, then said to the arrogant Andy, "Young Master Andy, I wonder what Sir Isaac did to offend you." Andy was slightly surprised that someone dared to vouch for this tax officer. However, he ignored Melvin, walking to Albin and noticing Aaliyah trembling behind the bar, puzzled. "Aaliyah? Why are you here?" Aaliyah was close to tears. "Young Master, you called me over, but I couldn't find you. Good work. You'll get a raise next week." Andy dismissed it casually, then turned to Albin. "How many were notified? How many showed up?" Albin respectfully answered, "Boss, I notified 26 gang leaders. 15 are here now." Andy glanced at the present heads and saw some empty chairs, waving his hand. "Remove the remaining chairs. Record those who didn't come and send them gifts tomorrow." With Andy around, Albin was no longer afraid, immediately ordering people to remove the chairs. Andy glanced at Isaac again and walked towards him. Isaac hid behind Melvin. Among the many gang leaders present, only Melvin, backed by Ray, could save him. Under Ray, there was a knight order named Southwind Knights, which also served as one of the Grand Duke's right-hand forces. What? You want to protect him? For Melvin to reach his current position and be backed by Ray, he naturally understood the play Andy was putting on. By summoning everyone for this meeting, he inevitably needed to make an example. Whoever stood out, Andy would strike at them, and Isaac was merely a tool. Melvin didn't want to stand out either, but he had no choice but to protect Isaac. He had several lines that needed Isaac's connections. Losing him would cost him many favors. Isaac, for this reason, immediately ran over to seek protection from Melvin upon seeing him. Melvin looked back at Isaac and asked, "Sir Isaac, how did you offend young Master Andy?" Isaac poked his head out from behind Melvin and gritted his teeth at Andy. "Andy, I've never offended you. Why are you troubling me?" Andy smiled. "I hate people who don't follow the rules the most." With that, he pulled out a mana-powered hand cannon from his coat and fired a shot straight at Isaac's head. Melvin's pupils contracted, and he instinctively rolled to the side. Isaac was quick enough to start running as soon as he saw Andy reaching into his coat. Still trying to dodge? Andy drew another mana-powered hand cannon and fired at Isaac, who was attempting to run upstairs. The purple energy bullet pierced through Isaac's calf, causing him to tumble down the stairs while clutching his leg and screaming in pain. "Andy, how have I offended you? Just say it. I admit my fault. I admit my fault." Melvin stood up from the floor with lingering fear. This Andy was indeed a madman, ready to shoot without hesitation. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have met his end here today. Andy walked over, stepping on Isaac's wound and pointing at his head with the cigar, cursing, "Today, the city council told me some of my businesses haven't paid taxes. How dare you swallow my money?" Your businesses? Swallow money? I didn't. I really didn't." Isaac was completely confused, not catching the hidden meaning in Andy's words. Andy, tired of the nonsense, kicked him unconscious. The purpose of making an example had been served, and Isaac was now useless. "Albin, hang him on the streetlight outside." "Sure thing, boss." Albin jogged over and dragged Isaac away. Andy walked onto the stage, looking down at the stunned gang leaders below, forcing a smile he thought was kind. "Sorry to keep you waiting due to some trivial matters. I guess not all of you know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Andy Thorne, and from now on, I'll be your boss." Melvin froze on the spot. What did he mean? Was he planning to take over all the gangs in the outer city? On what grounds? Chapter 29, a step further. Mud Melvinidile really couldn't understand what Troy's purpose was in unifying the outer city gangs. The outer city gangs mostly served their own masters, each backed by independent channels, almost all of which relied on the nobles behind them. So what channels did Troy Cadency possess that would allow him to take over all the outer city gangs? Mud Melvinidile couldn't think of any. As far as he knew, there were no channels backing Troy and no noble had invested in him. After swallowing up the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang, the few channels behind these two gangs wouldn't last much longer. Those channels were established by Clifford and Reese. Troy had nothing. Troy scanned the crowd, raising his hand and asked, "I've said my piece. Who has objections?" None of the people present were fools. They had clawed their way up from the brink of life and death. No one would propose objections at this point. Troy clearly wanted to establish his authority. Mud Melvinidile escaped quickly, while Isaac ended up hanging from a lamppost. Besides, for them to reach their current positions, they also had to consider the opinions of the nobles behind them. If the higher-ups didn't nod in agreement, today's meeting would have been for nothing. At this moment, Troy felt like he was returning home. He naturally understood the structure of the outer city gangs well, similar to how things worked in Hong Kong in his previous life. To grow strong, one needed significant support. If you wanted someone to switch loyalties, your connections had to be solid. "Everyone here today is smart enough to know what's going on," Troy said, stepping down from the platform. "I know that behind every one of you stands a noble or another powerful individual. You make money according to their whims and take on dangerous and dirty work. You've all reached this position and, in the eyes of ordinary people in the outer city, you are almost legends. Troy walked up to Mud Melvinidile, patting his shoulder with a smile. But in the eyes of the nobles, you're just dogs that can be cast aside anytime. How pitiful, isn't it? The leader's expressions changed slightly. Troy was stating a fact, but not many people enjoyed having the truth laid bare. The once powerful heiress, who ruled the outer city, fell overnight, unable to even protect his family, simply because Chad abandoned him and chose not to act. This made everyone feel the sorrow of being expendable, just like Eris. You now have wealth, power, territory, practically everything. But you're still the lowest existence in the eyes of the nobles. In their eyes, you're no different from commoners. Do you know what you lack? Troy looked at Mud Melvinidile, waiting for an answer. Mud Melvinidile didn't want to speak up, so Troy frowned slightly and reached into his coat. Mud Melvinidile quickly responded, "Power, it's power." Troy pulled out a box of cigars from his coat. Mud Melvinidile breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Troy hand him the cigar. That's a good answer, but not quite accurate. After handing Mud Melvinidile the cigar, Troy walked back up to the platform, facing the gang leaders below, and raised both hands. You all lack just one more step up the ladder. Indeed, they had nearly everything except for a way to rise higher. The nobles had blocked that path entirely. For most of their lives, they could only be gang leaders, eventually dying in vendettas. That was almost their inevitable fate. The reason I can have you sit and listen to me today is because I am fortunate enough to have the direct bloodline of a duke, his son. Without that, I would be nothing. Dane, standing nearby, admired Troy's ability to manipulate people, finding him not unlike the duke from years ago. Albin, inexperienced in such grand affairs, found Troy's words to be pure wisdom, and was completely captivated by them. Only a few, like Mud Melvinidile, trusted by Ray, weren't swayed by Troy's rhetoric. He remembered that Troy had no resources and was set to be expelled from the capital in a month. I can't offer you this opportunity because I have nothing. Frankly speaking, even this guardian knight beside me is only temporarily borrowed from my father. Troy understood the rhythm of a good speech, building suspense masterfully. Dane didn't like being stared at by these people, responding coldly and causing the gang leaders who knew his temperament to look away, fearing he might lose control and draw his sword. But I have fought for this opportunity for you. Next, it depends on how much you are willing to pay. Troy snapped his fingers, and Churchill, who had been assigned work earlier, immediately turned and walked toward the door. A moment later, he returned with a priest. This priest was stationed at the Holy Church, and many of the gang bosses knew him well. Priest Ace Nad, one of Archbishop Carver's disciples. Seeing Priest Ace enter, Mud Melvinidile wasn't particularly surprised. He had already guessed something to this effect. Troy had little influence among the nobles, but the church operated in a different system. Unable to make a move among the nobility, he could very well take the church route. This support could be far more substantial than that of the nobles. The breathing of several people present became more rapid as they began to believe in the opportunity Troy had mentioned, yet still not fully disclosed. Priest Ace came up on stage, standing beside Troy, looking somewhat nervous. Archbishop Carver didn't wish to lower himself to converse with a bunch of sewer rats, but an ordinary person wouldn't have enough weight. So he sent his disciple as a representative. Troy introduced to everyone. I believe you all know Priest Ace, the most trusted disciple of Archbishop Carver, who now represents the Archbishop and the Holy Church here. Master Troy, Sir Ace, how can we serve you? Someone was already intrigued and couldn't help but speak up. Troy said, Archbishop Carver is planning something that could change the entire continent, starting right here. In fact, Troy's initial plan was just to set up a property management company and improve the environment of the outer city. But to impress both the audience and those on stage, he had to blow this bubble big enough. The more people involved, the better. Even if some eventually saw through the bubble as fake, for their own interests, they would actively maintain and perfect it. Troy's role in all this was simply that of a concept peddler from the southern border. Archbishop Carver dislikes the tedious and disgusting noble procedures. He prefers people who get things done quickly and efficiently. Troy looked at the heads below. Throughout the southern border, who could possibly do things more cleanly and efficiently than you all? Chapter 30. I hate impolite people. After Pastor Ace took the stage, the heads of the participating factions underwent a shift in attitude. Regardless of whether Andy's so-called plan was real or fake, they figured there was no harm in listening, so they all leaned in closer, listening intently. Andy had been speaking for quite some time and felt a bit tired. He let Churchill take over with the previous proposal, explaining the property management company plan and the gang's industrial upgrade plan. After Churchill finished, Andy added, everything my butler mentioned just now can be relayed back to your bosses. I will also have him prepare a copy of these materials for you to take back. Griffin couldn't help but start thinking. He didn't quite understand the property management plan. While he knew it could improve living conditions in the outer city, it didn't seem very profitable. On the other hand, Andy's mention of industrial upgrading was quite promising. In the current circle in the outer city, there were only a few ways to make money. To earn more, one would need to fight and capture territories. Now, Andy provided them with a brand new perspective. They had even forgotten about Andy's promise to give them a path to promotion and were only thinking about how to implement those industrial upgrades once they returned. No one would ever complain about earning too little. Even if one had to serve as a dog, as long as there was money to be made, everything was negotiable. The heads below began to chatter among themselves, discussing the feasibility of the industrial upgrade plans with people they were familiar with, while also probing which paths they intended to choose. Andy narrowed his eyes, a white glow coalesced at his feet, and with a light stomp, a crisp sound accompanied by a gust of wind silenced the crowd below. The two projects mentioned above are the beginning of the plan and the key to opening up your path to advancement. The power of the High Shiloh should be well known, and only the Holy Church can elevate you to positions that you have always strived to reach. Titles, fiefs, everything depends on your performance. Andy's tone was highly persuasive, as if he was naturally suited for this role. Everyone present, including Griffin who had remained neutral until then, couldn't help but imagine a beautiful future. If it was truly through the High Shiloh, such opportunities seemed plausible. Continuing, Andy changed the topic. I believe everyone has seen today's Rhine Daily report regarding my departure from the capital city in 1 month. Griffin froze. He hadn't expected Andy to acknowledge this. Andy continued. What the report said is mostly true. My leaving the capital is part of the High Shiloh Carver's plan. As to which part, Andy hadn't thought of an excuse yet. He planned to ask Hagen about the situation later. He had a few classic examples in mind, just needing to find suitable settings. For instance, the Last Life's $3 billion gold mine scam on Wall Street. In this world, the most valuable resource was magic ore, and he could adapt the scheme accordingly. But first, he needed to investigate thoroughly. Andy focused on the immediate future. Most present did not fully believe his reason, but Andy wasn't concerned. As long as they got involved, they would fall into the trap eventually. These details are trivial. I only have one requirement for you all. No matter what stance or thoughts the nobles behind you have, within this month, you must cooperate with me. Turning to Pastor Ace, who hadn't spoken, Andy asked, Pastor Ace, out of the 26 people I invited today, only 15 showed up. 11 did not respect the Holy Church or obey High Shiloh Carver. What do you think should be done? Pastor Ace had never heard Carver instruct him on this matter and didn't know how to respond. He replied diplomatically, High Shiloh appointed you to handle this plan. Everything should be arranged according to your instructions. Andy immediately responded righteously, very well. For those 11 who hinder the development of the Holy Church and stand in the way of everyone's wealth, my thought is that such people deserve to be hung on streetlights, to be despised by all. What do you think? Regarding hanging gang members on streetlights, Pastor Ace saw no problem with it, nodding in agreement. You are correct. Andy only needed him to nod in agreement. The next steps did not require the Holy Church's involvement. These gang leaders wanting entry meant they needed to pay an entry fee. Watching Andy turn and look down at the audience, Griffin anticipated what Andy would say. I hate nothing more than impolite people. Today, I invited 26 representatives. Now, 11 did not show any respect to me. Allogators, can you help me restore this dignity? Sure enough, the 11 absent gangs were the entry fees Andy wanted to collect. Griffin dared not agree because those absentees were likely benefiting certain nobles. Attacking them would offend the nobles. Albin was the first to respond. Boss, they were under my responsibility to notify, and I take full responsibility for their absence. I am willing to handle one of them. As the most adaptable person, Albin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He didn't want to remain a mere errand boy. He wanted recognition as well. Although Andy had forcibly consolidated the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang, the officials from the Blood Gang didn't show him much respect. After Andy took action, the channels between the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang were severed, and the working capital of the Blood Gang had been taken by Andy. Albin didn't dare ask Andy for it, and funds were running low. With this opportunity now available, he had to strive for it. You are willing to do the job, which I like very much. Andy was pleased with Albin's attitude, and then looked at the people below. If they couldn't provide satisfactory answers, he didn't mind replacing their leaders with more obedient ones who would meet his expectations. Mr. Andy, I have long disliked those people from the Wolf Gang. Hand over the Wolf Gang to me. Not every gang leader could be as trusted by Ray as Griffin. Most of them, like Eris, were dogs that could be discarded at any time. To the nobles, these gang leaders weren't highly loyal. As long as the rewards were substantial enough, even if asked to kill their benefactors, they wouldn't hesitate. With one person stepping up, others soon followed suit. The affiliation of the 11 absent forces was settled within a few minutes. These heads assigned tasks thought relatively simply. Since it was the Holy Church making the moves, even if the nobles questioned them, they would still have reasons to defend themselves. On a smaller scale, this was just another street-level conflict in the outer city. This rare chance to openly annex other forces wasn't something they would let slip by. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic about the High Shiloh's plan. I'm delighted. I hope to see those 11 impolite people hanging on the streetlights tomorrow night. Can you handle this small task? Although they didn't know why Andy always wanted to hang people on streetlights, considering the nobles often had peculiar tastes, they didn't bother pondering further. They planned to act tonight to avoid complications. Everyone echoed in agreement, except for a few leaders sitting next to Griffin who remained silent with grim expressions. Andy had noticed these individuals. They clearly had deep ties with the nobles. Mr. Griffin, do you have any objections to the High Shiloh's plan? Hearing Andy call his name, Griffin hurriedly stood up to answer. None at all, Mr. Andy. I personally support the High Shiloh's plan wholeheartedly, but everything I have achieved is due to Ray's patronage. I'm merely an errand boy, and the High Shiloh's plan requires Ray's approval. While speaking, Griffin observed Andy's expression. Seeing him frown, Griffin hastened his speech. I believe Ray will also support the High Shiloh's initiatives. I will certainly persuade Gale Aiden upon my return. Chapter 31. I hate people who don't follow the rules. The Malvinadile was somewhat nervous, fearing that Troy would take him as a ticket of admission and hang him on a streetlight. He kept emphasizing his stance and tried to use Ray's name to protect himself. Since you can't decide on this matter, let me talk about something within your authority. Troy didn't plan to kill the Malvinadile. He believed this man was talented and very smart, cherishing his life. The Malvinadile breathed a slight sigh of relief. Speak up. If it's within my power, I will do it. Troy said. In the outer city, streets and alleyways are filled with all sorts of unsightly filth. I dislike this very much. I believe you wouldn't want to step on unknown substances right after you leave your house, would you? Do you intend to clean the outer city? I can send people to do it, the Melvinidile asked tentatively. If it was just a large-scale cleanup of the outer city, he wouldn't need to invest too many resources or manpower. Troy shook his head. A one-time cleaning would not help the environment in the outer city at all. I need you to build public restrooms in various parts of the outer city and establish departments responsible for their daily maintenance, including regular cleaning of the roads and maintenance of these facilities. This didn't sound like a simple project. The Melvinidile hesitated. It didn't matter if he needed to provide money or manpower, but to manage such a dirty job seemed demeaning. Troy patted Pastor Ace on the shoulder. I believe the Holy Church wouldn't want to see such filthy streets either. Can the church solve the land issues for these public restrooms? Pastor Ace nodded, thinking it was a good deed. I'll report this to the Archbishop. I'm sure he will approve. With the Holy Church nodding in agreement, it would be an embarrassment for the Melvinidile to refuse now. Taking a deep breath, the Melvinidile had no choice but to agree. Young Master Troy, I will arrange what you asked for. Troy applauded and praised. I thank you in advance on behalf of the residents of the outer city. This is a difficult task. I give you 5 days to show me a completely renewed outer city. In return, I will give you generous compensation. Thank you for trusting me, young Master Troy. I will do my best. The Melvinidile gritted his teeth, unwilling to think about the compensation Troy mentioned, pondering how to get through it once he returned. Troy knew that most of these people still didn't fully trust him. Had he not brought the Holy Church into this, there might have been bloodshed. The meeting today is roughly over. Everyone worked hard tonight. You may all go back now. Troy didn't have anything else to arrange yet. Some matters could only be discussed after earning their trust. Talking more now would be useless. Tonight's meeting was to gauge everyone's attitudes. One must eat step by step. The Melvinidile felt relieved as well. Following everyone, he left the tavern and rushed back to report to Ray. Regardless of whether what Troy said tonight was true or false, the capital city would soon face a storm. He needed to prepare early. After the group, including Pastor Ace, dispersed, Troy immediately convened the existing executives of Blackwater Company. These executives currently held no official positions. They merely retained their former gang identities, managing their respective territories. The first thing Troy did after calling them together was to look at their resumes. Albin, collect all their resumes. At these words, several people changed expression slightly. Some thought Troy was making things chaotic, despite notifying their subordinates to write resumes, but hadn't written one themselves. Some smarter ones, even though they hadn't written their own, got their subordinates to help them complete a resume. Among the 27 remaining executives from Black Shark Gang and Blood Gang, 10 were from Blood Gang. Not because Blood Gang only had these 10 executives, but some were dispatched by Eris and didn't know the fate of Blood Gang now. Of the 27 executives, only 18 submitted resumes, plus Albin's, making 19. Troy didn't read the contents, but counted simply. Those who haven't submitted, step forward. 9 executives nervously stepped forward, 3 from Blood Gang, and the rest from Black Shark Gang. Albin swallowed nervously, having reminded his people, yet unexpectedly, some ignored it. Troy looked at these 9 people. He didn't care who came from which gang. Those who didn't submit a resume were clearly not giving him face. I'm the kind of person. Upon hearing this opening line, the 9 faces turned pale and began pleading. Young Master Troy, I wrote it, but forgot to bring it. Young Master, I also wrote it. I'll go get it right away. Boss, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. Young Master Troy, I was busy counting the shops and forgot about this. The 9 people started speaking all at once, with those from Black Shark Gang constantly giving Albin meaningful glances, hoping he would intercede on their behalf. How could Albin dare to speak? With Troy starting his sentence this way, bloodshed was sure to follow. I'm the kind of person who hates it most when someone interrupts me. A blinding white light erupted around Troy. He stomped on the floor, shattering it, and the white light exploded throughout the tavern. Though no one was harmed, the entire place was now filled with murderous intent. The 9 fell silent, heads down, not daring to utter a sound. Those who just called me boss, stepped forward. The one who stepped forward was an old man with a goatee whom Troy had met before. He was the first slave trader he had spoken to in the slave market. What's your name? Alton. Boss, my name is Eugene. Troy noted his name and sternly said, you can submit a resume now. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I'll do it right away. Eugene scrambled to the bar to find paper. Troy ignored him, refocusing on the remaining 8. I told Albin today that I want everyone to call me boss, not young master. Did he notify you all today? Albin wiped the sweat carefully. He had almost forgotten to mention it, but luckily reminded them when calling them to this meeting. The 8 nodded, not daring to meet Troy's eyes. Troy continued, I'm the kind of person who hates it most when people don't follow the rules. I won't check how you complete the tasks I assign, but the key is whether you actually did it and showed an attitude of doing it. The resumes were not a spur-of-the-moment idea for Troy. He wanted to see these people's attitudes. Not just the executives, but also those below them. You clearly haven't taken me seriously. Now I'm very angry. Tell me, how should I handle you? Troy placed his hand on the gun handle of his magical energy cannon and coldly said, 8 of you, one by one. Whoever gives an answer that satisfies me, tonight's matter will be dropped. Chapter 32, The Deep One. At the Holy Order Sanatorium, Clifford struggled awake from a nightmare. Standing beside his bed was a tall cleric with 3 golden olive branches embroidered on the collar of his robes, signifying his status as a Shiloh. The Shiloh had sapphire blue eyes, a color only possessed by those of Kalia bloodline. To the Kalia Empire, the southern province was akin to an independent and self-governing principality. Aside from demon incursions, the south seldom experienced conflict, and it boasted the empire's granary. For the people of the south, this meant they could at least maintain subsistence, unlike the unfortunate peasants in other noble territories who could starve to death. However, for the Kalia Empire, the advantages of the south were too significant. The empire couldn't even intervene in the internal affairs of the south. If not for the four provinces alliance pact of Kalia, the south could have declared independence long ago. The southern province didn't need to rely on the Kalia Empire, which wasn't a good thing for the empire. In 230 CE, the fourth Duke of Purple Thorn, Shah Purple Thorn, led the White Blade Knights and the Horned Ranger Knights to utterly shatter the Dark Gate of the south, ending nearly a century of demonic incursions. This epic victory elevated the White Blade Knights and the Horned Ranger Knights to the top 10 knightly orders on the continent, occupying the 5th and 10th positions respectively. Duke Shah himself managed to defeat and seal a demon lord proficient in the law ability. Though the Gideons played a major role, Duke Shah's bravery was undeniable. Sealing a demon lord subjected Shah to the abyssal curse. On the surface, the south seemed peaceful, but undercurrents stirred in the shadows, with countless eyes set on the seat of the Duke of Purple Thorn, including the Kalia royal family. Mr. Clifford, you have disappointed the Marquis greatly. The Shiloh was very disappointed with Clifford. If there was another choice, he would never have selected Clifford as the one to support. Duke Shah had 4 offspring. Chad, the eldest son, was confident and arrogant, exceedingly cunning, and difficult to control. The second son Clifford's presence was almost negligible, making him hard to evaluate, though it was certain that he was exceptionally cautious. Just half a year ago, after engaging Chad once in the capital, he promptly retreated to the White Blade Knight's base, making it impossible to gauge his intentions. He also refused to associate with other nobles, immersing himself solely within the White Blade Knights. Americ, the former 4th son, was merely useless. Now, it appeared that the truly useless one was Clifford. Clifford propped himself up and gritted his teeth. Sir Morganaya, give me one more chance. Once I recover, I will kill him with my own hands. Morganaya looked down at Clifford with disdain and coldly remarked, I've arranged an assistant for you. Once you're better, you can meet him at the Traveler's Tavern. What kind of assistant? A great knight from the capital, or a senior mage from the Tower Council? Clifford was somewhat excited. In truth, he hardly had any competent helpers. Those around him were mostly low-ranking subordinates, drawn by his title rather than his ability. With his personality, it was impossible for him to attract powerful allies. As the representative of the capital and a bishop of the Holy Order, Morganaya naturally had far wider channels. He is a destitute knight from the eastern province named Adair Rogers. He's a heraldic knight, the nine-headed Hydra Knight. Clifford was initially disappointed but perked up upon learning that the man held a heraldic title, indicating considerable strength, at least enough to contend with Arcane. Americ, just wait. I have a heraldic knight now. Clifford already started fantasizing about crushing Americ underfoot and cruelly severing his ears. Seeing his elation, Morganaya couldn't resist mocking him. Don't be too happy yet. Adair has Osiris lineage, a double-edged sword. Be careful not to cut yourself. A deep one. Clifford frowned. Knowing anyone from Osiris was considered mad. Like the mountain folk living in the dark woods year-round, their bloodlines were tainted by the abyss, their souls tormented constantly by demonic whispers. No one knew what they might do next. Clifford admitted to himself that he lacked the capability to control a crazed Deep One knight and hesitated, wanting to ask Morganaya for a different helper. Understanding his concerns, Morganaya explained that while it was well known that Osiris-born Deep Ones were hard to control, Adair was an exception. He only possesses Deep One ancestry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been granted knighthood. Adair has a decent reputation and shouldn't suddenly go insane. Clifford felt slightly reassured and said, Tomorrow I'll meet him. Thank you for your assistance. Morganaya warned, You'd better make your move early. Americ has been quite active these days. Chad is too confident and doesn't take him seriously. He doesn't even know that Americ has already lured Archbishop Carver to his side. Archbishop Carver? On what grounds did he lure him? Clifford found it unbelievable, but Morganaya didn't bother to answer, as he himself was clueless. Inside the Bloody Wine Tavern, Americ shot a bullet into a cadre's chest coldly and said, I don't like this excuse. Drag him out and hang him on the lamppost. If he isn't dead by tomorrow, take him for treatment. Albin hurriedly arranged for people to drag the fallen cadre out. Americ questioned 8 cadres one after another, shooting 2 of them and sparing 6. The cadres who had written resumes were filled with lingering fear, not daring to breathe loudly. This was the first time they encountered such an unpredictable leader. Jersey watched the whole process from the side. He thought Americ still dealt with them too leniently, mostly due to the current lack of available personnel. Otherwise, given Americ's exhibited character, all 9 cadres who hadn't written resumes would end up hanging on lampposts without any exceptions. But why does he like hanging people on lampposts so much? Jersey couldn't figure it out. He had seen Americ grow up and never noticed any peculiar interest in lampposts when he was young. After dealing with the resume incident, Americ flipped through the resumes while asking Ifu, Is there anything else planned for tonight? Ifu checked his notebook and replied, Tonight you need to appoint positions for the cadres at Blackwater Company. Americ glanced over the resumes quickly. These people really followed suit, all using basically the same template. Albin, starting tonight, you are the personnel manager at Blackwater Company. You're familiar with these people. You are responsible for assigning them positions. Check the Blackwater Company's plan for specific roles. Sure, boss, I'll thoroughly review it to ensure you're satisfied. Though Albin wasn't sure what a personnel manager was, he understood that he now had the authority to assign positions. Let's go back to the manor. Merrick didn't want to linger here any longer, leaving the resumes behind and heading straight out. He still needed to have a talk with Hagen. Just as he returned to the manor, he saw Hagen sitting in the living room sipping tea, with Aaron waiting nearby. Seeing Merrick come back, Hagen stood up straight from his chair, looking impressively handsome, a trait Merrick disliked, as it almost rivaled his own. Mr. Hagen, what brings you here? Merrick gave a polite greeting despite the rivalry. After all, Hagen had stood up to welcome him. Hagen stood with his hands behind his back and calmly said, Young Master Merrick, Duke Shaw has something to discuss with you. Chapter 33, The Mage Energy Industry Committee. Duke Shaw had been closely monitoring Troy's activities in the outer city over the past few days. Apart from arranging an assassination attempt at the beginning, he made no further arrangements. Troy quickly turned that assassination attempt to his advantage, and within 2 days, formed a small yet not insignificant force. Though it seemed flawed and barely functional, Duke Shaw was quite satisfied with how effectively Troy capitalized on the situation. Since being cursed, Duke Shaw rarely appeared in public. Even his sons had few opportunities to see him. Hagen gradually became the sole spokesman for the Duke. The Duke's mansion and all significant matters in South Territory were basically handled by Hagen. For such a nominal father, Troy had nothing much to say. If the Duke didn't wish to meet him, he wasn't particularly eager to address someone as father either. Using Hagen as a bridge was just fine. Churchill discreetly dispersed the people in the living room, leaving only Hagen and Troy. Troy refilled Hagen's cup of black tea and poured himself one as well. The black tea from South Territory tasted excellent, and both nobles and commoners enjoyed it. However, they liked to pair it with sweet biscuits, which Troy found heretical to tea culture. Why must one eat sweets with tea? A handful of peanuts or sunflower seeds would be far better. Clearly a lover of sweets, Hagen added sweetened milk to his tea. It was hard to imagine how he could drink it like that. Master Troy, the messenger from the capital has arrived at Bagan Fort, and will reach the capital city in 3 to 5 days. Hagen put down his teacup, sat up straight, and looked at Troy. Alishaning lazily back in his chair, Troy shrugged indifferently. If my illustrious father only wanted to convey this, it seems unnecessary to send you personally. The envoy from the capital visiting South Territory carried the royal rebuke, likely intending to remind Thistlethorn about Callus' affair. A year ago, Duke Shaw was unmatched, almost rivaling the fierce warriors from North Territory. Troy reckoned the capital felt particularly disgraced, hence this visit to capitalize on the matter. Hagen said, It's related to you. What relation? Feel free to be straightforward. I prefer directness. Troy nearly slipped into his mobster Don persona, but corrected himself, remembering Hagen. Hagen had heard many reports about Troy's habits. Seeing him change tone before him indicated a level of respect. No wonder the Duke reassessed him. Jersey needs to go to Blackstone Town and can no longer serve as your guardian knight. Hagen spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Troy sat up, less lazy now. Jersey was crucial to his entire plan, and his safety depended on him in the last month. He could defeat Eris partly because of White Blade sword suppression. Moreover, without Jersey holding off over 20 gang professionals alone, he wouldn't have defeated Blood Gang. Most importantly, Jersey served as his frontman, the best tool for leveraging power. Losing Jersey would be like Tong Liao losing its Khan, bereft of spirit. They'd gotten along well lately, and Troy was confident he could win Jersey over. Why did his Duke father suddenly decide to transfer him? Chad's move. It didn't seem like Chad's style. Troy gazed at Hagen, waiting for an explanation without asking. Hagen slowly explained. The Baron of Blackstone Town reported that after digging 600 meters deep into Blackstone Mine, energy fluctuations were detected. After confirmation by Dwarven craftsmen, it is highly likely that there exists a new type of energy ore. Instantly invigorated, Troy felt this was exactly what he wished for. No wonder Chandra had heaven-defying luck. He'd just been contemplating a great gold mine scam when Hagen brought him this good news tonight. This is excellent. Didn't we agree I could choose any town in the south? I'll take Blackstone Town. Seeing Troy's excitement, Hagen assumed it was due to the discovery of the magical energy ore. Wait, let me finish before you make plans. Troy gestured for him to continue. South Territory's advantage lies in abundant grain, timber, and stone exports being a pillar of the economy. But since the establishment of the Mage Energy Industry Committee a year ago, the Empire's economic system has started shifting. The South Territory has the least amount of Mage energy mines among the 4 territories. Most of the Mage energy supply relies on the adjustments from the West Territory. Since the establishment of the Mage Energy Industry Committee, the royal family has reclaimed the power to allocate Mage energy ores and is focused on increasing the share for the East Territory. The South Territory has lost its advantage in this era's transformation. Hagen's words were blunt and direct. In this era, anyone with foresight knew that a sweeping reform was about to take over the entire continent. Whoever possessed Mage energy mines and caught this wave would gain an overwhelming advantage. In the past, South Territory had abundant grain and was almost self-sufficient, hardly relying on others. But things are different now. The current attitude of the capital towards South Territory is very clear. The Callistorn royal family may not dare to speak openly, but they have already started planning to replace the Duke. The Blackstone Town mine is, without a doubt, a lifeline for South Territory. Troy finally understood why Jersey had to be transferred away. Only he, as the guardian knight of the Duke, could shoulder this important task. Hagen continued, regardless of the potential threats hidden beneath each Mage energy mine, just considering the current situation, if you choose to take charge of this matter, you will be seen as a thorn in the side by countless forces. The glory of Thistlethorn has been shaky since the Grand Duke was cursed. What will you do, Master Troy? Troy stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and smiled. Are you sure you want to ask me about this kind of thing? Hagen nodded. The news from Blackstone Town hasn't leaked out yet, but it can't be kept secret for long. The Grand Duke will inform all his descendants and ask each one for their answer. What did Chad say? He should have been asked first, right? Troy didn't think he'd be the first to know. Compared to him, Chad's path was more orthodox, walking entirely in the upper aristocratic circle. Chapter 34. The South Region Choked. The North region of the Kalia Empire is located in the northern part of the continent, with a terrain similar to that of the Charney side from Troy's previous life, but much larger because the North region connects to a forbidden land called the Eternal Tundra. In a fantasy world, there are always some inexplicable forbidden lands. For example, the Dark Forest Mountain in the southern part of the South region is actually one of them. People in the North region are tall and strong like those on the Charney side, with robust physiques, naturally making them born warriors on this continent. The Ishan family of the North region, or their Duke of the North region, has almost every generation been invincible heroes, as if they were incarnations of war gods. Kalia rose during the chaos of the immortal Longin, leading the ancestors of today's 4 regional dukes to vie for territories with both the court of immortal Longin and the current Saint Shauna Empire. It was the Ishan family who led the Black Knights Corps he established to blaze a trail to success. After the establishment of the country, the North region borders the Eternal Tundra to the north, resisting the Ice Giant clans, and faces the soon-to-be nation Boloa to the west, and borders the Saint Shauna Empire to the east, surrounded by powerful enemies on 3 sides, akin to being besieged by wolves. Relying on the Black Knights Corps, the North region's Ishan managed to hold off the soon-to-be nations Boloa to the west, forcefully dispersed them, pushed the fearless Black Knights into the heart of the tundra against the ice giants of the Eternal Tundra, and left the Saint Shauna Empire in even worse shape. Originally owning an inland sea, it was completely taken over by the second-generation Ishan with his Black Knights Corps, not leaving even a nautical mile for the Saint Shauna Empire. How can you expect Chad to ally and form ties with such heroes? If truly allied, the South region would merely serve as grain suppliers for the North region to nurture its Black Knights Corps' younger brothers. Life in the South region has become too comfortable. After only a year since the Demon Crisis ended, Chad has already forgotten how Purple Thorn started. Troy could not help but sigh repeatedly while extracting information about the North region from his original body's memory. Such a template is just like the Tang Emperor Li Shimin reincarnated. How did someone like Kalia end up on the throne? Especially that Black Knights Corps in the North region almost rivals the Black Knights under Sun King Gwyn in the Dark Souls series. From Hagen's tone, Troy also realized he did not agree with Chad's idea. Hagen was quite looking forward to Troy's response and asked, "Young master, what are your thoughts?" Troy replied without hesitation, "I've said it before, people must rely on themselves. If the Kalia royal family does not give us face, we will establish our independence. Once the magic energy mine of Blackstone Town is sorted out, change the flag, and alter the sky." Hagen had guessed somewhat about Troy's intentions but was somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "There is an alliance pact between the 4 regions and the Kalia royal family witnessed by the gods, which cannot be betrayed. Moreover, things concerning Blackstone Town are not as simple as you imagine." Troy originally wanted to retort with "listen to the command but not the announcement," but upon hearing about Blackstone Town, which he had unofficially designated for himself, he naturally paid attention and pursued, "Tell me, what's going on in Blackstone Town?" After taking a sip of water to clear his throat, Hagen continued, "According to the detection of the Dwarven craftsman, the energy fluctuation detected at the Blackstone mine is dark energy, which typically exists within dark creatures and demons. Blackstone Town is very close to Dark Forest Mountain. Dwarven craftsmen speculate that beneath the mine, higher-ranking and even Lord-level demons have likely died, their energies eroding the surrounding geology and thus forming the dark energy mine." Troy did not understand these energy theories and straightforwardly asked, "Is the mining difficulty and risk very high?" "Very high. With the current capabilities of the South region and the technology of Dwarven craftsmen, even if mined, the extraction of dark energy would still require assistance from the Magic Energy Industry Committee in the capital." Sighing, Hagen originally had their throats choked by the energy mines. Now, with a new mine discovered and emitting dark energy, they are again technologically stifled. The more difficulties the South region encounters now, the more urgent it becomes for the Grand Duke Purple Thorn to hasten the growth of his descendants, even resorting to extreme measures like bloodline struggle to force rapid growth. After some thought, Troy asked, "What's our relationship with the dwarves?" With his original low status, it was difficult to access matters related to Purple Thorn, thus he didn't fully understand the family's relationships with other races. There is a branch of the Bronze Beard nobility in the Hill Lands who have good relations with the White Blade Knights Corps. The current manager of the Blackstone mine is also a Bronze Beard noble. Hagen explained simply, but Troy keenly sensed there was more than meets the eye. The Bronze Beards befriending the White Blade Knights Corps doesn't necessarily mean they have good relations with Purple Thorn. What about the Horn Rangers Knights Corps? I heard they're mostly elves and half-elves. Troy asked another question. Hagen shook his head. They are responsible for guarding Dark Forest Mountain based on the Blade Covenant from 1,000 years ago. They do not get involved in human conflicts. We only supply them with materials. Well, could you spare me the trouble of providing some information about the Magic Energy Industry Committee? Troy did not have any immediate plans. He wanted to study this so-called Magic Energy Industry Committee first. He had not yet studied this world thoroughly, which had a very peculiar development route. Steam engines had not been invented yet, but there were already magic energy hand cannons. Yet none of these so-called magic energy industrial technologies could be seen in the civilian market. The environment in the capital looked similar to what he imagined from the Middle Ages, except that it had more furries and elements like swords and magic. I'll have someone send it over tomorrow. Specific matters, such as Dane going to Blackstone Town, and your wish for Blackstone Town as a frontier territory, need to wait for the Duke's response. Hagen drained his teacup and prepared to stand up. Today he was merely representing Duke Shaw to ask Troy for an answer and had no other business. Whether Troy's response would satisfy Duke Shaw was not Hagen's concern. Mr. Hagen, please stay. I have some things I want to talk to you about. Troy stopped Hagen. He also intended to discuss the matter of a proxy agent with Hagen. Since Hagen came, it was a good opportunity to bring it up. Do you know anything about proxy agents? Hagen sat down again, scrutinized Troy for a few moments, then shook his head. As the steward of Purple Thorn Manor, I cannot fulfill your request. Young Master Troy, I believe you understand that I cannot provide you with any substantial help. Regarding the bloodline struggle of the Purple Asher, as a steward, he could not intervene even if he favored any particular Purple Thorn lineage. Troy's agent matter was something Hagen had heard about and knew the situation. This was something Troy had to handle himself. You don't plan to listen to my thoughts? Hagen rose and apologized. Sorry, I can't. I will adhere to my duty as a steward. Good night, young Master Troy. Chapter 35, Purple Thorn. In the Duke's study, before a small magic network array stood a hexagram spell plate, where purple energy formed the towering figure of a knight clad in white blade knight's armor. This imposing figure was the pillar of South Ing, the soul of the current white blade knights, and also the hero in the hearts of the people of South Ing, Gideon Benjamin. Gideon's reputation was grand, but his looks were not particularly handsome. His face was long, with thick eyebrows. Before he became famous, he was often mocked and given the nickname Horseface Knight. He never took these jokes to heart, adhering strictly to the 8 vows of knighthood, and pursued his unique path as a white blade knight. 10 years ago, while suppressing an evil mage in Hoof Castle, the battle reduced the castle to ruins, leaving behind a deep pit. During this battle, Gideon suffered a soul-tearing injury from the evil mage's last counterattack, an injury that has yet to heal. A year ago, during the battle at Hellgate, it was he who single-handedly withstood Demon Gale Abelardo's frontal assault, allowing Duke Shaw to seize an opportunity. Seeing Radiant's soul wounds, Abelardo delivered another fatal blow. The old wound had not healed when the new one was added, making it unbearable for Gideon. If not for his radiant path stabilizing his wavering soul, he would have died in front of Hellgate a year ago. Duke Shaw stood before the disc, hands clasped behind his back, observing the figure inside. Candido, can your injuries truly not be stabilized? Candido responded calmly. Perhaps fate has already determined my path will end here. There's no need to cling or linger. He had long accepted his fate. Now that Hellgate had been destroyed, he believed his mission was complete. The fact that death did not claim him in that battle was already a blessing from the goddess of fate. Duke Shaw also suffered severe soul injuries, which were difficult to cure both within the Empire and across the entire continent. Holy Light could only stabilize such injuries, but couldn't heal a torn soul. What was most critical was that soul studies were considered heretical and evil research on the continent, condemned by all nations and the 3 holy churches. The evil mage Radiant killed in Hoof Castle was once a great mage from the Tower Council who fell into darkness due to his soul studies, capturing people for experiments. Duke Shaw did not want to give up. At least one of them had to survive. I contacted Grand Duke Booker in the north and asked him to find Master Otto in the Eternal Frost. He may have a way to heal soul injuries. Alonso, legendary great mage and honorary president of the Tower Council. His research was even more extreme than the evil mages. He delved into demon soul studies, the heresy among heresies. 200 years ago, he published a paper titled Reverse Deduction of Forbidden Spells Involving the Reversal of Human Souls by Demons at St. Elephant Tower, causing a stir among mages. Subsequent research eventually led to his fusion with a higher demon, transforming him into a terrifying half-human, half-demon entity. Due to his immense power, the Mage Council could only denounce and expel him. Various nations and holy churches merely issued warrants without actually sending anyone to capture him. After 200 years, he was still alive and well, having even founded Kalia's Tower Council with his own hands. Who dared to really issue a warrant for him? Gideon raised an eyebrow disapprovingly. Shaw, as a Grand Duke, you should avoid contact with Master Otto. Haha, Booker is friends with Master Otto. Who dare say anything? Shaw refused to accept fate. As long as there was a chance, he would do whatever it took to seize it. Candido knew Shaw's character and realized Jin Soa Wushao, Bane Bujay Thaisher Jurga Wati, Sodal. Wahua Wunding Angola, Tada Huida, Siran Tinjun, Donward Rundingda. Tashi Wang Ni Nung Jiesu, Ni Na Kershao de Shimai Do Jung, Sti Dong Ji Chungren, Do Wu Sawei, Ta Bushang Shung Di Shangsan. Shaw's ideology was somewhat extreme and laughable. What Radiant saw wasn't any demonic curse. Instead, he witnessed Shaw condemning his own offspring to death with his own hands. At the time of his decision, Radiant thought he might have been possessed by a demon. I explained this to you a year ago. I don't want to repeat it. Duke Shaw sighed with closed eyes. He didn't want to do this either, but the bloodline of the Purple Thorn could only be preserved in this way. Abelardo's curse was merely another cut on an old wound. When he inherited the dukedom and opened the treasure vault of Purple Thorn, he learned that Purple Thorn had been under the watchful eye of demons for 1,500 years. Purple Thorn symbolized family harmony and familial love. But over those 1,500 years, the bloodshed from the struggle for inheritance had stained this flower into blood thorn. Duke Shaw had no choice. To continue the lineage, his choice was almost identical to that of his predecessors. Gideon was unaware of the secrets of the Purple Thorn family. Duke Shaw had only given him a side explanation. However, he still did not agree with Duke Shaw's thoughts. He believed there were always ways to solve problems without resorting to such extremes. They had argued about this matter many times, yet came to no conclusion. Duke Shaw also felt helpless. After 1,500 years with no solution found by Purple Thorn, how could two people reach an agreement through mere arguments? Clifford always tends to avoid things. After your death, I fear no one can protect him anymore. Duke Shaw was somewhat worried about his second son. If Master Otto brought no news and he was dying, he might truly not see which of his 4 sons would survive. Gideon said coldly, "Sounds like you, doesn't it?" Clifford was avoiding, but as a father, wasn't Shaw doing the same? The two old friends remained silent until Candido broke the silence. "How is Emilio doing?" At the mention of Emilio, Shaw's eyes lit up noticeably. "He really resembles me. Perhaps he will be the one who goes to the end, inheriting the title of Purple Thorn." Candido's eyes flashed with surprise. "He can inherit Purple Thorn? Have you gone mad?" Duke Shaw nonchalantly remarked, "Why not?" Carver did not detect any demon transformation or replacement in him. His soul remains as it has always been. No matter who he is, his body carries the bloodline of Purple Thorn. Everything Emilio had shown these past few days and everything he did were all inexplicable. Even his personality was vastly different from before. Optimistically speaking, it was as if a god bestowed infinite wisdom upon him, completely transforming him. But as a father, Shaw could clearly feel that his son Emilio was dead, his soul thoroughly dispersed. The Emilio now occupying his son's body seemed not from this world. Yet, Shaw didn't care. "Do you really favor him? Should I go back and check on him?" Gideon was uneasy. Duke Shaw waved his hand. "No need. He at least still calls me father, and that's enough." Chapter 36. It's time to put you to the test. After Hagen left, Andy remained alone in the hall, pondering for a long time. He was truly short of manpower at the moment. Although it seemed that he had almost unified the gangs outside the city and had an impressive force, it was essentially just a makeshift group. He couldn't fully trust the people from Blackwater Corporation. Currently, only Albin was reliable. Though this young man knew how to adapt, he was somewhat fickle, and if the situation changed significantly, he might turn to others. Lionel was doing his best as a butler, though it was only a day or two since he took up the position, and there were no clear signs yet. Ultimately, Andy lacked his own intelligence network, preventing him from effectively investigating his subordinates to determine who could be trusted and who couldn't. The most urgent matter now was to establish his own intelligence network. Back when he was the leader of a gang, he realized that information determined everything. When Lionel and others saw Hagen leave, they also returned to the hall. Seeing Andy deep in thought, they did not dare to disturb him and waited quietly on the side. Andy raised his head from his contemplation and looked at Lionel. "Where's Dane?" "Mr. Dane is practicing swordsmanship outside," Lionel replied. Andy rubbed his head. "That's too intense. Call him in." Lionel brought Dane in. Although Hagen hadn't mentioned to Dane that he would be transferred away, with his keen hearing, Dane had already overheard the conversation in the hall and could guess what Andy wanted to talk about. "Do you have any promising talents in your squad?" Andy thought that even if he couldn't retain Dane temporarily, he should at least find a capable White Blade Knight as his deputy. Without hesitation, Dane answered, "There is one, named Brett Dale, a very diligent young man. Call him in for a chat." Just as Dane was about to go, he saw Lionel volunteering to fetch the person and heading out of the hall. The White Blade Knight's quarters were near the small castle, and they were responsible for guarding the knight. Soon, Lionel brought a young man into the room. This young man wore a custom-tailored suit provided by Andy, complemented by his light golden hair, exuding a refined British gentleman style, as if he were born a noble. "Master Andy," Brett greeted with a broad smile, acting very familiar. Andy wasn't particularly fond of overly familiar behavior, but merely responded, "What are you good at?" Brett thought for a moment and replied, "My horse riding skills are quite good, master." "That's too common. Do you have anything more special?" Andy preferred to remember people who stood out. Those who were too ordinary didn't interest him. Brett initially wanted to say he was great at drinking, but reconsidered based on Andy's character and recent practical approach to staffing. If his skills were too common and single-faceted, he would miss this opportunity. A few days ago, Brett wouldn't have given Andy much regard, but after observing his actions over these past few days, Brett was genuinely impressed and intrigued by Andy's future plans. Brett didn't want to miss this opportunity. "I often serve as a scout in the team, with extensive experience in wilderness reconnaissance and some understanding of tracking," Brett explained. Andy couldn't help but rub his chin, sizing up Brett. The young man indeed seemed clever, and his overly familiar demeanor fit the role of a scout. "Very nice. How about being my personal guard knight for a while?" Andy didn't have a title yet, so he couldn't bestow the honor of guardian knight. That privilege required at least a baronetcy, which he would only acquire once he became a territorial lord. Brett didn't immediately agree but turned to Dane, seeking approval from his captain. Dane held high esteem among the White Blade Knights, and also served as an instructor. Although he temporarily stopped taking disciples due to his duties as a Duke's guardian knight, many viewed him as a mentor. "Your life should be decided by yourself. There's no need to ask for my opinion," Dane said. He never made decisions for his team members' future paths, preferring to let them choose for themselves. Taking this as tacit approval, Brett immediately knelt down, placing his left hand across his chest, and bowed his head in a knightly salute. Brett Dale is willing to become your personal guard knight. I will. Stand up. I don't have a title yet, and I dislike this pretentious etiquette. Andy waved his hand, signaling Brett to stand. I believe that as long as rewards and punishments are clear, my subordinates will follow me. As long as you work hard here, I won't let you down. Brett stood up gratefully. Thank you for your recognition, Master. Andy acknowledged and asked him to wait aside, then turned to Dane and said, Dane, in this dukedom, you've watched me grow up. You are the person I trust most. Dane raised his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Andy, you can speak directly if you have something to say. There's no need to talk as if you're recruiting confidants. Words need some build-up, you know. Andy rolled his eyes and lit a cigar for himself, leisurely saying, Hagen just told me that you will be transferred to Blackstone Town soon to take care of some matters. I want you to do something for me on the side. Dane didn't readily agree because Andy had a tendency to treat people like tools, even himself. If he accepted, he might work himself to death. Since becoming the Duke's guardian knight, Dane, apart from focusing on enhancing his knighthood, had few other desires. He disliked complicated tasks. Seeing Dane hesitate, Andy continued, It's not a difficult task. When you go there, help me sort out the noble relations in the south, establish channels of interest. If possible, train a militia unit for me in Blackstone Town. I'll write down the specific training methods. It didn't sound too difficult. Training a militia could be left to the White Blade Knights accompanying him. Dane hesitated a little before replying. If it's only these things, I can't agree. Andy smiled. For now, it's only these things. Don't worry, I won't put you in a tough spot. I have nothing else to do here, so I'll head back first. Dane thought about leaving the capital soon and wanted to prepare ahead. Andy stood up to stop him. Why in such a hurry? Since you're already here, I still have several training plans to write up. Help me copy them down. Brett, it's time to put you to the test. Work diligently. Dane patted Brett on the shoulder and quickly left, walking faster and faster until he was running through the gates, afraid that if he slowed down, Andy would hold him back. Andy rubbed his head. TSK, Dane has no ambition at all. Lionel stepped closer. Young Master, I'm here. Go find Mr. Hagen and get me the data from the Magic Energy Industry Committee, along with information about Blackstone Town and the South. Also, bring a map over. Chapter 37, The Black Wolf Brigade. The reason Blood Gang became the top gang in the outer city wasn't because of their fighting prowess. On the streets, one needs influence and background. Being able to fight is useless without them. Eris realized this when he took over Blood Gang and promptly latched onto the nobles. Through his efforts, he almost completely dominated the entire East District, and half of the trade district's channels were under his control. Now that Tanner has taken over Blood Gang, the noble back channels have been severed overnight, waiting for Tanner to come negotiate the redistribution of interests. The nobles don't mind changing hands as long as the attitude is sincere enough. With Tanner's current attitude towards handling matters, it seems he isn't interested in negotiating with the nobles. This puts Albin, the current leader of the gang, in a difficult position. Currently, the gang's channels have been cut off by the nobles. The so-called Blackwater Company now barely sustains itself through some industries within the capital city. It has only been a short time, 1 or 2 days, so there haven't been any major issues yet. But Tanner's actions are too aggressive, a tactic Albin has never heard of. It took Eris 5 whole years to secure Blood Gang's throne as the first among the outer city gangs after relying on Chad. Tanner only used 2 days, moving too quickly. Albin feels uneasy inside. He believes Tanner can achieve those grand plans, but Tanner moves too fast. He fears he won't be able to keep up and will be discarded as a temporary tool once used. Tonight, for Albin, is not just about proving his usefulness, but also an opportunity to see Tanner's grand vision. If completing Tanner's assigned tasks does not result in corresponding rewards, he will rethink his life plans. After the gang meeting, the night was bound to be restless in the outer city. With all cadres present, Albin immediately began mobilizing forces, preparing to take down a target tonight. Albin chose a target in the trade district. Initially, the territory was divided into 3 parts. Eris took half, while the remaining half was split into 2 equal parts. One part went to Crocodile Gang, which mainly comprised Mud Melvinidiles, a veteran local gang backed by the Southern Wind Knights of the Southern Frontier, living a semi-legitimate life comfortably. The other part belonged to an organization named the Black Wolf Brigade, which Albin chose as his target. Given the merger of Blood Gang and Black Shark Gang into the so-called Blackwater Company, they must tackle the hardest bone first, otherwise, other gangs wouldn't respect them. The members of the Black Wolf Brigade don't quite seem like a typical gang. Originating from an adventuring group, they have a strict organizational structure similar to a knightly order. They are tough contenders. While most gangs in the outer city feast on meat, these guys drink blood, using extremely cruel methods. There are even valuable mages within the group, making them very hard to handle. Fortunately, the number of Black Wolf Brigade members isn't large. Unfortunately, each one is formidable. To ensure the success of this operation, Albin called almost all the available cadres and half of the gang's combat personnel. Dozens of cadres led hundreds of fighters and marched toward the Black Wolf Brigade's territory. The Black Wolf Brigade's gathering place is a tavern called Traveler's Tavern, located on Ash Street in the Trade District. Although it's called a tavern, its nature differs from places like Black Shark Tavern or Bloodlust Tavern. This tavern neither sells alcohol nor opens to the public. Traveler's Tavern was originally a branch of the Adventurers Guild, used to relay mission information, serving mid to high-level adventurers exclusively. After the Black Wolf Brigade's leader left the Adventurers Guild, he managed to take over this tavern and started operating some underground businesses. Only at least silver-tier adventurers who have gained the Black Wolf Brigade's recognition can enter this tavern. Most residents are old members of the Black Wolf Brigade and recognized adventurers who stay overnight before embarking on missions. Albin had the tavern surrounded. When he arrived with his men, he received word that the operation was exposed. All cadre members of the Black Wolf Brigade were gathered in the tavern, awaiting his arrival. The cadres accompanying Albin were mostly from the Black Shark gang. They were incredibly nervous. Despite the Black Wolf Brigade's small size, their fearsome reputation meant even Eris showed them respect when alive. Blood Gang's cadres waited at a relatively outer position, equally uncertain. Previously, Blood Gang rarely clashed with the Black Wolf Brigade. Any conflicts were always handled personally by Eris. They had never faced them head-on. Albin took a deep breath. He knew that success or failure hinged on tonight. He recalled the night Andy led him into the Bloodlust Tavern, which gave him a slight boost of confidence. Follow me. All the cadres followed behind Albin. None dared to take the lead. The door of Traveler's Tavern was wide open, and it seemed as if some sort of banquet was being held inside. The voices were boisterous, with continuous sounds of clinking glasses. As Albin stepped through the tavern door, the noise inside clearly fell silent. One by one, fierce eyes pierced at Albin like daggers, making his back feel as if pricked by needles. He couldn't help but roll his neck, trying to ease his inner tension and display a tough stance. So, this is our outer city's recently infamous Blackwater Albin, coming here with so many people. Are you planning to wipe out our Black Wolf Brigade? From the crowd in the tavern, a tall figure stood up. He wore a set of black leather armor, with wild black hair. His gloomy eyes resembled those of a wolf starved for a long time, sending chills down one's spine. Lucas Antonio, the leader of the Black Wolf Brigade, an emerald-grade adventurer and a master-level warrior. In this moment of direct confrontation with Lucas, Albin regretted his decision. He cursed himself for ever daring to pick the Black Wolf Brigade as a target. A single Black Wolf Lucas could crush him with one hand. He didn't have someone like Ingersony Knight to assist him this time. The cadres behind Albin all silently retreated half a step. Lucas's intimidating presence was terrifying, more fearsome than the arrogant Andy, instilling fear in them. Alishader Lucas, I represent my boss and would like to talk to you. Albin immediately changed his original plan. In the current situation, fighting was out of the question. Once a fight started, the cadres around him might run faster than anyone else, scattering like birds and beasts without even needing the Black Wolf Brigade to do much killing. That would turn him into a laughingstock across the entire southern frontier, and Andy surely wouldn't let him off the hook either. Lucas walked out from the crowd, his steps large and accompanied by the sound of wind. In just a few strides, he stood before Albin, towering over him by two heads, his massive frame and terrifying presence making it hard for Albin to breathe. Biting his teeth, Albin steeled himself and looked up to meet Lucas's gaze. Lucas laughed loudly. Talk to me? I heard your boss Andy wanted to hang me on a lamppost. Are you planning to discuss how I should hang myself there? This remark caused everyone from the Black Wolf Brigade in the tavern to silently place their hands on their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere in an instant. Chapter 38. The Most Perfect Protection. There weren't many people in the Traveler's Tavern. The Black Wolf gang, including Black Wolf Lucas himself, totaled only 11 people. Albin brought over 20 officers, but half of them couldn't squeeze inside. Although outnumbered several times over, they were already losing ground in terms of morale. Only Albin was barely holding on with a stiff upper lip, while the rest of his men were thinking about how to escape. Black Wolf Lucas, a man even Eris was unwilling to deal with much. It was fortunate that the Gideon was still alive. Otherwise, Lucas would have acted more boldly. Only those who frequented the gray areas knew of his fearsome reputation. Albin tried to hold on and said, Boss Lucas, as a guest here, shouldn't you provide a chair for us to sit down and talk? Lucas grinned, leaned close to Albin's face, and stared directly at him. All guests of the Traveler's Tavern need approval from the Black Wolf gang. Once approved, you are free to sit. Albin, though internally panicked, refused to back down, and responded defiantly, looking straight into Lucas's face. Boss Lucas, I represent young Master Troy, not myself. Your gang's recognition seems irrelevant to me. Troy? Ha ha ha. Lucas laughed wildly like a madman, then abruptly stopped and became stern, sidestepping to glance at Albin coldly. Since you're representing Troy, you do indeed have the right to a chair, but your group behind you is an eyesore. Get rid of them. Just as Albin was about to respond, he heard movement behind him. Turning around, he saw his officers leaving the tavern in an orderly manner. This action made everyone in the tavern burst out laughing. If word got out, Blackwater Company might not be able to survive in the outer city. Albin, now the last face of Blackwater Company, realized that if he couldn't reach an agreement with Lucas tonight, Blackwater Company wouldn't need to exist anymore. Please, Mr. Albin, ha. Lucas gestured like a servant, leading Albin forward while laughing hysterically. Albin walked into the main hall under the watchful eyes of the Black Wolf gang, pushing through the crowd and sitting down in the central seat previously occupied by Black Wolf. The noise in the tavern seemed to vanish instantly, even the temperature dropping abruptly. The corner of Lucas's mouth lifted again as he walked back to Albin, standing opposite him while an officer got up to let Lucas take his place. You're not as worthless as rumored. You've got some guts. Lucas sounded almost normal, his tone mellowing. Albin, leaning back against the chair with drenched clothes and a pale face, forced himself to remain composed. So what if I die? In our line of work, we all risk our lives every day, Albin replied, his state improving despite his tense body. Lucas propped one foot on the table, leaned against the chair back, and looked over Albin a few times before saying, "Speak. What do you want to discuss? Since you showed such courage tonight, Lucas will give you this favor." Initially, Albin planned to lead a large group into a brutal battle with the Black Wolf gang, winning against all odds, and then returning triumphantly to Troy. But now, everything had changed. The initiative had shifted. He needed to regain control. The Black Wolf gang had been invited, and Albin had delivered the invitation personally when Lucas wasn't in town. During meetings, Lucas never attended, yet he now allowed Albin to come in and sit down. Albin couldn't quite grasp Lucas's thoughts. When he mentioned Troy, Lucas didn't attack immediately or show disdain. Even sitting in his position hadn't infuriated Lucas. These signals suggested Lucas feared offending the Duke's manor or simply respected Troy. Though his attitude was arrogant, he was willing to negotiate, indicating Lucas had ambitions beyond just terror. Albin quickly analyzed the situation. Perhaps Lucas was open to aligning with Troy but did not want to be subservient. Did he want an equal partnership? While the Black Wolf gang had no noble patron, their frequent interactions with nobles indicated they served as a useful tool. Nobles needed Black Wolf's ruthlessness but didn't want to sully their names, given the gang's terrible reputation in South Territory. If it weren't for Lucas's good relationship with the president of the Adventurers Association, the Gideon might have crushed them long ago. The situation in the South Territory had begun to change significantly after Troy's disruption. A storm was about to form, and the Black Wolf gang, having been stagnant for years, might be seeking a way to elevate their status but were hindered by pride, unwilling to bow down. After some deliberation, Albin probed cautiously. Boss Lucas is an able man, and young Master Troy has always been exceptionally lenient towards able men. I wonder if the Black Wolf gang is interested in collaborating with Blackwater Company. Lucas had heard of Blackwater Company. Although only 2 days had passed, Troy seemed not to have kept it a secret, and his subordinates were also quite indiscreet. The content of his meetings at the Bloodlust Tavern and his innovative plans were already known to the upper echelons. The Black Wolf gang had also obtained a report through channels within the Adventurers Association. Undeniably, some elements inside intrigued Lucas. Collaborate? Does what you say carry any weight with Troy? Lucas looked down on Albin. This response instantly reassured Albin. If Lucas was asking this question, it indicated interest and confirmed Albin's guess. Lucas admired Troy's philosophy and wanted to engage with his plans, but sought an equal footing. Albin did not directly answer Lucas's question, but countered. You didn't ask me what Blackwater Company is, which means you must have learned about our system through certain channels, Boss Lucas. Your young Master Zhuang doesn't seem to mind these leaks. Lucas sneered and then stared at Albin. You still haven't answered my question. Recalling Troy's way of speaking, Albin still did not give a direct response, but said, in Blackwater Company's system, security services are the main business. We are currently short of excellent talents like you, Boss Lucas. The Black Wolf gang is obviously very suitable for this job. We're good at killing. Protecting people is something we've never done. Lucas couldn't help but laugh loudly again, and the other members of the gang joined in. The atmosphere in the tavern inexplicably improved slightly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Albin continued, killing the enemy of your employer. Isn't that the most perfect protection? The moment he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Albin felt somewhat bewildered as he watched Lucas standing up with a grin, his hand resting on the curved blade at his waist, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You're right, Mr. Albin. I just happen to have received a job here, and you and your Master Troy seem to be enemies of our employer. Chapter 39, The Forewarning Heart. The pace of life in the southern borderlands isn't actually fast, at least not many nobles would rise as early as Andy. Andy had Donovan and Brett help him write several proposals last night, including upgrades and training for Mafia Industries and a renovation project for the Rhine Daily. Had today not been so busy, Andy intended to stay up all night to finish writing. Due to rising early, the servants hadn't prepared breakfast yet. So, Andy walked outside to the lawn by himself, seeing Dane practicing swordsmanship nearby, while Brett was leading the group of children residing in the manor in their basic sword skills training. Andy stretched beside Dane and curiously asked, logically speaking, you should be able to perform swordsmanship even with your eyes closed. Why do I always see you practicing the basics whenever you're free? Dane slowly lowered his stance, exhaled deeply, and after the white glow around him gradually dissipated, he said, these fundamental skills can calm my heart down, helping me seek my path as a knight. What exactly is your path as a knight? Andy thought that although Dane was a white blade knight, it didn't seem like he followed the fearless way of the white blade. Instead, being titled the Dark Knight, much related to his affinity for shadows, he must have chosen Gordon Path? Dane gave a wry laugh. I don't know. If I knew, I'd be a grand knight now. Andy understood. Dane was currently in a phase of confusion, unaware of his life's direction and without proper plans, hence he couldn't define his own path as a knight. A knight's path is much like the great ways in fantasy and Xinxiao novels. Simply put, what kind of person you want to become and what you wish to achieve. It's simple logic, but incredibly hard, because it's rather mystical. Andy planned to use some cliches from the novels he read to give Dane a pep talk, hoping to enlighten him. But before he could speak, Dane suddenly turned to face him, looking somewhat serious. Andy, I've watched you grow up, and I must say, you used to be very unlikable. This wasn't about talent, but rather about your character back then. You lacked aptitude for breath techniques, Saint Light wasn't close to you, element spirits didn't like you. You were an ordinary person. Such a case is common among noble families. Most people wouldn't give up, but you did. Andy disliked hearing such sermons, but he didn't stop Dane. When someone tries to have a heartfelt chat with you and genuinely cares about you, it's best not to contradict them. Although Andy's personality was domineering, he never let anyone down in terms of how he treated people. Dane continued, "Those are old stories, and I won't dwell on them. Now you have awakened, possessed the aptitude for breath techniques, and have made swift progress. However, you haven't taken these things seriously. Andy, Nolan is a cruel place. Intelligence can only slightly improve your life, but most things are settled by power." Sighing deeply, Dane added, "Tonight, I'll depart for Blackstone Town. Facts and nurse there are urgent and can't be delayed. I hope you'll value the white blade breath technique after I leave." He took out a bound manuscript from inside his knight armor and handed it over to Andy. "This contains insights and techniques I've collected over the years. Study it wholeheartedly. When you're strong enough, everything will fall into place, everyone around you will be favorable, and you won't need to plan so much. Your enemies will kneel to you willingly." Andy solemnly accepted it with both hands. Although he didn't need such insights or techniques, the system energy alone could make him a god. He needed energy. Enchanted weapons were expensive and yielded little energy. He felt mining mana stones or refined mana crystals might be better options. "I will." Andy kept the item close to show respect. Dane asked again, "How many combat skills do you master right now?" Andy glanced at the system skill bar. Skills: White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice, plus, Oath of the White Blade, Apprentice, plus, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Shadow Sickle, Apostle. 2 White Blade series and 3 Shadow series skills. Andy found the Shadow series more practical, and this, Apostle, level seemed capable of stripping souls from others to convert into energy. Thinking about getting some leisure time, he planned to craft a set of Batman stealth clothes, kill a few scoundrels at night, and subsidize some energy. "For now, I only mastered Oath of the White Blade," Andy replied. To him, White Blade Knight Swordsmanship didn't count as a combat skill. After a moment of thought, Dane said, "Since you're still a beginner, you won't be able to comprehend 2 powerful combat skills yet. Let me teach you something practical, the Forewarning Heart." Andy became interested, revealing an attitude of humility and eagerness to learn. A white glow emanated from Dane as he said, "The Forewarning Heart is an improvement by the Gideons on the divination spell of mages. It mainly works through resonance with the White Blade legacy, sending out one's spirit to detect hostility. When you first start, it can alert you to about 10 meters. First, try to circulate your breath. Keep your heart calm enough. Close your eyes and feel your breath. You will gradually see a beam of white light. Try to reach out to the white light with your mind. When the frequency of the white light matches your breathing, you will vaguely see a sword, the Sword of White Blade." Andy tried it, but saw no white light at all. Instead, the system added a new skill, Forewarning Heart, Novice, Plus. After looting Eris's energy and adding his soul energy, there were still 225 points left. Lately, he had been too busy to remember that he had so much energy left unused. Dane was right. Power decides everything. Deep Blue add points. Forewarning Heart, Apprentice, Plus. Spending 10 points of energy, he successfully grasped it. Dane continued explaining. "The difficulty of the Forewarning Heart lies in maintaining a constant state of vigilance. This requires a certain amount of mental expenditure, which needs to be done through, Andy stood with his hands behind his back, showing a masterful demeanor. "Dane, this must be what genius looks like." Suddenly, Andy felt his body hairs stand on end, his heart filled with alarm, and an indescribable, terrifying darkness descended upon him like a sky-obscuring curtain, suppressing his very breath. This darkness vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Dane also crossed his arms, mimicking Andy's tone. "The Forewarning Heart has a serious side effect. If the enemy is too powerful, it might directly shatter your psyche, leaving you a mindless fool. Damn, fitting for a dark knight, his heart must be black inside." Andy cursed inwardly but praised aloud. "Indeed, befitting a grand knight, such terrifying power. Is there any other combat skill you can teach me?" Dane patted his shoulder. "Everything is in the notes I gave you, study well." Dane was tired. He didn't want to teach anymore. He couldn't bear to see a genius act arrogantly before him. Chapter 40. I value fairness above all. Troy returned to the hall and ate breakfast, casually using up the remaining 215 energy points. At this moment, his system panel had changed to Troy, Purple Thorn, Class, Blade Knight, Secondary Class, Shadow Apostle, Cultivation, Blade Knight Breathing Technique, Second Rank Knight, Shadow Affinity, Apostle, Skills, Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice, Blade Oath, Apprentice, Early Warning Heart, Apprentice, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Scythe of Shadows, Apostle. Energy, 15. Soul, none. It cost 100 energy to go from Apprentice to first rank, and 200 more to reach second rank. He hadn't explored the skill slots yet to see what it would take for upgrades. As for his secondary class, Shadow Apostle, there was no plus sign even when he had 225 energy points. Troy couldn't figure out how this needed to be upgraded. After reaching second rank, Troy distinctly felt an improvement in his hearing and vision, as well as a smoother circulation of his breathing technique. Beyond these, there weren't any notable enhancements, and he still didn't have any combat techniques, probably indicating that they needed to be learned or acquired from somewhere, perhaps from a skill manual. But this system wasn't overly complex. As long as he had enough energy, leveling up went pretty fast, without needing to worry about cryptic concepts like heritage resonance. Churchill approached with a handbag, waiting beside Troy until he finished eating. Troy ate pragmatically. Whatever filled his stomach was good enough unless he was in particularly high spirits, in which case he might savor it more. He quickly stuffed himself, wiped his mouth, and a servant brought him a cup of black tea. Troy lit a cigar, though in truth he didn't much care for cigars, opting for them only because there were no cigarettes available. His original self didn't have much of a nicotine habit, but Troy did. Churchill, any news on last night's incident? Churchill replied, nothing yet, but Albin is waiting outside. Let him in. Churchill fetched Albin, who entered Troy's residence for the first time, his first entry into the Duke's residence. In the past, even Jerson hadn't had the chance to enter, and Clifford never met with Jerson personally, always leaving it to his butler. Boss, I have some things to report. Albin bowed deeply to Troy before dropping to his knees, head hanging low, looking repentant. Troy disliked this posture. Stand up? I don't like being knelt to, nor do I enjoy watching people kneel. He approved of the single-knee salute for allegiance, but found the double-kneed kneeling inappropriate. Albin stood up, pondering how to start. Troy said, by the look on your face, you didn't manage to hang Emmanuel from Black Wolf Gang on a lamppost, right? Albin had chosen the task involving Black Wolf Gang, and Troy knew he could have assigned the White Blade Knights squad to him, but since Albin didn't ask, Troy didn't offer. Since Albin had volunteered, believing he could handle it, Troy figured there was no need to interfere too much. Boss, I failed to live up to your trust. When we confronted Emmanuel at Traveler's Tavern, just one Emmanuel from Black Wolf nearly crushed us. His strength seems comparable to Gale Dane. Emmanuel's reputation was loud in the capital, and Troy remembered that he was an emerald-grade adventurer and master-level warrior, putting him on par with Dane. It was unclear who was stronger. Among all the gangs in the outer city, Heiress of Blood Gang had the largest influence, while Emmanuel of Black Wolf Gang possessed the greatest personal power. When Albin chose to tackle the Black Wolf Gang, Troy hadn't expected him to succeed and thought Albin might not return alive. Now, seeing Albin unharmed, regardless of what happened, it showed that Emmanuel gave him some face. Troy fished out a cigar box and offered one to Albin. Sit down, there's no need to worry about my blame. Albin took the cigar, managing a smile, knowing Troy wouldn't hold it against him. He'd bet correctly. Troy continued, I've always said that I value your attitude towards work. Making mistakes or failing isn't important. What matters is that you tried your best. I knew you wanted to prove yourself by choosing Emmanuel last night. The Blood Gang leaders didn't respect you due to lack of notable achievements, so you wanted to emulate me. Albin clutched the cigar, laughing nervously. Troy glanced at him. Sit down, shall I ask again? Albin hurriedly sat, legs together, sitting stiffly. I didn't think you could handle the Black Wolf Gang, but the fact that you returned unharmed from Traveler's Tavern today shows that you changed your strategy last night. Tell me, what did you discuss with Emmanuel? Albin replied respectfully. Boss, I told Emmanuel that you value talent highly. Our Blackwater company primarily engages in security services, and given the strength of the Black Wolf Gang, they are more than capable of taking on such work. And if the Black Wolf Gang were to join, Troy, holding his cigar, raised a hand to signal Albin to stop. Just tell me how many benefits you offered Emmanuel. Wiping the sweat from his face, Albin cautiously answered. He wants to collaborate with you and join Blackwater Company as a partner. Alishaning back on the sofa, Troy nodded. I see. He wants to be on equal footing with me, offering a master-level warrior and the entire Black Wolf Gang as his price. Boss, he also gave me a piece of information. Someone wants to kill you. Albin dared not directly answer Troy's question. How unusual. There are many who wish to kill me. If he really means it, he should bring that person's head to me. Troy stood up, looking down at Albin. Regardless, you did well. What do you want? Albin also stood up. He dared not remain seated while Troy was standing. He lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. As long as I can follow in your footsteps, I am content. Frowning, Troy shook his head. Albin, I don't like hearing empty words. I've said before, fairness is what I value most. You risked your life for this task, and I must reward you. If I cannot even be clear about rewards and punishments, then there's no reason for you to stay with me. Hearing Troy speak so openly, Albin decided to be straightforward as well. Boss, I want to earn money, to become a noble. Only then did Troy smile with satisfaction. That's more like it. Wanting to make money is fine. I'll give you a path to wealth and an additional 500 gold coins as a reward. As for becoming a noble, I can't grant that right now. You're not yet qualified to ask for that. I understand. Troy walked over and patted Albin on the shoulder. However, you are quite pleasing to me. I can get you a knight's honor. Albin was overjoyed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Really? I can give up the path to wealth. The matter of the knight's honor will be confirmed tomorrow. Now, take me to meet this Emmanuel of Black Wolf. Troy valued talent, but not just anyone. Emmanuel didn't attend his meeting last night, which was very disrespectful. Now he wanted to negotiate on equal terms. If he had attended last night, Troy might have been more lenient. But since he didn't, Troy was displeased. Chapter 41, Rickshaw Business. While heading to the Traveler's Tavern, Troy first went to the Purple Thorn Chamber of Commerce and obtained an anonymous magic crystal card for Albin. He put in 500 gold coins, which was the reward he had cashed out. In the carriage, Troy introduced Albin to a business idea that could make money, the human-powered rickshaw business. All it required was some wheels and a frame. Then it would be ready for market entry. Troy had observed this capital city where carriages were the mainstream means of transportation. Nobles had their exclusive carriages, while others mostly rented them. Commoners wanting to travel across districts quickly but unwilling to spend too much on renting carriages could choose lower-grade options like donkey carts or freight trucks used for cargo transport. Human-powered rickshaws were different. They were cheap and durable. They didn't even need rubber wheels. As long as they could rotate, they worked fine, though they were quite bumpy. But considering the target audience at the lower strata of society, the rubber wheel issue could wait to be researched once profits were made. This rickshaw market not only could create job opportunities for people to earn a living, but also serve as a mobile intelligence station. Eventually, all the rickshaws would become his informants, and his intelligence network would start from here. On the way, Troy explained to Albin how simple yet effective this market was. The challenging part was how to train these people since he needed them as initial spies. Albin marveled at this. No wonder the boss was the boss. This market had existed for so long, yet he hadn't noticed it. Though the profit margin was not high, it was steady with broad market coverage. The earnings from just one district would suffice for Albin's enjoyment. After finishing explaining the rickshaw project, Troy added, "Next, I will establish a labor dispatch company. Then, all those seeking jobs in the capital will be handled by the company. Your task is merely to find the market and ensure timely payment for dispatched workers." Albin felt another wave of admiration. How did Troy always come up with new business ideas? He wondered what else was stored in Troy's mind. As they talked, the carriage slowly arrived at the traveler's tavern. Considering Troy's nature, he generally wouldn't proactively meet Lucas, but let Lucas come to him. Since Albin lost face here last night, Troy, as the boss, had to come over to reclaim it. The doors of the traveler's tavern were rarely closed. They stayed open year-round, yet few dared to step inside. Troy got off the carriage, flanked by Ash and Jersey, with Albin following closely behind. Brett, today's coachman, also followed after securing the carriage. The decoration style of the traveler's tavern wasn't different from other taverns. Facing the entrance was the bar area, dining area on the right side, and a heating stove on the left. On both walls hung animal heads mounted as specimens. No one was behind the bar, but a figure sat in the dining area, wearing red and black knight leather armor. The back bore a circular emblem with a rough sketch of a 9-headed snake, outlined in red against a black background. Due to the influence of the white blade knights, the South typically favored white, with most of its knights opting for silver or white gear, avoiding mixed colors. The knight seated there was clearly not from the South. Jersey whispered into Troy's ear, "There's a Grand Knight. Look at that emblem." Each Grand Knight had their unique emblem, such as Jersey's, a black sword of the white blade carved onto his shoulder guard. Not all Grand Knights were famous throughout the Empire. Jersey couldn't identify the emblem of the 9-headed snake, but he recognized the red and black leather armor as originating from the Eastern Territory. Troy walked straight to the knight's table and sat down. The knight was leisurely eating steak and didn't seem to care about Troy sitting opposite him. Albin ran to peek into the bar area and then headed to the kitchen to locate someone from the Black Wolf gang to inform Lucas. A Grand Knight from the East suddenly arriving in the capital of the South was worth investigating. Troy suspected this knight might be here for him. However, Lucas likely lacked the capability to hire a Grand Knight, so perhaps it was initiated by Southern nobles. Troy's recent activities in the outer city had already drawn the dissatisfaction of many nobles. Putting aside the criminal underworld's businesses, just the account book Troy brought back from Heir's treasury was enough to provoke action from those nobles. "Friend, would you like one?" Troy took out a cigar box from his pocket and offered one to the knight. The knight finally raised his head to meet Troy's gaze. His skin was rough, likely due to residing near the sea or in a port city. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he had lost something significant in life, much like a college student who had given up. He reached out to take the entire cigar box, inspecting it for a moment before taking one out. He didn't light it, just muttered to himself, "Why do people always like to inhale this kind of thing that leads to decadence? Or is it inevitable that everyone will eventually fall into decadence?" Troy then tossed the cigar cutter and lighter to the knight, asking, "Friend, where are you from?" The knight lit a cigar and tried it. Clearly, he hadn't smoked a cigar before. Inhaling forcefully, 2 streams of smoke spewed from his nostrils, yet he didn't cough, maintaining a normal expression. I come from Windfall Port in the Lund fiefdom of the Eastern Territory. Thank you for the cigar." The knight took another few hard puffs on the cigar. This time, no smoke came out of his nose. It seemed he swallowed all the smoke, though it was unclear how he managed it. Troy couldn't help but feel respect for this man, a tough guy indeed. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had seen someone smoke this way. After a few more puffs, finding it not potent enough, the knight directly began chewing the cigar, swallowing even the lit end with the glowing ember. "The taste is strange, but it does seem to keep me awake," the knight mumbled, behaving like someone who had lost their mind. Jersey stood alert nearby, while Brett noticed Jersey's tension and couldn't help but closely examine the knight. Yet, he found nothing special about him, just an ordinary knight with an abnormal mind. Troy asked again, "What should I call you? Why do you have so many questions?" The knight seemed annoyed, frowning and scrutinizing Troy left and right. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Hey, I haven't seen clothes like yours before. They look nice. Can you give me a set?" "Sure, but you need to tell me why you're here in the South." Troy didn't want to prolong the conversation with this mentally unstable knight. The knight yawned and scratched his head. "Someone approached me, saying a young master in the South was interested in my skills and wanted me to serve as a guardian knight. I think his name was Clifford, a descendant of the Purple Thorn Duke. I've been waiting here for 2 days, but he hasn't shown up. What a lack of manners." The knight patted his stomach, belched, and stood up, muttering, "Now that I'm full, I should rest. Oh, when will you send the clothes?" Chapter 42, Rules. The arrival of the Eastern Knights was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Andy. Just as Dane was about to leave, Clifford's brother had added one more guardian knight for him. Andy's mind raced rapidly. The journey from the east to the south is not short, and this titled knight must have been commissioned at least a month in advance. If preparations were made a month ago, the initial purpose clearly wasn't to deal with himself, but rather Chad. Now that he had severely injured Clifford, this knight would likely be prioritized to deal with him first. "I'll send a tailor over later to take your measurements." Andy stood up with the knight and extended his hand. Andy Thorne, nice to meet you. The knight gave a meaningful look at Andy and also extended his hand. All right. I'm Adair Rogers, the titled Knight Hydra. You can call me whatever you like. See you later, young Master Andy. Adair withdrew his hand and turned to leave, slowly climbing upstairs, not intending to interact much with Andy. Dane looked at Adair's departing figure with worry. This Hydra Knight is very strong. Even I can't be sure of winning against him. You need to be careful during this period. Young Master Andy, rest assured, I will protect you with my life. Brett stepped forward and expressed his loyalty. At this moment, Lucas hurriedly arrived with a senior member of the Black Wolves gang. Seeing Andy, he rushed forward. Andy, why didn't you inform me beforehand? Iter, bring wine for Andy. Andy sized up Lucas and said coldly, do I need to report to you when I come here? Are you teaching me how to handle things? Iter, who was about to pour wine for Andy, understood that Andy was there to provoke trouble. He immediately stopped, staring coldly at Andy while placing his hand on his weapon. Lucas grinned and said, Andy, how could I dare teach you? You unified the outer city overnight. Any gangs that didn't attend your meeting were swallowed whole, for in one night. Your reputation is spreading throughout the outer city. I admire you greatly. Out of the 11 absent gangs, 4 were wiped out last night, which was still quite effective. And he didn't expect those people to follow him blindly. If all 11 gangs were annihilated last night, he would have had to reconsider whether to head for Blackstone Town earlier. Too smooth and unfolding meant someone was helping to stir things up, taking advantage of the situation. After hearing the results from Lucas, Andy was relatively satisfied. However, Andy was even more dissatisfied with Lucas's attitude. Lucas's words clearly reminded Andy that his word wasn't absolute in the outer city. Andy looked at Iter, who was gripping the hilt of his sword beside Lucas, then suddenly took a step closer and slapped Iter. Do you think you can lay a hand on me with that sword grip? This sudden slap stunned Iter, who immediately flared up in anger and wanted to draw his sword. Only then did Lucas reach out to hold Iter back, pulling him behind and facing Andy. Andy, if my brother did anything wrong, you can tell me directly. I will discipline him. Albin watched from the side, not daring to speak. He had negotiated the Black Wolves matters with Lucas, originally thinking that Andy would have a proper talk with Lucas before applying some pressure. Who would have thought Andy would start with a slap? Though it was Iter who was hit, it ruined Lucas's face. After such a development, how could Lucas continue talking to Andy? Lucas eyed Dane cautiously, then stared at Andy. Andy, it seems you aren't interested in working with the Black Wolves. In that case, you could have just sent someone to inform me. Why come in person? After saying that, Lucas looked at Albin. Albin, it seems your words don't carry much weight with Andy. I regret this. Albin was drenched in sweat. Lucas's words struck deep. Andy chuckled. Black Wolf Lucas, I recognize both your strength and the Black Wolves. I agree that cooperation would be good, but your attitude disappoints me. Lucas had intended to leave directly. If negotiations with Andy failed, he could always join another noble family. Andy had offended many in the outer city, so Lucas had plenty of options and didn't need to stick with Andy. But after hearing what Andy said, Lucas wanted to see what Andy intended and responded. Andy, if you want to continue talking, let's sit down and discuss properly without this tension. Andy didn't intend to sit down, but circled around Lucas and said, Lucas, you've been in the outer city for years, and no noble has ever been willing to back you. Do you know why? The nobles you mentioned mostly care about their reputations. You are somewhat different because no noble would personally get involved. Lucas replied following Andy's line of questioning. Andy patted his shoulder and leaned closer to Lucas, saying, You're right. Even I have taken action personally. What makes you think you can remain aloof? Lucas frowned. What do you mean? Albin told you last night, didn't he? I do value talent, but I value attitude even more. Andy sat down on a chair, leaning against the backrest, and said gravely, Black Wolf Lucas, over these years, you've been making a good living in the outer city. You've done well in business and lived comfortably with master-level strength and your Black Wolves backing you. You don't want to bow down to the nobles. Now after all these years, apart from your increasingly foul reputation, you and your Black Wolves haven't made any progress. Your people can't even leave the south without any channels willing to accept you. It seems you realize this, so last night you were willing to talk to Albin, wanting to cooperate with me, hoping to change the current situation. But you show no respect for me at all. You don't take me seriously. You're not even willing to call me young Master Andy. With the Black Wolf's strength, if Lucas had bowed to the nobles initially, Eris wouldn't have gotten the title of the top gang in the outer city. Lucas was unwilling. He took pride in his strength, but it only went so far. To adventurers, he was indeed powerful, almost legendary. But to the nobles, he was just a lower version of a titled knight at best. Warriors lacked the inheritance of breathing methods, relying solely on blood and chi energy to enhance themselves. No matter how strong a warrior was, they would become weak as they aged, leading to a very short prime period unlike knights who could still perform at 80% of their peak into their 70s and 80s. Lucas was almost 50 this year, and he had already passed his prime. With his master-level strength, he could only maintain 80% effectiveness at most. His blood and chi energy declined each year, urging him to seek new ways out, exploring the breathing methods of the knights, and maintaining his strength. But he refused to bow, to submit to this world. Andy admired such people, but did not approve of Lucas's approach. He always believed that when you lack the ability to change the rules, you should follow them. This was one of the reasons why Andy wanted to leave the capital and head south to open up. The rules of the capital have been maintained by the nobles for nearly a millennium. To break them, you'd have to kill them all. Andy entered with the mafia, operating outside the nobles' rules. In their eyes, Andy was merely causing some trouble, not touching their core interests, not truly violating their rules, or they would have suppressed him long ago. Chapter 43. Chaos in the Outer City. Black Wolf Lucas. On this continent, power determines everything. When your strength is insufficient, then standing in the right position becomes your primary goal. Troy had said a lot, and was too lazy to continue. He walked towards the door, turning his back on Lucas, and left one final remark. I'll give you a day to think it over properly. If you're willing to trust me, all you need to do is show me your sincerity and attitude, and I'll respect you accordingly. Even after Troy left with his men, Lucas remained silent. Jaden, who stood beside him, couldn't stand Troy's condescending attitude and asked coldly, Boss, shall I send people to kill him? Have you gone mad? You dare to touch the direct descendant of the Purple Thorn. Lucas came out of his thoughts and reprimanded Jaden before adding, What Troy said makes a lot of sense. In recent years, our reputation has become so notorious, and we've been vacillating in our stance. Now, apart from him, no one else is willing to help us advance. Boss, Troy humiliated you today? Can you really swallow this insult? Jaden couldn't contain his indignation. He had always been quick-tempered as an adventurer. Jaden, you should change your mindset. We're not adventurers anymore, Lucas sighed, turning away, leaving Jaden puzzled. He couldn't understand what Troy's words had done that made their boss change so much in such a short time. The promise Troy made wasn't defended. It rapidly spread throughout the capital city these past few days, especially with the clandestine push from various factions. By last night, everything exploded into chaos. Only the Eastern District, where Troy's influence lay, remained calm, as usual. Back at the entrance of the Bloodthirsty Tavern, as soon as Troy got off the carriage, he saw Cullen quickly walking up to him, worry written all over his face. Young Master Troy, something big has happened. Troy smiled and said, Let's talk inside the tavern. No rush, rushing won't help. Those thugs you ordered to cause chaos last night have turned the entire outer city upside down. There are dismembered bodies everywhere. Killing is rampant, and the fighting continues. Even our church knights have been forced to suppress them. The Archbishop is furious. Cullen was very anxious, explaining the situation as they walked. However, Troy wasn't worried at all. The chaos suited him fine, as he could profit from it. Walking into the tavern, Troy went straight to the bar, preparing to mix himself a drink. Cullen continued, Young Master Troy, you must come up with a plan quickly. Those people are causing trouble using both your and the Archbishop's names, which tarnishes the Holy Church's reputation. Troy's eyes lit up, and he stopped mixing the drink, turning to approach Cullen at the bar. Are those people really causing havoc in the name of the Archbishop? Cullen nodded repeatedly. Yes, several bishops are already asking for the Archbishop's instructions. They mentioned that the envoy from the capital will be here in 2 days. If the envoy reports the situation in the outer city to the Holy Sanctuary, I can't imagine what might happen. Troy ignored Reverend Rand and immediately started giving orders to Albin. Albin, 3 tasks. Listen carefully and act immediately. Sir, tell me. Albin quickly approached, taking out a small notebook to write down the instructions. To progress, he knew he had to show dedication. He had even bought the same kind of notebook as Donovan because he was eager to advance. First, get those incompetent officers to secure the Eastern District. Tell them other areas can go chaotic, but not our territory. This is their last chance. Tell them I'm very dissatisfied with their performance last night. Understood, sir, noted down. Troy raised his second finger. Second, how's the statistics on trade zone shops, factories, and residences going, which I asked you to oversee? Albin's expression changed slightly. He almost forgot about this matter. Although only 2 days had passed, these days were filled with events, making it hard for him to keep up. However, he did assign people to handle it, although he wasn't sure of the current status. Facing Troy, Albin didn't dare lie or tell the truth bluntly, only responding resolutely. People have been dispatched as you instructed, and we're waiting for the data consolidation. Upon hearing this, Troy understood that Albin hadn't taken this matter seriously, but he didn't blame him since he had at least acted on it. He continued, regarding the second task, I want a team of loyal and capable fighters to guard the trade zone over the next few days. Have them wear Blackwater Company uniforms. Do you understand my intention? Albin nodded hurriedly. Yes, sir. Are you thinking of promoting property management services? Troy snapped his fingers happily. Very smart. I like the way you think. Inform the merchants that they'll enjoy free Blackwater Company property services for the next week. As for the specifics of the service, Donovan, who had been waiting for some time, stepped forward at the right moment. Young master, awaiting your instructions. Deliver the property company's plan and the training procedures I wrote last night to those young lads in the manor, and let them learn and do it right away. Troy instructed, then looked at Albin. These young lads will cooperate with your people. They'll be responsible for training and management. Albin, I don't want to hear that anything happens to them or that they are given a hard time by your people. Can you handle that? Albin wiped the sweat off his forehead. I can do it, boss. Not a single hair on their heads will be harmed. Most of the people in the manor were blood relatives within the gang. As insiders, they wouldn't make things difficult for each other, but having these young lads managing over them might lead to some underestimation. Albin found it hard to guarantee that all the thugs would follow orders obediently. Even he couldn't ensure that his underlings would listen. But since Troy had already given instructions, he dared not refuse. Troy also considered this issue. Things would be chaotic in the next few days. If it wasn't chaotic enough, he would consider stirring up more trouble. The people in the manor formed the base of his support, and he needed to add another layer of protection for them. Brett, you don't need to follow me around these days. Ally shad your people and protect those young lads. Give each of them a white blade knight as a bodyguard. If there aren't enough people, ask Hagen to send over a few more. Though somewhat unwilling, Brett still stepped forward to take responsibility. In the end, Troy looked at Donovan, sighing inwardly about how short-staffed he was, even thinking of sending Donovan out on errands. Yet he couldn't manage without someone reliable and smart by his side. This made him think of his cat-eared maid. He needed to find a way to develop the potential of the vases at home too. Blackwater Company didn't keep idlers. Even practicing splits could count as a skill. Donovan, you'll have to work extra hard in the coming days, coordinating various tasks, Troy said helplessly, knowing he had to rely on Donovan's capability as he couldn't oversee everything personally. He would only be responsible for the big picture. Donovan responded affirmatively, rest assured, young master. I will do my best. Albin was waiting for Troy's third task and didn't dare to leave. After some thought, Troy raised 3 fingers. Albin, for the third task, bring all the literate people you've been tallying up here to assist. Distribute them in various areas to gather data, following the process outlined in the plan. Focus on these 3 tasks for now. Go. Albin hurried out of the tavern. Though Troy's instructions were brief, carrying them out would be challenging. He needed to give it some serious thought. Cullen watched Troy's string of arrangements, feeling overwhelmed. After some time, he realized something was amiss and quickly asked, young Master Troy, why are you only focusing on the trade zone and the Eastern District? Aren't you going to handle the chaos in the rest of the outer city? Troy replied matter-of-factly, nonsense, the outer city isn't under my control. Why should I bother with their affairs when I'm full? They're causing trouble using your and the Archbishop's names. Cullen was almost in tears. Troy chuckled. Cullen, what's my name worth? Carver, the Archbishop, is the main character. Young Master Troy, but what about the Archbishop? Troy waved his hand. Don't rush. Have a drink, and we'll talk. Arcane raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, fine. Troy's promises are starting again. Wonder what kind of filling he has in mind this time. Chapter 44. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Troy led Ace to sit at the bar. Then he walked behind the bar to mix drinks. Since he had taken over this bloodlust tavern, no customers had ever come in, and even the officers dared not come by for fear of trouble. It had become Troy's private domain. The variety of alcoholic beverages in the tavern was initially limited. But because Troy needed different kinds of liquor for mixing, and for a wine-tasting competition he planned to hold, Albin and Churchill brought quite a few samples into the tavern. While mixing drinks, Troy asked Ace, Pastor Ace, please tell me, what was Archbishop Carver's expression when he learned of the turmoil in the outer city? Pastor Ace recalled carefully and said, the Archbishop just frowned, looking very displeased. I see. Holding the cocktail shaker, Troy began shaking it while asking another question. He sent you over to get an answer from me, right? Pastor Ace nodded and was about to say something, but Troy stopped him and continued mixing drinks. After a while, Troy finished the drink and poured a glass for Ace. Try it, it's pretty strong. Savor it slowly. Pastor Ace took a sip without knowing what to expect, immediately feeling as if the alcohol was battling inside his mouth, too potent and too harsh. Cough, cough, this is too strong. Troy smiled and said, don't rush, savor it. Do you start to feel its sweetness now? Pastor Ace paused, seemingly feeling exactly that. The initial sharpness quickly mellowed into a softness, like cotton. Troy raised his own glass and said, this drink is like the current state of the outer city, various complex liquors mixed together, needing to be shaken vigorously to harmonize. Pastor Ace understood what Troy meant, but he lacked the patience for these metaphors and sighed. Young Master Troy, please be straightforward. What do you really want to do? My goal is simple, to make money. Have you heard an old saying from the port cities of the Eastern Province? What saying? Troy raised his eyebrows with a piercing gaze. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Pastor Ace frowned. Young Master Troy, the current chaos in the outer city has seriously affected the reputation of the church and the Archbishop. Yet you're still thinking about making money? Archbishop Carver wasn't short of money. What he lacked was an opportunity for advancement. Therefore, he did not care much about the benefits Troy mentioned, but rather the positive impacts Troy's actions might bring. With the royal envoy soon arriving, they would undoubtedly exacerbate the negative influence on the capital. Even Archbishop Carver might be singled out by the Holy Seat, thus losing any chance of promotion and being stuck in the southern province forever. It seems you have much to learn. Go back and tell Carver that the chaos in the outer city is his opportunity. Let him worry about nothing else. Troy didn't want to waste more words on Pastor Ace, who lacked insight. No wonder, as Carver's disciple, he had to be responsible for gatekeeping and welcoming believers. Though Pastor Ace lacked insight in some areas, he had a high sense of sacred duty. Hearing Troy's reply, he couldn't help but stand up and protest. Young Master Troy, are you just going to let them fight each other? Those innocent citizens and poor people all suffer because of your plan. Troy's gaze turned cold as he stared at Ace. Mr. Ace, you're talking too much. I don't like listening to that. Ace was stunned, clenched his teeth, and turned to leave. He thought Troy was different from other nobles, but now he realized all nobles were the same, untrustworthy, and only cared about their own interests. They never paid attention to the lower classes, only focusing on their gains and losses. Ace grew angrier, unable to understand why Archbishop Carver would stoop so low as to collaborate with someone like Troy. After Ace left, Troy asked Churchill and Brett to go out and handle what he had instructed them to do earlier, and also take the plan to Tiger at the Rhine daily. For a moment, only Troy and Dane remained in the tavern, along with the waiters who often hid in the kitchen. Alishaning against a pillar at the bar, Troy looked at Dane. Dane, what do you think I lack most in my current situation? Manpower. Dane glanced around the empty tavern and added, once I leave, you'll be at a disadvantage. They might not act against you immediately, but your subordinates will be in danger. Yes, I wonder who will be the first, Albin or Churchill. Troy sighed deeply, picked up the cigar on the bar counter, and put it in his mouth. Based on his prediction, the person hiding behind the scenes would likely target the people around him. Except for Dane, those closest to Troy and frequently wandering the outer city were only Albin. Albin was likely to be the first target of attack, followed by Churchill. If only the people around Troy were eliminated, even if not killed, just seriously injured, Troy's plans would be greatly hindered, like losing an arm. The moment Troy received news of the turmoil in the outer city, he thought of this. It was just like in Hong Kong films, where protagonists aiming for the top must pay a price to rise. You're now in a dilemma, Troy. Dane saw through Troy's predicament. He knew that if the hidden individuals dared to act against Troy's people, Troy would find a way to make them pay. But what difference did it make? How many people could Troy actually use? And how many did the hidden individuals have at their disposal? What they called price was merely a predetermined sacrifice in their eyes. Their sacrifices far outnumbered those of Troy. I must stabilize the East District at least, accelerate the rickshaw project, and the more people involved, the more informants I'll have. Troy had no immediate solution. His primary strategy was still to hold onto the territory of the East District. As long as the base was stable, Troy still had room to retreat. Troy thought for a while and speculated. They will likely move when the capital's envoy arrives in the city. They want to see, or rather, certain people want to test Duke Gayak's stance. The royal court needed to suppress the southern province, but also gauge Duke Gayak's attitude. Now, with Troy becoming the one to step forward, his actions, in some eyes, already represented Duke Gayak. Dane rubbed his head. I can't help you much. Be careful. Is there anything you need me to do before this afternoon? Troy chuckled. Sure. Can you break into Earl Chad's manor and beat him up? Dane paused for a moment and said, It's doable. I'm still his trainer and have the right to discipline him. But you aren't worthy of my intervention right now. How about going to kill the Hydra Knight at the Traveler's Tavern? Dane raised an eyebrow. He hasn't committed any crimes, and killing a titled knight is no less severe than murdering a noble. The Eastern Province would immediately pressure your father. Don't come up with such bad ideas. Troy became serious. Challenge him to a sparring match. I need him to be injured. Fine. Dane did not hesitate, sternly saying, Don't let me down. Chapter 45, Dane versus Adair. So, you're my employer, Clifford Caden? Adair lay in the room of the Traveler's Inn, looking at the nobleman standing outside the door who didn't want to come in. He resembled the man named Andy Caden he had met that morning, except this man's face was still swollen, suggesting he had been beaten recently. Clifford stood outside the door with his arms crossed, looking at Adair, who refused to get up from the bed. Is this how you greet your employer? Adair rolled over and yawned. You haven't paid me yet, and are forcing me to work. Even vampires fatten up their victims before drinking their blood, don't they? Clifford's eyelid twitched a few times as he pulled out a magic crystal card from his pocket and threw it towards Adair. Here's your salary. Now that's more like it, esteemed master. Adair caught the magic crystal card and quickly got dressed, giving Clifford a half bow. How may I serve you? Come with me first. Clifford disliked this place. He felt an unbearable stench all around him. Every second here was torture. Yes, noble young master. Adair glanced at the magic crystal card, put it away, and jogged over to Clifford, smiling ingratiatingly, a far cry from what one would expect of a titled knight. Clifford couldn't help but question if Adair's title was genuine. If Shiloh Morganiah hadn't recommended him, he would have dismissed him on the spot. This man, now close by, emitted a sour odor mixed with fish and sweat, making Clifford feel queasy. Keep your distance, and take a bath as soon as we return. Clifford took out a silk handkerchief to cover his nose, not hiding his disdain for Adair. Of course, young Master Clifford. Adair grinned, adopting a whiny tone. His despicable manner left Clifford speechless. How could someone like this be a titled knight? Who granted him this title? Alley shaving the Traveler's Inn. Just as they were about to get into the carriage, they saw Dane riding a white horse approaching. Clifford's expression turned grim upon seeing Dane. He detested this self-righteous man and resented his inability to control him. What are you doing here, Dane? Clifford asked coldly, while Adair stepped in front of him, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, declaring boldly, Young master, don't worry. If he causes any trouble, I'll kill him. Clifford rolled his eyes. Kill him indeed. Dane had been personally awarded his title by Duke Caden, a South Border titled knight, far more formal and accomplished than this questionable Adair. Dane had proven combat records. Dane stood tall, like a dazzling white blade implanted in the ground. His gaze locked onto Adair as he said sternly, Few knights from the East have the chance to spar with our knights. Today, I want to test the abilities of an Eastern titled knight. Adair's eyes widened, and he yelled, Oh ho ho, young Master Clifford. He wants to challenge me. What should I do? Should I kill him? Shut up. Clifford snapped impatiently. He knew Dane's strength, but was unsure of Adair's capabilities. Today was Adair's first day back after recovering from injuries, and Clifford didn't want to lose face. Moreover, he had promised Shiloh Morganiah not to make a move against Andy until the royal envoy arrived. Shiloh Morganiah had said that if an attack were necessary, it must be lethal, hitting Andy's vital point. Now, Shiloh Morganiah was orchestrating matters, instigating unrest in the outer city. All that remained was for the royal envoy to arrive so Clifford could personally ignite this powder keg. Dane, this is none of your concern. I warn you, don't provoke trouble. Clifford warned sharply, trying to lead Adair back to the carriage. But after he climbed in, Adair stayed behind, eyeing Dane with eagerness. Adair, what are you doing? Adair chuckled. Noble young master, he has come to challenge me. It wouldn't look right if we didn't fight. Besides, if I don't show you my skills, how can I ask for a raise? Dane took a few steps back, and Adair followed suit, retreating 3 steps. Clifford couldn't stop it, and ordered the driver to keep his distance. There were few pedestrians on Slave Street, especially within sight of the Traveler's Inn. Apart from Black Wolf gang members, few ventured near this area. From the top floor of the inn, Black Wolf Lucas leaned against the window, watching the scene unfold below. Adair poked his head out and asked, "Boss, why did Dane come looking for us?" Lucas replied, "Probably Andy's idea, likely to remind Adair that this is the south border." On Slave Street, Dane drew his longsword and held it vertically in front of his chest, assuming the stance for a knight's duel. He shouted loudly, "In the name of knighthood. Forget all that, just get on with it. I'm coming at you." Adair disliked these formalities. As he spoke, he instantly drew his sword, leaving behind only a blood-red afterimage. An instant later, a tremendous crash echoed, and a visible shockwave rippled through the air. The horses pulling the carriage nearby were startled, rearing up in panic and neighing frantically. Clifford, who had been discharged early from the hospital and was not fully recovered, lost his balance and rolled off the carriage. The coachman, intending to calm the horses, saw Clifford fall and hurriedly got down to assist him. "Young master, are you all right?" Embarrassed and enraged, Clifford kicked the coachman away. "You worthless thing, how did you manage the carriage?" The coachman fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in pain, too afraid to make a sound. Without anyone to calm them, the horses bolted, dragging the carriage away. "Oh dear, young Master Clifford, are you all right?" Adair blocked Dane's sword strike and quickly retreated to Clifford's side to inquire. Furious, Clifford retorted, "You had better not lose, or you won't get paid." Got it. Adair adjusted his breathing. Earlier, both he and Dane had merely been probing each other without using their full strength. "Mr. Dane, for the sake of my salary, I have a reason not to lose," Adair shouted, and a red glow enveloped him, like warriors channeling their vital energy. The red light surged, resembling flames and revealing faint snake-headed shadows. Dane narrowed his eyes as white light flared around him. He raised his long sword and declared, "In the name of the blade, witness my glory." A blinding white light appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a beam that poured down into Dane's body from above. "I can do that too." Adair mimicked Dane by raising his longsword. Glory everlasting. The red light around him formed 9 snake-headed illusions, which let out a collective hiss at Dane before suddenly biting onto Adair's arm. It hurts." Adair curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, while Dane stood there stunned. Chapter 46, Oblivion. Jersey was momentarily stunned. Seeing Adair's undiminished presence and the looming sense of crisis, he still felt considerable pressure. The first round of probing between the two was evenly matched, demonstrating that this little-known Hydra Knight was indeed formidable. "Enough, please take this battle seriously." Jersey took half a step back, holding his sword in one hand. The white radiance around him began to fade as black threads of energy started to emerge from the cracks in his white blade knight armor. These black threads were almost tangible, continuously extending and wrapping around. In the blink of an eye, Jersey's white knight armor was completely enveloped by the black threads. He was going all out now. "Wow, is this the legendary dark form?" Adair, lying on the ground, got up and stood straight, sizing up Jersey's condition with a grin. "I can do it too." Crimson threads emerged from the gaps in his chainmail, transforming into blood-red snake heads. Each head was adorned with sharp, backward-curving horns, resembling mutated dragon heads. 9 snake heads attached themselves to Adair's chest armor, forming a V-shaped emblem, while the shoulder guards also transformed into snake heads. At this moment, Adair had entirely changed his usual style. He no longer wore his carefree smile. The crimson aura surrounding him made him look like a heretic the Holy Church was hunting, exuding a terrifying presence that chilled the bones. Jersey wasn't faring any better. The thick black threads swirling around him gave off an ominous vibe, as if something from the depths of hell had possessed him, oozing with foreboding. Clifford was seeing Jersey's dark form for the first time, feeling a mix of surprise and uncertainty while recalling past rumors. According to legend, Jersey's dark form would be shrouded in overwhelming black mist, from which an ominous black rider would emerge. The rider's steed would also be cloaked in dense black mist, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Though the current scene was astonishing, it somehow seemed underwhelming compared to the legends. "Jersey, come on, let me see just how strong a southern border title knight truly is." Adair roared, exerting immense force, causing the floor beneath him to crack instantly, sending sand and rocks flying. His figure vanished as though teleported by a mage. Jersey's form disappeared at the same moment. The onlookers could only hear deafening explosions followed by visible shockwaves spreading out. Almost all the windows on the street shattered simultaneously, with glass raining down in quick succession. Only Lucas on the upper floor could clearly see the fight. Their speed was too fast for ordinary eyes, and if Bart were here, he would likely curse Jersey for previously unleashing something akin to a tsunami. With Jersey's current dark form, he wouldn't have believed Jersey couldn't stop the shadow assassin earlier. The thunderous noise suddenly ceased as a massive black curtain appeared, covering half the block before vanishing without a trace, taking both Jersey and Adair with it. Those who knew Jersey recognized this as the shadow curtain, pulling Adair into the shadow realm. 2 title knights battling at full strength would destroy this entire district even with held back power, so they had moved to the shadow realm. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. In the shadow realm, boundless darkness constantly replenished Jersey's energy in his dark form. However, this didn't mean Jersey could become an eternal machine. Drawing energy from the Shadow Realm always came with a price. Initially, he could resist the darkness through willpower, but when that faltered, the darkness would seep into Jersey's soul, ultimately turning him into a true Dark Knight, a prisoner of shadows. This seemed like a path destined for destruction, and was why Jersey had never advanced to the Great Knight rank. One step forward, and he would plunge into endless darkness, with both his consciousness and soul being devoured by the shadows. He had been stuck at this stage for years, unable to find his way out in this darkness. Adair did not fear Jersey's home turf. Every time he closed in or attacked, the crimson nine-headed hydra on him would bite and devour Jersey, eroding his vitality and mind. Despite being pummeled relentlessly by Jersey in the Shadow Realm, Adair's wounds healed almost instantly, allowing him to drag Jersey to exhaustion with the help of the hydra. Jersey's momentum began to wane, indicating his mental state was becoming unstable. The continuous beating had done little damage to Adair, and Jersey was the one struggling to hold on. Ha 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 ha. Jersey, you are quite impressive yourself. Even as he was continuously beaten, Adair did not forget to mock Jersey, trying to provoke and rile on his spirit. Jersey quickly distanced himself from Adair. The latter could only absorb Jersey's vitality through close combat, so there was no way he would let Jersey pull away. Immediately, Adair took a step forward, and a burst of red light exploded around him. The moment Jersey landed, a bloody circle appeared beneath his feet. Boiling blood turned into countless snakes that tore and coiled around Jersey. This boiling blood seemed mixed with indescribable filth, continuously infecting Jersey's consciousness, and even purposefully probing the depths of his soul. Such methods did not seem like those of a legitimate title knight, but rather resembled those of a fallen knight who had descended into the abyss, believing the temptations of demons. Are you a fallen knight? Jersey could not break free for a moment. This filth could only be dispelled by shedding his darkness and reusing the White Blade legacy, utilizing the fearless light of the White Blade to drive it out. However, Jersey's main practice was not the White Blade legacy, but his own comprehended dark legacy. Once he switched, he would be even less likely to defeat Adair. Adair laughed loudly. Of course not. I have been with the Holy Church. Don't slander a good person, Jersey. Surrender now, and I can pretend to lose to you so you won't be so embarrassed. This is the southern border, Jersey's home ground in the Shadow Realm. Being defeated here would indeed be very embarrassing. Jersey was not flustered. He remained extremely calm. The snakeheads wrapped around him suddenly became still, and the black threads on his body stopped wriggling. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Adair's pupils constricted as he swiftly approached Jersey, his knight's sword enveloped in intense red light, stabbing toward Jersey with incredible speed. Jersey's light blue eyes completely turned dark, allowing the sword before him to pierce his chest. He slowly raised his hand. Adair did not feel the sensation of piercing flesh. It felt like striking into empty space, an indescribable strangeness filling his mind. Sensing danger, he tried to pull back. This shadowy void seemed to become a single entity, with Jersey's gaze dominating everything. Adair was locked in place. Jersey raised his hand and placed it on Adair's head. He said, Adair couldn't hear anything. It was as if the entire world had ceased to exist. In that instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 47. Sincerity. Jersey and Adair emerged from the Shadow Realm simultaneously, one standing, the other lying down. Clifford's complexion changed drastically at the sight. From his perspective, Jersey had only dragged Adair into the Shadow Realm for less than 5 minutes. Not even enough time for him to finish a quick breakfast, and now Adair was lying down. The black aura surrounding Jersey had completely vanished. His demeanor returned to normal. Standing where he was without a word, he suddenly looked up and met Lucas's gaze on the loft. Lucas was deeply shaken. The eider beside him was so frightened that he fell backward onto the ground, his face filled with shock, heart pounding fiercely. Jersey retracted his gaze and turned to return to his warhorse, mounting it before leaving the scene. Lucas took several deep breaths. He had once believed that he could match a titled knight. It now seemed he had underestimated the strength of the knights of the southern border. He needed to reassess his attitude toward Andy. Eider, still in fear, clutched his chest and said shakily, Boss, what just happened? Lucas didn't answer but said, We must now find Andy and join him. This is Andy's final warning. Eider dared not say anything more, still recalling that heart-stopping moment. Adair slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his head as he got up from the ground, appearing bewildered, almost as if he had lost his memory and couldn't recall what happened. Clifford hurried over. What happened just now? Adair looked at Clifford, puzzled. Suddenly, his expression changed back to his usual lazy manner, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. Young Master Clifford, Gale Jersey just gave me a big slap, allowing me to experience the power of the Duke's Guardian Knight. What an exhilarating experience. Gale Jersey? Clifford frowned. He disliked this title. Adair chuckled. Young Master Clifford, you seem to have misunderstood Gale Jersey's strength. As the Duke's Guardian Knight, he is undoubtedly far beyond someone like me, a rogue knight. Forget about the pay raise. Let's discuss this when we get back. Clifford didn't want to linger here. He needed to send people to find Morganaya and ask about Jersey's true strength and what had happened to Adair. Why would two titled knights end their fight so quickly? Had Jersey ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, becoming a being like Gideon? If that were the case, fighting alongside Andy would be pointless. After leaving, Jersey didn't return to the Bloodlust Tavern but went straight to the Duke's residence to meet the Thorned Duke. Worried about any issues after momentarily merging with the darkness of the Shadow Realm, he wanted to consult with the Duke and, ideally, contact Gideon. Andy, who didn't wait for Jersey's return at the Bloodlust Tavern, sent out all available personnel, and found himself with nothing to do, so he left for the Rhine Daily. Tiger had received the plan from Andy. The dwarves from the Masons Guild were surveying the Rhine Daily building. When Andy arrived, Tiger was directing them in moving equipment. "What are you doing here?" Andy's sudden appearance beside Tiger made him jump, almost falling to the ground as he stood necked in fright. "Master Andy, how did you come here?" Tiger forced a flattering smile, holding the plan and reporting. "The Masons Guild is preparing to renovate the first floor. I'm just overseeing them." Andy scowled. "Overseeing what? Have you ever been a stonemason?" No." Tiger's smile gradually froze, his head lowering, avoiding eye contact with Andy. "You haven't, yet you're blindly directing things? Why isn't today's report ready?" Andy felt this newspaper wasn't professional enough. Such significant news from the outer city should have been reported. Tiger quickly explained, "Master Andy, today's events might have a negative impact on you, so I held back the news." Andy coldly said, "Didn't you tell me before that you aim to make the Rhine Daily great? If you're afraid to report such news, you might as well close down and play house with your maids." Tiger felt embarrassed, but had to toughen up. "I'll immediately notify them to reprint today's issue. Should we report everything truthfully?" Andy couldn't resist kicking him. "Your brain wouldn't even help a dog if it died. Can't you refine your words?" I understand. I'll get it done right away." Tiger swiftly darted into the crowd, rushing upstairs to the second floor of the newspaper office. Andy sighed, finding them too unprofessional. If it were him, reporters would have covered the event from start to finish the moment it happened. It was already noon, yet Rhine Daily hadn't reported on the major incident in the outer city at all. Tiger really wasn't cut out to be in the media business. Everything had to be personally taught to him. This sort of person would be better off as a slave bought from the street, who could be trained for a few days and end up being more useful. Andy was somewhat disappointed and planned to visit the mage's tower to find a mage's apprentice named Estanzo. He preferred interacting with high-level intellectuals like mages. To become a mage required mastering a vast amount of knowledge. If he could get a mage to help him, his future work would be much easier. Andy intended to talk to the tower master of the mage's tower to see if Estanzuo could be temporarily lent to him for a month. Just as he was about to leave, a carriage emblazoned with a Black Wolf emblem pulled up beside the newspaper office's square. Black Wolf Lucas leapt down from the carriage and quickly approached Andy. "Master Andy." This time Lucas changed his address, indicating that he had thought it over. Andy was happy to stop and listen. "You've thought it through?" Lucas recalled Jersey's terrifying gaze and forced a laugh. "Yes, I have." Andy didn't respond further, but simply looked at him. Lucas immediately knelt on one knee. "Black Wolf Core." Andy interrupted him before he could finish speaking and extended a hand to pull Lucas up. "No need to kneel. I said I'd give you respect if you were willing to join us after thinking it over." Lucas couldn't help but think inwardly. "But your silence just made me kneel." These nobles always spoke with such double meanings. Andy took out his cigar box from his pocket. Only 2 cigars remained. He handed one to Lucas and said, "I didn't remain silent to make you bow or kneel. You misunderstood." Lucas accepted the cigar with both hands, still not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" "Sincerity. I see your attitude now, but merely having an attitude can only make you my subordinate." Andy lit his cigar and continued. "I said before, if you want to cooperate with me, bring your sincerity to me, and I will give you due respect. Do you understand?" Lucas understood. Andy wanted a guarantee, a sign of commitment. "I understand. I'll go arrange it right away." Lucas turned and left without asking what Andy meant by sincerity. And he didn't specify what kind of sincerity he expected. Maintaining an air of mystery was a basic principle for a leader. If everything was laid bare, his methods would be easily guessed, and the rewards would diminish greatly. Chapter 48, The Mage Tower. In the carriage, Troy was reviewing information about Blackstone Town. Though the carriage swayed, it did not impede his reading. He had read part of it last night, but couldn't finish due to dictating the proposal. Seizing the spare moment now, he intended to continue. The records on Blackstone Town were not abundant. The town was established because of the rich stone resources nearby, especially black stones that were abnormally tough and suitable for building defensive castles. The main concerns in the southern region included 2 areas. One was Dark Forest Mountain connected to the Dark Forest, which harbored numerous monsters, including those tainted by the Abyss. The other was the Dark Forest itself, where a Hell Gate existed deep within and was destroyed a year ago. To defend against these threats, the southern province funded the construction of 2 military castles that flanked Dark Forest Mountain to facilitate mutual support. One was Deerhorn Castle located southwest, garrisoned with border knights from the southern province. The other stood northeast, known as the Horn Ranger Knights headquarters, mainly guarding elven rangers whom people from the south could not approach easily unless merchants or nobles obtained permits. Blackstone Town lay west of Deerhorn Castle, beside the Blackstone River, isolated from the sea except for an outlet at Star Moon Bay to the east. According to the map of the south, if one were to choose, the geographic location of Star Moon Bay would be most advantageous. Troy could leverage this port in the Blackstone River for maritime and inland trade, unlike Blackstone Town, which lacked such advantages. However, Blackstone Town's current greatest advantage was the discovery of mana ore, and it wasn't just suspected. Otherwise, his Duke father wouldn't have rushed Jersey here to oversee the town. Transporting Blackstone Town stones to the southern province's core was impractical. Land transport required passing through the perilous Dark Forest Mountain, while maritime transport was too costly. Although the Blackstone River connected to Twin Star Lake inland, it cascaded down cliffs according to the map. There was a structure labeled Blackstone Elevator, a military-grade mana elevator, which wouldn't be available for commercial use. However, he could apply for using it to transport the mana or strategic materials that, after some maneuvering, might allow him to smuggle other goods alongside. Generally speaking, apart from the discovered mana, or the southern region offered little potential for development. Most of Dark Forest Mountain was too dangerous to explore, requiring immense investment with low projected returns. Troy needed to consider a long-term operation plan beyond the mana ore. This mana ore would inevitably serve as leverage in negotiations between the southern province and the capital and play a leading role in the industrial transformation of mana power. Before his Duke father retired, he wouldn't have much opportunity to independently operate this line. He must seek other breakthroughs to establish his own base. There wasn't much information on Blackstone Town, so Troy quickly finished. Next was the data from the Mana Industry Committee, but before he could retrieve it, the carriage stopped. Killian's Mage Tower had arrived. Mage Towers are typically built on the outskirts of cities because mages need open spaces for experiments, planting magical ingredients, or breeding experimental monsters, making them off-limits to ordinary citizens. Ordinarily, anyone wishing to visit or enter a Mage Tower must first apply to the Mage Association, undergo review, and get approval from the Tower Master. However, Troy didn't need this process. Just bearing the surname Cadenley allowed him direct access, of course, assuming he belonged to the direct bloodline of a duke. At the base of the Mage Tower, the gate was shut, unguarded, and no one awaited him, as he came on impulse. After alighting from the carriage, Troy pressed his palm on a round disc at the gate entrance. After pressing, a blue light scanned over him like some scanner checking him once, then a voice from the magic disc asked, visitor's name, identity, and reason for visit. Troy Cadenley, here to see Killian. The magic disc fell silent, and instead, the gate automatically opened. Troy stepped into the Mage Tower. Entering the main door led to a hall. In the middle was a cylindrical pillar with stairs spiraling around it, and several small doors adorned with strange patterns glowed faintly purple. Troy was quite curious about magic but knew little about it, having learned mostly from novels or the memories of his predecessor. He couldn't decipher those patterns. The hall was empty with no one coming forward to greet him. Apparently, the mages were all busy. Troy was in no hurry and took the opportunity to stroll around the hall, satisfying his curiosity. He hadn't wandered for a few minutes when a familiar face came down the stairs. Master Troy, why have you come? Mage Killian asked me to escort you to the reception room. Oral left the staircase quickly, greeting him as he guided Troy to a door on the left side of the main column in the hall. He took out a 7-color feather from his pocket and traced a few strokes on the door, which then lit up and slowly opened. Master Troy, please enter. The reception room is inside. Oral stayed outside the door. Troy sized up the inside from the doorway. Through a window, the view outside was clearly not at ground level. It showed distant buildings, suggesting it was on the 4th or 5th floor, although he stood in what should be the 1st floor hall. This Mage Tower was intriguing. It seemed the mages here had made some progress with spatial magic. When Troy stepped through the door, he felt a light dizziness, as if he were stepping into an unreal place in a dream, weightless and quite a strange sensation. The reception room wasn't large, and its layout was simple. There was a long table, a few chairs, a storage cabinet, and some tea on the table. Mage Killian sat in the main seat, flipping through a book thicker than his head, concentrating intently. Hearing Troy's footsteps, he glanced up briefly before returning to his book, casually saying, "Take a seat. There's tea on the table. It should still be drinkable." Troy glanced at the teaware on the table, noticing no steam. With Killian's unreliable assurance that it should be drinkable, Troy wasn't about to touch it. Mage Killian must have been in his 70s or 80s, with a head full of white hair and a long beard like Gandalf's, wearing a monocle over his right eye, looking every bit the part of an old scholar. Troy found a random spot to sit, seeing that Killian was busy, so he took out the data from the Mana Industry Committee from his pocket and started reading. In this small meeting room, one old and one young man occupied themselves quietly, each doing their own thing without a word between them. Chapter 49, Puppet Apostle. The world's magic power industry originated from alchemy technology. Initially, alchemy was mainly practiced by mages to facilitate their spell research, creating various magical artifacts. Over time, combined with dwarven furnace technology, it evolved into a specialized field dedicated to the mage community. Alchemy was initially hampered by extremely high costs and unstable materials, and was not widely promoted until Baron Ianto successfully developed the magic rune energy conversion circuit. This allowed mages and alchemists to no longer rely on complex methods to absorb the energy from magic crystals. Instead, they could use the magic rune circuit for stable and automatic conversion. This discovery laid the foundation for the magic power industry. Building on Ianto's work, the Tower Council, the Dwarven Kingdom, and Gnome Technology competed to study and improve it. The magic rune circuits became increasingly stable with higher conversion rates. They began inscribing these circuits on armor, weapons, and other items, developing the earliest enchanted equipment. With the success of enchanted equipment, they attempted to inscribe magic rune circuits on everyday tools. Gnome Technology first inscribed them on smelting furnaces in an effort to increase temperature, but this led to an unprecedented explosion. Research on magic rune circuits stalled for several years until humans and dwarves collaborated successfully, inscribing the circuits on dwarven furnaces, achieving functions like temperature control, regulation, and even cooling. Drawing inspiration from the successful magic rune furnace, they started developing mining machines. The foundation of the magic power industry was also established thanks to the success of mining machines. However, Given current materials, the Magic Power Industry Committee is still in the stage of research and development, with no large-scale production or division of labor yet. The Industrial Revolution is still in its exploratory phase. Gervais thought for a long time, gradually forming an idea. The main characteristic of the Industrial Revolution is large-scale production and division of labor. With the era of mass production approaching and the Usui line method of division of labor not yet mastered, it means he can still be at the forefront of the times and reap the initial benefits of the Industrial Revolution. Currently, the Kalian Empire is leading in initiating the Industrial Committee, producing new mining machines nationwide, while other industries are ripe with opportunities. You're very interested in the magic power industry? Archmage Brecken stopped browsing through his documents at some point and suddenly asked. Gervais came back to his senses and said, the entire empire, indeed the whole continent, will be driven by this transformation. To keep up with the times, one must put serious effort into studying it. Insightful. What do you think about the current state of the magic power industry? Archmage Brecken asked again. Gervais pondered for a moment and replied, although the framework has been established, we haven't seen the douching of the industrial system yet. The people in the capital have the right direction but haven't found a foothold, but this is just a matter of time. Archmage Brecken nodded approvingly and continued, what do you think the douching of the magic power industry should look like? How should this framework be built, and where should the starting point be? Gervais smiled. Archmage Brecken, this question involves some confidential matters. If you want to know, you'll have to offer something in exchange. You know? Archmage Brecken scrutinized Gervais as if trying to see through him completely. Gervais nodded confidently. I know. Archmage Brecken fell silent for a while before suddenly saying, you're not Gervais. Gervais kept his expression calm. His unusual behavior would naturally attract attention. But since even Archbishop Carver and his Duke father hadn't commented, it must mean they couldn't find any clues, not even with divine spells. So he remained calm. I am Gervais. Archmage Brecken stood up, hands behind his back, standing beside the window, looking outside. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Gervais never studied these things. I personally tested his elemental affinity and probed his soul, which was gentle and peaceful. He was a good boy. Gervais didn't respond, knowing Brecken had more to say. You're different. From the moment you entered, I felt something off. Your soul is like a raging fire, highly aggressive. I don't know how Carver detected you, or why the Duke acknowledged your existence. Archmage Brecken turned around to meet Gervais's gaze. But as long as you're not possessed by a demon from the abyss, it doesn't matter. No matter where you come from, or if you're an avatar of a deity, it doesn't matter. These words piqued Gervais's curiosity. Brecken must have a special connection to the Purple Thorn Duke's manor. However, his memory held little information about Brecken beyond knowing that the original Gervais found him strict and disagreeable. When the original host was young, Mage Brecken would frequently appear at the Duke's manor, but never conversed with him. He would merely give a cold glance that instilled fear. Mage Brecken's gaze was as usual. After staring at Gervais for a long while, he finally said, as long as you have Ashlin's blood flowing through your veins, you should not know, she was my most promising disciple. Ashlin. The only impression the original host had of this name was the cold font on a tombstone. There were no other memories of Ashlin. It seemed she passed away before the original host could ever meet her. While sifting through memories, Gervais couldn't help but sigh. The original host had a tough life, losing his mother early, with a father who didn't care, no grandparents, unloving uncles, and wary siblings. Growing up to this point wasn't easy. State your purpose. I have other matters to attend to. Brecken's intentions were hard to fathom. Having unexpectedly confided in Gervais just moments ago, he suddenly became aloof again. Probably an old bachelor. Gervais straightforwardly said, I wish to borrow Morgan from the Mage Tower. Brecken nodded. That's fine, as long as he agrees. Is there anything else? So accommodating. Gervais couldn't help but be confused. He hadn't even needed to use the lines he'd rehearsed. Should he call him Grandpa? Do you have any spatial storage equipment here? Gervais recalled Brecken's specialty, spatial conversion. He wasn't sure how far the mage community had progressed in this field, but Brecken likely specialized in spatial magic. Perhaps he had something like this. Mage Brecken asked, what kind of spatial storage? Gervais briefly explained things like spatial rings. This concept is quite intriguing. It involves compressing and releasing spatial laws. But what about power? How do you ensure the stability of this spatial magic circuit? Brecken seemed genuinely interested, indicating he didn't possess such items, nor did the mage community. Gervais thought for a moment and then asked, can it be like the Shadow Realm, a separate pocket dimension, leaving behind a mysterious connection, using certain mediums to link this space, storing items inside, and retrieving them through the same medium? Brecken pondered. It's an interesting idea, but the instability of space still can't be controlled. The Shadow Realm is a special existence. Only those acknowledged by the Gale of Shadows can walk its paths, yet they ultimately face destruction, becoming puppet apostles of the Gale of Shadows. Puppet apostles? Gervais's heart skipped a beat as he couldn't help but glance at the word, apostle, on his system panel. Chapter 50, Assigning Homework. Troy knew very little about the information concerning the Gale of Shadows, or even nothing at all. The original memory only knew that Dane was a knight favored by the Gale of Shadows, and those assassins, thieves, and other wanderer professions lurking in the dark all belonged to the Shadow sequence. Overall, the profession of Shadow was relatively prosperous. As long as one had an affinity for shadows, they would all want to take on some Shadow-type skills, ideally being able to understand the ability to travel through shadows and move around in the Shadow Realm, a powerful survival skill for that group of wanderers. Apart from this, Troy did not know any other information. Mage Fernando's perspective was clearly much higher than that group of wanderers. He saw the drawbacks of the shadows and probably did not approve of Dane's chosen path. Troy didn't like things to be out of his control. He had to ask clearly about anything related to the Gale of Shadows, and then find a way to solve the matter concerning puppet apostles. Sir Fernando, do you have any information about the Shadow Realm and the Gale of Shadows? Troy asked. He needed to gather some materials to study carefully and come back to Fernando with questions he couldn't understand. At the same time, Troy was also thinking why Dane hadn't warned him about the drawbacks of the shadows. Fernando did not answer Troy, but instead pulled out a gray feather from his pocket, turned towards the wall, and waved it a few times. Instantly, a light purple glow pattern appeared on the wall and automatically extended, rapidly forming a cabinet door. Troy was greatly surprised. Can your space transformation spell only be used within the Mage Tower? Can it be used outside? Mage Fernando opened the cabinet door and took out a stack of thick materials, placing them on the table. The pile on the table was nearly as tall as half a person. Various bound and unbound materials were piled together, with some of the lowest ones turning yellow. Mage Fernando rummaged through the materials, put some back, and continued searching inside the cabinet. Finally, he pulled out 2 books with covers and a notebook he had bound himself. Most of these are research materials for mages, which you won't understand. You can start with these 3. Troy picked up the 2 books and the notebook to examine the covers. The thickest one was as wide as 3 fingers with the title, The Old Covenant of Shadows, written on its cover. The thinner one, as thick as a single finger, was titled Records of Wanderers of Shadows. As for the last notebook, obviously bound by Fernando, had the title, On the Impact of Shadow Elements on the Human Body and Energy Conversion, on its cover. After pondering for a while, Fernando added, You might not understand my notes. You can ask Igor. He's currently conducting research in this area. Troy nodded, thanked him sincerely. Fernando then began to answer Troy's previous question. Currently, space transformation can only be conducted through the hub of the Mage Tower. It cannot be used outside. Research in this area is one of my main focuses. If you're interested, you can attend my lectures. I teach apprentices for a day every Monday. It seemed Fernando had noticed Troy's shadow affinity, which was the basic requirement for becoming a mage, to possess an affinity for one of the natural elements of the continent. It wasn't necessarily better to have more affinities, but there was a minimum standard that must be met. Troy thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Do you have any shadow-related spells here? Yes, but you need to complete a year of theoretical studies as an apprentice. Shadow magic and wanderer combat techniques are 2 different concepts. Fernando answered calmly. To Troy, Fernando felt like an NPC in a game. Answer whatever question was asked, indifferent. Though Fernando was cold, he answered everything asked and would even respond if something sparked his interest. This little old man was quite interesting. Troy packed up the materials on the table and replied with a smile. Looks like I'll have to plan my time carefully. I may not be able to learn from you for a while. Fernando said, All right, I understand. After you go back, write a paper on your thoughts regarding spatial storage. Troy paused, taken aback. Not really. How did this suddenly turn into homework? Am I your student? Seeing Troy's confusion, Fernando added, This is the price of asking. Troy's eyes twitched. I don't know how to write a thesis. Igor can teach you. You can leave now. Fernando raised his hand, and Troy immediately felt a strong repelling force pushing him away, shoving him out the door in the blink of an eye, shutting it right after. The magical runes on the wall dimmed. Igor waited outside and asked, Young Master Troy, shall I escort you? What? Your mentor has assigned you to me for an internship of 1 month. Go back and pack your things and follow me back to the estate. Troy said this casually, completely ignoring Mage Fernando's suggestion to consult Igor. Igor did not react much, accepting this result calmly as if such arrangements were common in Mage Fernando's usual work schedule. All right, I'll go pack now. Igor responded, planning to return to his room to pack. Troy gave a reminder. Apart from items related to you, no need to pack anything else. I'll buy them for you. Thank you, young Master Troy. Please wait a moment. Igor was very polite, which pleased Troy. With the materials in hand, Troy returned to the carriage first. After waiting for a while, Igor quickly got into the carriage with a large box. Igor sat opposite Troy without any hesitation, making Troy even more satisfied. Facing Igor, Troy suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were talking to someone his own age, just like encountering an acquaintance on the road in his previous life, chatting casually. Troy liked this atmosphere. By the way, Igor, there's one more thing. Igor looked up. Yes, what is it? Troy handed the materials in his arms to Igor. Have you seen these before? Igor glanced at the cover of the materials, nodding. Yes, I've seen this notebook. I recently compiled and bound it for my teacher. Good. Take some time tonight to give me a rough summary, Troy added. Also, Mage Fernando wants you to submit a paper about spatial storage ideas and feasibility to him tomorrow. This time, Igor couldn't hold back, tilting his head. Are you sure this is my area of research? Troy scoffed. Of course not mine. I'm not a mage. Mage Fernando is testing you, not me. But don't worry, I will provide you with some guidance. Thank you so much, young Master Troy. Igor sighed, having no choice but to accept the task. Chapter 51, Congenital Working Saint Body. After bringing Christian back to the manor, Troy didn't rush out, but first returned to his room to take notes of what he needed to handle recently. He had arranged too many things lately. Primarily due to the lack of a mid-level structure, he had to actively supervise everything. On the paper, he listed around 10 main work directions. First was to consolidate power. Currently, due to framework issues, he found it difficult to control the Eastern District and could not continue expanding, even if he required the entire outer city to submit to him. Now that the hidden people have made their move, it would be impossible for him to take over the outer city temporarily. At least he should stabilize the eastern district. Secondly were potential threats, which he needed to map out with a mind map, while also understanding the complicated relationships among the southern nobles. Quite a bother, so he put this aside for now. Then came the matter of recruiting and nurturing talent. In a month, he needed to lead a batch of people to follow him. He was already handling this and just needed to keep it on track. Next was dealing with the capital's envoys and those nobles. Lastly, he needed to focus on personal strength and long-term strategic planning. He needed to enhance his influence. Due to the chaos in the outer city, the plan broke down, but conversely, this might help speed up the development of the Blackwater Company. Subsequently, all he had to do was organize the wine tasting and beauty pageant contests. Then, his influence would reach a certain level, solving many problems effortlessly. Writing a bunch of things, Troy took out several sheets of paper and classified the items into two lists, one for Churchill and another for Christian. As for Albin, given his current insight and revealed ambition, as long as he could manage the rickshaw project well, Troy didn't mind leaving the business under his management when he left the capital. After sorting out his thoughts, Troy washed his face, grabbed an unopened cigar box, and hurried downstairs. Today, he needed to understand the wine merchants and their noble backers involved in the preliminary phase of the wine tasting contest. His plan was almost open. Those people likely knew about it to some extent. With the outer city in turmoil now, he had to see how many among these people were willing to cooperate. If he guessed correctly, by tonight, a noble would invite him to a banquet for some trivial reason. Nobles love to play with the rules they set. If they stirred up the outer city, they intended to pull Troy into their rules. Currently, the manor was relatively quiet. The children were dispatched by Troy. Now only 3 people remained active in the hall. The cat-eared maid was serving Christian. In her eyes, Christian was a noble mage lord and must be served like a noble. Christian felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he often did such servile work in the mage tower and had never been served. Mona, are you very idle? Seeing Mona busily pouring tea, offering sweet pastries, and bustling about, Troy suddenly remembered that he hadn't really assigned her specific tasks before. Startled, Mona nearly knocked over the tray in her hand. She fumbled to set it down carefully and turned, bowing low as Troy approached. Young master, I am serving Master Christian. Christian hurriedly stood up and indicated, I'm not a master, Miss Mona. Please treat me as a colleague. Troy strode over, glancing at Mona thoughtfully. She had been forcibly brought from Clifford's manor and could read and write simple words. But that was all. Her main training was in being a maid, with no other special skills. Wait, a maid profession? An idea struck Troy, and he asked, Mona, how many years have you been in the Duke's manor? Mona thought for a moment. Young master, it has been 5 or 6 years. I'm not sure. I apologize, young master. 5 or 6 years. She should have learned enough to qualify as a proper noble maid, which should suffice. Troy snapped his fingers. Very good. Here's your task. I need you to train a batch of servants for me, teaching them the basics. The events at the Amaranth Club and the upcoming competitions would require some staff for hospitality. This competition could serve as practice, and those who perform well could be directly assigned to the club. Yes, young master, I will try my best. Mona had never managed people nor taught anyone before, but the most fundamental rule she learned from the Duke's manor was obedience. Whether or not she was capable, once young master assigned a task, she had to agree and carry it out. Troy instructed, there's a proposal about the Amaranth Club in my room. Go back and take a look, and at the same time, sort out what you need to teach. It would be best if you could write a proposal for me. Proposal? The image of Troy's densely packed proposals immediately popped up in Mona's mind. Me? Write a proposal? Mona was dazed. She had no idea how to write it, but didn't dare refuse. She could only grit her teeth and agree. Troy did not demand too much from her proposal and smiled. Write down whatever comes to your mind. You don't have to make it like mine. Just think about what you need to teach and how to teach it. Remember, only the most basic things, such as etiquette and reception. Don't make it too complicated, got it? Mona nodded somewhat incomprehensibly. Christian observed Troy from the side, finding that in certain aspects, Troy really resembled Mage Moz. However, Moz didn't talk much and rarely managed affairs, burying himself in his research. Having assigned another task, Troy felt satisfied and began to consider Christian's work direction. Churchill was the butler, mainly responsible for overall coordination and departmental liaison. Albin was the action leader, needing to personally handle most tasks. Brett temporarily took on the role of head of security. Once the Black Wolf group showed their sincerity, this position would be handed over to Lucas. Christian was a high-end talent, a mage apprentice, and also a part-time lawyer, making him a rare gem anywhere. He deserved some serious thought on how to be utilized. Christian, besides being a mage and a lawyer, what else can you do? Give me a brief introduction. Troy sat down on the sofa and first inquired about Christian's specialties. Christian thought for a moment and said, well, I worked as a noble butler for 3 months, a dock laborer for 1 month, a front desk at the Adventurers Guild for 2 months, and a newspaper reporter for 3 months. Troy couldn't help but sit up straighter, amazed by this so-called congenital working saint body. Stop. Have you basically tried every industry? Christian nodded and added, I've never been a priest since I lack affinity with holy light. But I did work for 2 months when the Holy Church recruited volunteers. Troy felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this. Why? Did you find so many jobs? Were you very short of money? Didn't this affect your path as a mage? Chapter 52, Making Money. Still making money. Astonswood just gave a bitter smile and said, my talent is relatively poor, so I need more practice. Many spellcasting materials need to be purchased. Great. It sounded like a considerable black hole. Troy did not dare to rashly offer to cover the material costs for him. He himself did not have a stable income yet, but he had pies to draw. It's fine. As long as you're willing to work, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the money aspect. Later on, we'll consider giving you some bonuses and covering some of your spellcasting materials. Troy skillfully drew a pie. Astons was smiled gratefully in response. Outside, a servant came running in. Young Master Troy, there's someone outside asking for an audience. It's Mr. Aquila from Emerson. Please ask him in. He thought they would drag it out for a few days, at least until the capital city's envoy arrived. He didn't expect them to be unable to wait this soon. Troy couldn't help but analyze. Emerson was mainly in charge of tax departments, essentially serving as the Minister of Finance of the Southern Territories. By law, he should belong to the purse of the Crimson Thorn family, but it was unknown whose side his loyalty lay on. However, one thing was certain, he wouldn't be on Troy's side. Emerson's butler walked in gracefully at a steady pace. Good day, young Master Troy. It's an honor to meet you. Troy gestured for him to sit down and asked, Speak up. What's the matter? Mr. Aquila took out an invitation card that looked like it had a gold border from his chest pocket and respectfully handed it to Troy. Emerson will host a banquet tonight and has specially invited young Master Troy to attend. I can do that. I'll come. Troy took the invitation and agreed, but the butler didn't leave right away. Instead, he added, I wonder if young Master Troy has other arrangements this afternoon? If not, Emerson would also like to invite you to come earlier to discuss some matters at the estate. In the afternoon, Troy originally planned to check on some project progress, especially regarding the promotion issues of the property management company. However, Emerson seemed quite eager, clearly indicating something was up. I can. Troy got up and instructed Astons to bring Aaliyah to find Albin for a batch of maids to train. After arranging these tasks, Troy followed the butler to Emerson's estate. Emerson's estate was only one street away from the Duke of Crimson Thorn's mansion. A corner turn and straight walk would get you there. The original self had been there several times as a child, but after Troy was declared a good-for-nothing, he hadn't accepted any invitations anymore. The butler led Troy directly to Emerson's study where Emerson had been waiting for some time. Little Troy, have you been feeling better recently? Emerson greeted him cheerfully from his chair. According to familial relations, Troy should call him uncle, though not blood-related. His sister was Clifford's mother. Duke Crimson Thorn had married 3 wives in total. Chad's birth mother, Clifford and Vincent's birth mother, and Troy's birth mother. These 3 duchesses were all buried in the Thorn Cemetery, dying due to childbirth complications. Very odd. When recalling, Troy suspected that the Duke of Crimson Thorn must have more than one curse. If he got the chance, he wanted to research the noble history of the Thorn family to understand what exactly happened. Troy casually pulled out a chair and sat down, fishing for a cigar while casually responding. Pretty good, can eat, drink, and smoke cigars. Emerson want one. Aaron waved his hand, smiling. No need to be so formal. Theoretically, you should call me uncle. Troy couldn't help but laugh. How dare I call you uncle? Your beloved nephew wishes me dead. Let's cut to the chase. No need to play emotional cards. We have no feelings between us. Aaron's face darkened slightly. Having held high office for many years, he had made efforts to ease the tension, but anyone who understood basic manners would not make the atmosphere worse. Troy, you've done quite a bit lately that has upset many people. The balance of the capital has allowed some individuals to take advantage of your actions and stir up trouble. Aaron tapped his fingers on the table and continued. You should understand that the current situation in the Southern Territories is not stable. Troy lit his cigar, took 2 puffs, then leaned back into a more relaxed posture. Looking up at Emerson, he said, I don't understand this big picture talk. Emerson, I just want to make money. If you have ways to get rich or are interested in my plans, we can collaborate. Aaron's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze sharpening, and his tone becoming stricter. This isn't child's play, Troy. Your actions have crossed the line in the Southern Territories. Emerson, we're all adults here. Let's not waste time with nonsense. Troy disliked beating around the bush. They obviously had requests but were taking unnecessary detours. Aaron felt a headache coming on. Rubbing his head and taking a deep breath, he said, You have an account book in your hands. If you hand it over to me, I can ensure that the chaos in the outer city will be quelled. Troy chuckled. The chaos in the outer city is just fine. Why should we quell it? What do you mean? Aaron was puzzled. Almost everyone believed Troy planned to take control of the outer city and engage in underground business. With chaos in the outer city, he should be anxious. Troy explained, I've said it before, I only want to make money. Whether the outer city is chaotic or not doesn't affect my plans. The capital has never been my stronghold. Why should its disorder concern me? Aaron understood Troy's intention, to make as much money as possible and then leave. However, the plans laid out over these few days didn't indicate this at all. The plan Troy had announced at the Thirsty Blood Tavern had also been obtained by Aaron through certain channels. Though mostly drafts, the main framework was set up, requiring only adherence to the outlined steps for successful implementation. Because Troy's plans were openly shared, it had the capital's nobles eager to act, many considering trying it out, even sending the plans back to their territories to start implementing. Most importantly, Troy was collaborating with Archbishop Carver. According to rumors from the Thirsty Blood Tavern and statements from the Holy Church, Troy and Archbishop Carver were planning a new type of parish. None of these plans could be accomplished quickly, yet Troy had only 1 month. Aaron couldn't understand Troy's motives. Your cooperation with the Archbishop isn't as simple as you make it seem. Emerson rested his forehead on his hand, pondering for a moment before lifting his head. My requirement is the account book you possess. What do you need? Finally, they got to the point. Troy also didn't wish to hold on to a ledger that wouldn't immediately yield benefits. Now that someone was willing to offer a price, he was ready to deal. All I need is shiny gold coins. Emerson, make an offer, and I can have it packaged and delivered to your residence immediately. Chapter 53. Well said, 5,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins. This is my utmost sincerity. Ilias immediately bid. Andy shook his head. Although Ilias's name wasn't on the black ledger, the lengthy list of names and records were enough to prove that this ledger was worth more than 2,000 gold coins. 5,000, take it or leave it. Andy casually quoted a price. Ilias remained unmoved. 2,000 gold coins, I won't repeat it. Andy stood up right away. Then there's nothing to talk about. Ilias watched as Andy stood up and slowly said, Your Blackwater Company's documents have already been submitted to Archbishop Carver, but they still haven't passed the Assembly's deliberation. Andy's gaze met Ilias's unwaveringly, threatening me. Don't misunderstand, Andy. Ilias explained. We have never been enemies. As long as you are of the Purple Thorn bloodline, you should understand that we are on the same side. Ilias stood up and walked to the left wall where a map of the Kalia Empire hung. The one who has been holding back your application isn't us, but someone else. Your father might have mentioned it to you. Ilias turned around while clasping his hands behind his back, looking at Andy. You have been used, Andy. Andy recalled what Aquila Hagen had told him. It seemed some nobles in the southern region had already defected to the capital. Ilias's statement clearly indicated that the fire in the outer city wasn't started by him, but by another faction. Ilias continued. Your brother Chad is fully aware of this. That's why he only acted against you once, and never targeted you afterward. Andy, when facing outsiders, we should unite. Andy chuckled. By saying this, do you consider me one of your own? How have I not felt it, Ilias? Ilias walked beside Andy and whispered, The day the envoy from the capital arrives will be the time they make their move, and you will be the fuse. Should I thank you for reminding me? Andy wasn't impressed. He never trusted these haughty nobles. If there weren't any benefits, they wouldn't kindly warn him. Ilias frowned. Andy, the Holy Church isn't a monolithic entity. The Archbishop can't decide everything unilaterally. The reason your Blackwater Company proposal hasn't been approved is because some bishops disagree with your plan. The chaos in the outer city is their best excuse, and this is just the beginning. Seeming a bit anxious, Ilias continued. Only we can help you. Whether you want money, to set up a club, host a wine tasting competition, or anything else you need when expanding to the south, you will eventually need our assistance. We are not enemies, Andy, don't you see? Ilias looked disappointed, glaring at Andy intensely. You've become a thorn in their side now. Being of the Purple Thorn bloodline can temporarily protect you, but it may not protect those around you. Andy nodded seriously and said, 5,000 gold coins. What? Ilias was taken aback, unsure of how to react. Andy enunciated each word. You spoke very well, and I found it quite useful, so 5,000 gold coins. Ilias stared at Andy wide-eyed for a long time. After all I've told you, you tell me 5,000 gold coins? Andy's expression was serious. Ilias, you keep saying you can help me, and that we're one of the same. But if you're unwilling to give 5,000 gold coins, how can I trust you? 5,000 deal. Grinding his teeth, Ilias briskly strode out of the study and returned shortly with a mana crystal card, angrily thrusting it into Andy's hand. Here are 5,000 gold coins. You can verify at the guild tonight and deliver the ledger. Ilias's words sounded like they were squeezed through clenched teeth. Andy took the mana crystal card with an astonished look. Oh my, so this is how insiders treat each other? I feel it. Ilias took several deep breaths to calm himself, returning to his seat. Now, can we have a proper talk? Andy pocketed the mana crystal card and sat back down. Of course, if you had shown this sincerity earlier, we would probably have finished talking. Ilias regained his composure, leaned closer over the table, and stared at Andy. I will convince them to accept you. Your plans, business ventures, and even cooperation with the Archbishop, we can provide help. Andy nodded repeatedly. Sure. Then what's the cost? Ilias recalled and said, Your businesses, they want to join in. They can invest, but they will send people to participate in management and require decision-making power. Andy did not refuse outright, lifting his hand to gesture. Go on. What else do they want? You shouldn't stir up any trouble for a while. The incident with Isaac hanging from the lamppost has greatly angered Mr. Aiden. You need to apologize to Mr. Aiden. Ilias felt increasingly uneasy as he spoke. Why had this fellow suddenly become so agreeable? His attitude changed so quickly after receiving money. Andy appeared to be listening attentively. Anything else? Ilias naturally had more demands. These were not things he came up with. They were the result of discussions. But now, Andy's compliant manner made him uncertain. Changing his mind, he asked, Do you agree to all the conditions mentioned just now? Andy took a puff of his cigar, recalling the procedures and rhetoric of a certain group from his past life, then immediately replied, Regarding your conditions, I need to understand the situation. As you know, these businesses and plans are not decided by me alone. Not only does the Archbishop participate, but I also have to consider my subordinates. Let me talk to them, and you wait for a few days. I'll inform you about the progress soon. Upon hearing this, Ilias felt it sounded familiar. Wasn't this the same line he often used at the tax department when talking to his underlings? Bang. Ilias slammed the table and stood up. Andy, don't push your luck. You have no foundation here in the capital. Without us, you can achieve nothing. Andy picked up the cigar and threw it sharply towards Ilias's face, coldly saying, I'm sitting here calmly talking to you because of your earlier sincerity. Who is pushing their luck now? You dare throw at me? Ilias's face turned red, veins popping out. Andy, do you really think that just because you wear the cloak of purple thorn, You can act recklessly in the southern region? Andy chuckled. Ilias, I value attitude most in doing things. You and your high and mighty people make me very uncomfortable. Cooperation isn't done like this. Andy didn't mind cooperating with Ilias. Investors could send people to manage and obtain decision-making power. It didn't matter as long as the investment was substantial. He never intended to base his core operations in the capital. Like Black Wolf Lucas, as long as he showed a positive attitude and sincerity, he could cooperate with Lucas. There are no eternal enemies in the world. As long as interests do not conflict, everyone can be friends. Andy continued, I don't want to go against anyone. I just want to make money. If you like my businesses and want to share, there's no problem. Show me your sincerity and good attitude, and I welcome you very much. Chapter 54, The Opening. Emerson believed that Andy was too arrogant and had not realized that he was surrounded by enemies. Now, by reaching out to him on behalf of the local nobles of the southern capital, Aaron felt he had already shown the greatest sincerity, yet Andy seemed to ignore it. I am inviting you here. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. Aaron did not wish to continue the conversation any longer with Andy, saying coldly, You are still welcome to the banquet tonight. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to come over. This was clearly a dismissal. Without further ado, Andy got up and left. Aaron added one more reminder. Don't forget about the ledger matter. Andy waved his hand. When I take money, I will get things done. No need to see me off. After leaving Aaron's manor, Andy intended to visit the Holy Church to check on Archbishop Carver's situation. However, since they specifically sent someone today to inquire about him, it indicated that Carver wasn't in a position to meet him at the moment. Andy didn't want to embarrass himself and return to his own manor. All personnel had been dispatched, including Dane, who was somewhere preparing for his departure tonight. Having only been in this world for a few days, Andy's nerves had been constantly taut as he busied himself nonstop without a moment's rest. Now with the unrest in the outer city, although he quickly adjusted his strategy, reinforcing the Eastern District and taking the opportunity to promote the property management project. This was part of the project he had agreed upon with the Archbishop, which he had to fulfill. The property management project wasn't particularly profitable, but aimed for sustainable development and improvement of the surrounding environment. The real profit would come from selling concepts after hosting the wine tasting competition. However, due to the unrest in the outer city, the wine tasting competition might be postponed unless Andy could convince the merchants and their noble backers. Lying on the sofa, Andy's mind raced. At present, the capital could be divided into two main factions, one led by Emerson, claiming to represent the native nobles of the South region, and the other likely aligned with the royal capital. Thinking this over, Andy returned to his room and carefully reviewed the black ledger he had seized earlier. The list of nobles in the ledger did not include Aaron's name, but there was a Austin who seemed familiar. Could the names in this ledger indicate that they belonged to the same faction? Andy sighed and tucked the ledger into his inner pocket, intending to have Estanzo deliver it to Aaron when he returned. Walking downstairs, the grand hall remained empty. Due to the incident with the male servant, the staff of the manor were terrified of Andy and dared not enter his line of sight unless necessary. Andy lay back on the sofa, gradually closing his eyes, feeling quite tired. At the gates of the thorny Duke's residence, Hagen stood watching as the fully armed Dane led a team of 5 people set off. After leaving the capital, Dane would pass through the White Blade Knight's outpost and request reinforcements from the Gideons before heading to Blackstone Town. Hagen stood at the gate for a long time until Dane and his team were completely out of sight before turning away. Dane's departure was entirely public, leading the team out of the inner city and through the outer city until he left the capital's boundaries. During this period, spies from various factions in the capital rushed around, and news of Dane's departure quickly spread among the majority of the nobles. The setting sun drew a black curtain over the capital. Andy opened his eyes. Estanzo stood before him, reporting, Young Master Andy, Albin has gone missing, and we can't reach AFO. They have started making moves, and they are very eager. Andy remained calm, asking, Has Dane left the city? Yes, Estanzo nodded. Andy glanced around the hall. Aaliyah had returned, bringing about 20 maids. But because the atmosphere in the hall was icy, even Aaliyah dared not breathe loudly, and the maids all kept their heads low, not daring to speak. Take this ledger directly to Aaron, then find Brett, and have him bring the children back. Andy rose, retrieved the ledger from his inner pocket, and handed it to Estanzo. His calmness worried Estanzo greatly. Young Master Andy, go. You're Moses' disciple. They won't dare touch you. Estanzo explained, I'm not worried about myself, but about you. Andy shook his head. I'm fine. This was within my expectations. Go. Not knowing what to say, Estanzo took the ledger and left the hall. Andy instructed Aaliyah to arrange accommodations for the maids, and then returned to his room. He removed the white blade sword hanging on the wall, and took the 2 mana cannons from the table, hiding one in his coat, and the other in his windbreaker's inner pocket. After equipping everything needed, Andy left the manor, planning to show himself. He wasn't sure who made the move, but didn't need to know. It was just like that day when he was almost assassinated. He just needed to know who was behind it, and that would be enough. Andy. Just as he walked out of the manor gate, Andy encountered Butler Hagen on the road. He stopped Andy with a call. Andy halted his steps. Mr. Hagen, what's wrong? Hagen asked. Are you going to find Clifford? Andy nodded. Clifford must know who had defected to the royal capital. After all, he himself was aligned with the royal capital. Hagen shook his head. He doesn't know anything. You don't need to go see him. Mr. Hagen, what do you mean? Andy showed a puzzled look. Hagen said, The Duke means that you should stay in the manor tonight and not go out. It seemed this matter wasn't simple and wasn't aimed at Andy, but at Thorny Duke's residence. Andy was merely one part of their plan. What if I really want to go out for a stroll? Hagen looked at Andy. His expression didn't change at all, nor did his eyes betray any significant movement. Hagen said, if you insist on going out, the Duke said no killing nobles. Andy understood. This meant he could act freely, with the Duke covering for him, as long as no nobles died. I understand. Andy responded and walked past Hagen, preparing to leave. Behind him, Hagen added, once you take action, the identity of Thorny will only protect your life. I know. Andy kept walking without stopping. Hagen watched for a while before turning back to report in the Duke's study. My lord, young master Andy has left the residence. Duke Shah responded. Who do you think he will find? Hagen thought for a moment and said, he might go to Viscount Austin. Aaron showed goodwill towards him today. Why Austin? They have no direct conflict of interest. Duke Shah did not agree with Hagen's thoughts. He said, young Andy is still naive. He needs more time and training. Hagen asked, who does the Duke think he will seek out? Duke Shah smiled. He started by playing outside the box, so this solo trip will definitely continue along that unconventional path. Chapter 55, The Capital Faction. At the Traveler's Tavern, Lucas of Black Wolf gathered all the senior members of the Black Wolf gang. He received news that Albin, one of Troy's key lieutenants, had been kidnapped on Trade Street and was dragged into an alley almost instantly. By the time people got there, he was already gone. And Churchill, Troy's butler, had disappeared at some unknown time. According to the people at the Bloodlust Tavern, they couldn't reach him by dusk. All these actions were related to Jersony leaving the city. The perpetrators seemed to have been watching Albin and Churchill for a long time. As soon as Jersony left the city, they made their move. Lucas looked at the group of officers who had followed him for over a decade in the tavern and loudly said, brothers, we've stagnated in the capital for several years now. Not a single noble family is willing to accept us. They think our hands are stained with blood, fearing that we might tarnish their reputations. Now, Duke Troy is willing to take us in and cooperate with the Black Wolf gang. I've decided to take a risk. What do you think? The expressions of the officers varied. From their faces, it was clear that more than half did not agree with Lucas's idea. Boss, Troy's enemies are all nobles. Are we supposed to fight against the nobility too? One person spoke up. Once someone took the lead, others quickly followed. Yeah, boss, tonight's events clearly targeted Troy. If we get involved now, aren't we just courting death? I think things are fine as they are. We don't lack money or women. The officers chimed in one after another, confirming Lucas's suspicion that the majority disagreed with his thoughts. Lucas let them talk without interrupting, just calmly observing until the tavern gradually quietened down. Then he continued. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now. Lucas didn't intend to persuade or convince anyone. The Black Wolf gang was no longer the United Black Wolf Adventurers group it once was. Too much comfort had changed people's hearts. Whoever wants to continue following me, raise your weapons and come with me. Lucas pulled out a large sword from behind and slammed it into the ground forcefully, then turned towards the door while holding the giant sword. Iter, who had always been by his side, hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up. Several older men inside, whose hair had turned gray, also stood up and drew their weapons, following suit. This left only the middle-aged officers still hesitating. Seeing the old members about to leave through the door, they clenched their teeth and stood up. Boss, this will be the last time. Someone yelled with clenched teeth amidst the crowd. This was the Black Wolf gang's final collective action. They didn't trust Troy, but they still trusted Lucas. Without turning back, Lucas didn't care who hadn't followed. He just took out a stack of papers from his pocket and handed it backward. These are our targets for tonight. The employer requires their leaders to be hung on street lamps. These materials were collected by Lucas himself, including gangs that hadn't attended the criminal meeting as well as those that did. The officers each took their assigned targets and dispersed as usual. They had their own people, partners, and ways of working. The Black Wolf gang operated like a pack of wolves. Lucas needed only to make decisions, and the wolves would divide tasks and strike in mass. As the wolf pack started moving, Troy left the Duke's residence under the cover of night. Distant spies immediately followed him, but this time Troy wasn't in a carriage. Walking on foot, he turned a corner and vanished from the spy's sight. The spy didn't dare to follow further and planned to report back when suddenly he felt a twisting sensation and was forcibly pulled into the shadows. Bang! A magical hand cannon shot struck the spy's chest, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Troy drew another cannon and fired into the spy's thigh. Just lying down, the spy instinctively sat up, screaming in agony. Troy pulled out his white blade sword from behind and walked step by step toward the spy. Whose spy are you? The spy screamed in pain, seemingly not hearing Troy's question. White light cut through the shadows, revealing the spy's decapitated head along with his body on the street. Carrying the white blade sword on his back, Troy quickly climbed onto a rooftop, moving through the shadows over the noble avenue. There were many spies around. Troy killed several using the cover of shadows, causing other spies to scatter and flee, afraid to continue tailing him. After killing several, he learned a name. Ray. Troy was unsure if the name was real or fake, but it didn't matter much. He asked casually, without planning to visit any particular house. After killing several spies, Troy felt much better. He flipped off the eaves and walked onto the street, stopping in front of a manor gate. This was Chad's manor. Troy climbed over the main gate and strolled along, walking into the manor hall like a street loafer under the uncertain gazes of the servants. Chad was just coming downstairs. He was dressed in formal attire, accompanied by the butler, carrying some wrapped gifts in his hand. He must have been planning to attend the banquet at Aaron's place. When Chad saw Troy suddenly visiting, he was slightly surprised. He waved his hand, and the servants including the butler left the hall on their own accord, leaving only the two brothers in the hall. I need to attend a banquet at Emerson's place in a while. What help do you need? Chad's voice was gentle, and his eyes were soft, like an older brother looking at a younger one, as if he had always been a good elder brother. Troy raised an eyebrow. This didn't match his expectations. Chad approached Troy, sized him up with a few glances, and frowned. Did you just kill someone? Troy nodded. I just killed a few spies. They ran quite fast, so I didn't finish them all. You should leave such matters to your subordinates from now on, Chad said, actually reaching out to straighten Troy's collar, adding, as a member of the Purple Thorn family, you need to learn to cherish your reputation. This inexplicable concern gave Troy goosebumps. Chad, what's wrong with you? Have you been possessed? Chad continued, I've had people look into the disappearance of your men. If you have nothing else, you can join me at Emerson's banquet. Troy narrowed his eyes. Was Chad assuming that he had reached an agreement with Aaron in the afternoon and was already compliant with him? The banquet can wait. I want to ask, which nobles are against the capital? Troy temporarily couldn't figure out why Chad's attitude had changed so suddenly, so he threw out a question to probe. Without hesitation, Chad replied, Isn't it obvious who the capital faction is? Emerson is a typical representative of the capital faction. Troy, ? Chapter 56, So many good people. Troy wanted to flip the table. Just as he had told Xylan before, in this world, in this capital, there was an invisible yet palpable web of rules tacitly agreed upon by the nobility. Now Troy found himself entangled in this vast net, no different from Xylan on that day. Either he flips the table or accepts this net. Cliff did not allow him to flip the table. With no other choice, Troy could only accept this net. Therefore, he went to Chad instead of Emerson. Although Aaron was the first noble who approached him with goodwill, he was not trustworthy. Troy's former boss once told him a saying, when you succeed and become powerful enough, everyone around you will be good people. Though Troy had not yet succeeded, good people were already appearing around him. But this reason was enough for him to reject cooperation with Aaron. As Duke's bloodline and his elder brother, despite having a struggle over inheritance rights, Troy had given up his right to inherit, which was sufficient to ensure his temporary safety. At least before the Duke died, Chad wouldn't put him in mortal danger. Troy thought that now the only conflict among them had been resolved. With a common external enemy and shared interests, why not work together to make money and unite against their foe? It seemed Chad had come to the same conclusion as Troy, so he wasn't surprised when Troy came to visit. He even displayed a rare elder brother attitude toward his younger sibling. What most surprised Troy was Aaron. He turned out to be from the royal capital faction. Since he leaned toward the royal capital, why did the Duke still keep him as the head of the tax department? Seeing Troy's puzzled face, Chad explained, It's simple. He believes our father was responsible for Clifford's mother's death. Just that. Troy didn't quite believe it. Chad nodded with a smile. Yes, just that. Actually, Mr. Aaron is a very decent person. He merely dislikes us and firmly upholds imperial law, hence being called part of the royal capital faction. Troy fell into thought, recalling today's conversation and guessing who might have targeted Albin and others. However, he wasn't sure yet. He needed more information, so he informed Chad about his talk with Aaron. Chad listened quietly, and after Troy finished, he paused for a moment before saying, Interesting. It seems he wants to target me. You mean the account books? The black accounts Troy confiscated theoretically belonged to Chad, but Chad had been cautious enough to ensure his name wasn't on those books. Yeah, the account books are secondary, Chad added. He needs to stabilize you and ensure a stable capital, but I can assure you that he did not send anyone to capture your men. I have my suspicions. It was likely the Holy Church, and Morganiah even has the ability to hold the Archbishop back. His status in the southern region is considerable. Troy voiced his thoughts. Chad immediately gave a name, Shiloh Morganiah. If it's him, your men may not be saved. Troy searched his memories for information on this name, but found little. Who exactly is Shiloh Morganiah? Chad said, from the Kalia side branch, a disciple of a pivotal bishop at the Sacred Sanctorum. Quite a significant figure, sent to the south merely to gain experience and help the capital do some tasks. Troy looked at Chad. I must save them. As proof of my sincerity, I will open all my projects to you. You should understand, I won't leave a basic foundation in the capital. Chad pondered. Troy was making demands, but he also saw potential in Troy's projects. And he understood why Troy was being transparent about these projects. All of Troy's plans were mere frameworks. Only Troy knew how to correctly implement them. If someone followed his framework strictly, Troy would find ways to counter them, possibly even completely overwhelm them. I can't guarantee it. Chad couldn't think of a good plan. He had confidence that Troy's projects wouldn't be hindered by the city council, but rescuing someone from the hands of a holy church bishop. Unless Archbishop Carver intervened personally. After thinking for a moment, Chad added, the most I can do is get your steward back. Troy rolled his eyes. Donovan's name is on the list of stewards at the Duke's mansion. I can bring him back if I talk to Mr. Hagen. The problem is how to save Albin. Albin was on the blacklist, while Donovan had cover as the Duke's steward. As long as Morganiah didn't want to openly confront the Zijinji family, he wouldn't truly make things difficult for Donovan. But Albin might be used as an example to intimidate others. Troy speculated that Albin would be saddled with the blame for causing chaos in the outer city, and then judged by the capital's envoy. This would lead to public criticism directed at the Duke and even the southern region. This process Troy had seen before. It was one of the favorite tactics of the upper echelons. Let's go to the banquet first. I'll do my best to help you, and I hope you don't disappoint me. After all, we are brothers. Chad's gaze was very sincere, but Troy did not trust him at all. The way he had relentlessly clashed with Clifford left Clifford too afraid to return to the capital. If he really trusted Chad, he wouldn't know where he'd end up dead tomorrow. Yes, we are brothers. Despite his deep distrust of Chad, Troy did not break ties with him. If Chad wanted to play the good elder brother, he would play along. Let's go. Ride in my carriage. The two of them went to Aaron's estate. When they arrived, there were already many carriages parked on the lawn outside, each bearing a unique noble emblem representing their respective families. It must be said, Emerson had considerable influence in the capital. Troy was even more curious about how strong the political skills of his ducal father were to control this group of unruly nobles. The sight of Troy and Chad entering the venue made the assembled nobles pause momentarily. Earl Chad, young Master Troy, please come inside. Aaron's butler hurriedly approached, though he clearly gave Chad more attention than Troy. The noble banquet seemed rather dull. Inside the manor hall, there were two sections, one for dancing and one for food. Eating, drinking, and dancing. These were the main activities of most noble parties. There were also some trivial side events. To Troy, who had experienced modern entertainment, these events were less interesting than lying in bed reading novels. Troy, I'm glad you came. Aaron approached with a wine glass in hand. I heard your subordinates went missing. Do you need help? Troy observed Aaron's expression for a moment before asking. Of course. Do you have any leads? Aaron's smile widened. I warned you, didn't I? Are you regretting it now? Seeing Troy's unpleasant look, Chad stepped forward and lowered his voice. Mr. Aaron, has Shiloh Morganiah contacted you? Upon hearing this, Emerson realized that Troy suspected Shiloh Morganiah. While he indeed hadn't received any notification, he thought Troy's suspicion was quite reasonable. I am not on the same side as Shiloh Morganiah. He won't contact me. Troy, I told you, we've never been enemies. Aaron looked at Troy and continued. Your situation is very dangerous right now. I know Shiloh Morganiah's methods. I can help you save them. Chapter 57. How about I make a hole for you? Emerson made another attempt at friendship. He seemed eager to court Andy, an attitude even Chad couldn't fathom. Andy was also puzzled as to why Aaron had suddenly become friendly, and he straightforwardly asked, So what's the price? Can we talk in the side room for a moment? Aaron glanced at Chad, not wanting him to be involved in this matter. Andy pondered, as if he was beginning to understand something. They went to the side room, where Aaron said, Dana's gone to Blackstone Town, hasn't he? Andy didn't reply to Aaron's question. This matter was technically still classified, known only within the Crimson Thorn organization. Maurice, the capital, Aaron. Andy took a deep breath and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that fool Clifford again. No wonder Aaron suddenly wanted to court him. As Clifford's maternal uncle, he must have learned about the situation in Blackstone Town through Clifford. Clifford's loose lips had plunged Andy into a whirlpool of trouble. As events unfolded, Andy would likely face a series of challenges. The more Andy thought about it, the angrier he became, but reason told him to calm down. Don't beat around the bush. Speak up, what do you really want? Andy gradually suppressed his anger and began to strategize. Now that the conflicts in the outer city had shifted, with Blackstone Town entering their sights, things were becoming more difficult for Andy. Aaron said, How about handing over Blackstone Town to Clifford? Andy pulled out a mana hand cannon from his coat and pressed it against Aaron's chin. How about I make a hole for you? Aaron raised his hands, looking down at the weapon in Andy's hands, and said in a low voice, Shaw won't last much longer, will he? He can't protect you, but I can. If you cooperate, I can arrange a noble estate in the fertile plains for you. Even your title, I can help manage. Tell me how your mother died. Are you crazy? Andy fired a shot, hitting Aaron's thigh. The gunshot drew the attention of the servants outside, who rushed in. Your Grace. Let go of his grace. Andy wrapped an arm around Aaron's neck and switched to another mana hand cannon, pressing it against Aaron's head while shouting, Aaron, you should not slander my mother in front of me. What? You? Aaron widened his eyes, trying to explain. The pressure on the gun against his head increased, clearly signaling him not to speak recklessly. Andy, drop your weapon immediately. Chad rushed over, regretting having partnered with Andy. This guy could really stir things up without any warning. He showed no respect for rules at all. More people were gathering, and Andy shouted loudly, Emerson, I know you look down on me, treating me like trash. You can oppress me, kidnap my subordinates, or even kill me, but you cannot defame my mother. The onlookers among the nobles murmured. It wasn't a secret that Aaron despised Duke Crimson Thorn. After his sister's death, Shaw married Andy's mother. To them, Aaron had accidentally revealed his inner thoughts, infuriating Andy, which was quite plausible. Andy, don't go too far. Making a big scene won't benefit anyone. Aaron lowered his voice. Andy whispered in his ear, Mr. Aaron, who gave you permission to slip up and provide me with this opportunity? What do you want? Aaron's face flushed red, grinding his teeth, not just because of the wound on his leg, but mainly due to being held hostage in front of a crowd of nobles, making him both furious and embarrassed. Andy whispered softly, It's simple. Release my men and tell me who ordered the action. I don't know. Andy raised an eyebrow. You don't know? Then I might need to escalate, bringing my father into this. It'll be hard to clean up afterward. Damn you, you lunatic dog. Aaron cursed and called out to the crowd. Rick, come here. His butler glanced at Andy and squeezed through the crowd, cautiously approaching Emerson. Young Master Andy, please don't be rash. Put down your weapon. Let's talk. When Aquila Rick got close, Aaron instructed him in a low voice, Find Shiloh Maurice immediately and have him release the captives. Now, yes, right away. Rick was still hesitant, but under Aaron's urging, he left the estate immediately. Aaron said coldly, You should release me now. I've done everything I can. No, it's not enough. I need you to tell me which noble in the capital is closest to Maurice. Aaron's pupils contracted, and he immediately asked, What do you plan to do? He can kidnap my people, so why can't I kidnap his? Hurry up, give me a list, and we can part ways amicably. Let's just forget about what happened today. Andy impatiently tapped Aaron's head with the mana hand cannon. Aaron took a deep breath and said, Austin, it's Viscount Austin. Isn't he dining with Chad? Andy wore an incredulous look. Aaron quickly explained, there are no absolute alliances among nobles. I think you should understand this. Who else besides Austin? Andy felt it wasn't enough. If he was going to do this, he might as well make a big fuss. He had had enough of this goddamn capital city. All he wanted now was to plunder some wealth, take a large sum of money, and joyfully head to Blackstone Town, the place he loved. Aaron provided several more names, some of whom were attending tonight's party and were currently watching Andy in the crowd. Thank you for your cooperation. Andy released him and slowly backed away, disappearing into the shadows. The nobles hurriedly gathered around, asking, Mr. Aaron, are you all right? This Andy is a madman. We should go to the Duke's residence and find his grace. By the holy light, he actually shot at you. Austin was also in the crowd. He walked over to Chad and whispered, Chad, you brought him here. Could it be that you ordered him to do this? Chad's face turned red with anger, and he slapped Austin across the face, shouting angrily, What kind of person are you, daring to defame Andy's mother? Austin held his cheek in shock, unable to react for a long time, watching helplessly as Chad stormed off in a huff. Austin, what did you say to Chad that made him so angry? Mr. Aaron, you. Aaron, embarrassed and furious, roared, Enough. Disperse. I need to go to the holy church for treatment. All of you go home. The chaos of the day left Aaron without any mood for hosting the party. Andy was someone who had no bottom line and was uncontrollable. It would be best if he were dead. This kind of person was nothing but trouble for Southmost. Aaron's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Andy had completely offended him beyond repair. Nobles valued their dignity, and Andy had severely damaged Aaron's reputation. Chapter 58. A new storm has already appeared. Alley shaving the manor. Chad hurriedly caught up with Andy and stopped him. What on earth are you doing? I told you to follow my lead at the banquet. My dear elder brother, we are partners, not subordinates. Andy emphasized this point, then continued. It's time for a new approach, Chad. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Chad knew Andy had plenty of ideas. Although he was furious now, he still wanted to listen. Let's talk about this at home. It's inconvenient to speak here. The two returned to the Duke's residence together. The servants rarely saw Chad return, let alone see him coming back side by side with Andy, a sight they had never witnessed before, leaving them greatly astonished. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Andy headed straight for Thornrose Castle to meet Duke Shaw. After reflecting on tonight's events, he realized that while his plan might allow him to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat against the southern nobles, that was all it could do. He couldn't handle the Holy Church, but perhaps Chad had a way to save the people involved. But saving someone once didn't mean he could do it twice. As long as they kept targeting him, given his current base of power, 2 strikes would be enough to render all of Andy's efforts futile. And besides, there were people from the capital behind them, even within the Holy Church. Their goals were much bigger than just targeting him. This conflict aimed at the entire Thornrose. In such a situation, of course, one should rally more people. It's rare to see both of you here at the same time. I'm sure Duke will be very pleased, Hagen said from the castle hall where he had been reading. Upon seeing Andy and Chad enter, he stood up and looked at them with satisfaction. Andy wasted no time and said directly, I need to see father. Could you please inform him for me? Hagen stood upright, holding the book behind his back with one hand, and looked at the two men. Never heard of children needing a butler to announce their visit to their father. Chad was clearly taken aback. Why did he need to be announced to see his father, while Andy didn't? The last time he came to see his father, Hagen didn't say anything like this. He's in the study, right? I'll find him myself. You're busy. Andy greeted politely, quickly ascended the stairs, and followed the memory of his former self to reach the second-floor study. He knocked on the door and called out, Father, it's me. Can I come in? Come in. Duke Shaw's steady voice came from inside. Andy entered and found the Duke fiddling with something by the window desk. Chad also followed up, accompanied by a smiling butler Hagen. Duke Shaw put down the instrument in his hands, turned around to look at Andy, glanced at Chad standing at the door, and then said, It's quite unusual for you two to come here together today. Andy stepped closer. This was only the second time he had met Duke Shaw, his ducal father. He still appeared strong and robust, not at all like the dying rumors suggested. His face was ruddy, and his breath steady, with only his hair tinged with white frost, showing no signs of aging beyond that. Father, I believe the Duke's residence needs to take action. Some rats hiding in the shadows of the south think that Thornrose's blades have grown rusty, Andy declared loudly. Duke Shaw pulled out a chair next to the desk and sat down, gesturing for them to do the same. Hagen quickly brought 2 chairs over for Andy and Chad to sit on while standing behind Duke Shaw, awaiting orders. Duke Shaw then asked, Give me a reason. This time, Andy didn't speak, but looked at Chad. He had agreed with Chad beforehand that only the eldest son should speak on this matter. If he intended to inherit the dukedom, it must be voiced by him. Initially, Chad hadn't agreed. He thought Andy's plan was too radical, and their father definitely wouldn't agree or even see them. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and his father's attitude was hard to read. It seemed as if he had been waiting for Chad to speak. Chad remained silent for a moment, then stood up and said, Father, the situation in the south is currently full of hidden currents, with various forces entangled in each other. Thornrose's control over the south is also declining. Duke Shaw listened quietly, his expression unchanged. Andy's activities in the outer city have shown them an opportunity. They've started a fire, causing chaos among the outer city gangs. At the same time, they are eyeing the mana or mine in Blackstone Town. News has leaked, and they have begun making moves. I predict that the day the capital's envoy arrives will be the moment they show their fangs. Chad's speech was Yang Dinshua, giving Andy the feeling of watching some grand movie. This way of speaking was quite interesting. Your Grace, I believe they will use me as a breakthrough to challenge Thornrose. After finishing, seeing that Duke Shaw still had no reaction, Chad added, Your Grace, I have finished speaking. Only then did Duke Shaw nod and motion for Chad to sit down. So what do you think Thornrose should do? Duke Shaw's gaze moved between Andy and Chad. However, Chad remained silent and looked at Andy, because the plans Andy mentioned on the road were not very clear to him in detail. Andy sighed. You can't make use of the opportunity given to you. There's nothing he could do. He had to stand up and say, Your Grace, the situation in the capital is no longer something the city guards can handle. I believe we should call the White Blade Knights into the city for military exercises. Duke Shaw shook his head. The Knights will not enter the city unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, Duke Shaw thought that the current situation was not severe enough to require the Knights to enter the city. Duke Shaw asked again, What is this military exercise? Andy explained. To put it simply, it's showing off our strength. If time permits, we can even have a large parade. But considering the current situation, time is short. Duke Shaw seemed thoughtful and said, Tell me your plan. Outside, rumors are spreading that both you and Gideon have been seriously injured and haven't appeared in public for a year. Your Grace, if you or Gideon, or one of you, could oversee this exercise, it would surely stabilize the situation quickly. Andy briefly spoke these two sentences and continued. But I believe that only by decisively striking them once and instilling fear can we achieve long-term stability. A storm of change is about to sweep across the entire continent. Your Grace, we need to change our approach. Chapter 59, I disagree. Plans can never catch up with changes. Troy initially planned to kill a few nobles to test the waters, but then Hagen suddenly gave a warning from the Duke, forbidding any killings. Duke Shaw seemed to understand his character very well. Troy had no choice but to change his plan. If he wasn't allowed to kill, it meant that he could fight, right? Moreover, there was another implication. He could cause a commotion boldly, and if anything happened, the Duke would cover for him. However, after learning at the Aaron banquet that the ultimate goal of the capital was still about the magic energy, Troy knew that he couldn't solve this problem on his own. Even if there were solutions, there wasn't enough time. The capital's final aim was still to suppress the southern frontier to gain more power. And Troy knew that Duke Asher knew all about the events big or small happening in the city. Duke Shaw paused for a moment, then looked up at his two sons and said calmly, It's good that you have your thoughts. I support you both, but I will not favor either side. Hagen, please go and call Clifford over. Duke Shaw gave the order, and Hagen nodded in response, leaving the study, walking downstairs, looking towards Clifford's manor, and taking a step forward. This step stirred up a terrifying wave of air that vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Hagen disappeared from where he stood and appeared at the front gate of Clifford's manor. After the servant reported, Clifford hurriedly came. Mr. Hagen, so late? What's the matter? Duke wants you to come over. Come, grab my hand. Clifford, somewhat bewildered, grabbed Hagen's left arm, and immediately a shield of white light formed around him. Hagen took a step forward, bringing Clifford back to Thorncastle. Clifford was greatly impressed. He knew that Hagen was once the deputy leader of the White Blade Knights and a senior knight, on par with Gideon's, but he had never seen Hagen take action throughout his life. He always thought that Hagen was just a stern and dignified butler, but it turned out that he really had the strength of a senior knight. Clifford's heart was somewhat uneasy. He didn't do anything wrong, so why did Hagen want to see him? Clifford was afraid to see his father. Hagen led Clifford into the study, moving a chair for him, which was placed next to Troy. Upon seeing Troy, Clifford couldn't help but feel angry, but upon seeing Chad and his father present, he dared not act rashly, only sitting down silently beside the chair. Duke Shaw glanced at Clifford and continued. Chad, explain the situation to your brother. Chad slightly moved his chair and looked towards Clifford, saying, Thorn is facing a great challenge, and we will take action on a series of recent events in the capital. Aren't they all messes created by Troy? Let him clean up his own mess instead of involving our family. Clifford interrupted Chad, glaring at Troy. Being the bloodline of Thorn, he mingles with gangs, making the outer city people uneasy. Why should such a person stay in the capital? Clifford became increasingly aggressive. He stood up and pointed at Troy, turning to look at Duke Shaw. Father, I suggest sending him south as soon as possible, letting him make his own trouble. Thorn's reputation is almost ruined because of him, yet he has the nerve to ask for your help here. Duke Shaw rarely laughed and chuckled. Oh, is that true? Troy, is what Clifford says true? What happened in the outer city? Troy was amused too lazy to get up. Since Duke Shaw asked, it was giving him a chance to explain. Without preparation, he said, everything I did in the outer city was to build a more stable and prosperous capital environment, so I cooperated with Archbishop Carver. Clifford turned to look at Troy and immediately rebutted his explanation. To stabilize the capital, causing all gangs in the outer city to fight each other and kill everywhere. Even the Holy Church sent church knights to suppress them. And you have the audacity to say this. Troy's expression darkened, staring at Clifford. I don't like being interrupted when I'm talking, Clifford. Clifford's face was grim, unafraid of Troy's threat. What does your preference have to do with me? Duke Shaw did not stop the dispute, but looked at Chad. Chad immediately stood up. Clifford, sit down. It's not your turn to speak. Clifford glared at Troy and sat back down on the chair. Troy continued. My plan with Archbishop Carver is to construct a new type of parish community, unify the chaotic gangs, and gradually de-escalate violence and normalize. For this, I submitted a property company proposal to Archbishop Carver. Duke Shaw was aware of everything Troy had done, but he still started by asking, "Give a brief explanation." Troy simply explained the property company project and added at the end, "Once the property company operates in a standardized manner, it will not only significantly increase tax revenue, but also greatly improve the living environment for merchants and citizens, as well as their business conditions." After explaining the property company, Troy returned to the previous topic. The premise of the property company model is to unify the chaotic situation in the outer city. In recent days, I have preliminarily integrated the Eastern District, but this has also violated the interests of certain people. Duke Shaw smiled and asked, "Specifically, who are these people?" Clifford stared at Troy. This punk did more than just violate the interests of certain people. He practically offended the interests of all the nobles in the capital. If it weren't for his Thorn lineage, he would have been dead many times over. The property company project will be a transformation. When such a change occurs, it will inevitably affect most people's interests. Troy didn't directly answer the question but brushed it aside with a vague statement and went straight to the main point. These conflicts were initially expected by both me and Archbishop Carver. But what I never expected was that some people would use this transformation to try to undermine the foundation of Thorn and destabilize the southern frontier. Father, they aim to incite unrest in the southern frontier or even civil war among the nobility. I believe we need to thoroughly clean up these hidden rats. Troy was now in the zone. He continued without pausing. The development of the southern frontier has stagnated due to the demonic chaos for a long time. We must change the current situation and keep pace with the new era. Any enemies standing in the way of this storm of transformation should be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Clifford felt more and more uncomfortable as he listened. Clearly, it was about his two subordinates being kidnapped. How did this connect to Thorn, the southern frontier, and even the new era? Is this guy so good at bluffing? Father is not a fool. How could he possibly follow his ideas? Duke Shaw glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. He stood up and walked to the magic disc beside the desk. The magic disc glowed, forming a tall, translucent figure quickly. "Shaw, what's the matter?" Blazing Knight responded, and then looked at the 3 Thorn brothers in the study. What happened?" Duke Shaw said. "I need the White Blade Knights to set out immediately and head to Thorn New City for standby. Can you arrive by tomorrow morning?" Blazing Knight, though puzzled, immediately accepted the order. "As you wish." "I disagree." Clifford stood up agitatedly. Chapter 60, The Southern Border. Clifford's objection cast the study into a brief silence. Andy leaned back in his chair, turning to glance at the agitated Clifford, his expression revealing an air of condescending concern. Fortunately for him, Duke Shaw was present. Otherwise, this single protest would have triggered Andy's reflexes, and he might have kicked Clifford out of the room alongside Mazda. Chad remained relatively calm, though somewhat disappointed. Their father had made his stance clear, yet his younger brother still seemed unwilling to accept it. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Clifford's face turned red with indignation. He couldn't understand why Andy received so much favor. He hadn't even addressed the matter of Clifford's ears yet, and now just because a few of his subordinates were in trouble, the White Blade Knights were mobilized. Why? The royal envoy will arrive in the capital soon. At such a time, deploying the White Blade Knights into the city. Father, have you considered how the envoy will perceive this? Clifford gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Andy before continuing. All the chaos in the capital was created by Andy. He has offended all the nobles in the south, leaving him with no place to stand here. Why are you still protecting him? Father, if we hand Andy over to quell the nobles' anger, I can speak to the envoy. If we show our sincerity, I believe he won't say much when he returns to the capital. Duke Shaw turned around, his gaze sharp like a blade, his imposing aura subtly radiating. Clifford retreated hastily, feeling as though his father's figure was an unshakable mountain peak. Under Shaw's intense gaze, Clifford trembled slightly, his face paling, sweat beading on his skin. "My son, don't you understand what I mean?" Shaw's voice was deep and forceful, his eyes fixed on Clifford. "What is the royal envoy? What is he?" Shaw raised a finger toward the noble emblem hanging on the wall, a blooming purple thorn flower. "Look closely. Our family emblem represents more than just a symbol." Clifford lowered his head, biting his lips, his mind clouded by anger and personal grievances, unable to comprehend Shaw's words. Shaw took a deep breath to compose himself, then said, "Even Domenico would bow before me. Clifford, this is the South, once known as the Purple Thorn Duchy. Everything in the South wasn't bestowed by the Kalia royal family. It was fought for through blood and tears by the Purple Thorn family. Clifford, I am very disappointed in you." Shaw had given Clifford opportunities. He didn't need to come tonight, but Shaw invited him, his first chance. During their conversation, Shaw offered another opportunity. When Shaw instructed the Gideon to mobilize the White Blade Knights, it was Clifford's last chance. All he needed to do was keep silent and observe. But Clifford objected again. "Father, Clifford panicked, his gaze wandering, stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. Shaw sighed, turning away with his hands behind his back. "Hagen, Clifford is tired. Take him back to rest." Hagen responded, walking over to Clifford and leading him out without giving him a choice. Chad felt fortunate that he had always prioritized the family's interests, reviewing his actions carefully. Otherwise, he might be the one disappointing his father. Duke Shaw murmured to himself. There's an old saying on the continent. The eldest son is mature and steady, while the youngest tends to take risks. Andy, everything you've done recently has been too hasty. Andy remained silent, listening intently. Shaw lectured, actions shouldn't be rushed. Either plan them out slowly or execute them decisively. You haven't mastered either. Andy humbly replied. I understand your teachings, father. Shaw lifted his head, gazing at the silver moon outside the window. I'm getting old and cannot protect you for long. This is the last time I'll help clean up your mess. It's late. You too, come with me for a walk. Shaw turned around, and both men stood up simultaneously. Ollie. Before they could react to the name, the space in the study twisted momentarily, and a vague shadowy figure appeared, kneeling before Duke Shaw. At your command. Andy didn't recognize this figure, unaware that it was the same shadow assassin who detained Dane that day. Take us to the Holy Order. Yes. Ollie stood up, a black curtain enveloping the three instantly. Moments later, the three of them stood before the gates of the Holy Order. The Holy Order was protected by a barrier, and as the main cathedral of the Southern Territory, it had the gaze of the divine. Ollie's situation was unique, preventing him from entering the range of the gaze of the divine, so they could only be taken to the entrance. Duke Shaw, hands behind his back, took a step towards the closed gates of the Holy Order. The gates opened in response to his presence, as if nothing could stop him. Everything seemed to clear the way for Shaw's steps. Andy and Chad exchanged glances and silently followed. Duke Shaw led them through the cathedral without encountering a single priest or clergyman. The silence within the Holy Order was eerie. They passed through the great cathedral, then the small chapel, finally stopping before the residence building for the clergy. Bring him out. It wasn't clear to whom Duke Shaw was speaking. He simply issued the command. The door of the building slammed open, and a figure tumbled out, dragging its head along the grass, leaving a long trail behind. Shiloh Morganiah scrambled up in terror, turning to yell into the building. Carver, my master will not forgive you. Duke Shaw merely watched and waited. After yelling, Shiloh Morganiah turned back to look at Shaw, his face pale and trembling. Duke Shaw, I. Kneel. Duke Shaw's voice sounded like a decree. As soon as the words were spoken, Shiloh Morganiah's legs gave way, and he knelt uncontrollably. Shiloh Morganiah stared at Shaw in disbelief. How can this be? This is the Holy Order. Duke Shaw slowly raised his hand, and with that gesture, Shiloh Morganiah's pupils contracted sharply, as if he saw something terrifyingly dangerous, frozen in place, unable to move or even tremble. Archbishop Carver suddenly appeared before Shiloh Morganiah, shielding him from the invisible pressure that Shaw exuded. Only then did Morganiah regain control of his body, though he still dared not move. Shaw, he is from the most holy sanctuary. He cannot be killed, Archbishop Carver advised. Duke Shaw immediately lowered his raised hand, and Morganiah fell to the ground with white pupils, losing consciousness as if he had died on the spot. Andy was bewildered and deeply impressed. Was the martial prowess here really this high? How formidable must a demon lord from the abyss be to inflict such severe injuries on his father and the Gideon? Duke Shaw looked at Carver calmly and replied, This is the Southern Territory. Chapter 61. Take care of yourself first. Archbishop Carver sighed as he watched the imperious Shaw, said no more, and vanished from the spot. Shaw did not linger either. He left the Holy Church with Chad and Andy. The moment they stepped out of the Holy Church, Shaw's hair turned white in an instant, and his face aged visibly within seconds, as if he had grown over a decade older in the blink of an eye. Even his once upright posture became slightly hunched. Chad and Andy hurried to support him. Father, how are you? Andy was genuinely worried this time. His father-in-law by marriage was formidable and couldn't just die. Old Don, you need to pull through. Shaw waved weakly, trying to say something, but was forced to cough as a surge of black blood welled up in his throat. However, he did not spit it out, but swallowed it back forcefully. Merrill. His voice was no longer strong, sounding like that of a frail, elderly man in the wind. Merrill unfurled the black curtain, carrying the three of them through the shadows back to the study. Shaw slowly walked to the chair and sat down. His sitting posture was no longer upright, looking like he had collapsed into the chair, drained of strength. He looked at his two anxious sons and forced an extremely uncomfortable smile. I originally wanted to tell you that power decides everything, but didn't expect to make a fool of myself. Tears welled up in Chad's eyes. Father, rest well and don't talk anymore. Duke Shaw retorted. It's just an old injury flaring up. I'm not dying. Cough, cough. As he spoke, Shaw couldn't help but cough, a mouthful of black blood gushing out even though he covered it with his palm. The black blood was foul-smelling, like accursed filth. Chad quickly stepped forward, pulling out a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the black blood oozing from between his stubborn father's fingers. Shaw pushed him away and said, It's not early. Go back and rest. Andy stared at Shaw's aging appearance, unable to speak for a long while. Shaw looked at Andy again and said, Your two subordinates will return safely tomorrow. Don't worry about them. Andy glared at Shaw, gritting his teeth. Why should I be worried about them? You take care of yourself first, old man. How dare you speak to father like that? Chad stormed forward angrily, lifting his hand as if to strike. Shaw shook his head. Go back. I'm tired and need to rest. Andy turned around silently and left. Chad kept looking back. He wanted to stay, but was forcibly ushered out by Shaw. Bang. The study door closed tightly, leaving both standing dumbfounded outside. Akila Hagen strolled over elegantly, hands behind his back. Seeing Hagen, Chad felt like he saw a savior and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Hagen. Father. Hush, Duke is sleeping. Mr. Hagen extended a finger, signaling Chad not to speak loudly, then whispered, Go back. Allie, shave it to me. After sending off Chad and Andy, Hagen slowly pushed open the study door. Duke Shaw sat upright, reading a book, completely unlike the dying figure he had shown to his sons earlier. Except for the gray hair which remained unchanged, the deep wrinkles on his face seemed to have settled. His aura and posture were exactly the same as before. He was still the unshakable mountain of the Southern Territory. Hagen closed the door and started to scold Shaw. At your age, still playing cool in front of the young ones. Isn't it embarrassing? Shaw ignored him, continuing to read his book. Hagen stepped closer, scrutinizing the book, and said, "Couldn't you drag them out of the Holy Church to kill? Was it fun to withstand the eye of God?" Shaw continued flipping pages as if he hadn't heard anything. Hagen shook his head. "Forget it. I'll go chat with Joey." "Do what?" Shaw hastily put down his book and shouted back. Hagen replied coldly, "My Gale Duke, you're not what you used to be. This time, even Joey may not be able to stabilize your torn soul. I can do it for you." Hagen looked at Shaw and said, "I'm not so old that I can't kill a bishop." "I know," Shaw sighed, "but this time, it has to be me. I must show them I'm not dead yet." Hagen said, "But you've accelerated your death. Let Joey come over and check on you." "It's no use. The seal has failed." Shaw gave up. Joey's research on soul science was too shallow after all. Hagen felt somewhat helpless. This generation of the Southern Territory seemed disconnected. Apart from Dane, no one in the entire Southern Territory could step up and lead the charge. Only after Andy's awakening did he show some talent, but it was too late. Even Hagen dared not guarantee if he could witness the rise of Andy. Our generation, truly, is either crippled or incapacitated. Hagen couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Shaw had formed an adventure group, just like ordinary adventurers, with knights, mages, and priests in the team. In the blink of a few decades, Thief Merrill was assimilated into the Shadow Realm, leaving only some basic consciousness, and his soul was kept by an anchor point created by Joey in the present world. As for himself, as a knight, he suffered severe internal injuries, fortunately without soul damage. Unfortunately, he grew old. Joey was the luckiest, having merely lost a part of his soul while studying spatial magic, making him somewhat strange but otherwise unharmed. The worst off was still Shaw. As the main tank in the group, he took the hardest beatings and the most severe injuries. But Shaw should also be the one with the highest talent within the Purple Thorn lineage, managing to cultivate to the Great Knight realm despite the blood curse, even touching upon the power of law. Without that curse, perhaps he could be as carefree as the Duke of North Territory, a demigod on Earth, completely unaffected by others. Shaw didn't want to reminisce about the past. He said, "Past glory remains in the past. Nowadays, it's best to look at the present." "What do you plan to do?" Hagen gazed at the mural on the wall, which he had seen for over a decade. Shaw replied, "I have done all I should. Next, it's up to them. I can no longer leave this study." Hagen asked, "How will you handle Clifford?" "Send him south as well. Give Starmoon Bay to him. With his abilities, staying in the capital will only lead to being exploited." Shaw was most worried about his son Clifford. Among all his sons, the second one was the most naive, easily tricked by anyone. Though Clifford habitually avoided problems, he was smart and knew how to protect himself. Once danger was detected, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon everything to save his life. Chapter 62, The White Blade Knights. The silver moon hung high in the sky, and 2,000 White Blade Knights were heading for the capital. Under the moonlight, their silver armor shone with a dark blue luster, like countless stars in the night sky, mysterious and solemn. They moved swiftly, riding draconic warhorses specially bred in the Southern Territory, also known as thorn warhorses. These warhorses had robust bodies covered in scales of intertwining purple and red. Their manes resembled flames, and both the scales and manes could change according to environmental conditions. Not only did thorn warhorses possess extraordinary speed and endurance, but they could also traverse mountains and swamps within a short time. The scales on their bodies offered remarkable protective capabilities. The only drawback was their cost. They required feeding with specific magical energy minerals called dragon rock crystals during ordinary times. These crystals came from the Fallen Dragon Mine in the Southern Territory, located beside the current base of the White Blade Knights. It was said that a red dragon had once fallen there, its blood turning the underground iron veins red. The dying dragon's rage also corrupted the surrounding creatures. The iron veins in the Fallen Dragon Mine, twisted by the dragon's blood and fury, became a reddish mineral known as Wrath Iron Oregon. After being refined in alchemical furnaces, these ores turned into dragon rock crystals. Initially, thorn warhorses were just ordinary horses from the Southern Territory. After being exposed to the environment of the fallen dragon, they gradually transformed into the first generation of draconic horses. These early draconic horses were extremely wild and aggressive, difficult to tame, and remained in heat every day after reaching adulthood, making breeding particularly challenging. It took the White Blade Knights over a century to domesticate and breed these horses properly. Now, thorn warhorses enter heat only once a month. On the walls of the new city, the guard troops hadn't reached their shift-changing time yet. Drowsiness swept over each soldier like a tidal wave, overwhelming them in a hazy slumber as if the world had slipped into a dreamy mist. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, as though shaken by an invisible force. Startled awake, the soldiers scrambled to their feet, clumsily rushing towards the wall to investigate. Through the dim night, their eyes fell upon a vast cavalry troop glowing with silvery light, advancing irresistibly toward the city walls like an unstoppable flood. At the forefront of the formation stood a lone knight, towering and imposing. His golden hair flew wildly in the wind, and his breastplate was engraved with a majestic lion's head. Raising his longsword, he pointed it straight at the city gate and shouted loudly and sternly, "Open the gate." The guards instantly shook off their daze, hearing the city officer bellow, "Gale Gideon has returned. Gale Gideon is back. What are you all standing around for? Open the gates." With a thunderous sound, the city gates slowly swung open. The golden-haired knight raised his sword again, issuing a rhythmic, clanging signal. Upon hearing this command, the knights reformed their formation into a long line, marching orderly into the city. Ali shading the front was not the Gideon, but Reese Albert, the captain of the first squad of the White Blade Knights. The Gideon was positioned in the center of the formation. Since he had been injured, the members of the Knight Corps would no longer allow him to lead the charge. Instead, they always placed him in the middle to command from there. After entering the new city, the White Blade Knights headed directly to their garrison for standby orders. The news of the White Blade Knights' return hit the Thorn Ring city like a bombshell, causing significant upheaval. The nobles who were still deep in slumber were awakened by the hurried footsteps and shaking of their butlers. Any anger they might have felt dissipated instantly upon hearing the news. Some had attended Weston's banquet last night and collapsed into sleep late into the night, scattered throughout the estates, some in luxurious guest rooms, some in quiet courtyards, and even some in spacious halls. Dortmund sent servants to rouse them one by one. Upon learning that the White Blade Knights had entered the city, their faces paled immediately, revealing shock and panic in their eyes. The last time the White Blade Knights entered the city was a year ago for a triumphant ceremony. Before that, it was when Lemuel had slain his own brother, leading the knights to massacre through the entire capital before assuming the dukedom. Although they did not know that Lemuel had killed Shiloh Maurice the previous night, they fully understood what the entry of the White Blade Knights meant. Even Gil was still fast asleep in bed until the knocking on the door woke him up. He opened his eyes and instinctively kicked Aaliyah awake. Huh? Aaliyah's cat ears drooped, looking completely disoriented. Gil yawned. He was a light sleeper, a habit formed from his previous life. Sleeping too deeply could easily get him killed, so any slight movement would cause him to open his eyes immediately. After putting on his pants and hastily throwing on a shirt, Gil opened the door and saw Afu and Albin who had been missing all night. Boss, young Master Gil. Afu seemed excited. After he was taken away, he was locked in a dungeon. He had spent the entire night thinking of ways to save himself, but couldn't come up with any solutions. Then, inexplicably, he was sent back. When he returned, he saw another carriage stop at the entrance of the Duke's mansion as well, and out came Albin. The two looked at each other and decided to immediately report to Gil. Gil said irritably, "It's not even dawn yet. What's all the fuss this early in the morning?" Afu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say for a moment. Gil scratched his head and smoothed out his hair while asking, "Who tied you up?" Afu and Albin both shook their heads. The person who did it was very strong, and they lost consciousness almost instantly. When they woke up, they were already locked up, and no one interrogated them during the night. They were then directly sent back. They thought Gil had incredible influence and managed to get them back unharmed within just one night, and were about to express their gratitude. Gil yawned again, feeling a bit sleep-deprived. He waved his hand lazily and said, "Never mind, go wait downstairs, I'll wash my face first." After washing up, Gil felt much more awake. He lit a cigar to further invigorate himself before going downstairs to find Afu and Albin. "I should have told you two to be careful recently. That was my mistake." Although Gil had guessed that something might happen to Afu and Albin, his arrogant nature prevented him from warning them. Now seeing them back, he felt a twinge of guilt. Albin quickly stood up and said, "Boss, it's all because I didn't consider the recent changes in the situation, getting somewhat carried away. It's my fault, not yours." Afu glanced at Albin, wondering why he was Changwa Taitu, stealing his lines, and was about to say something else when Gil interrupted. "Since you're both back, I might as well tell you something. From today onwards, I will be cooperating with Chad. Most of the businesses and plans will be handled by him. Your main task right now is to help me bring out a group of capable people." At this moment, Brett rushed in, excitedly saying, "Young Master Gil, Radiant Gale has returned. I can sense his presence." Chapter 63, Sincerity. So soon, Troy was slightly taken aback. He didn't have a clear concept of the speed at which the knights could mobilize in this world. He had assumed that he wouldn't receive news until morning, yet now the sky outside was just starting to lighten, still somewhat dim and hazy. Brett appeared somewhat restless, his eyes constantly darting toward the window, as if expecting something. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but speak up. "Young Master Troy, I want to see Norris Knight." "Gideon." Troy raised an eyebrow lightly. Donovan and Albin were immediately drawn into the conversation too. Their eyes shone with anticipation and excitement, all looking at Troy as if they too wanted to meet the legendary knight. In the Southern Territory, while people might not always be familiar with the identities of nobles, almost everyone knew of the Gideon. Even those who lived on the fringes of society, constantly wandering in the shadows of gangs, held a deep admiration and reverence for the Gideon in their hearts. Although these two had long been mired in gang life, deep down they still harbored that pure dream. They had once dreamed of becoming heroes like the Gideon, wearing glory and safeguarding the peace of their hometowns. As they grew older and gained more experience, those childhood heroes had long since fallen asleep. But when the light of heroism shone again, it seemed those old aspirations returned. After some thought, Troy said, "Go ahead, they should be at the new city encampment." Brett immediately turned and rushed out of the hall, eager to head to the new city. Albin looked at Troy pitifully. "Boss, what are our plans next?" Donovan, being more mature, merely glanced outside, revealing a hint of regret before swiftly composing himself and resuming a calm demeanor. Troy wanted to wait for Shaw's orders. Shaw hadn't mentioned any actions for today last night, and because of Clifford's disruption, he hadn't finished conveying his ideas and plans to Shaw. Forget it, let's go see to. His current primary profession was also that of a White Blade Knight, and he wanted to witness how powerful the Gideon, the pinnacle of his own profession, really was. Last night, he had only seen the magical hologram of the Gideon in the study, and his first impression was that aside from being taller and more muscular, there wasn't much remarkable about him. Quite ordinary. Boss, I'll prepare the carriage for you right away. I'll get the carriage. Albin and Donovan acted simultaneously, their excitement impossible to suppress. The carriage pulled out from the Duke's residence, heading towards the new city direction, but at a corner, they encountered two acquaintances. Black Wolf Lucas and his deputy Ida rode on horseback, galloping swiftly as if they had just returned from a bloody battlefield. Their clothes were stained with conspicuous blood, and the heavy scent of blood wafted over from afar, sending chills down anyone's spine. Young Master Troy. Lucas recognized Troy's carriage instantly, leaping off his horse without hesitation and rushing towards it. Albin, acting as the temporary coachman, quickly pulled the reins to bring the carriage to a gradual stop. Troy gracefully jumped down from the carriage, his gaze landing on the blood-soaked Lucas. He closely examined Lucas, noticing the wounds covering his body. Some had clotted into black scabs, while others continued to bleed profusely. Lucas, what happened? Troy asked. Lucas grinned. I showed my sincerity last night. Now quite a few heads are hanging on the streetlights in the outer city. After today, there will only be one voice in the outer city, yours. Troy pondered for a moment, then asked, you killed all of them? Ida dismounted as well, clutching his wounds, and walked beside Lucas to add, those who didn't attend your meeting, and those who took advantage of the chaos under your name and the archbishops. We killed them all. Troy pressed further, all of them? Even the crocodile gang. Lucas's smile faltered, his expression turning somewhat embarrassed. Except for the crocodile gang. They were at Gale Aiden's estate last night. That's fine, your sincerity has been noted. Troy extended his hand, and after a brief pause, Lucas reached out and shook hands with him. Pleasure doing business, you can call me Troy. I've said before, I will show you the respect you deserve, a respect that won't disappoint you, Troy said with a smile. Lucas couldn't help but laugh too. Pleasure doing business, Troy. Ida quietly moved closer, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've already arranged for the heads to be delivered to the Bloodlust Tavern. Should we go check it out together? Troy wasn't a psychopath. He just liked to display heads on streetlights as a public warning, not someone who enjoyed gory sights. He glanced at Ida and gave a light admonishment. They are leaders in their own right. In the future, try to leave their bodies intact when you encounter such situations. Don't be so brutal. Lucas grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and responded with a playful smile. Understood, Troy. We'll pay attention next time. By the way, you're out so early. Where are you headed? The news of the White Blade Knights entering the city had yet to spread widely, only circulating quickly among the nobility. Lucas had spent the entire night leading the Black Wolf gang, dispersing his men to kill throughout the night, without paying attention to the situation in the new city. After the killings, he sent them to safe houses for hiding, while he and Ida hurried towards the inner city. Troy considered Lucas as a talent and glanced again at the blood on his body. He hesitated for a moment before saying, come back to the manor with me to bandage your wounds, take a bath, and change into clean clothes. I will introduce you to someone important. Lucas nodded gently without asking any more questions. Ida couldn't hold back his curiosity and moved closer, cautiously asking, may I ask who this important person is? Lucas shot him a stern look, signaling him not to talk too much. Feeling the sharp gaze, Ida immediately shrunk back, afraid to speak further. We are going to meet Gideon. The White Blade Knights have entered the city. Lucas was stunned, and then the heavy burden in his heart lifted abruptly. Last night, his decision was a gamble on the future of the entire Black Wolf gang, while Troy was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Lucas had already foreseen that tough times lay ahead. However, Gideon arrived in the city with the White Blade Knights. Even Ida understood what this meant. Lucas had made the right bet. The Black Wolf gang was truly about to rise. Let's go wash up and change clothes immediately. Hurry, hurry. He couldn't wait to mount his horse and urged Lucas eagerly. Chapter 64, Reese. Braden brought Lucas and the others to change into Blackwater Company uniforms before arriving at the new city Knights garrison, where they were immediately stopped. A whole squad of knights was guarding the gate of the garrison. Even though the knight captain saw the purple thorn crest on Braden's carriage, he still did not grant passage. Without the Grand Duke's writ, no one may approach the garrison. The knight captain's words were firm and cold, like an iron wall blocking Braden and his group outside. This time, Braden had come out with his subordinates to see the world. He couldn't return just to fetch a writ over this minor issue. He smiled slightly, trying to ease the tension. I am Braden, Purple Thorn. Could you please announce my presence? I wish to see Norris. The knight captain scrutinized Braden with sharp eyes, and then silently turned away. However, it wasn't long before he hurried back and commanded sternly, let them through. The guards immediately moved to clear a path for Braden. The knight captain strode ahead, leading Braden to the tallest building in the garrison. He stopped at the door, standing silent, as if waiting for the next move, like a master concealing his true abilities. Not speaking, playing the part of a master. Huh? Braden muttered to himself. Just as he was about to enter, Norris emerged like a gust of wind. Their gazes met involuntarily, and an indescribable pressure made Braden's mind waver. In front of Norris, Braden always felt a strange sensation. Norris didn't seem extraordinary at first glance, but that elusive aura of authority was hard to ignore. Whenever Braden looked at him, he would fall into a peculiar illusion, as if seeing a giant bathed in golden light sitting on a golden throne, looking down on all. Braden looked around, feeling as if there was a large figure on a golden toilet staring at him. Norris stopped, his gaze piercing as he examined Braden. Suddenly, he reached out and squeezed Braden's shoulder, surprised. HM? Second rank already. Braden came back to his senses, nodding slightly. Yes, second rank. Norris's eyebrows raised, and he continued. What combat skills have you mastered? Braden replied. Heart of Warning, Oath of Blade. Norris frowned, saying, while the garrison is here, report to Reese every morning. Mastering only 2 combat skills at second rank. How did Dane teach you? Before Braden could explain his rapid advancement since awakening just days ago, Norris issued new orders decisively. Jersening, from now on, take him to meet Reese. Jersening, who had been standing by the door playing the silent master, nodded and led the way. Norris turned his gaze to the people Braden had brought along, pausing slightly on Lucas, as if trying to peer into his soul. His voice was deep and authoritative. You are Black Wolf Lucas? Lucas's heart tightened, not daring to look up at Norris. He lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, sir. It's an honor to stand before you. Norris's gaze seemed to pierce through hearts. Even with Lucas's head down, he felt the sharp, eagle-like eyes scanning him. His heartbeat quickened, not daring to relax for a moment. Iter, who had been clamoring to meet Norris, now wished to hide behind the crowd, fearing Norris's attention. Of those present, only Donovan didn't flinch, not because he wasn't afraid of Norris, but because he had already encountered someone of Norris's caliber, Hagen, and been severely disciplined. I've heard of what you've done. Now you're working with Braden. Lucas quickly responded. Yes, young Master Braden enlightened me. Enough talk. For those who sincerely reform, I am always magnanimous. Norris waved his hand, cutting off Lucas's words of gratitude, then instructed, feel free to explore around here. With that, he turned toward the training grounds. At training field number 3, Braden met Reese, the Lion Knight, whom he remembered from his past life only once or twice. Reese's wild blonde hair reminded Braden of the game Monster Hunter World, where the great commander bore a striking resemblance to this Reese. He wondered if Reese might transform into a golden lion spewing laser beams. Braden, go to the platform on the left. After hearing Captain Jersening's report, Reese gave the order directly without any formalities. His voice was loud, comparable to the dwarf Braden had encountered before. Although Braden felt some resistance towards this commanding tone, he did not say much and silently walked to the platform on the left. This platform was spacious and flat, like a huge circular combat arena, but there were no guardrails or any protective facilities around it. Reese strode forward, facing Braden head-on. He gently untied the belt of his knight's sword, drawing an elegant arc in the air before the sword finally landed steadily in Braden's hands. Are you a second-rank knight? Now, attack me with all your strength. Hold nothing back. I will limit my power to that of a second-rank knight and fight you fairly. Reese's voice carried an unquestionable commanding style. Braden nodded. He gripped the hilt of the sword, took a deep breath, and a faint white glow began to emanate around his body. Braden held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, condensed a dazzling white light in his left hand, and lightly smeared it on the blade. The knight's sword was immediately enveloped in a dazzling white glow, as if it had turned into a sharp blade burning with white flames. When in doubt, enchant first. Reese crossed his arms, expressionless as he stared at Braden. Braden took a deep breath and attempted to swing his sword at Reese. A streak of cold light flashed from the tip of the sword, but before it touched Reese, an indescribable force exploded in his abdomen. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. Braden only felt dizzy, and then his body flew backward as if swept by a gale. He tried to control his body, but the force was too powerful for him to resist. The surrounding knights immediately sprang into action. They quickly ran over, helped Braden up, and effortlessly carried him back to the platform as if such incidents were commonplace. Reese maintained his original posture, his gaze coldly fixed on Braden, with a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A useless person remains useless. Even after awakening, it changes nothing. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to be on the short list of White Blade Knights. Braden's face changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted his breathing and stood up again. A black curtain appeared out of nowhere, sweeping toward Reese as if night had fallen. Reese's mockery intensified, and he waved his hand, attempting to dissipate the curtain with sheer force. As soon as his hand touched the curtain, a powerful gravitational pull yanked him in. Unprepared, Reese fell into the shadow realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 65. Raids must be ruthless. Reese suppressed his power, and with only second-rank strength, he was unable to dispel Andy's shadow curtain. He deliberately held back his abilities, and indeed, at the second-rank level, it was difficult to shake Andy's impenetrable shadow curtain. Reese's tense nerves relaxed slightly, a smirk curling the corner of his mouth. It seems Dane has indeed taught you quite a few tricks. Unfortunately, those little tricks can only be used for catching rats in the sewers. Andy paid no heed to this, his face expressionless as he rapidly approached Reese, completely ignoring the provocation. As soon as he got close, Andy felt a powerful wind rush towards him. Being within the shadow realm greatly enhanced his reaction speed. It seemed as if the entire shadow realm was alerting him to the direction of danger. Enhanced by shadows, Andy's figure moved like a nimble leopard, swiftly dodging Reese's relentless attacks. Reese's attacks were like an invisible storm, tearing apart the surrounding air. His fists carried thunderous force, making Andy feel a chill each time they swung. Even without using weapons, or even the blade breathing technique at its lowest setting, Reese's physical prowess was astonishing. Andy felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, as though an invisible mountain pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. The White Blade Knight's sword in his hand felt like scrap metal, serving no function. Your sword skills are utterly disgraceful. Holding that sword disgraces the honor of the knights. Rhys snorted coldly, suddenly exerting force and kicking at Andy's sword-wielding hand. Andy didn't retreat, but surged forward, taking the kick from Rhys, which shook his body slightly. He took advantage of this moment to quickly switch hands and slash with his sword, the blade glowing white like the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness of the Shadow Realm. Rhys narrowed his eyes, not expecting such a counterattack. He immediately reached out to grip the slashing blade, the coolness from the sword surprising him. Looking at Andy, a smirk curled his lips. Not bad, still some courage left in you, but not much sense. He mocked. The hand gripping the sword was surrounded by a white glow, tightly restraining Andy. Just as Rhys prepared to kick Andy away, he felt a cold sensation from behind. Scythe of Shadows. A deafening roar erupted, white light flickering around Rhys, his momentum surging like a tidal wave. The energy instantly blasted apart Andy's shadow curtain, forcing him back into the real world. Andy was pushed back, stumbling under the force. He clutched his long sword, the tip embedding into the ground to support himself, refusing to fall. After several deep breaths to regain composure, Andy replied, I figured it out myself, Rhys. You lost. The burst of energy Rhys emitted far exceeded the second-rank knight level, meaning that at the second-rank suppression, Rhys could not have blocked Andy's Scythe of Shadows. Andy was gradually developing his own understanding of shadow-based skills. In the Shadow Realm, both his reaction speed and physical condition improved. Though very taxing on the mind, Scythe of Shadows could potentially deal lethal damage beyond his rank. Even Rhys couldn't withstand it, let alone other ordinary knights. Rhys's expression eased somewhat, noticeably less severe. Well played, I concede. In real combat, life and death hang by a thread. You did well, Andy. Rhys's acknowledgement of defeat caused murmurs among the knights present. Normally one of their primary instructors, Rhys had never lost in battles while suppressing his strength to their levels. Even when sparring with Dane years ago, he forcibly shattered Dane's shadow curtain, briefly disrupting Dane's connection to the Shadow Realm, putting Dane in bed for over half a month. Kurt strode over like a shooting star, instantly silencing the murmurs. The gathered knights quietly dispersed, returning to their respective training posts. Commander. Rhys caught sight of Kurt and immediately saluted. Kurt raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. Rhys, you couldn't handle a knight who only knows 2 battle techniques? Rhys kneeled on one knee. Please punish me, Commander. Andy silently observed this scene. Rhys was an interesting person. Though abrasive, his straightforward nature meant he admitted faults openly and wouldn't stab allies in the back. Fighting alongside someone like him would likely be trustworthy. Kurt waved his hand, allowing him to stand up. He then said, It seems Andy has quite the talent. Andy, stay at the base for a while and don't wander around. Andy replied, I have my own matters to deal with. Kurt, like a patriarch, stated firmly, Shaw will handle your matters. Your task now is to stay here and train well. Andy did not agree with Kurt's thoughts and rebutted. Father is father. I am myself. I cannot grow under the protection of the Thorn Rose forever. Gale, brilliant. I appreciate your training very much, but I must walk my path on my own, rather than be assisted by others. Let's hope so. You go back first. Your father needs to talk to you. Remember to report here tomorrow. Kurt ceased persuading, feeling affection towards talent, believing that if Andy could train with his knight regiment for some time, he would surely undergo a complete transformation. But everyone has their own aspirations. He wouldn't force someone to follow a path he had planned for them. Senior Rhys, thank you for your teaching today. See you tomorrow. Andy greeted, returned the knight's sword, and left under the watchful eyes of Kurt and Rhys. Not until he was out of both of their sights did Andy finally take a few breaths, constantly rubbing the areas where he had been kicked. Pulling up his shirt, all the bruises were visible. Damn, Rhys, using such harsh force. Wait till I get even. Andy picked up Emmanuel and others nearby, before heading back to the ducal palace straight for Thornrose Castle. Chad was also there, seeming to have waited for some time. There was no sign of Shaw in the castle hall. Only Aquila Hagen stood there waiting for Andy to enter and sit down. Duke needs to recuperate for a while and will not be involved in matters henceforth. Hagen spoke after Andy sat down. Chad asked worriedly, Is father all right? Hagen replied, Don't worry, he won't die just yet. Andy retorted sarcastically, How reassuring. Hagen continued, The capital affairs will temporarily be handled by you, Chad. All right, I'll keep the capital running smoothly. Chad expected this. After all, he had already shouldered a lot for the ducal mansion, and this time it was genuinely delegating power to him. Andy, how do you plan to deal with the chaos outside the city? Andy felt the wounds still hurting faintly, wanting to light a cigar. Checking, the cigar box had been flattened. Rhys, I'll remember this. Unable to smoke, he had no choice but to drink tea to relieve his awkwardness, then opened his mouth and said, Confiscate properties, make a list, and let the knights raid house by house. Andy kept in mind his wealth-getting strategy. Nothing was more profitable than confiscation. Hagen reminded, The knights won't act without permission. They will only be stationed in the new city. You understand what I mean? Andy nodded, Understood. I'll take my people to do the raids. Chad frowned. On what grounds will you confiscate? What evidence do you have? Andy shrugged. Big brother, do we need a reason for confiscation in South Border with our Thornrose name? We are not gangsters. Leave behind those gangster ideas. Your plans, I don't approve. Chad thought Andy's idea would only disrupt the capital's order. Andy countered. Those fools dared to ride over us. Why do we need a reason? Not only will I confiscate, but I will also hang some lucky nobles on the streetlights. I'm serious. Chapter 66. The Genius Strategist Clifford. Chad and Andy are currently in a temporary alliance, presenting a united front against external threats, but Chad naturally believes that he should take control of the situation. As for Andy, Chad values their cooperation because of Andy's forward-thinking ideas and concepts. Chad looked at Andy seriously and said, "Andy, you say you want to raid the nobles' homes and hang them on street lamps. So I have to ask, besides being from the Purple Thorn family, what other identity do you have in the capital? According to the First Amendment of the Imperial Nobility Law, all matters concerning the nobility must be discussed by the Grand Council, and regarding your mention of confiscation, it would require 2/3 of the council members to agree." Chad shook his head and sighed. "Andy, the South has its order. The nobility law is fundamental to the Empire and the South. We cannot act rashly beyond the law." Andy couldn't help but laugh. If the nobility law were truly effective, why do you think Father recalled the White Blade Knights? Chad turned to Hagen the butler, hoping to get an answer from him. Hagen smiled without speaking, quietly watching the two of them, clearly not intending to intervene. Chad frowned and said, "I am a Grand Council member and Earl of the South. Only I have the authority to investigate them. Andy, you just focus on handling the outer city affairs. You don't need to meddle in noble matters." "All right, fine with me. But I have a condition." Andy didn't intend to insist further. He belonged to the noble class himself, and before he had the absolute power to break this rule, he wouldn't risk starting a revolution against his own class. Chad let out a sigh of relief. He thought he'd have to argue for a long time to convince Andy. Seeing Andy give way, his expression softened, and he asked, "What's the condition? Speak up, I'll try my best to meet it." Andy replied, "Within 3 days, I need you to find out who was behind the kidnapping of Albin and Churchill and hand him over to me for handling, even if he's a noble." "No problem," Chad responded promptly. Andy stood up and looked at Hagen, saying, "I have no more questions. I'll handle the outer city issues, while you, Chad, deal with those nobles." Hagen nodded without a word. Meanwhile, in Clifford's mansion, Clifford was raging furiously. He hadn't slept all night, having sent people to contact Shiloh Morganiah of the Holy Church only to find that the bishop couldn't be reached. This left him without a clear direction, unsure of what to do next. Clifford pointed at Adair and yelled, "What good are you just standing there? What use are you now that the White Blade Knights have entered the city? Think of a plan quickly." Adair chuckled, "Don't worry. The Knights aren't here to target you. Besides, the White Blade Knights won't act rashly. I know them well. It was like the Crimson Lion Knights under the Duke of the Eastern Province. Even if they were mobilized, unless there was an absolute reason, the Duke couldn't make the Crimson Lions turn their blades against the nobles. The political landscape of the South wasn't much different from the East. The biggest difference might be the ideologies among the nobles. Nobles in the East mostly originated from merchants and could forsake many so-called dignities for greater profits, even betraying allies. The South, however, was evidently more stable. Most disputes involved territory and serfs, relatively minor compared to the East conflicts. Adair said, "I know the route of the envoy from the capital. He should already be in Cotton Town. I can ambush him in the Thorn Woods and kill him." "Are you crazy? Killing the capital's envoy would benefit us how?" Clifford shouted angrily, strongly disagreeing with Adair's idea. Adair scratched his ear. "Let me finish." Duke Shaw urgently called back the White Blade Knights to intimidate the unruly nobles of the South. "If we kill the envoy now, the fun will begin." "What fun? The capital will definitely suspect the South of treason. I absolutely won't do that. The South belongs to me." Adair continued persuading. "Sir Clifford, with all due respect, based on your current strength, you gain nothing from supporting any of your brothers. You only stand a chance if you create chaos in the South and rise amidst it." Adair's voice was like that of a devil from the abyss, with an oddly mesmerizing quality. Clifford, who usually had no strong opinions, was momentarily silenced. "Master Clifford, Shiloh Morganiah provoked the unrest in the outer city to spread chaos throughout the South. Now that the White Blade Knights have arrived, anyone with a brain in the capital dares not act rashly." Adair whispered into Clifford's ear, "Kill the envoy from the capital and frame it on Andy. The capital will be enraged and demand his death, thus suppressing the South. And as the most trusted person by the capital, they will certainly increase their support for you." Clifford was tempted and couldn't help but ask, "How sure are you?" Adair replied, "I stayed at the Traveler's Tavern for a while. I can mimic Lucas's methods. Then we leave a few survivors who will immediately point to Black Wolf Lucas once they escape. Black Wolf Lucas is now under Andy's protection, so they'll think Andy ordered the attack because he was afraid of the envoy's judgment." Clifford's eyes grew brighter. He felt his thoughts were clearer than ever before, as if his mind had suddenly sharpened. He became excited and continued analyzing. "We can use this opportunity to eliminate Andy. Since Andy is allied with Chad, we can even implicate Chad too." Adair gave him a thumbs up, looking admiringly at him. "Master Clifford, you're truly brilliant. I just gave a small suggestion, but you analyzed so much from it. You're amazing." Clifford touched his nose and hummed. "Of course. I have the bloodline of Purple Thorn. Enough flattery. To earn my trust, do your job well." Adair immediately knelt on one knee. "The Hydra Knight will not fail in his mission. Stand up. Keep this quiet and handle it discreetly." "Of course, that's what I'm good at," Adair chuckled. Chapter 67, A Living Elf. Last night, to show his sincerity, Lucas the Black Wolf thoroughly cracked down on the criminal forces in the outer city, making an indelible contribution to its stability. Troy highly praised him, but also sternly criticized Lucas for being too radical and not considering the bigger picture or the aftermath. How could he only kill without burying? He killed so many ringleaders and didn't even bring back a single gold coin. It was unprofessional. After leaving the Purple Thorn Castle, Troy immediately summoned people to take over the assets of the forces handled by Lucas. Lucas, Albin, Churchill, as well as Brett and Estanzuo, everyone Troy could use and send out individually were dispatched. He not only required them to take over the assets, but also to spread the news of the White Blade Knight's arrival during this process, distorting it into a powerful cleanup operation against the Outer City's gangs by the Duke's mansion, carried out by Archbishop Carver to improve the living environment of the citizens. All lawbreakers would receive a just trial, and new parish communities would be piloted in the East District. With the reputation of the White Blade Knights intimidating others, Troy's people encountered almost no resistance and took over the gang assets very smoothly. Now, only the Mud Crocodile, backed by Ray, had not been cleared out in the entire Outer City. Troy sat in the bloodthirsty tavern leisurely mixing drinks, waiting for someone's arrival. If Ray wasn't part of the Royal Capital faction and could see his actions, then the Mud Crocodile would definitely come to visit. Good day, young Master Zhuang. Mud Crocodile pushed the door open and greeted Troy upon seeing him. Troy smiled at Mud Crocodile. Isn't this the famous Mud Crocodile? What brings you to my humble tavern? Mud Crocodile chuckled awkwardly and said, I plan to leave the capital. I have some businesses here and want to find a trustworthy person to take them over. Do you, young Master Zhuang, have anyone you can recommend? Troy poured a glass of wine for Mud Crocodile. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. Was Aiden sending you, or did you decide on your own? It was Gale Aiden who sent me. I will leave the capital and head to Gale Aiden's territory. The moment the White Blade Knights arrived in the Outer City, it was virtually determined that from now on, only Troy's voice mattered. Troy sized up Mud Crocodile. I think you're a smart man. Have you considered joining me? Mud Crocodile bluntly refused. Young Master Zhuang is straightforward, so I won't play games. My life belongs to Ray, and I'll only follow his orders. I'll send people to take over. Go back and ask Aiden if he's interested in collaborating on a wine tasting competition. Seeing he couldn't recruit Mud Crocodile, Troy didn't waste more words. I will convey your message to the Earl. Mud Crocodile left, and the bloodthirsty tavern was left with Troy alone again. Troy hadn't seriously considered unifying the Outer City. Initially, he only wanted to do some small business, save some startup funds, and flee south to start anew. Within days, events piled up, and with the White Blade Knight's arrival, the supporting nobles of the Outer City dared not speak up anymore, allowing Troy to accomplish the feat of becoming the only voice in the Outer City. Creak. The tavern door opened again, and a tall figure wearing a hooded cloak walked in. The adventurer wore loose robes, and a longbow and quiver hung from the backpack on their back, looking slightly travel-worn. Is there any available room here? The adventurer approached the bar and asked Troy. Unable to resist, Troy examined the face hidden under the hood, which was exquisitely beautiful like a porcelain doll, reminiscent of the beauty found in 3D illustrations. He noticed a prominent protrusion at the ears, indicating pointed ears. Thus, it could be deduced that this was a living elf. Troy had never seen an elf, nor did his original body's memories include such encounters. He had only seen images of elves in books, personal portraits of horned ranger knights stationed in the dark forest in the south. His original self had once fantasized about these images during adolescence. But why would an elf suddenly visit the Bloodthirsty Tavern? The location of the Bloodthirsty Tavern was far from ideal. It was in Slave Street, where only gangs frequented the place. A sensible adventurer wouldn't choose somewhere like Slave Street, but would go to a tavern affiliated with the Adventurers Guild. Could she be here for him? Troy narrowed his eyes, trying to spot any signs of deception. This female elf seemed expressionless, with no change in her demeanor under the hood, and her deep blue eyes appeared eerily empty. Excuse me, is there any available room? She asked again, her tone flat, as if stripped of emotion. Troy nodded. Yes, of course there is. He casually picked up a sign from under the bar, with a key hanging on it. The female elf reached out to take it and removed the backpack from her back, rummaging through it while asking, I want to stay for half a month. How much will that cost? Troy wasn't quite sure about the prices at inns. After all, he ate without paying, and no one dared to charge him. He had never stayed at an inn either. After a moment's thought, Troy casually named a price, 1 silver coin per day, including lunch and dinner, as well as protection. If you encounter any issues, you can talk to anyone in the tavern. The female elf seemed to find the price reasonable. She took out a gold coin and 5 silver coins from her backpack and placed them on the bar. Troy put the money into his chest pocket and asked, Do you want something to drink? You are my first guest, so it's on the house. The female elf nodded mechanically. Sure. She put the backpack on the adjacent chair and sat upright, staring blankly as Troy mixed a drink. Troy prepared a relatively light fruit wine for her. Give it a try. The female elf lifted the glass and downed it in one gulp, then set the glass down and asked, Is there anything to eat? Troy's face darkened. For a Jingning, she didn't even know how to savor wine. What a waste. There is. Please wait a moment. Troy walked into the kitchen. The servants there were startled by his sudden appearance, their faces pale, huddled together in fear. Prepare some food for the guest outside. Those who need to clean should do so, don't just stand there gawking. After giving instructions, Troy returned to the bar, continuing to play the role of bartender. The female elf took out a notebook from her backpack and began writing earnestly. Unable to resist, Troy sneaked a peek. Year 231 of the Kalia calendar, Wind Moon. I returned to Tucker Street. Tucker is dead, and this place has been renamed Slave Street. Tucker's Tavern is now called Bloodthirsty Tavern. The bartender here made a cup of fruit wine, but it tastes too light, not as good as the dwarf liquor from Cameron. Chapter 68, Alicia. It seems that no matter which world it is, the elven race is always a beloved one. They possess an extraordinary lifespan, and the changing eras of mortals are but fleeting moments to them. Just like the elf in front of Andy, perhaps because she had lived too long and seen too many things, she had become numb over time. Her entire being was hollow and listless, as if her soul had lost its vitality. Andy didn't understand what Tack Street and Tack Tavern meant, but he could guess that this slave street might have originally been called Tack Street, and his tavern might have been opened by someone named Tack. The crucial point was what she meant about the bartender's drink being too light, not as strong as dwarven liquor. Andy straightened his collar. "Madam, you seem dissatisfied with the fruit wine I just prepared for you." The female elf stopped writing and looked up at him, saying, "Yes, I prefer stronger liquor. I'll prepare another drink for you." Andy went back and prepared another explosion in the outer city, which he had earlier made for the priest. "Try this." Andy placed the glass in front of the female elf, who put away her notebook and carefully packed everything into her side bag before settling back down to pick up the glass. She tilted her head back and finished it in one gulp. The female elf's face visibly turned a little rosier, and her previously hollow eyes gained a bit more light. She put down the glass and said, "The glass is too small. Do you have larger glasses like those in dwarven taverns?" "No, but if you want, I can custom order one for you. That would cost extra." Andy responded casually. The female elf seemed indifferent and nodded in agreement. "All right, how much? What's this drink called?" "A custom glass costs 1 silver, and this drink is called Explosion in the Outer City, also 1 silver per glass." He could ask Crack Rock at the Stonemasons Guild to make a large cup, and making a dwarf-sized cup of Explosion in the Outer City would probably cost 500 copper in materials, so charging 1 silver was reasonable. The female elf responded and began rummaging through her bag again, pulling out a gold coin. "Here, can the rest be exchanged for drinks?" "Sure, I'll get your custom glass ready by noon." Andy took the money and immediately started preparing drinks. The kitchen brought out food as well, likely because Andy had given personal instructions. The plates were piled so high they almost couldn't fit on the serving trays. The female elf showed no particular expression, only giving a polite response to the waiters fawning as she received her meal, then silently ate without speaking. Andy was busy mixing drinks when the tavern door opened again, and Albin came running in eagerly. Seeing someone sitting at the bar counter with Andy silently mixing drinks, he assumed it was a distinguished guest, quickly composed himself, and quietly reported to Andy, "Boss, the area under my responsibility has been fully delivered to the manor." "Good. Later go to the Stonemasons Guild and find Crack Rock to order a few dwarf-sized cups. Then bring the sample for the rickshaw for me to check." Andy gave the instructions, and Albin noted them down, then left quietly. After eating and drinking to her fill, the female elf took out a handkerchief from her bag to wipe her mouth, then lifted her face to look at Andy. "Are you the owner here?" Andy handed her the mixed drink. "Yes, you can call me Andy." The female elf seemed to not fully understand this form of introduction, simply nodding and asking, "Do you know Old Man Tack?" "No, I've just taken over this tavern." "Oh, thank you." The female elf didn't ask further, picking up her key and wooden sign, shouldering her bag again, and looking down at the room number written on the wooden sign, slowly walked toward the stairs. "Madam, I didn't get your name yet. Just call me Alicia." With that, the female elf responded and ascended the stairs. Andy shrugged, feeling somewhat bored, and decided to sit behind the bar to read for a while. Mage Killian's notes, which he hadn't read yet, lay before him. He originally wanted Estanzo to explain the gist of it last night, but too many unexpected events happened. Flipping open the notebook, the first page read, "Shadow Realm, according to the doctrines of the Shadow Church and Master Otto's research, is confirmed to be an interdimensional space located at the edge of the current realm. The Shadow Realm has a significant impact on ordinary people. It absorbs their life energy. According to Master Otto's experiments, a healthy person can survive for a maximum of 7 days in the Shadow Realm. Beyond this limit, ordinary people will be drained of their life energy, becoming mindless undead spirits wandering within the Shadow Realm, not attacking people actively. Note, research on undead spirits is located on page 13. The Gale of Shadows is suspected to be in a chaotic state, lacking self-awareness. According to the oracles recorded by the Shadow Church, all oracles from the Gale of Shadows are obscure and difficult to decipher. Only semi-shadowed wanderers can parse out some information, but the more these semi-shadowed wanderers come into contact with the oracles, the more severe their shadowing symptoms will become, until they are completely assimilated by shadows, transforming into shadow puppet apostles. Note, research on shadow puppet apostles is located on page 21. Andy hurriedly flipped to page 21 and saw this. Shadow puppet apostles have extremely strong affinity for shadows. They are wanderers chosen by the Gale of Shadows. All chosen ones will be marked as apostles by the Gale of Shadows. The characteristic of this mark is that the soul flame turns gray-black. What was soul flame? Andy started to get confused. He could understand the first few sentences, but then professional terms began to appear, most of which were related to the study of souls. Apart from here, Andy could only understand the initial part of most things in the notebook. As soon as he turned the pages, it was like celestial books, filled with strange runes and studies on magic circuits. I don't understand. Andy scratched his head, put away the notebook, and decided to ask Estanzo about it when he got back. Footsteps came from the hallway, and Alicia descended from upstairs. She had placed her backpack and even her bow and arrows upstairs, wearing only a loose cloak, seemingly ready to go out for a stroll. This elf really had a big heart, leaving her luggage in the tavern without worry. "Ms. Alicia, are you going out for a walk?" Andy greeted. Alicia nodded and left on her own, seemingly not wanting to talk to anyone. Andy couldn't help muttering, "Are elves all so aloof?" Not long after Alicia left, Churchill also returned. He needed to take over the assets of the Outer City gang and compile materials to hand over to the ruling hall for transfer registration, which should not have been completed at this point. Sir, I encountered Emerson on the way. He seems to want to talk to you about something. Chapter 69, Troy's Daily Life. Aaron, where is he? Troy was a bit confused. At this critical moment, shouldn't the old man be looking for Chad? Why come to find him? Donovan reported truthfully. He has gone back and asked you to go to the Earl's residence to find him. Troy sneered coldly. He wants me to go see him again? Forget it, just do what you need to. Okay. Donovan was indeed very busy. Troy had handed over most of the work to him. Not only did he have to lead a team to receive the inheritance, but he also had to summarize and oversee other projects. He began to miss that night when he was kidnapped. Donovan hurriedly left, and Troy looked at the sky before stepping out. He took a carriage to the Rhine Daily. The Rhine Daily was bustling with renovations. The Stonemasons Guild had sent 2 dwarves to help, and the progress was promising. From the current situation, it looked like it would take another 2 days to complete the first floor renovation. The second floor didn't require much alteration. Altogether, they could reopen in 3 days. After inspecting the progress, Troy ran to the Church Knight training ground to take a look. Braden, along with a group of stonemasons, was planning how to renovate, and from this progress, it would still take some time before construction could start. When Braden saw Troy coming over, he handed his work to others and walked over to greet him. Troy, why are you here? Just now, someone named Albin asked me to help get a few dwarf wine glasses. Are you planning on hosting a banquet? Yes, I'm going to host a party in the mansion tomorrow night. Don't be absent. Braden's words made Troy have an idea. He planned to ride the wave of the White Blade Knights and invite those wine merchants and Nightingale Street people over, while also getting Chad to invite a few nobles, finalize the competition details, then make money and leave. He didn't want to stay in the capital any longer. The undercurrents here annoyed him. Of course, I will definitely be there. I'll bring a few friends. Your drinks must be well prepared. Braden was still thinking about the drinks Troy mixed. Dwarf fiery liquor was mainly about quantity and strength. The drink Troy mixed not only had a strong aftertaste, but also had a very rich flavor. Troy laughed and answered, suddenly asking, "There's something I want to ask. Do you know Floyd? Floyd? Oh, right. He died more than 50 years ago. What's up?" Braden thought for a moment and remembered that the original name of the Bloodthirst Tavern was Tacker's Tavern, but that story was too long ago. Troy informed Braden about the female elf he met today, wanting to ask if Braden knew anything about her background. Estelle? I remember her. She used to be a regular at Tacker Street. Tacker was quite capable, making different races coexist peacefully. Back then, humans and other races liked gathering at his tavern. Braden felt nostalgic and sighed. Unfortunately, since he died, no such tavern has appeared in all of South Territory. Humans only appear in human taverns, and we wouldn't get close to their territory either. Troy seemed thoughtful and asked, "Is the mutual hostility between races very severe?" Braden glanced at him, unsure if Troy really didn't know or was playing dumb. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Humans think subhumans steal their business, often leading to fights over nothing. Your city council is entirely composed of humans who always favor their own kind. Over time, the conflicts deepen. As for us dwarfs, it's okay because we have our own nation. Humans treat us fairly, while other races without their own nations can only be the lowest laborers to earn a living." Braden chatted on, as if he found a vent for his complaints, continuing, "Like those subhumans in the outer city, most choose to join gangs. Those who consider themselves superior choose to become adventurers. The guild takes care of them a little, but these past few years have been slow." Troy listened to Braden talk for nearly half an hour, learning that the conflict between humans and subhumans had been intertwined for thousands of years, erupting into continent-wide conflicts every few centuries. With the upcoming transformation of the continent, the next conflict might not be far off. "Little Troy, you don't seem like a nobleman. Dwarves should like you. Thanks for listening to my complaints." Although Braden felt a bit unsatisfied, some things were best left unspoken. Talking more wouldn't change anything. With Troy's current abilities, he couldn't change anything. After hearing this, Troy had some ideas about the development of the southern frontier colony. Subhumans were treated unfairly and faced obstacles everywhere. When they genuinely encountered kind-hearted humans, they would pour out their hearts. Developing new territories required a large population. Most of the population in the south had already been divided up. Hiring subhumans might be a good choice. However, the premise was that he needed to understand the characteristics of the subhuman races. After making up his mind, Troy felt he had a lot more to do. He decided to go back and ask Hagen if he had any relevant materials. Back at the Duke's residence, Troy asked Hagen for some materials about subhumans. In the hall, Troy picked up a book titled Nolan's Subhuman Encyclopedia, which was as thick as half a head. The author on the cover seemed familiar, Alonso. This name had been mentioned in Mage Joeyer's notes before. Troy took out the notes again, and it matched. This Master Otto not only studied soul science, but also researched the various subhuman races with broad interests. It was unknown how many years he had lived. The book was printed in the 190th year of the Carian calendar, 41 years ago. Troy opened the book and started reading slowly. It mainly mentioned 9 major races including humans, namely humans, demon race, elves, dwarves, dragons, dragonborns, orcs, goblins, and abyssmen. Among them, the demon race represented demons, and it detailed much knowledge about different kinds of demons. What interested Troy most were the dragonborns and goblins. At the beginning of the chapter on dragonborns, it stated, "Dragonborns are the products of crossbreeding between dragons and other species. The more famous ones include lizard folk and serpent folk. Dragonborns do not have their own fixed cities, They are known as the 100 races and are active in human cities. Indeed, dragons have created a heavenly existence among the races. The most outrageous part was about goblins. They are the result of failed experiments by the demon race. They possess the craftsmanship spirit of dwarves, the exploration desire of elves, the extraordinary creativity of humans, and the powerful bloodline transmission ability of dragons, but lack a stable mind. Troy recalled that he hadn't seen any goblins in the city. He should find a couple to study someday. After reading for an afternoon, nearing evening, Donovan and others returned one after another, along with the group of teenagers who were dispatched to manage the property company. Troy called Aaron over and said, "After dinner, notify your people to gather in the large hall on the second floor. You prepare a report on your work experience these past 2 days." Aaron paused. What was this work experience? She didn't dare ask and could only nod stiffly. After speaking, Troy instructed Donovan to prepare for the banquet tomorrow night. Donovan immediately felt overwhelmed. There were already so many tasks to handle. Plus now a banquet? Just then, Alonzo came over with a document. "I finished the thesis that Mage Joier wanted." Troy was slightly surprised and took it to look at. It was the task previously assigned by Mage Joier, which he had completely forgotten. He didn't expect Alonzo to remember it. Indeed, high in talent. Very good. Go get an extra week's pay from Donovan. Chapter 70. Deep Blue. Add more. After dinner, Kiera called all the partners staying in the manor to line up in the large hall on the second floor while she racked her brain thinking about how to report the work experience of the past 2 days. Troy arrived very quickly. Before Kiera could figure out what to say, Troy had already sat down on the sofa in the hall, casting a glance at the boys and girls in front of him. They were all alive and well, just looking a bit weary, probably from exhaustion today. "Kiera, step forward and tell me what you did these 2 days, what difficulties you encountered, and how you handled them." Kiera stiffened when named, hurriedly stepping forward. Facing Troy's expectant gaze, she took a deep breath and said, "The past 2 days we mainly registered the citizens in the Eastern District. Many were unwilling as they heard money would be asked later, but seeing us accompanied by white blade knights in armor, most agreed eventually. These 2 days were only for registration, no charges yet, with white blade knights mainly responsible for protection, unexpectedly increasing their reputation." Troy nodded, gesturing her to continue. Kiera continued. "The main difficulty was in the trade district. Most of them kept postponing it, saying that they should look for certain nobles or that they couldn't make decisions without consulting others." Troy anticipated this would happen and asked, "No one reported this to me. How did you solve it?" Kiera replied, "We went there yesterday, originally planning to go again today, but when we approached, they started registering voluntarily and even rushed to pay, asking us to bring their greetings to you, pleading you not to hang them on lampposts. It seems Lucas's killings last night and the White Blade Knight's presence scared them. There shouldn't be any troublemakers recently." Upon hearing Kiera's report, Troy also asked others, but everyone stayed quiet like little chicks, too afraid to speak up. "Their courage is still too small. I should let Donovan train them more. You've done quite well recently, but your courage needs improvement. Remember, if anyone makes things difficult for you outside, just mention my name. If they still don't cooperate after knowing me, have your knights hang them on lampposts." Troy emphasized this as he stood up and patted Kiera on the shoulder. "Ali shad them well. Later, I'll take you for testing to see what profession you can awaken. I won't disappoint you." Kiera straightened up immediately, loudly responding to Troy in Donovan's style. Troy chuckled, waved his hand, and walked downstairs where he had other matters to deal with. On the table downstairs, numerous account books were piled up, today's loot. Donovan and Aston Zoo were auditing them when Troy sat beside and asked, "How many did you receive today?" 19 in total. 3 tried to run away with goods, but were sent back by the nobles behind them. Donovan looked up from the stack of account books to report. Surprised, Troy laughed. "Some clans are actually helping?" Donovan answered, "Some agreed to cooperate during the meeting but harbored evil intentions, participating in the unrest outside the city, all killed by Lucas. Some might have personal grudges against Lucas. Whatever, if they're dead, then they're dead. How much gold did you collect?" Troy cared more about the earnings. Donovan rubbed his head, reporting, "Currently, a total of 32,126 gold coins have been collected. Other items haven't been liquidated yet." Troy frowned slightly. Raiding 19 clans only netted around 30,000, less than expected. "Store 30,000, and split the remainder between you and Albin." Donovan's face changed, hastily refusing. "Young master, that's too much. I can't accept it." Troy smiled. "Your performance these days has been satisfactory. Take it." Then he looked at Aston Zoo. "You're new and haven't done much. Have Donovan give you 100 gold later." Aston Zoo accepted without refusal. "Where are the enchanted equipment from the raids?" Troy asked. "They are all in the manor's basement." Troy nodded, walking towards the basement. He hadn't leveled up for several days and needed to enjoy tonight. Entering the basement, a variety of enchanted equipment greeted his eyes, mostly swords, and a few mana cannons. With a wave of his hand, everything was absorbed, instantly boosting the system energy to 3450. Glancing at the system panel, many plus signs appeared. Troy, Purple Thorn. Profession, White Blade Knight. Secondary profession, Shadow Apostle. Cultivation, White Blade Knight Breathing Technique, Second Rank Knight, plus, Shadow Affinity, Apostle. Skills, White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice, plus, White Blade Oath, Apprentice, plus, Warning Heart, Apprentice, plus, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Shadow Sickle, Apostle. Energy, 3465. Souls, Fragile Soul of Nameless Warriors, X4. The few souls he stored were from last night's kills using the Shadow Sickle on scouts. He hadn't used them yet, planning to save them for later. What Troy found curious was why he had over 3,000 energy, but not a single plus in his shadow skills. Did he need the Shadow Gale to grant more permissions? However, before Troy fully understood the Shadow Realm, he didn't plan on advancing his Shadow Apostle skills just yet. For now, he would focus on being a White Blade Knight. Deep Blue. At points, Troy added 3 points to his breathing technique, instantly losing 2,800 energy. Now he understood, it operated on a binary system, with each rank doubling the cost. Currently, he was a 5th rank knight, needing another 36,000 energy to reach the peak of 8th rank. He had 665 energy left, and added 1 point to each of the 3 skills, costing him 300 energy, leaving 365 remaining. The system panel now showed Troy, Purple Thorn. Profession, White Blade Knight. Secondary profession, Shadow Apostle. Cultivation, White Blade Knight breathing technique, 5th rank knight, Shadow Affinity, Apostle. Skills, White Blade Knight swordsmanship, competent, plus, White Blade Oath, competent, plus, Warning Heart, competent, plus, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Shadow Sickle, Apostle. Energy, 365. Souls, Fragile Soul of Nameless Warriors, X4. He could still add more points, but Troy decided not to. He wanted to keep a few hundred points to activate new skills. Jersony had sent him a manual, planning to train at the White Blade Knights camp. He could learn from Jersony and ask questions when he didn't understand something. After jumping up 3 ranks at once, Troy felt no significant change in his physical abilities. The only noticeable difference was his slower breathing even when not actively practicing the breathing technique. Usually, his breathing slowed slightly when practicing the technique. Now it stayed slow even without active effort. Troy moved around, feeling nothing different, which seemed odd. Shouldn't he be invigorated and immensely strong by now? Is there something wrong with the system? Confused, Troy thought about asking Hagen. As he turned to leave the basement, everything went dark, and he immediately fainted. Chapter 71, The Fated One. Troy gradually regained consciousness, but was unable to open his eyes. He felt himself falling endlessly in a void, the sensation of falling dreamlike and unreal. That perception was illusory, like falling from a building in a dream, with an indescribable sense of unreality. The passage of time seemed to lose its meaning as Troy could only wander in this endless fall. Until a moment came when he was astonished to find that the force restraining his eyes had quietly faded away. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing a gray and shadowy space stretching out before him, deep and mysterious like the netherworld. Endless emptiness surrounded him, except for the dimly lit passageway at the end, which stood silently, emitting faint white light. The passageway radiated an inexplicable allure, as if something were silently calling out to Troy. An inexplicable urge rose within him, to traverse this passageway and explore the unknown shore beyond. Troy slowly stepped into the dim passageway, each step seeming to take him into another unknown world. As he walked, a strange feeling welled up inside him. Looking down, he found himself seemingly detached from his body. His limbs and torso vanished from sight. Troy felt as if he had been reduced to just his head, more accurately, a pair of eyes floating alone in the darkness. Even the familiar bridge of his nose and nostrils had disappeared in this unexplained transformation. Carrying his confusion, Troy traversed the deep passageway, where the end gradually revealed a hazy white glow, akin to the dawn breaking through the horizon. In the center of this light, a massive disk rested, its surface intricately inscribed with mystifying magical patterns, resembling an ancient and unsolved tome. At the center of the disk, a sword was inverted and plunged downward, its tip pointing to the ground, as if guarding some untold secret. Troy's gaze locked onto this legendary sword, the symbol of the White Blade Knights, the original White Blade sword. This sword should still be hanging above his bed in the bedroom. Why would it appear here? He cautiously entered the range of the disk, and in an instant, the magic circuit seemed to ignite, bursting into purple light. This light gradually coalesced, forming a golden figure. The figure stood tall and imposing, fully clad in armor with a heavy full-face helm covering its head, preventing anyone from glimpsing its true form. This knight's armor bore similarities to the White Blade Knight armor, yet was distinct, preserving only about 3 or 4/10 of its original appearance. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, more like the early version of the White Blade Knight armor long sealed away. Simple yet exquisite patterns were carved on the armor, with the most striking being the Thorn family emblem embedded in the chest plate, shimmering with unique light. The knight's figure radiated an ineffable solemnity and reverence, like a sacred statue deep within a church, permeating an enigmatic divinity that commanded respect. As the knight's image gradually solidified, a word suddenly appeared in Troy's mind. Justice. With the appearance of this word, the white blade sword erupted in blinding white light, and the knight's figure seemed to gaze at Troy. He felt as if he heard the knight's whisper, a voice like a dream murmuring in his consciousness. Troy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. You are not the fated one. Troy opened his eyes again, waking up to see the dim cellar. He warily observed his surroundings, confused about why he had suddenly fallen to the ground. Troy slowly opened his eyes once more, finding himself in the dark cellar, greeted by dampness and oppressive air. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his heart filled with alertness. How had he ended up on the ground? What was going on? Was I ambushed? Troy muttered to himself while checking his body. Strangely, he found no wounds and felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt refreshed, as if brimming with energy. This left him even more puzzled. Had his continuous breakthroughs caused a sudden surge in physical strength, leading to a loss of control over his body? Troy fell into deep thought, but couldn't come to a conclusion. With Hagen, a Grand Knight, stationed at the Duke's mansion, and Conley, Shaw's guardian who was elusive and unpredictable, no one should have been able to ambush him. Troy soon gave up thinking and returned to the manor. In the following days, his life became unusually smooth and uneventful. He successfully hosted a banquet and reached agreements with wine merchants and nightingales, planning a grand event combining wine tasting and beauty contests. With Chad's backing, the nobles in the capital were happy to cooperate, and probably dared not refuse. The Whiteblade Knights were still stationed at their base. Albin quickly brought a sample of the rickshaw, and after Troy compared his memories with the sample and pointed out several key modifications, the rickshaws started mass production. The Rhine Daily's renovation was completed on schedule, and Tiger began to redesign the newspaper layout according to Troy's plan. The property management company finished the registration for the East District, and the Blackwater Company received approval from the city council, with Lucas starting to take over its main operations. Everything seemed to be falling into place. In the mornings, Troy would go to the Whiteblade Knights base for training. Knight Reese did not teach him any combat skills, but seemed to emphasize the swordsmanship of the Whiteblade Knights, tirelessly refining Troy's sword techniques every day. In the afternoons, he returned to the tavern to handle some affairs. Since Alicia, the elf, moved in, her presence didn't change much in his life. Troy barely saw her after the first day. The Clefstone Club's renovation project had also been agreed upon, and construction was set to begin in a couple of days. Near dusk, he would visit Killian's Mage Tower to study the Shadow Realm. In the evenings, he continued discussions with Estanzo. Troy always felt something was missing in this peaceful life until Chad stormed into his estate, dispersing everyone in the hall and leaving only the two brothers. Chad immediately started yelling. "What are you thinking, Troy? Have you lost your mind? What have I gone crazy about this time?" Troy couldn't help but laugh. These days had been too peaceful, and Chad's sudden outburst evoked a strange sense of nostalgia. Chad's anger flared even more at Troy's indifferent demeanor. His aura intensified as he slammed his foot down, shattering the floor and windows of the hall. Approaching Troy, Chad hissed in his ear, "Why did you send Lucas to assassinate the capital's envoy and leave a survivor behind?" Troy's gaze sharpened immediately. "You mean someone disguised as Lucas to assassinate the envoy and deliberately left a survivor?" Chad glared at him. "Don't tell me you don't know about this. You've been too calm lately, which is not like you." Troy shrugged. "If I were to do it, I wouldn't have left any survivors. Please think about it. What benefit would I gain from the envoy's death?" Chapter 72. Two Choices. Chad's anger vanished instantly, replaced by calmness and depth. He scrutinized Troy carefully, his tone casual yet unwaveringly firm. For days ago, the envoy from the capital was ambushed and killed in the Thorn Forest. Two church knights who were escorting him managed to escape in the chaos. They didn't dare enter the city but fled directly to Bagan Fort, transmitting the message through the magic network to the capital. He paused, his gaze piercing as he stared at Troy. "All testimonies without exception point to that Lucas under your command." Troy chuckled lightly, countering. "Lucas has been thriving at Blackwater Company these past few days. Where would he find time to travel to Thorn Forest and assassinate the capital's envoy? But this matter has now reached the Holy Sanctuary, and Shiloh Morganiah death has also been attributed to him." Chad's tone remained calm, yet its deeper meaning could not be ignored. Chad's voice suddenly turned cold and stern. His eyes like blades locked onto Troy as he said heavily, "The difference between the capital and the Holy Sanctuary is vast. Do you understand what I mean?" Troy understood perfectly. In this world, the existence of deities was undeniable. Divine authority granted imperial power, and the sacred church's influence spread across the entire continent, unmatched. At this moment, the Judgment Knights had already been mobilized. This was no longer a simple struggle for imperial power. The turmoil they caused far exceeded minor unrest in the outer city. This mess was huge. The resulting chaos would be much greater than the petty riots in the outer city. Seeing Chad's silence, Troy spoke calmly. "Assassinating the envoy would only exacerbate disorder in the Southern Territory, harming both of us. I truly can't understand why you'd suspect me." Chad's expression did not change, his gaze still cold. "No matter who the mastermind is, the finger is now pointing at you. Hand over Lucas, and I'll deal with this tangled mess. Lucas is my business partner. There's no way I can hand him over." Without hesitation, Troy firmly refused Chad's demand, retorting, "For such a significant matter, shouldn't you consult Father first?" "I haven't seen Father," Chad responded, adding, "But Hagen told me Father already knows about it, and authorized me to handle it entirely." Troy narrowed his eyes. "So, you're going to handle me?" Chad said, "The Whiteblade Knights are in the city. With the capital's envoy being assassinated and Shiloh Morganiah incident added to the mix, as my brother, I will protect you. But Lucas must be handed over. You need to understand the gravity of the situation." Troy refused again. "If you want to deal with Lucas, then you'll have to deal with me too. Do you trust someone so infamous?" Looking at Chad's expression of exasperation, Troy enunciated each word clearly. "Yes, I trust him." He believed Lucas did not do this, and even if he did, Troy would still protect him. Given how many enemies Troy had made, Lucas still risked everything by siding with him. Troy could not betray Lucas's trust. He added, "Discussing this here won't help. Actually, I have a suspect. Clifford." Chad's initial suspicion was on Clifford, but he sought out Troy first. Troy shrugged. "Isn't it obvious? Clifford, brainless as he is, could have killed the envoy and smeared me in the city while hyping up the scandal involving the Marquis's mistress, aiming to eliminate me. The Judgment Knights don't need evidence. They'll come after you directly, Chad emphasized, then added. If you refuse to hand Lucas over, then leave the capital tonight with him, report directly to Blackstone Town, and let me handle the rest. Troy looked at Chad, seeming to guess something, speaking frankly. That's your real intention, isn't it, my dear brother? Chad didn't argue, continuing. Not just you. I'll make Clifford leave the capital as well. You have two choices, hand over Lucas or leave voluntarily. What if I choose neither? Troy was displeased with Chad's attitude. If Chad had discussed it amicably, he wouldn't mind leaving the capital with his people since he had already secured enough startup capital. Now, Chad seemed to be taking advantage of the situation, trying to force both him and Clifford out of the capital. Regarding the assassination of the envoy and the mobilization of the Judgment Knights, he doubted Duke Shaw couldn't handle it. More importantly, Shaw's stance was peculiar, having entrusted Chad with full authority. Was this a favor to Chad? Or another unconventional test? Seeing that Troy was becoming rebellious, Chad didn't plan to persuade him either, maintaining a forceful attitude. I now have the highest command authority over the White Blade Knights. Troy, you're a smart man. Leaving the capital would be beneficial for both of us. Troy's alliance with Chad was due to the impending threat from the royal envoy. Now that the external enemy had suddenly died and Duke Shaw's stance had changed drastically, giving Chad significant power. Naturally, Chad wouldn't miss this opportunity. Although Troy didn't want to stay in the capital anymore, being forced out felt very unpleasant. The highest command authority? The White Blade sword hangs right above my bed. You think the knights will listen to who when I hold that sword? Troy wasn't indecisive. If there was a chance to leave early, he was willing, but before leaving, he must make Chad give up something. Chad knew Hagen had temporarily entrusted the sword to Troy for safekeeping. He didn't believe someone like Troy could gain the White Blade sword's recognition and coldly said, without the White Blade sword's recognition, do you think the Gideons will listen to you? Want to try? Chad was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, speak up. What do you want? Establish a contract in front of Hagen. After I leave, you can take over those businesses, but my share must not be reduced by even a fraction. Troy began to set his price. Chad didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Troy continued to demand more. Additionally, shouldn't you compensate me? Chad lacked patience. Just say it, don't beat around the bush. I need to expand my territory, and naturally, I'll need more serfs, especially for Blackstone Town. You know that area will be South Territory's stake in this transformation. Chad replied, I would do that even without your mention. And gold coins, shiny gold coins. Troy rubbed his hands together. Chad stated, the most I can offer is 10,000 gold coins, no less and no more. Before I leave, I also want Clifford hung on the street lamp. I don't care whether he did it or not. I won't take the fall for others. Troy said bitterly. Chad ignored him and turned to leave. Chapter 73. Fellow countrymen in another world? Troy has always acted on his whims. He spent an entire afternoon handing over all matters, briefing those who needed to be briefed, and leaving the remaining projects for Chad to follow up with the people left behind. The person Blackwater Company left behind was Braden. He was originally Lucas's deputy and had intended to leave with the group, but Lucas insisted on having him stay. Troy took away the young helpers from the manor, including Churchill and Benny, along with Brett's entire squad. Albin was left behind, as well as the cat-eared maid Aaliyah. Albin had no objections. He grew up in the outer city and didn't want to leave. Moreover, he needed to oversee the rickshaw project and establish Troy's intelligence network in the capital. A large group set off from the capital, heading south towards Blackstone Town. The journey isn't too long. Once the convoy reaches Wharton City, we can take the water route via Whartonport through St. Alicia River to the Agatha Branch, enter Mason River via Fertile Harbor on Full Granary Plain, and then reach Blackstone Lift through Twin Star Lake Port via the Tier of Goddess tributary. Finally, we navigate down Blackstone River to reach the inland port of Blackstone. After hearing Churchill's report, Troy felt as if his CPU was overheating, so he simply lay back in the carriage, giving up. Upon entering Wharton Port, the city Lord Wharton gave Troy extraordinary hospitality, immediately arranging first-class accommodation on the river transport ship. Originally planned to dock for 3 days, Troy's urgency led to an early departure. The ship was crowded with various groups, mainly slave traders and representatives from major guilds. Adventurers found it hard to afford such a luxurious vessel due to its high fees. Troy spent several days in his cabin before deciding to step out onto the deck for some fresh air. Brett followed closely, guarding faithfully. Despite the piles of cargo and cages holding slaves, Troy still tried to find some solace in the exotic scenery. However, what he saw was far from what he expected. It was evening, and the slave traders' guards were gathered around enjoying a rough dinner. The noise of their conversation and laughter broke the monotony of the voyage. Troy was about to return to his cabin when he noticed something that quickened his heartbeat. In a corner of the deck, near a gathering of slave traders, there was a distinctive cage. Inside was a young man with unmistakable East Asian features. His black hair stood out among others, and apart from his eyes, which were not the amber typical of the locals, but deep black, he resembled Troy's fellow countrymen exactly. Troy was both surprised and uneasy. Meeting a fellow countryman here was unexpected. The young man was picking at the lock and suddenly jumped into the group of guards, swiftly grabbing a meal and eating voraciously. The guards were stunned and quickly drew their weapons in alert. Troy was about to help when the young man acted again. With one hand still eating, he skillfully took a guard's weapon with the other. As attacks came, he moved with incredible speed and agility, each swing of the sword claiming a life. His movements were fluid and powerful, like an experienced swordsman demonstrating his art. Almost elegant. Moments later, the once alert guards were in chaos, scattering in panic. After finishing his meal, the young man continued eating calmly as if nothing happened until Troy and Brett approached. Then, he lazily glanced up, only to return to his food. Facing him, Troy tried breaking the silence with Mandarin. Heaven King covers Earth Tiger? But the man ignored him, completely focused on his food. Troy frowned and tried again. China number 1? Again, no response. Brett, curious, asked, what's number 1? Troy glared at him, annoyed. It's none of your business. Shut up. Brett fell silent. Although he didn't understand why Troy was interested in this man or talking nonsense, he knew there must be a reason. After eating his fill, the young man tilted his head to glance at Troy, then rose on his own accord and slowly returned to his cage, picking up the lock from the ground and locking himself back in. Troy leaned closer to the cage for another detailed look. Yes, this was definitely someone of Chinese descent, but those eyes were abnormally dark, as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, this young man was quite handsome, though with a sickly pallor. His build was relatively slender compared to the average person. From his earlier battle, it was evident that he possessed incredible burst strength. The guards were likely professionals, yet this man had slaughtered them without showing any signs of professional training, relying solely on impeccable swordsmanship. He was practically a born executioner. Friend, would you like to introduce yourself? Troy tried communicating in common tongue. The young man's eye seemed lifeless. He lifted his face to look at Troy, appearing somewhat dejure as if his brain was overloaded. It took him a long while to respond with just one word. Inconvenient. Troy breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't mute. My name is Troy. Caden. How should I address you? Why are you imprisoned here? Troy asked again. This time, the black-haired youth didn't seem overwhelmed. He replied, hungry, need food. Troy was momentarily stunned by this abstract answer, almost overloading himself. I provide meals too. Interested in joining me? Troy asked tentatively. The young man pondered for a moment before starting to pick the lock. He pulled out a small twig from somewhere and expertly opened the lock after a few moments. The young man stood up and asked, where are you going? Blackstone Town, Troy answered. The young man thought for a moment, nodded, and said, good. Then he spaced out, with no further words. Troy found him hard to figure out and suggested, shall we return to the cabin? The young man nodded and followed silently, like a somber shadow. Troy led him back to the first-class cabin, continuing to ask along the way, what's your name? The young man stopped in his tracks and started thinking. After a while, he said, Shadow. Shadow. Troy repeated the name. Shadow nodded and repeated, Shadow. Troy asked again, where are you from? Shadow spaced out again. Troy waited for a long time before getting an answer. I am a deep one. There was a hint of emotion in his tone, as if it was only logical that being a deep one explained everything about his origins. Chapter 74, do you know me? My name is Shadow. Troy brought Shadow back to the first-class cabin room. This room, specially partitioned for the nobility, not only had a bedroom but also included a living room and was equipped with a bathroom and lavatory. Brett, as the guardian knight, lived in the living room. Astons was said he wanted to broaden his horizons and went to apply for a temporary sailor position. Churchill originally allocated a steward's room for him, but moved to the living room because it was too far away. When Lucas saw that Brett and Churchill were both sleeping in the living room, he couldn't be left out, so he also moved from his room to the living room. Thus, at night, when Troy slept in the bedroom, 3 large men were guarding outside. Now, Troy had brought back another person. Troy, who is this? Lucas immediately stood up from the sofa when he saw Troy bringing Shadow back. He habitually began to scrutinize Shadow, noticing a faint, murky energy surrounding him, which felt ominous. Troy introduced him to everyone in the living room. This is Shadow. I just picked him up. He claims to be a Ned Herman. He tried to gain some information from his subordinates. However, upon hearing Ned Herman, Lucas and others immediately showed an aha expression and did not ask for more details. Shadow seemed to have some unusual brain damage. He didn't greet anyone, entered the living room, found a spot, and sat down in front of a fruit platter. The fruit platter held some specialties from the southern borderlands, all seasonal fruits of the Fengwei season. Shadow stared intently at one of the fertile apples as if trying to figure out what it was. After a moment of daze, he reached out, picked one up, and started munching on it. Troy became even more convinced that Shadow was from his hometown, believing something went wrong during the He walked over to the sofa next to Lucas and asked, Lucas, you're well informed. Tell me about the origins of the Nethermen. All Troy knew about the Nethermen came from fragmented information in the demi-human encyclopedia, which wasn't particularly detailed regarding this race. Lucas took his gaze off Shadow and explained to Troy. It is said that the Nethermen were originally humans. The first Nethermen appeared in the godforsaken lands bordering the southern borderlands. That place remains one of the most dangerous areas on the continent, and even I haven't dared to explore it. It is said that the races living in the godforsaken lands interbred with demons, resulting in half-human, half-demon beings. They are constantly eroded by demon blood, leading to extremely chaotic and mostly mad personalities. Due to their outstanding demon-hunting abilities, they hunted many demons for the Empire, gaining recognition from the Empire. They were granted citizenship close to the Nethermen. However, because they killed tax collectors sent by the Empire to collect taxes, it caused significant unrest. In 133 Korea, they declared self-governance, similar to the orcs outside the western borderlands, forming an alliance among various races. The political situation is very complex, at least from the perspective of humans. Their relations remain obscure. After speaking much, Lucas summarized. All Nethermen who leave the godforsaken lands and live in exile are collectively referred to as Nethermen. Most leave to resist their demonic heritage and find a way out. Their beliefs are contradictory and diverse, but there is one unified tenet. Any near-Netherman who leaves the godforsaken lands, even if they die in foreign lands, must never return. While Lucas recounted the history of the Nethermen, Shadow listened attentively and even showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Troy asked, "Is the godforsaken lands very dangerous?" Lucas smiled wryly. "There exists a twisted space there. Without a guide, most who approach recklessly will be directly consumed, and the demons in that area are quite active. Such a dangerous place, and the Empire's tax officers dare to go?" Troy asked in surprise. Lucas laughed. "As long as they can collect taxes, they might dare to go straight into hell." Troy pointed to Shadow listening secretly in the corner. "Are there many Nethermen like Shadow with such skin color and hair color? Are there people like him elsewhere on the continent?" Lucas thought for a moment and replied, "In the eastern part of the St. Merle Empire, there is a noble family called the Seven Hills family with black hair and yellow skin." Upon hearing this, Troy felt somewhat regretful, thinking all humans here would match the typical black and white mix, but finding out there were Asians made it less likely that Shadow was from his hometown. Lucas added, "Among Nethermen, those who look normal like him usually have thinner demon bloodlines. The deeper the demon bloodline, the stranger they appear." Troy thought for a moment, then walked over to Shadow and asked, "Shadow, have you ever seen other members of your race?" After finishing the apple, Shadow looked up blankly. No. He felt like he had picked up a useless eater. Troy couldn't get any useful information from Shadow, and in the following days, Troy, Emmanuel, and others kept observing Shadow. Compared to other Nethermen, Shadow could be considered quite stable. He showed no signs of madness but was unusually bourbon, able to squat in a corner without saying a word for long periods, only moving when his stomach growled. Emmanuel wanted to test his skills, but Shadow was too lazy to move, remaining silent in the corner, leaving Emmanuel somewhat embarrassed. When the transport ship entered the Agatha River, Shadow suddenly stood up and said, "I have something to take care of." After saying that, Shadow dashed out of the living room. Curious, Troy followed him and saw him jump off the deck into the turbulent Agatha River, causing waves before disappearing. It took a while before he reappeared on the opposite bank, emerging from the water. Shadow sprinted towards the inner shore as if chasing something, quickly vanishing from sight. Emmanuel comforted him, saying, "Nethermen are like this, very unpredictable. This is already the least crazy behavior among them. Many Nethermen go mad and start killing people everywhere." Troy became even more curious about Shadow. After taking care of him for several days, he suddenly ran away. Troy even wanted to send someone to chase after him, but it wasn't convenient with the limited people around, so he let it be. The transport ship sailed on the Agatha River for nearly 2 weeks before arriving at Fertile Port. Here, Troy's group needed to switch ships. As they were preparing to board at the port area, Brett suddenly shouted, "Young master, look over there." Troy looked in the direction Brett was pointing and saw a pile of slave cages being loaded onto the ship. One of the cages held Shadow, who had disappeared for a long time. How did he get caught by slave traders again? Brett muttered. Recalling Shadow's terrifying killing skills, Troy felt that Shadow might have been caught intentionally just to have a meal. "Let's go see." Ali shading his people over, Troy approached the slave merchant, who hurriedly greeted him due to his lavish attire. Ignoring the merchant, Troy walked straight to Shadow's cage and asked, "Shadow, how did you end up here?" Shadow hesitated, then looked up curiously and asked, "Do you know me? My name is Shadow." Chapter 75, Shadow runs away again. Shadow had lost his memory. He didn't even remember that his name was Shadow, where he came from, or how the slave traders captured him. Troy ransomed him and brought him on board the ship. Inside the first-class cabin once more, Troy and his companions gathered around Shadow to observe him. As the most knowledgeable person in the first-class cabin and someone who had served as a doctor for 3 months part-time, Aston performed an initial diagnosis of Shadow amnesia. Aston held his staff in his left hand, trying to probe Shadow consciousness to see if there was any damage or curse on the mental level. The energy was directly repelled. Even when Aston increased the energy output, he still could not shake Shadow consciousness. "Shadow, you need to relax your mind so I can probe your consciousness." Aston wiped his sweat, feeling the situation was tricky. Shadow sat on the sofa munching bread, lifting his head blankly. "I am very relaxed." It was evident that he was indeed very relaxed. Troy couldn't help but ask, "Could it be due to your incompetence since you're just a novice mage?" Aston explained, "Mage Joeyer said my magic level and the spells I've mastered qualify me as a mage. However, he's been too busy recently to take me for an official evaluation, so I'm still officially a novice mage." "What if it's a peculiar curse specific to the Abyssal people? I heard they carry strange curses," Lucas suggested. Aston thought for a moment and said, "I will check his soul state. At least from the surface, there seems to be no sign of a curse." Everyone stepped back, waiting for Aston's performance. Soul magic was a taboo study due to its danger. To ensure his safety, Aston used a mana crystal to draw a 6-pointed star array on the ground, ensuring he would not suffer any backlash. Once prepared, Aston looked at Shadow, sketching magic circuits in midair with his staff, triggering the resonance of the 6-pointed star array. His condition stabilized as a purple light emanated from his staff towards Shadow. With a crack, Aston fainted instantly, and the 6-pointed star array emitted a burnt smell while smoke rose from Aston's head. Troy shouted immediately, "Damn, someone save him. Donovan, call the onboard priest." After being cured by the ship's priest, Aston regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes, looking bewildered. What happened just now? Troy gestured for the priest to leave. Once the priest returned, Troy said, "You tried to probe Shadow's soul state, then fainted. Chato squatted next to them, nodding in agreement. Right. Troy handed an apple to Chato, coaxing him like a child. Come, have some fruit, sit over there and don't meddle. Okay. Chato hugged the apple and squatted in a corner. Aston scratched his head, searching around for a bit, picking up his staff from the table and casting resolute will and then tranquility on himself. Only after a long time did he recover, reminiscing fearfully. I remember now. At that moment, a powerful force countered my probe, its power surpassing Mage Joir, which blew up my six-pointed star. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to Chato squatting in the corner, munching an apple. Noticing someone watching him, Chato raised his head, his cheeks still moving, with an innocent look on his face. Troy asked, "You mean he is more powerful than Mage Joir?" Aston shook his head and explained, "At the soul level, he's definitely older than his appearance suggests. He might be an immortal being." Given Chato extraordinary and special background, Aston clearly couldn't investigate further without risking death. Lucas suggested again, "We can place an order with the Adventurers Guild to have them look into Chato background." Donovan said, "The ship has already set sail. We'll have to wait until we reach Twin Star Harbor to do that." Troy nodded and instructed, "Donovan, note that down and remind me when we reach Twin Star Harbor." After a few days, the ship docked at Twin Star Harbor. The group brought Chato ashore and rushed to the Adventurers Guild to place an order. On the way to the guild, Chato suddenly turned his head and said, "I have something to take care of." He turned and ran off quickly, as if something was calling him. Troy hurriedly chased after him. Chato's speed kept increasing, as though something was summoning him. Lucas, as a master-level warrior, boosted his chi and blood circulation and was about to block Chato's path. Chato sped up again, surrounded by a shadowy veil, disappearing into the shadow realm in the blink of an eye. Damn, it's Shadow Traverse. This kid is also a wanderer. Lucas cursed immediately. Troy caught up to Lucas and sighed. "We can't catch up. Forget it. Let the Adventurers Guild find him." Lucas couldn't help but remind Troy, "This man clearly has some big secret. Bringing him along might get us into trouble." Chato was too special. During the years Lucas was an adventurer, he had met all kinds of people, but he really hadn't seen anyone as mysterious as Chato. As long as the Gideon is still in the Southern Territory, nothing can go out of control. Troy became increasingly interested in Chato. After discovering that Chato had lost his memory, he suspected more and more that Chato might be from his hometown and might have encountered some mysterious existence earlier than himself, which caused him to lose his memory. No matter what, Troy wouldn't give up. He had to investigate thoroughly. Troy led his people to the Adventurers Guild and put up a reward worth 100 gold coins, asking the guild to find out Chato background as quickly as possible. The Adventurers Guild spread across the continent, and gathering information from the entire continent would take at least half a year, even through the Mage Network. However, within the Southern Territory, the time would be much shorter. Chato showed abnormalities twice in the Southern Territory, or maybe 3 times. Troy instructed the guild members to focus on investigating Wadden City, Fertile Harbor, and Twin Star Lake, and finally wajung the information to the branch in Blackstone Town. After placing the order, Churchill purchased a batch of living supplies, and they set off again. During this voyage, until they entered Blackstone Town, they didn't encounter Chato again, who might have been sold by slave traders. Ackham arrived a few days earlier in Blackstone Town. Before he could familiarize himself with the situation there, he saw Troy leading his convoy into town. "What crime did you commit in the capital that made you rush here so early?" Ackham brought Troy to the Lord's mansion on the cliff, which used to be the residence of the Blackstone Baron. After the discovery of the magic energy ore in Blackstone Town, he was recalled to the capital. The Blackstone Baron was just a declining noble. Being sent to Blackstone Town meant he had lost all capital, with only the title of Baron remaining. Without the discovery of the magic energy ore, he would never have had the chance to return to the capital. On the first day Ackham took over, the Blackstone Baron left town overnight with his belongings, showing no attachment at all. Chapter 76, Blackstone Town. After everyone settled in, night had quietly fallen. Churchill swiftly took charge of the affairs at the Gales mansion and prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Troy did not believe in the master-servant concept, so he invited all his entourage to sit at the long table with him. Dane sat to his left, while the cat-eared maid Aaliyah stood obediently on his right, attentively serving him food. "Tell me about the basic situation in Blackstone Town." As soon as Troy sat down, he couldn't wait to understand the basics here from Dane. However, Dane was just about to enjoy the meal when he heard this topic and couldn't help but smile helplessly. He put down his knife and fork and said softly, "Can't you wait until after the meal to talk about this? I've organized the documents. Let's go to the study later." Troy was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "You're right. Let's eat first." Troy put away his thoughts and began eating seriously. He ate very quickly, barely tasting the food. He just ate to fill his belly, with a mind full of matters. Dane, on the other hand, chewed slowly. Unless he was at the knight's base, he would savor every dish thoroughly. After having their fill, the two went to the study where Dane handed over the neatly organized register of residents to Troy. Troy skimmed through the data, his gaze moving between numbers. Blackstone Town, which nominally ruled 7 villages, had only a little over 1,000 households, with a total population of around 4,000. The most outrageous fact was that humans accounted for less than 1/5 of the residents, the rest being other races. For 1,000 people, even the port district of the outer city in the capital had more than that. Troy began to reflect on what he had seen along the way. Although he spent most of the time in the cabin, he remained keenly observant of changes in population. In the Fertile Harbor area, there were the most humans. After passing through the fertile plain and entering the Mason River, the number of humans began to decrease significantly. By the time they reached Twin Stars Lake, almost everyone in sight was non-human. The southern part of the South region was practically a self-contained territory for non-humans. These are just those with resident rights. According to what I know, there are thousands of unregistered people in Blackstone Town. Most of them are refugees, escaped slaves, minors, and trafficked slaves, Dane added. Troy frowned slightly, asking solemnly, "Do we have a clear understanding of the power distribution here?" Dane nodded, a contemplative expression on his face. He said slowly, "Blackstone Town was peaceful before the news of magic energy or spread. After all, it's remote and resource-poor, with few inhabitants." Troy nodded slightly, signaling for Dane to continue. "The main forces are still within the town. Originally, they were centered around Baron Blackstone, but now they've all returned to the capital with him." Troy listened carefully, finding no particular challenge. Dane continued, "There are two special places in the town. One is Copperbeard Tavern, run by a noble named Cameron, who is also the main manager of the mine. The other is Ruined Inn, the local branch of the Adventurers Guild, established during Landon's southern expedition. Its president used to be from the headquarters and is quite senior." Seeing that Dane had nothing more to add, Troy couldn't help but ask, "That's all? Just these two places? Are there no dangerous areas?" Dane shrugged and spread his hands, replying, "What kind of danger can the local forces here pose? Knights from Deerhorn Castle can reach Blackstone Town in 3 days. But the news of magic energy or has leaked in the south, and many adventurers have been flooding in recently." Suddenly, Troy recalled something. The first time he met Shadow had asked him where he was going. When Troy replied that he was headed to Blackstone Town, Shadow had followed him. This meant the news of magic energy or had already reached Warden City and might have already reached the capital or would soon. Currently, the major issue to address was the influx of adventurers into Blackstone Town. Dane added, "I've sent the knights from our base to the mine. Now, the manpower in town is insufficient." Troy thought about Brett's team, consisting of about 20 men, which should be sufficient to manage a small town. So he said, "Tomorrow, let Brett take charge of the patrol and set up checkpoints at the town gates for registration." Register what? Dane didn't understand, since most visitors were adventurers and registering them would serve little purpose due to their numerous fake identities. Troy explained, "Just register names, professions, and origins. I mainly want to track the flow of people." "All right, I'll talk to Brett later." "Anything else?" Dane asked again. Troy recounted his encounter with Shadow to Dane. Dane was silent for a long time before he spoke. The peculiarities of the Deep Ones have always been a mystery. Even the Tower Council hasn't figured them out. But regarding the person you mentioned, it's best not to keep them around if you meet again. People like these Deep Ones often carry special missions that ordinary people should not get involved in. Troy dismissed it. What kind of mission can they have? Aren't Deep Ones mainly dealing with demons? Dane shook his head. They might be connected to deeper entities in the abyss. The Empire keeps a respectful distance from Deep Ones. Nonsense. How could they send tax officers into the godforsaken lands while keeping a respectful distance? Clearly, they couldn't collect taxes and were too afraid to attack directly. Troy muttered these thoughts in his mind and then said, "Take me to the mine tomorrow. Have we started digging up mana, or yet?" "Not yet, but the mana sensing is getting stronger. According to Cameron, it shouldn't be long." Dane didn't understand the mining theory much. He just repeated what the mine manager had said. "All right, thanks for all your hard work recently. You may go now." Troy had been on the boat for nearly a month without a good night's sleep, so he planned to sleep well tonight. Dane turned to leave. Although he wanted to ask about what happened in the capital, he saw Troy looking a bit tired and decided not to disturb him, planning instead to ask Churchill and the others. The next morning, Troy stretched lazily. After such a long journey, he finally got a good night's sleep. He felt that even his breathing was smoother. Ali shaving his room and coming to the hall. Churchill had already arranged breakfast. Dane was outside practicing basic swordsmanship with Elaine and the rest of Troy's group. Troy stood in the courtyard watching for a while, contemplating what these kids could do and planning his agenda for this period. Currently, the mine hasn't yielded any mana or making it impossible to implement the mana industrial plan. Blackstone Town's economic backbone is the black stone from the mine, but it doesn't earn much money. He needed to find some better ways to make money. Chapter 77, Cameron, Bronzebeard. The buildings in Blackstone Town, except for the Gales Manor, were mostly constructed from black stones sourced from the Blackstone mine. This type of black stone was sturdy and stable, perfect for building castles, fortresses, and other military structures. Due to the fact that the initial development of Blackstone Town was solely for the purpose of extracting stone, and with military funds tight, barely covering the miners' wages, the commander at the time devised a solution. Miners could obtain legal resident status through their labor, while those who already had residency could acquire a property. Plots of land were specially approved by the then commander, with building materials directly transported from the mine, abundant and plentiful. Thus, Blackstone Town was built up. Following the end of Callion's southern expedition, this town once fell into disuse, nearly abandoned. Then, demons from the dark forest emerged again, leading to another expedition against them by the House of Thistle. Blackstone Town received new vitality once more, the mine operating on and off continuously until today. Enzo walked down the street, observing the buildings on either side, deep in thought. Lost in his musings, Enzo stopped in front of a tavern. A weathered wooden sign hung by the door, bearing a faint painting of an iron hammer that had once been painted but had since completely dried and flaked off. Pushing the door open, he was immediately met with a stench mixed with countless odors, almost causing him to choke on the spot. Inside the tavern, it was lively, packed with people. Looking around, none of them appeared human. The patrons had scales, horns, or were only half the size of a human adult. Enzo even spotted a goblin squatting in the corner, using its fingers to pick at something and put it in its mouth. This was clearly an anthropomorphic tavern, where from customers to servers, even the owner, no one was human. The patrons were equally surprised by Enzo's sudden human visit, their conversation volume dropping noticeably as they observed the finely dressed Enzo in hushed tones. Welcome, welcome, what can we get you, human? A loud voice came from the bar, a uniquely rugged and resonant voice characteristic of dwarves. Enzo sat down at the bar, looking at the dwarf inside. The dwarf's hair was thinning, but his beard was unusually lush, nearly covering half his face and meticulously maintained in a comfortable bronze color. A cup of your dwarven strong ale. Enzo ordered a drink and then asked, may I ask if you are Cameron? Bronze beard. The big bearded dwarf placed a large wooden mug, nearly the size of Enzo's head, on the counter and laughed heartily. Of course, I'm the only one in all of Blackstone Town with such a clean-cut bronze beard. Although Enzo hadn't asked about his beard, the dwarf truly took pride in it. Enzo extended his hand towards Cameron, saying, my name is Enzo Thistle, and I have a good friend named Delbert in the capital. He said you would look after me. Cameron shook hands with Enzo, laughing loudly. Young Master Thistle might not need my care, but since you're a friend of Delbert, drinks are on the house whenever you come here. His voice echoed through the tavern. Upon hearing that Enzo seemed to be friends with Cameron, the wary gazes of the anthropomorphs soon disappeared, and the tavern returned to its noisy atmosphere. Enzo took a quick glance at the large mug before him. The drink was dark brown, like German black beer, but it exuded a potent alcohol aroma, clearly high in alcohol content. He lifted the mug and weighed it in his hand. This cup of dwarven strong ale must weigh at least a couple of pounds. Enzo tilted his head back and took a gulp. It tasted strange, like a mix of beer and white spirit, yet rich in malt flavor, with a hint of sweetness and an odd meaty aftertaste. Cameron looked at Enzo with a grin and asked, how does it taste? Enzo commented, this liquor has a great intensity, distinct layers, but I believe selling such a large cup will result in a loss. Isn't the cost quite high? Cameron laughed heartily. No need to worry about costs. Truly fitting of young Master Thistle, the first guest to critique our ale from a business perspective. Habit. Enzo took another sip, wiping the foam from his mouth. I'm the newly appointed Lord of Blackstone Town, and also a pioneer lord. Cameron picked up an empty mug and began polishing it, responding promptly. Oh? So a distinguished young master from House Thistle needs to be a pioneer lord. Enzo set down his mug and slowly said, since I entered, you've mentioned Thistle 3 times. Do you have any grudges against the Thistle family? Cameron reined in his smile, shaking his head. Absolutely not. It's just been a while since I last saw someone from Thistle. Brother Enzo, being a friend of Delbert means you're my friend too. No need to be so guarded. And he also realized that he had subconsciously become alert and analytical again. He lifted his goblet and said, sorry, it's just a habit. Having said that, he tilted his head back and finished the full goblet of strong liquor in one gulp. After finishing such a large goblet of dwarven strong ale in one breath, Andy's complexion did not change. His breathing remained steady. He also checked his body for any potential changes. He found that the alcohol seemed to be quickly digested and broken down by his system, possibly due to practicing the white blade breathing technique. If it were in his previous life, with this quantity and intensity, he could only have drunk 2 or 3 cups at most, and might even need to wash his stomach afterward. Now, Andy believed he might be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Originally, I planned to visit you at the mine today, but Dane said you'd be at the tavern. Andy began to get to the point. Cameron wiped the mug and glanced at the patrons behind Andy, asking, is little brother Andy sure about discussing mine matters here? Andy shrugged indifferently. It's not a big deal, there's nothing to hide. Can you tell me the current situation? Cameron put down the mug, refilled Andy's cup, and then replied, what specific aspects are you interested in, little brother Andy? When will the magic energy ore be excavated? Andy asked the question he was most concerned about. Cameron responded, the exploration shaft for pit number 1 has been lowered. Results should come within 3 days. According to previous energy analysis, the output should be considerable, but the risks are significant. Andy nodded and gestured for him to continue. That vein isn't naturally formed. There's likely something down there, just like a dragon's fall. As the head of the mine, Cameron knew the Blackstone mine thoroughly. Just as he said, beneath the Blackstone mine, something similar to what happened at Dragon's Fall may have occurred. The energy analysis from deep within the mine indicates that the ore below is mostly dark energy ore, which is uncommon. Extracting it into mana crystals isn't an easy process. Andy followed up, what do you think is down there? Cameron chuckled. This is the southernmost part of the southern frontier, with the dark forest only a few hundred miles away. It's highly likely that some demons died down there, so extracting such ore is very troublesome. Chapter 78. Damn you, Trent. Troy did not stay long at the Copperbeard Tavern. After asking a few questions, he returned to the Gales Manor to gather his men and headed towards the mine area for inspection. The mine was bustling with activity. The number 1 mine shaft was equipped with massive machines, which from their appearance, were quintessentially cyberpunk style, like various machines mixed together without a discernible purpose. Apparently, these devices were crafted by Philip as exploration drills, already updated to version 2.0, far surpassing manual exploration in speed while ensuring safety. After years of development, the mine had reached an astounding depth of 400 meters and was still expanding. Philip had created numerous contraptions, turning this mine into his experimental base. Various oddly shaped giant machines could be found here, all large in size, noisy, and energy-consuming. A single machine consumed 1 magic crystal per day, equivalent to 10 gold pieces in market value. These machines were crafted on-site once traces of magic were discovered. Otherwise, the income from the mine would not cover such extravagance. After the investment by Purple Thorn, Philip began mass-producing and constantly improving them. He left over a dozen dwarven craftsmen at the mine, whose primary task was to upgrade the existing machines based on Philip's suggestions. Philip needed mining machines that could operate stably and consume less energy once the magic ore was unearthed. After understanding these basics, Troy did not venture deeper into the mine, but returned to Blackstone Town. 3 days later, news arrived that number 1 mine shaft had finally produced ore. The news spread not only to the Gales Manor, but also throughout Blackstone Town. That day, twice as many adventurers as usual headed towards Blackstone Town. Brett, along with a Blade Knight, was personally stationed at the city gate for registration. A slave trader's caravan slowly approached the gate. Brett habitually glanced at the cages on the carts due to Troy's instructions. These days, both Brett and the knights responsible for registration were accustomed to keeping an eye on slave trader caravans. Unfortunately, this caravan did not carry Shadow. Brett felt somewhat bored and was about to head to Blackstone Tavern for lunch when he saw a ragged young man with striking black hair approaching. His eyes were dazed, yet his steps were firm. Shadow, Brett asked in surprise. Shadow reacted to hearing his name, but did not respond to Brett, instead freezing in place, as if thinking. Thankfully, Brett was used to it. He instructed a nearby knight to inform Troy and stayed to greet Shadow. After a moment of daze, Shadow seemed to remember how to speak, stuttering slightly. Hello, do you recognize me? Brett's expression turned sympathetic. This kid seemed even more amnesic now, even struggling with speech. Do you remember why you came to Blackstone Town? Brett asked. Shadow went into another daze before replying after some time. Is this Blackstone Town? The good news was that his speech became more fluent, but the bad news was that he appeared to remember nothing. Due to Shadow's slow response, the queue waiting to enter the town grew impatient. Brett quickly pulled Shadow aside, continuing to register the next person while asking, "Why are you here?" Shadow shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion like a lost traveler suddenly appearing here. "Are you hungry?" Brett remembered something and tentatively asked. Shadow's dazed eyes instantly became clear and resolute. Hungry. Perfect, it was definitely Shadow. Brett handed the registration duties to the local guards and took Shadow to the Copperbeard Tavern for food. Today's news of ore production meant that Troy and Philip had rushed to the mine and probably wouldn't return soon. Despite this, the tavern remained busy with customers, and the waitstaff was swamped. Shadow looked extremely hungry, his skin paler than before, appearing weaker. Though he had lost his memory, certain traits seemed ingrained in his soul. His manners remained intact. Even when starving, he ate politely. Brett almost thought Shadow was a destitute noble, as he exuded nobility in some aspects, perhaps more so than Troy. After eating, Shadow seemed to regain his spirits and began questioning the bartender. "Is there a vacant room here?" The bartender shook his head. "No, they're all occupied." Brett said from the side. "I'll take you to the Gales Manor later." "Why stay at an inn?" Shadow frowned and said, "I don't seem to like living in the Gales Manor." "What do you mean by seem?" Brett couldn't understand Shadow's logic. Shadow tilted his head. "I'm not sure, but I think I don't like it. I feel fine staying here." "Thank you, kind armored man." Brett went wild. "I told you my name is Brett, not an armored man." "All right, Mr. Brett, thank you." Shadow thanked him again. Brett sighed. "I don't know when young Master Troy will be back. How about we go back to the Gales Manor?" Shadow shook his head and firmly refused. "Sorry, Mr. Brett, I don't want to go." Brett couldn't understand why he was so stubborn about this. Even after losing his memory, he still didn't want to go to the Gales Manor. What had happened to him there? "Bartender, he's a friend of Troy. Do you have any extra rooms?" Brett had no choice but to ask again for him. It mattered who was asking about the room. The bartender knew Troy was the new lord and got along well with the owner, so he didn't hide anything from the two of them. He said, "There is a loft, but the room is reserved for the boss's friends and isn't open to the public. You need to ask the boss." "I see, Shadow. Let's go find young Master Troy at the mine." Shadow obediently hopped down from the bar stool. Brett scratched his head, wondering why he was suddenly so compliant. First, Brett returned to fetch a warhorse. It would take at least an afternoon to walk to the mine. When Shadow saw Brett leading the horse over, his eyes became clear again. He moved forward and began petting the horse skillfully. In no time, the horse threw Brett off its back and began rubbing affectionately against Shadow. Brett fell to the ground, starting to get confused. "Wait, this is my horse. Trent, I raised you for 3 years, and you treat me like this." He stood up unwillingly, trying to regain control of the horse, but Trent kicked him away with its hind legs. Shadow quickly scolded, "Trent, that's not polite. Trent, damn you." Chapter 79, Well Number 1. At the Blackstone Mine, above the Air Valley Mine pits Well Number 1, the giant exploration well machine that Zion had the dwarven craftsman reconstruct over 3 days was belching thick black smoke and scalding steam as if it were about to explode at any moment. However, the surrounding dwarven craftsmen were not the least bit panicked because their boss, Zion, was inside the machine carrying out emergency repairs. Aside from Well Number 1, during these 3 days, the dwarven craftsmen had built 2 more mining wells, which had yet to produce anything. Only Well Number 1 had detected intense energy reactions. Centered around Well Number 1, numerous magical arrays densely covered the area, preventing energy leakage and potential explosions caused by the probe needle puncturing energy tides during its submersion process. The technique for harvesting magic energy ores in the western region of the Empire was quite advanced, But this technology had not been shared with the southern region. The method they used here was a combination of the old techniques from Dragonfall and Zion's personal insights. After a morning of repairs, the giant exploration well finally stabilized. The energy circuits on its left side began functioning properly. 6 dwarven craftsmen immediately donned heavy protective gear and started descending along the well's cable. The exploration device was currently 400 meters below ground level, having already probed close to 200 meters deep. Initial descents into the well must be conducted by dwarven craftsmen, who would set up stable protective measures and alchemical transmission seals at the end of the exploration needle. Once everything was secure, miners could then enter to start mining. Harvesting magic energy ores did not involve digging endlessly with pickaxes. Instead, it followed a complete and rigorous procedure. Each miner's protective suit cost more than 10 gold pieces per piece, increasing in value and quality with the depth. Once entering the bottom of the mine tunnel, miners gradually expanded their work area through the base setup by dwarven craftsmen. This process required great patience. A rush job would lead to catastrophic failure, inundating the entire mine district. After the dwarven craftsmen finished setting up the base at the bottom, they quickly ascended back to the platform via cable due to the intense energy concentration at the freshly opened bottom, which posed irreversible damage to human bodies no matter what type of energy was involved. Protective suits couldn't withstand it for too long. A new batch of dwarven craftsmen promptly took over, carrying boxes sealed with mana-nullifying stones for the next step of work. Zion also jumped out from the large exploration device at this time. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and his clothes were thoroughly soaked. "Boss, are you okay?" A dwarf with lightning-shaped beard handed him a pot of water. Zion caught his breath a few times before taking several gulps. Then he said after replenishing water, "The energy down there is even denser than I imagined. We need to replace the core. With the current one, we can only last a week at most." Gil had been observing all morning, not understanding anything. Seeing Zion emerge, he waited until Zion regained some strength and asked, "What's the situation down there?" Zion wiped his sweat with a towel passed by the lightning-bearded dwarf and replied, "The energy density matches that of Dragonfall and might be twice as dense. Our current machines can't probe too deeply. Any deeper and it'll explode. I need a batch of new materials researched by the Magic Energy Industry Committee. Just list them out for me later. I'll have someone send it to Antler Castle to transmit it back to the Duke's residence through the mana network as fast as possible." Although Gil didn't understand what Zion needed, he knew what he should do. Zion took several deep breaths and added, "Let's leave here first. We can't test the ore output until tomorrow. There's no point in rushing." All right. Under Zion's lead, everyone returned to the surface. It was unbearably hot where the exploration device stood. Having spent the whole morning there, Gil found it stiflingly uncomfortable. Hard to imagine how those miners worked under such conditions. Gil inquired, "How do the miners operate down there?" The lightning-bearded dwarf replied, "Mining isn't that complicated itself. This location hasn't been renovated. At present, only us dwarves and trained halflings can endure it. The surroundings still need to be modified." Gil understood that this mining district was a temporary setup due to energy reactions and hadn't been renovated yet. This made Gil even more curious, so he asked again, "What was the role of those brothers carrying those boxes just now? How is the magic energy or harvested?" "Those boxes contain several alchemical parts used to form an energy compression core," Zion explained casually. Then realizing Gil didn't understand, he added, "First, we compress the energy beneath into a liquid state, mix it using alchemical solutions, and finally inject it into the ore underground for preliminary sealing. After initial sealing, the ore becomes the raw version of magic energy ore, which still contains many impurities that need further refining. A complicated process hard to explain." Gil nodded thoughtfully. It sounded scientific, but beyond his understanding. He was more concerned about the daily output of the mine and how much he could get as a share. The majority of the Blackstone mine's magic energy ores must be sent back to the Duke's residence. As the manager, he wasn't sure how much he could retain. "It feels so much better up here. I need a pot of strong liquor to refresh myself." After returning to the surface, York sighed deeply in relief. Even though dust swirled around the mine site, he still found it far more comfortable than being underground. Gil felt the same way. As long as there were no issues underground, he didn't want to go down again. It was too miserable. They returned to the mine's temporary encampment, constructed from nearby stone materials. The architecture exuded a distinct dwarven style, durable and practical above all. All buildings had semicircular roofs. They preferred cylindrical structures with semicircular tops over square ones. Inside York's workshop, wine barrels were piled on the left side, while the work area was on the right, with a few empty wine barrels scattered around. "Come on, let's drink a full barrel heartily before we get down to business." York, after working all morning, couldn't resist his urge for alcohol. With one hand, he dragged a large barrel and started pouring into a wooden basin on the table, unsure if it had been washed. A lightning-bearded dwarf, who had followed him, brought out several large goblets and began filling them with wine. "You're the first noble who can stay in the mine for an entire morning. I'm Arn, the boss's most trusted craftsman." Ramo approached Gil with 2 goblets, handing one to him before chugging it all down in one gulp. Gil didn't hesitate either, drinking a full goblet himself. His extraordinary tolerance showed no effect on his complexion. Ramo was delighted and hurried to refill Gil's cup, but York reminded him, "1 barrel is enough. You need to watch the machine later." Just 1 barrel. Ramo was unhappy, thinking he could finish a whole barrel by himself, and now it wasn't enough to share among 3 people. After drinking 2 large cups, York sighed in satisfaction. "Ah, only this stuff makes me feel alive." Gil joined the two dwarves in finishing a whole barrel of strong liquor. He drank 5 or 6 cups himself, feeling full. His breathing technique automatically activated, causing steam to rise from his body. York was astonished. Is there such a way of drinking? Isn't that cheating? Ramo grumbled, demanding another barrel. It's time to talk business. No more drinking. York knew his limits. After Ramo tidied up, he flipped to the latest page of the notebook on the table and said, Little Gil, there's something important I must tell you about what's happening at the bottom of the mine. Chapter 80, The Explosive Barrel. Cameron lowered his head to review his notes, his gaze slowly wandering over the pages as if recalling the situation at the time. After a moment's reflection, he spoke. A month ago, an energy reaction was detected in the Hollow Valley mine shaft. I arrived on the scene promptly for inspection, and the reaction back then was relatively weak. A few days later, the reaction intensified. I started setting up exploration wells to probe deeper. The energy below was like tides. According to this month's monitoring report, it has formed a stable tidal circuit. Can you understand what a tidal circuit is? Facing Cameron's inquiry, Troy felt some long-dead knowledge attacking his brain and quickly shook his head. No, just explain it simply. Cameron thought for a moment and said, Generally speaking, demon energy mines do not form tidal circuits. Take the Dragonfall mine, for example. It's like a boiling lake, lively but internally stable and solid. However, the Hollow Valley mine is strangely different. It resembles a turbulent ocean, as if something hidden is pulling it. Troy's eyes became puzzled. Even though Cameron had explained it simply, he still couldn't grasp it. I'll draw you a diagram. Cameron flipped to a blank page, picked up a charcoal pencil, and drew 3 lines. On the topmost line, he wrote surface. On the middle line, Hollow Valley Mine number 1 exploration well, depth 400 meters, and on the lowest line, tidal line plane. The energy reactions from this middle line down to this plane line are normal. There are energy reactions, but they remain stable. However, the yield won't be very high. Cameron casually explained further. When the exploration well went past this line, at about 600 meters deep, tidal reactions appeared. This indicates that there is an even larger energy mass below, the extent of which is unpredictable. Is this possibly the largest demon energy mine ever discovered? Cameron's simple explanation sparked a bold guess in Troy. It should have been good news, yet Cameron looked worried. Cameron said, This isn't necessarily a good thing. The godforsaken lands also show obvious tidal reactions. Only abyssal beings can survive there normally. He then drew 3 more lines beside the first set. Some special mines may show small-scale tidal reactions at the bottom. He drew a circle at the lowest line and continued. Often, there are ruins beneath these areas. Entities within the ruins emit energy that spreads outward, forming a stable circulation loop within the rock layers, eventually creating a circuit shaped like a paperclip. These are stable and relatively low-risk mining areas, and you might even stumble upon a ruin. Troy roughly understood why so many adventurers were flooding in. There would typically be a ruin beneath such mines. They must assume that there's a ruin under the Blackstone mine too. After finishing, Cameron began drawing several irregular lines beneath the initially drawn lines, resembling the main oceanic circulation loops from his previous life. This is the loop I inferred exists beneath the Hollow Valley mine, he said, looking up at Troy with a smile. Don't worry if you don't understand. This is just a hypothesis. Let me explain the general idea. Cameron pointed to the loop and explained. This region is like an ocean, violent, yet following a stable circuit, suggesting its scope is unpredictable and the mining risks are immense. Most crucially, he drew a circle at the lowest point of the loop. Below this loop, there must exist a vast underground valley or even an unpredictable cluster of ruins. Troy finally understood part of it and asked, Isn't this good news? There must be valuable things in the cluster of ruins, right? Cameron shook his head. A relic cluster that forms such a massive tidal circuit, especially one involving dark energy. Who knows what's buried below? Given the specialties of the southern region, what do you think could be there? Each of Kalia's 4 regions has its unique specialty. The northern region, connected to the eternal frost, specializes in frost giants. The western region, known as the Tomb of the 100 Races, is full of ancient relics and rich minerals. The southern region's specialty is more abstract. Speculation suggests it links to the abyssal hell subdimension. Initially marked in the godforsaken lands, scholars later believed it might be in the dark forest due to significant energy reactions there. Now, Cameron's question sent chills down Troy's spine. You don't mean it could connect to the abyss? Cameron's expression turned serious. Can't be certain, but let's hope not. Still, it's definitely related to demons. This matter is beyond the southern region's handling capacity and must be reported. Troy fell silent. If Cameron's speculation was correct, then not only the southern region, but even the Kalia Empire would be incapable of handling this issue. Only the Holy Church, whose power spans the entire continent, would have the authority to intervene. This mine was a ticket for the southern region to participate in the upcoming changes. Once it was handed over, Troy didn't need to think about what would happen to the southern region. Cameron also understood that Troy and his behind-the-scenes family, the Purple Asher, would have concerns. He could only advise. This matter might affect the entire continent. It's best to report it to the Holy Church as soon as possible. I also need to report this incident to the Aristide. Troy couldn't make up his mind. This involved too many aspects, and he needed to consult with Shaw first. I will report your material list and this issue to my father. Let him decide. Cameron nodded and comforted him. Putting aside all these problems, the output of this mine is still quite good. At least in my hundreds of years of life, this is the first time I've encountered such a mine. Your southern region can still make a profit. Making a profit is fine, but I'm afraid we won't live long enough to enjoy it. Troy chuckled bitterly. He had hoped to open a rich mine and become wildly wealthy, but now it felt like opening a barrel of explosives, potentially setting off the entire continent. Gustavus, who had been listening, was initially dozing off. He wasn't a dwarf noble but just a craftsman, so he didn't understand the big picture. However, upon hearing Cameron's later words, he couldn't help but become serious. Factioners like this indeed should not be underestimated. He couldn't resist reminding. Boss, can you handle this alone? Should we ask the RSD to send some masters over to help? Cameron wanted to give him a couple of hammer blows. In the dwarf kingdom, he was one of the top masters. What did this mean? Underestimating Cameron Copperbeard? But Gustavus's concern was justified. This was too big for Cameron to handle. He said, I will truthfully report this to the RSD and let him decide how to arrange things. Boss, there's a knight outside looking for young Master Troy. A dwarf knocked on the door from outside the workshop. Cameron looked at Troy and said, some matters shouldn't be disclosed to others. You should understand this principle. Troy naturally understood, acknowledged with a response, and then stood up to leave. Chapter 81. Hello, Little Red. Just as Troy stepped out of the door, he saw Chato looking around curiously in the corridor. His curious expression instantly broke the heavy atmosphere around, replacing it with a light-hearted and humorous one. Young Master. Brett approached quickly and reported. Chato has lost his memory again, even more thoroughly this time. When I first met him just now, it seemed like he had forgotten the Empire's common language. Chato was poking around nearby. The dwarves did not really like to lock their doors. Hence almost all the rooms in the corridor were left open with various odd-shaped machines inside. Troy responded and walked up to Chato. Chato, do you still recognize me? Chato shook his head and continued to poke around another room. Inside was a machine half the size of the room that resembled a lathe. Do you know what's inside? Troy also leaned over for a look. It looked like a lathe, but also somewhat like some kind of hydraulic equipment. This type of dwarf machine was filled with a cyberpunk style, making it difficult for Troy to identify. I don't know, just curious. Chato retracted his gaze and stayed obediently on the spot. Brett leaned in and said, Young Master, he doesn't want to go with us to the Gale's house. He wants to stay at an inn. Black Caden's inn is full. The attendant mentioned there's an attic available, but it's reserved for Black Caden's friends. I understand. Have Blackstone and arrange a room for him. Do I have to teach you everything? Troy scolded, then remembered Brett wasn't a butler, so he didn't make things difficult for him. At this moment, Cameron came out from the workshop and loudly asked, Who wants to stay at an inn? Young brother Troy, is this your friend? Cameron's tone became slightly serious. An abyssal person? Troy turned back to explain. The first time I met him, he indeed claimed to be from the abyss. However, he seems quite stable. At least, there haven't been any reports of him going crazy. Cameron sized up Chato and said, He does seem pretty honest. That attic is for Vanessa, but she hasn't come back for a year. With her personality, once she leaves, it'll probably be decades before she returns. If it's empty anyway, let him stay here. Vanessa? Troy recalled the elf at Thirsty Sword Tavern, asking, Is she an elf who looks rather dazed, with hollow eyes? Ian squeezed out from behind Cameron. Vanessa? Not dazed at all, quite lively actually, and likes to play tricks. But yes, she's an elf. Have you met her? Troy recounted the incident at Thirsty Sword Tavern. Cameron said, It seems she really went to find Ronan. She probably forgot that humans don't live very long. Cameron, follow me for a moment. There's something I'd like to consult with you. Recalling something, Troy pulled Cameron back into the workshop. After informing Cameron about Chato's situation, he added, I've encountered him 3 times during his episodes of amnesia, yet each time he found his way to Blackstone Town. I suspect something below is attracting the abyssal people, or him specifically. Cameron nodded thoughtfully. That means my theory gains more weight. First, you encountered Chato in Walden City, when news of Blackstone Town hadn't leaked yet. He couldn't have known about it so quickly. There's only one possibility. Whatever is beneath is calling out to him. Troy said, I thought of taking him down to the exploration rig to see how he reacts. Cameron shook his head. I wouldn't recommend that. Firstly, the exploration rig is stabilizing the mine shafts. Both the underground foundation and its core need replacement. If anything goes wrong and he causes any changes, both you and I will be buried there. The depth where the exploration rig is located in the Hollow Valley mine has never been stabilized because the dwarf craftsmen, in their rush to explore the mining area, never took the time to stabilize this depth. Currently, the exploration rig is exploring within the range of the energy layer. Dwarf craftsmen are still carrying out preliminary infrastructure construction. If Chato really resonates with something possibly existing underground, but element resonance can trigger the energy point below. According to Cameron's estimation, if the energy erupts, it's not just the southern region but a chunk of the continent might be gone. I understand. Let's wait until things stabilize. Troy agreed after listening to Cameron's explanation and abandoned the idea. Cameron added, Vanessa's room has a nature spirit with the ability to detect good and evil. I'll keep an eye on it when it's time. I'll take him back first and see if I can get some information out of him. Troy prepared to leave. He had been here all morning, drinking wine and not eating anything. Cameron replied, No need to see you off. I need to stay here for a while longer and can only return home in the evening. Troy turned to leave, and Chato returned to Blackstone Town. Upon returning to the town, Chato easily mounted Brett's horse and led Brett away from the group, heading towards Copperbeard Tavern. Wait. Before Troy could react, he heard Brett shout anxiously, Dowse, turn around. Follow the young master, quick. But Dowse suddenly tossed his head, throwing Brett off its back. Chato gently stroked Dowse's neck and comforted, Little White, be good. Troy reined in his horse and looked down at the fallen Brett with a slight frown. Brett, how did you pass the Blade Knight's examination? Brett hurriedly got up and explained. Young master, please listen to me. Shadow is too peculiar. He took my dows as soon as he appeared, and now it won't obey me at all. Shadow corrected him. Little White likes the name Little White, not dows. I've called it dows for 3 years. How can it not like it? Get down. Brett tried to pull Shadow off the horse. Shadow tugged on the reins, and Little White turned its head sharply, kicking Brett away with a swift hoof before galloping towards Copperbeard Tavern with Shadow on its back. I've called it dows for 3 years. It couldn't possibly dislike that name. Brett shouted angrily, trying again to pull Shadow off the horse. Shadow gently pulled the reins, and Little White agilely twisted its head, kicking Brett away once more. Then, it sped towards Copperbeard Tavern with Shadow riding on. Troy rubbed his temples, a hint of helplessness and confusion flashing across his eyes. Upon arriving at the tavern, Shadow led Little White to the stable beside it, feeding it some hay before reluctantly leaving. Troy followed, dismounted, and watched as Shadow approached his horse. Shadow asked, "Can I touch it?" "Yes." Troy replied expressionlessly. Shadow's previously dull gaze brightened noticeably as he stroked Troy's tall horse. This was one of Danilo's thorn horses from the Blade Knight's camp, adorned with blood-red, intricate patterns. The horse had a fierce temperament, but remained calm in front of Troy, likely because he shared Danilo's affinity with shadow magic, making it more docile to those who commanded shadows. "Hello, Little Red." Shadow started giving names to Danilo's horse. Brett came running from afar, panting as he shouted, "Shadow, stop. That's Captain Danilo's precious lagom. Don't mess with it." Chapter 82, A Breeze in the Attic. Shadow seemed to prefer going solo. He didn't want to follow Andy back to the Lord's Manor and instead planned to explore Blackstone Town alone. Andy glanced at Brett and decided he wasn't much help anymore, so he let him accompany Shadow while he returned to the Lord's Manor by himself. Donovan had already started handling the town's administration. At that moment, they were short of a tax officer, so Will, who had 3 months of part-time experience as a tax officer, temporarily took over the role. Lucas was dispatched by Andy to form a Shadow Guard team. During this period, he would scout for personnel around the south and establish an information network in the southern region. Since Jersey was in Blackstone Town, there was no need for Lucas to handle the guard duty anymore. Jersey had been quite idle lately. Apart from training Andy and his group in the mornings, he spent most of his days wandering around like a retired old man, letting Andy handle everything. Andy returned to the Lord's Manor to write letters while pondering the future plans for Blackstone Town and beyond. The industries in the capital city wouldn't last long, and he needed to establish a new funding chain. With the influx of adventurers into Blackstone Town, the entertainment industry could be lucrative, spreading out through the adventurers. Andy intended to create a variant of Hearthstone cards, forming 100 races legendary cards, based on the Encyclopedia of Subhuman Races. He needed Donovan to contact a historian. At this thought, Andy suddenly remembered that York was an immortal race, and the Horned Ranger Knights consisted of elves, living fossils of history, so why bother with anything else? He first needed to secure the materials for the cards and develop anti-counterfeiting marks, which should be no problem for York. Andy kept writing and thinking, drafting letters and planning documents, forgetting even to eat. Throughout the day, he only drank a few cups of dwarven strong ale without eating any food. As dusk fell, York returned from the Hollow Valley mine to the tavern where Shadow was sitting at the bar savoring a piece of roasted meat larger than his face. "Hey there, clean-bearded buddy." Shadow put down his knife and fork, politely greeting York. York couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Shadow's words after a busy day. "No problem, go ahead and eat. Want some ale?" York asked casually. Shadow nodded without hesitation. York waved his hand, and a servant immediately brought another cup of dwarven strong ale, as if it were the only drink in the tavern. "Come on, lad, join me for a drink, ha." York filled his own cup, lightly clinking glasses with Shadow before gulping down the ale in one go, drinking with remarkable elegance, not spilling a single drop. Shadow mimicked York, albeit more meticulously, taking precise sips without wasting a drop. Impressed, York's satisfaction showed clearly on his face, raising his opinion of Shadow. His laughter echoed through the tavern. "Ha ha, lad, you're right up my alley. You're called Shadow, right?" "I think so," Shadow replied, unsure but feeling familiar with the name. York signaled for another round and joked, "They say your head is full of straw. You don't even remember how you ended up in this godforsaken Blackstone Town." Shadow furrowed his brow, trying to piece together scattered memories, then slowly answered, "I really don't remember anything. When I woke up, I was already on the road. Then I just followed the caravan." A flicker of surprise crossed York's eyes. If Shadow was telling the truth, some mysterious force might have guided him, ensuring he found the right path each time he lost his memory. "Haven't you ever doubted that?" York probed further. Shadow nodded seriously. "I'm very confused, but can't figure it out." Seeing the genuine and serious look in Shadow's eyes, York felt somewhat helpless, knowing he wouldn't get much more information. He raised his cup, breaking the silence. "Let's see what a dwarven's drinking capacity is like." His call drew the attention of the other patrons, all eyes turning toward them. Thus began their drinking contest. After each cup, cheers and applause erupted around them. By the time they finished 4 more rounds, Shadow had downed 5 cups of dwarven strong ale in total. He belched loudly, his eyes still clear, and his pale complexion now slightly flushed. The dwarf wiped his beard and laughed heartily. "Damn, your small frame can hold so many cups of ale. I misjudged you. You've earned my friendship." Shadow paused at York's words, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. It felt good to gain the dwarf's friendship, and there was a strange sense of familiarity about it. He began to carefully observe York, noting the smooth beard. Vague images flashed through his mind. Unclear, but familiar. He could faintly recognize that York was a brass dwarf and knew certain traits of brass dwarfs. Shadow was puzzled where this knowledge came from. York fished out a key from his pocket. You look tired. Here's the key to the attic. Go rest, but don't vomit in there, or Estelle will scold me. Thank you, York. Shadow clutched the key and ascended the stairs to the attic. The wooden staircase creaked with each step, bearing the marks of time. When he pushed open the attic door, a refreshing breeze greeted him as if welcoming him, despite the closed windows. The attic was simply yet warmly decorated, exuding a mysterious ambience. A single bed covered with a long cloth stood in the center, flanked by an elegant bedside table adorned with delicate ornaments. The bedside table faced a window that looked out onto a starlit sky. On the left side, a small wardrobe stood guard over the attic secrets. The entire attic was immaculate, as if magically cleaned, not a speck of dust in sight. The gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a sense of coolness and tranquility. Shadow felt enveloped by this breeze, which gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. Walking over to the bedside table, he saw a yellowed note held down by a small wooden block. The handwriting was light and lively, leaving a warm message. Anyone who comes here must be York's friend. He never cleans his room, but I left a nature spirit here to watch over it. It's friendly and shy. New friend, I've washed the blanket for you, and there are towels in the drawer, hand-sewn by me. Left by Estelle on the 15th day of rain month, year 230 of the Kalia calendar. The elegant script conveyed a lively warmth, reflecting Estelle's enthusiasm and sincerity. Shadow studied the note for a moment before placing it back gently. He lifted the long cloth covering the bed, revealing a neatly folded small quilt. No pillow. A thought crossed his mind. What is a pillow? Another thought probed deeper. Shadow sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, he exhaled deeply, releasing a cold breath, and the attic breeze halted instantly. Did I startle you? I'm truly sorry. His gaze landed on a corner of the room, which appeared empty, but his intuition told him that something had quietly crouched there when the breeze stopped. I am truly very sorry. I meant no harm. Please don't be upset. Shadow slowly rose, offering another apology to that corner. Time seemed to freeze, then the breeze gradually resumed, cautiously and tentatively. Downstairs, York stood at the bottom of the stairs, sipping his ale, eyes half closed as he listened intently to the sounds from the attic. Chapter 83, The Energetic Dragon Maid. Dunk continued drafting his plan until Churchill returned from the administrative hall. If Churchill hadn't reminded him it was time for dinner, Dunk would have kept writing. Is it busy at the administrative hall? How did it go? At the dinner table, Dunk asked casually. Churchill shook his head with a smile and replied, it was relatively quiet today. The townspeople mostly had no significant issues, so few visited. Only a few merchants came by to inquire about trade matters. Burnell, how's everything on your end? Dunk then turned to Burnell, who had recently taken over the role of tax officer and was currently gathering data within Blackstone Town before extending his work to the villages in the fief. Burnell sighed and said, poverty-stricken, very poor indeed. In all of Blackstone Town, only Copperbeard Tavern and Blackstone Tavern make any money. But lately, with more adventurers pouring in, Lizard Kiss has seen a significant increase in revenue. Dunk asked curiously, what is Lizard Kiss? It's a brothel run by lizard folk. I've heard it's quite popular, Burnell answered truthfully. Suddenly, an idea struck Dunk. He said, contact their Nightingale leader later and have her find a somewhat clumsy yet adorable female lizard folk. I have a script that could significantly boost their business and might even make them famous across the continent. What kind of script? Is it a stage play? Burnell was curious, having worked as a playwright for 3 months. Dunk nodded and immediately pulled out paper and pen from his pocket, writing for a few minutes before handing the page to Burnell. Burnell glanced at it, reading. Energetic Dragon Maid. Scene 3, Act 4, continued. Jalen, of course not, sir. I only wish to clean your room. Timothy, that's all you're here for, little one? Just to clean the room? Jalen, I don't know what you mean, master. I'm just a lowly drake maid. Timothy, you are my dumpling. And a very good drake maid at that. Look at these strong legs, and this beautiful tail. Jalen, oh, I'm so shy, sir. Timothy, there's nothing to be afraid of with me around. Jalen, I must start cleaning, sir. If I fail, the mistress will kill me. Timothy, cleaning, huh? I have some other tasks for you. Come here, polish my spear. Jalen, but it's so big. It'll take me all night. Timothy, we have all the time in the world, my sweet. All the time. End of Scene 3, Act 4 inch. Burnell was greatly impressed. He hadn't expected Dunk to excel at writing stage plays, capturing the essence of a cute maid in just a few lines. This script is great. Do you have the full version? Burnell asked, full of admiration. Dane stretched his neck a bit. What script? Let me see. Burnell handed it over. Dane scanned it quickly, his expression turning serious. Frowning, he criticized. And what comes next? This is too short. How can it be enough? This piqued Churchill's curiosity as well. He stood up and asked, Mr. Dane, can I take a look? After Churchill read the script, he clicked his tongue appreciatively, saying, this is a good script, young master. I believe this would be quite popular in the capital. I've heard the nobles there have rather unique tastes and enjoy trying new things. Dunk planned to have the adventurers spread this script, ideally to the capital, to boost its influence. Later, he'd insert advertisements for his cards featuring interracial conflicts, making it perfect. After this little interlude, Dunk resumed discussing serious matters. He pulled out 2 letters from his pocket. One for the Duke's mansion regarding suspicions about the Blackstone mine, and another for the Horn Ranger Knights. He wanted to seek help from an elf. Dunk handed both letters to Dane, saying, Dane, I have a very urgent letter for you to deliver to Deerhorn Castle and transmit through their magic net back to the Duke's mansion. As you know, the road to Deerhorn Castle isn't exactly safe. Dane gently took the 2 letters, one sealed with the distinctive crimson thorn wax seal of the family, looking noble and mysterious, while the other bore only a plain wax seal, simple and unadorned, without any stamp. Dunk added, the one without the wax seal is for the Horn Ranger Knights. I need their assistance with something and hope they can send an elf over. What do you think, Dane? Dane put the letters away and said, those elves are particularly proud. They don't even give face to the Grand Duke. Only Gale Chwaitson and can be treated with high regard by them. I'm not sure if I can enter their base, but delivering a message should still be possible. Dunk thought for a moment. If that was true, it really wasn't certain he could bring the elf over. He needed an excuse to lure the person here first. Give me the letter without the seal. I'll revise it. Dunk planned to include his suspicions about the mine in the letter, just to lure the person over first. After dinner, Dunk called Dane to his study and informed him of today's events. Upon hearing this, Dane's expression changed slightly. This is serious. I'll set off to deliver the letter right now. The sooner the Duke knows, the sooner he can make arrangements. Hold on, listen to me first. Dunk stood up and pulled Dane back, who was eager to leave for Deerhorn Castle immediately, saying, I plan to inform the Horn Ranger Knights as well. Do you think they will send someone over? Yes, Dane replied with certainty, adding, although those elves are proud, they will absolutely send someone for this matter. In previous battles at Hellgate, their members were always the first to charge forward, unstoppable until many had fallen. Good, then let me rewrite the letter. Dunk sat back down, tore up the previous letter, and wrote a new one. This time, he mentioned at the end that they needed an elf knowledgeable in history. When they arrived, Dunk planned to discuss under the guise of research, increasing goodwill, and seeing if they could help publish a book. The card game, Clash of the 100 Races, in his possession featured characters based on historical figures from various races, making promotion easier and giving each race a sense of involvement. After finishing the letter, Dane took it and immediately prepared supplies to set off. Traveling day and night from Blackstone Town to Deerhorn Castle at full speed would take at least 1.5 days. Dane could use Shadow Step, and the Thorn Warhorse he brought from the Whiteblade Knight's base could also follow him in, although not for too long. Still, it increased speed significantly, possibly saving half a day's travel time. Chapter 84, Thorn Balder. Early the next morning, Andy yawned as he came down from upstairs. Estanzo and Donovan had yet to start their day and were looking at Andy eagerly, as if they had something they wanted to ask. Andy stretched and glanced at them. What is it? Ask away. Estanzo looked at Donovan, who pretended not to understand his hinting gaze, so Estanzo spoke up. Boss, is the script finished? I want to take it over to Lizard's Kiss for them to look at. In a less than amiable tone, Andy replied. It's in the study upstairs. It's only half done. Good work, boss. With that, Estanzo rushed upstairs with great enthusiasm. Donovan wanted to follow him but considered that Andy was still present, so he remained focused on his duty as a butler. Andy sat down as Donovan called for Aaliyah to bring breakfast. Donovan, what's on the schedule for today? Andy asked out of habit while waiting. Donovan took out Andy's schedule book and glanced at it. It was empty. Unlike the capital, Blackstone Town didn't have many matters. Andy had been busy with the mine and no new tasks were scheduled recently. Nothing for now, Donovan answered truthfully. Aaliyah brought over breakfast and Andy looked at her. He recalled assigning her to train the Nightingales in the capital until that plan was abandoned due to the messenger incident from the royal city. However, Albin did buy those maids and brought them along to Blackstone Town. Andy thought of this and casually asked, have you been training those maids recently? Aaliyah jumped slightly, hastily replying, yes, I've been teaching them things every evening. Andy nodded approvingly. Good, keep it up. Take your time and teach more. With nothing on my schedule in the morning, you can also practice swordsmanship with Clarissa. Aaliyah could only nod. She managed all the minor and major affairs of the manor besides finance, running around nonstop to train the new slaves. These days, I've been the busiest, Aaliyah thought to herself. Oh, you can also have Clarissa teach them reading, Andy added. Aaliyah nodded numbly. Yes, young master, noted. All right, that's all for now. Go about your business. Andy waved and started eating. Seeing Aaliyah leave pitifully, Donovan sighed and said gently, young master, Aaliyah is doing quite well managing the manor recently without any major issues. Yes, I know. Promote her to chief mate. Teach her yourself when you're free. Andy understood Donovan's meaning. He had been busy lately and hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings. He then continued, help me keep an eye on everyone. Reward or penalize as needed. Small matters you handle. Big ones come to me. I understand, young master. Donovan pulled out his notebook and wrote down these instructions. After breakfast, Andy left the manor with Brett, intending to visit Chateau. Passing by a dilapidated building, Andy noticed its sign, an emblem of a traveler's boot crossed with a feather and a razor. Brett glanced at the emblem and remarked, why hasn't this changed? The Adventurers Guild updated their symbol to a boot, razor, and monocular years ago. Pointing at the wooden plaque, Andy asked, is this the Adventurers Guild building? Why is it so run down? I'm not sure, but it's not unusual. This place having a branch is already impressive, Brett replied offhandedly, then realized it was Andy's territory and quickly explained, I mean, it's remote. Branches are uncommon. Not bothered, Andy entered, eager to check his bounty's status. He slowly pushed the old wooden door open, feeling like crossing a threshold in time. A faint, rotten stench seeped through the crack, making him frown. In the middle of the room stood an old counter behind which sat a white-haired elder reading a yellowed book intently. Andy scrutinized the elderly man closely. His face was etched with deep lines, and age spots dotted his skin as if telling tales of past experiences. Yet, his steady and strong breathing revealed a robust vitality that contrasted sharply with the decaying aura around him, creating an indescribable contradiction. "Hello, sir," Andy greeted. The old man didn't look up. He continued flipping through his book. His voice was like the rasp of ancient sandpaper, cold and hoarse. "Association members show your badges. Non-members can find the service guide on the table." His attitude was somewhat rude, but Andy sensed something off about this old man. Recalling Dane's warning about two formidable forces in Blackstone Town, one being Cameron Copperbeard, a noble from the Dwarven Kingdom's Copperbeard family. The other should be this very elder, who came here to set up the branch during King Carrion's southern expedition. Southern expedition? Andy tried to search his memory for when Carrion's southern expedition took place. He found no related memories from the original host. But speculating, could the southern expedition have been when the Asher hadn't submitted to Carrion yet? Andy remembered that the Thorn family had helped establish the kingdom with Carrion I, otherwise they wouldn't have earned the position of Duke of the Southern region. That meant Carrion's southern expedition must have occurred before or early in the establishment of the kingdom, which would be over 200 years ago. Is this old man an immortal? He looks like a pure-blood human, but his pupils are oddly emerald green, deep and unusual, even a bit sinister. After some thought, Andy pulled out the reward voucher from his association and said, "I placed a bounty at the Twin Stars Port branch. I'd like to check if there's any news." Only then did the old man lift his head, extending his hand to take the voucher and glance at the code. He then bent down to retrieve a heavy-looking leather envelope from the depths of the counter and placed it on the desk. "Materials arrived yesterday. The bounty has been completed within the southern region, deducting 10 gold for fees." As he spoke, he wrote a series of numbers on the voucher, signed it, and stamped it with the Blackstone Town branch seal before returning it. Andy took back the voucher and glanced at the name written on it, Thorn Balder. Chapter 85, Star Moon Bay. Before Enrique had a chance to open the paper bag, the old door of the inn was pushed open again. "All right, yes, young master," Brett responded and, ignoring the surrounding guards, grabbed the envoy's collar and began slapping him left and right. The surrounding guards looked at each other hesitantly before their leader stepped forward, saying solemnly to Enrique, "My lord, please stop, otherwise." Looking at the guard captain, Enrique said, "I am Gale Enrique of Purple Asher." "Otherwise what?" Hearing Purple Asher, the guard captain froze, looking at Enrique with surprise and fear. Not daring to meet Enrique's eyes, he lowered his head and silently moved aside. The other guards also took a few steps back, no longer daring to confront Enrique. Brett held back while beating the envoy but still caused bruising and swelling on his face. This envoy was just a regular person and sounded like a local from Star Moon Bay, completely unaware of Enrique's background. Neither did the guards know that the lord had changed here or that the new lord was of the Purple Asher lineage. "Stop. No more beating. Save me. Help." The envoy, covering his head, screamed in terror. Annoyed by the noise, Brett slapped him unconscious and then pinched the envoy's mouth lightly, pulling out a tooth with a slight tug. Awakening from the pain, the envoy struggled to escape, but could only look helplessly at Brett under his overpowering presence, watching helplessly as his teeth were pulled out one by one. After completing this, Brett looked satisfactorily at Enrique and reported, "Young master, it's done." He then threw the bloody envoy to the ground like trash, stepping back to stand quietly aside. Enrique looked down at the shivering envoy on the ground. "Tell me, what's your new lord's surname in Star Moon Bay?" "P. Purple Asher," the envoy mumbled. Enrique immediately understood who was behind it all. Such despicable and foolish tactics could only come from his second brother, Clifford. "You few, hang him on the lamppost. If he's still alive tomorrow, let him down." Though Enrique was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see such a bloody scene, he waved his hand to have the guards handle the man. Then he instructed Brett, "Gather your team. We're going to visit Clifford." Brett immediately rode back to the Lord's mansion to call people. By afternoon, Enrique led a group of White Blade Knights to Star Moon Bay. Compared to the bleak and stony Blackstone town where even weeds grew sparsely, Star Moon Bay was lush and vibrant, like a masterpiece of nature. Star Moon Bay also connected to a seaport, boasting rich marine resources and maritime routes. At that time, Enrique had intended to claim this area as his own territory, but due to the incident with the capital's envoy, he couldn't finalize the deal with Hagen and rushed here. As they approached the entrance of Star Moon Bay, they saw a convoy of stone merchants stopped at the gate. The leading merchant, thoroughly puzzled, shouted loudly, "I've been traveling this route for 7 or 8 years. Ephraim, what's wrong today?" Ephraim sighed helplessly. A young master from Purple Asher arrived from the capital and issued new regulations. "I can't do anything about it." "Old buddy, why don't you go back and wait for a while?" Enrique led his group closer, and Ephraim noticed the armored knights wielding white blades behind Enrique. Shocked, he hurriedly cleared the way for them. He couldn't resist asking cautiously, "Sir Knight, may I ask why you have come to Star Moon Bay?" Enrique didn't answer Ephraim's question. Brett, standing beside him, coldly said, "What shouldn't be asked, don't ask." Ephraim was momentarily speechless by Brett's words and could only reluctantly close his mouth. The group headed straight for the Lord's mansion in Star Moon Bay. Alley shading the men inside, Enrique encountered someone familiar in the front courtyard, Clifford's temporary guardian knight, Hydro Adair. Adair grinned upon seeing Enrique. "Young Master Enrique, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Sitting on his horse, Enrique glared coldly at Adair and said, Tell Clifford to get out and see me. Adair shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in a gesture of powerlessness. Young Master Enrique. Young Master Clifford got drunk last night and is still sound asleep in bed. I don't want to repeat myself. Enrique fixed his gaze on Adair. Brett, standing beside him, had already tightened his grip on the sword hilt, watching Adair's every move warily. Adair didn't seem to care about Enrique's threat, replying frankly, Young Master Enrique, I am not your subordinate. Even if you say it 100 times, it doesn't concern me. Jersey isn't here, no opponent, how boring. Adair thought to himself, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the small squadron of white blade knights behind Enrique. Chapter 86. I do what I want. Troy gazed intently at the grinning Adair, his voice tinged with mockery. What benefits did Clifford give you to make you defend him so loyally? Is someone like him really worth following? Adair chuckled, his eyes gleaming slyly. Of course it's because it's fun. Don't you think I'm like a loyal lackey now? Life is long. We need some new ways to play right. He paused, then changed his tone as if becoming serious. But in all seriousness, I am Clifford's guardian knight now. If you dare to force your way into the Lord's mansion, I will fight with all my might. To prove he wasn't joking, Adair immediately channeled his breathing technique, causing his aura to surge dramatically. A deep roar echoed, and waves of energy burst from his body. The invisible pressure forced the white blade knights to grip their reins tightly, soothing their startled horses. When the knights looked at Adair again, he seemed to have transformed into a phantom of a nine-headed hydra, surrounded by a sea of blood, baring his fangs and roaring at them. Brett felt this pressure, his hand already on the hilt of his sword, ready to use the oath of white blade and firm will to counter the high-level pressure. Troy frowned and raised his hand, signaling Brett not to make any move. Facing Adair's pressure, Troy remained unperturbed, seeing no illusion of the hydra, only feeling that Adair was like a venomous snake in winter, emanating an eerie chill. If you want an interesting and fun life, why not join me? Troy extended an olive branch to Adair. Adair shook his head nonchalantly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I've heard Master Troy is an absolute workaholic. Even your maids run around for your business. This pace of life would be too much for me. Troy hadn't held much hope. Seeing they couldn't reach an agreement, he said coolly, call Clifford out. I have no interest in fighting you. If you don't blame me for using other means. Oh, what kind of means? Adair seemed intrigued by Troy's words, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet showing no hint of panic. Troy replied coldly, I'll have my knights collect some feces and throw it directly at the Lord's mansion until he can't bear it anymore and comes out. Adair was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Young Master Troy, are you really from a noble family? This method seems a bit too crude and doesn't quite fit the elegance of nobles. Troy responded expressionlessly. I value results. The process doesn't matter. All right, you win, Adair muttered dejectedly, appearing thoroughly defeated. He shrugged and turned back to call someone. After waiting a while, Troy saw Adair stagger out of the hall with one hand holding a large bed, then simply dropped it on the ground outside. The jolt woke Clifford up. He sat up abruptly, completely shaken off his drowsiness. Seeing Troy riding a horse and looking down at him, he instinctively screamed, Adair, where is everyone? Someone is trying to kill me. Adair rushed over, half kneeling by the bed, urgently asking, Young Master, what happened? Who wants to harm you? Clifford looked around, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Where are we? Adair tried to calm his young master, gently explaining, Young Master, this is the front courtyard of your lord's mansion. Look at these flowers, they're vibrant. Aren't they bringing you some peace? Peace, my ass. Clifford flared up, grabbing Adair by the collar as he sat up. You dared to do this to me. Who had the guts to carry me along with this bed here? Looking at Troy and others stifling their laughter, Clifford became even more enraged. Clenching his teeth, he wanted nothing more than to tear Adair apart. Adair cooperated fully, even reddening his face deliberately, vividly portraying the scene of being choked by Clifford, struggling to breathe. He struggled while begging for mercy. Young Master, I really made a mistake. I won't do it again. Please forgive me, spare me. Troy watched the farce coldly from his horse, while Brett couldn't help but laugh, coughing a few times to cover his grin. Clifford released Adair, glaring fiercely at Troy. Sitting on the bed with the blanket half covering his body, he looked up at Troy and coldly ordered, Troy, this is my territory. Now I command you to leave. Troy crossed his arms and said, Didn't His Excellency Father ever tell you what Blackstone Town represents? And yet you dare to cut off my supplies. Clifford burst out laughing, full of disdain and mockery on his face. Using that old man to pressure me? He looked down on me all the time. What does it represent to me? This is my territory. I do whatever I want, kill whoever I want. Troy put on a surprised look. Oh? So you're giving up your inheritance rights? Clifford sneered, a flash of disdain in his eyes. Give up? Why should I give up? It's you who has clearly given up now. He tried to straighten his back, but then remembered his embarrassing situation. Lying naked in bed, his conversation with Adair made him feel unprecedented shame. However, faced with this guy sent by Shiloh Morganaya, he was helpless. Adair clung to him like an unshakable piece of chewing gum. Ever since Clifford learned of Shiloh Morganaya's death in the capital, he had wanted to drive this man away. But Adair was like a tenacious fly, always buzzing around Clifford. Clifford yanked up the blanket from the bed, tightly wrapping himself as if trying to fend off the inner coldness and unease. Standing up, he faced Troy with resolve and madness flashing in his eyes. If I'm not living well, neither will you. I tell you, not only will I cut off your supply routes, but I'll block everything you have. Try and kill me if you can. Watching Clifford's fung Arno Chu de Marron, Troy couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Bullying someone foolish wasn't interesting at all. Let's go, we're leaving. Troy abruptly pulled on the reins, leading the squad away swiftly. Adair took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and waved it at Troy's back. Come again soon, young Master Troy. Fuck off. I'll kill you sooner or later. Clifford suddenly leapt from the bed, pouncing on Adair like an enraged lion, and they instantly fell into a violent scuffle. On the way back, Brett couldn't resist asking, Young Master, is young Master Clifford insane? Troy didn't answer the question, just gave him a glare. You talk too much. Brett could only sullenly shut up while pondering Clifford's behavior today. It seemed like ever since that strange titular knight joined him, Clifford had started to change. Troy could guess how Clifford ended up here. Although he didn't know what happened in the capital during this period, he was sure Clifford had been dealt with by Chad and then tossed near him to annoy him. Chapter 87, Chado Daily Life. Chado wandered through Blackstone Town, not knowing what he should do, but habitually began to survey the surroundings. He was inspecting the structures of Blackstone Town. He gazed at a wall made of black stones in front of him and reached out to touch it. Built around 80 years ago, the wall had been repaired once, with a slight tilt, the work of human craftsmen. Chado tilted his head, not quite understanding why this knowledge suddenly surfaced in his mind again. Had he been a craftsman before? From the shadows of the street, several malevolent gazes quietly focused on him. Chado immediately noticed, but did not react. After staring blankly for a while, he turned away, quickly glancing at the source of those gazes with his peripheral vision. It was a resting caravan parked by the roadside, with people sitting on the wagons in tattered clothes and vacant stares. Their skin was slightly darkened, clearly from prolonged exposure to the scorching sun. Their arms were longer than average humans, with yellowish hair, the people of the western frontier. Again, information about these humans surged into Chado's mind. What is the western frontier? The west of the empire? Chado tried to ask himself, but no other information emerged in his mind. In a corner stood 3 men. Alishaning against the wall was a muscular man with a bald head, a black bull's head tattooed on his neck as a gladiator mark, and a long scar on his face. He habitually rubbed his right arm with his left hand, as if it carried an old injury. Beside him stood an old man with a goatee, hunched over, casting unfriendly glances at Chado like a fox sizing up its prey. Squatting on the left side of the old man was a gaunt man in a hooded cloak, fiddling with a dagger in his hand, seemingly a thief. Chado continued walking when footsteps came from behind. Someone was following him. The steps were light. It must be that thief. Chado turned into a desolate alley, where sunlight rarely reached and tall walls loomed. A chill and loneliness permeated the air. The footsteps quickened and drew closer as the person behind sped up. Chado swiftly turned to dodge an attack from behind. Before the thief could react, his palms were already on the thief's head, and with a sharp twist, a crack resounded, and the thief's body instantly went limp, motionless on the ground. Chado bent down, his gaze falling on the dagger. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand, feeling oddly familiar with the weapon. More footsteps approached from behind, heavier this time. Turning back, he saw the gladiator coming. Seeing the fallen thief, his eyes grew wary as he unsheathed his large two-handed battle axe, engraved with runes that stored power. The gladiator strode forward, his skin appearing to burn beneath the surface, turning a reddish hue. Chado held the dagger and silently watched. The heavy axe cleaved toward Chado with a fierce wind, yet he dodged it at an almost impossible angle. In the same instant, the dagger in his hand flashed coldly, slicing precisely into the swollen area of the gladiator's right arm. The axe sliced through the air in an arc and landed heavily on the ground with a deafening roar. The ground cracked open, creating a deep fissure, and the gladiator's right arm suffered a serious injury, unable to retract its strength. He let out a pained roar, shock and anger flashing in his eyes. Chado stood beside the gladiator, his dagger silently pressing against the gladiator's throat, his eyes cold as ice, showing no ripple. Realizing something, the gladiator's voice trembled in fear. I was just... The dagger cut across his throat, blood spurting out. The gladiator clutched his neck, eyes wide open, soon collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before losing his breath. Chado frowned, looking at the blood-stained dagger in his hand. He wondered why he was so skilled with it, and why his evasive movements felt fluid and natural, as if he had been immersed in such activities for many years. Murder! Murder! The old man with the goatee took one look at the fallen gladiator and thief, turned around, and fled while shouting loudly, trying to draw the guard's attention. Chado chased after him, his speed unnaturally fast for a normal human, catching up within a few strides. He slashed the old man's neck and dragged his body into the alley. He felt some anger welling up inside him. He seemed to despise these people and even wanted to skin this old man. Chado thought in confusion, dragging the body to the end of the alley. His hands moved automatically, skillfully peeling off the old man's skin. Why am I skinning? Chado held up the freshly peeled skin, and more strange knowledge surfaced in his mind. The complete method for processing human skin. How truly evil. Chado couldn't help but think as he rolled up the skin and began to loot the spoils. From the bearded man's remains, Chado found a purple crystal that shimmered with a faint light, an old book titled Salon Meditation Technique, and a gold coin with bite marks on it. Chado put these items away and then ran to search the bodies of the gladiator and the thief. He found a gold coin from the bottom of the gladiator's shoe and 10 silver coins from a hidden pocket in his pants leg, along with a yellowed and folded letter. The thief had nothing else besides a dagger. Chado gently wiped the blood off his face, preparing to leave quietly, when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. In a moment, several Blackstone Town guards appeared before him. Alley shading them was a white blade knight. who stared at the two corpses behind Shadow and asked, "Why did you kill them?" Shadow stood up and replied, "They wanted to kill me, so I killed them." The knight glanced at the bloody human skin in his hand, frowning deeply, his voice laced with shock. "What the hell is this?" Shadow calmly unfolded the skin and showed it to the knight, speaking in a detached tone. "This is human skin." The knight's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn." He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, becoming even more wary of Shadow, his voice stern. "Who are you? Identify yourself." Shadow nodded slightly and calmly responded, "My name is Shadow, Sir Knight." "Gale Shadow?" The White Blade Knight paused, remembering the name. Andy had mentioned something about him, and the knight's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He loosened his grip on the sword hilt and turned his gaze to the bodies on the ground. Concerned, "Gale Shadow, are you all right?" Shadow shook his head. "No, thank you for your concern. We will handle matters here. You can leave now," said the White Blade Knight, waving his hand to the guards behind him, signaling them to clean up the bodies. Shadow silently rolled up the human skin carefully and stuffed it into a makeshift cloth bag. He needed to go back and treat it with salt. Chapter 88, Kinship. As dusk approached, Shadow returned to the Bronzebeard Tavern, gripping a bulging package tightly in his hand. Almost simultaneously, York returned from the mine, stepping into the tavern threshold, eagerly thinking of a strong liquor that could dispel his fatigue. His gaze swept across the room and naturally fell on Shadow, noticing the faint bloodstains on his clothes and the barely perceptible scent of blood in the air. "Shadow, did you run into trouble?" York asked, walking to the bar to fetch 2 cups and pouring 2 glasses of strong liquor from a barrel, gently pushing one towards Shadow while calling for the waiter to prepare some food. Shadow nodded and replied, "Thank you for your concern, just a minor issue." York shouted loudly, "Lately, many people have come to town. You're York's friend, and if you encounter any trouble, you can mention my name. The patrons here will all lend a hand when they hear it." York's deep voice nearly drowned out the tavern's clamor. Half-human patrons raised their cups in agreement, shouting, "That's right, young dwarf. We'll help you out if you're in trouble. Do you need me to warn the slave traders in town? With how good-looking you are, they might take notice." A muscular, bare-chested, tiger-headed humanoid stood up, looking at York for confirmation. York laughed heartily. "That would be great, Bridger." Shadow thought for a moment, then took out a gold coin with tooth marks from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "I'd like to buy everyone here a round of drinks, as a token of appreciation." "That's too much. A silver coin would suffice." York pushed the gold coin back. Shadow then took out 2 silver coins. "This is also for your kindness. Please accept it." York's smile was filled with magnanimity. He held up the shiny silver coins high, his voice booming through every corner of the tavern. "Folks, drinks are on the house tonight. Enjoy yourselves. Who's being so generous? Let's shout his name." The enthusiasm of the patrons soared immediately, with someone asking aloud. Without hesitation, York declared loudly, "Shadow. It's our good friend Shadow. 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 Shadow." This name echoed repeatedly in the tavern, each call accompanied by raised cups and passionate cheers. Some patrons even started an amusing dance amidst the celebration, drawing laughter from the crowd. Amidst the cheers, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed Shadow's face. The shouts seemed to stir something deep within him, like someone had called his name in a familiar yet distant voice, which he couldn't quite grasp or remember. At that moment, he felt a strange mixture of warmth and loneliness, intertwining around his heart. Just as the laughter and joy in the tavern reached its peak, the heavy wooden door creaked open slowly, and a peculiar pair entered this lively space. An elderly man draped in a black cloak that trailed on the ground, not only concealing his slightly bent figure, but also hiding his hands wrapped in old yellow bandages. The front of the cloak was unnaturally bulging, giving the impression of strange horns growing from the old man's forehead. Next to him walked a child, about 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a smaller version of the black cloak. Unlike the elder, the child didn't pull up his hood, revealing his youthful, slightly gaunt face. His brown hair was slightly messy, and his small, dirty face suggested he hadn't washed in days. Yet, despite his frail body carrying a massive backpack almost as tall as himself, he showed no signs of strain. Their arrival seemed to pause the tavern's noise. All eyes turned towards these unexpected visitors. The elder exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression, raising everyone's alertness, as if a foreboding omen had quietly arrived. Noticing the silence in the tavern, the elder slowly lifted his wrinkled face. Only then did Shadow get a glimpse of his features, a strikingly gaunt face with eyes that seemed to have lost their luster, like those of a blind person. Yet Shadow felt an odd sensation, as if the elder was gazing at him in some way, as if seeing straight through the darkness into his soul. "This place." The elder's hoarse voice broke the silence, sounding like the creaking of dry wood. "I sense the presence of kin. Might I ask if I can rest my old bones here?" Although the elder spoke to York, his seemingly lifeless eyes seemed to see everything. York quickly responded, his voice warm and friendly. "You are most welcome. Please take a seat anywhere. Unfortunately, all the rooms are fully booked for tonight." "No problem. It's already a blessing to find a corner to rest," the elder replied gratefully, then led the child closer to Shadow. "Fellow kin, do you mind if I sit here?" the elder softly asked Shadow. Shadow nodded politely and offered help with concern. "Of course. Would you like me to assist you?" The elder smiled and politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness. Though I cannot see, I still have my independence." With that, the elder sat down steadily on his own. The child unstrapped the massive backpack he was carrying and gently placed it on the ground. The dull thud suggested its unusual weight. Shadow gaze couldn't help but return to the elder again. This time, he clearly saw the protrusions on the elder's forehead. They were two truncated black horn-like structures. They had originally been a pair of black horns. The elder exuded an indescribable aura of darkness that stirred a peculiar resonance in Shadow, giving him a strange sense of familiarity. Am I really a member of the abyssal race? Are they my kin? Shadow thought for a moment and shifted his attention to the child. Feeling Shadow unabashed curiosity, the child seemed uneasy, showing a hint of displeasure. He sneaked a glance at the elder and, seeing no reaction, turned away from Shadow gaze in a huff. The child emitted no special energy fluctuations, appearing just like an ordinary kid. Yet, for such a seemingly ordinary child to carry such a heavy load effortlessly was indeed unusual. The elder simply ordered a few dishes, then fell silent, waiting quietly without further initiating conversation with Shadow. The child, however, was quite well behaved, though his curiosity could not be contained. His little head kept turning as he covertly observed the various anthropomorphic creatures in the tavern, his eyes reflecting curiosity and a desire to explore. After observing them for a while, Shadow couldn't help but break the silence, softly asking, "Where did you come from?" The elder turned his gaunt face towards Shadow, those hollow-seeming eyes once again appearing to look at him. "Young man, can you tell me which tribe you are descended from?" Shadow gently shook his head, replying with a question, "I don't know. And you?" The elder suddenly chuckled lowly, not directly answering Shadow's question, but slowly said, "My name is Jerson." There was a subtle pause when the elder spoke his name, leaving Shadow with the feeling that there was something more unsaid, but ultimately only capturing the word Jerson. Then the elder introduced the child. "This is Joey's, a very sensible boy." Shadow tried to confirm, repeating, "Mr. Jerson, right?" The elder's face showed a gentle smile, adding a touch of life to his withered appearance. "Yes, you can call me Jerson." Just as Shadow was about to ask further, the elder preempted him, his hoarse voice inquiring, "And you, young one, what is your name?" "My name is Shadow, Mr. Jerson," Shadow answered politely, setting aside his lingering doubts for the moment. The elder laughed again, this time with a mix of amusement and kindness. "Shadow, what a pleasant name. This old man likes you very much." York approached with the food prepared for the elder and child, glancing between Shadow and the elder before saying to Shadow, "Shadow, you must be tired. You can go rest upstairs." Shadow looked up at York. Although he wasn't actually tired, he sensed a hidden meaning in York's eyes and tone, as if inviting him to leave temporarily. After a brief moment of thought, Shadow didn't say more, just nodded slightly, and turned toward the stairs leading to the upper floor. Chapter 89, Abyssal Bloodline. After Shadow left, York also reined in his smile and looked at Jerson, saying, "I wonder why the renowned black-robed hunter has come to this out-of-the-way Blackstone town." Jerson chuckled and said, "I heard there's a mine here, so I came over to check what color it is. I hope Mr. York doesn't mind my sudden intrusion. The mine area is sealed off. You won't be able to pass through." York sat down and took a swig from his wine glass. "Ushvin, are you hungry? Eat up. If you need more, just tell the boss." Jerson first greeted Ushvin, then picked up his knife and fork to cut into the steak on his plate, savoring it for a moment before praising. Admittedly, the game meat from Deerhorn Forest is delicious. Such a delicacy can't be found outside of the South. York asked again, "Are you interested in Shadow?" Jerson shook his head. He put down his knife and fork and slowly said, "Shadow is very special, beyond my control. Mr. York, he seems unclear about his own identity." York beckoned to a servant behind him, who quickly approached. York inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "A wheat ale will do. Spirits tend to make me manic." Jerson candidly admitted his flaw. As an abyssal being, especially one capable of rational communication, he was hard to come by. The servant promptly went to prepare the beverage. After some thought, York said, "Shadow has lost his memory multiple times." Jerson pondered for a moment and said, "The ambient energy here is very dense, which might resonate with the abyssal bloodline and certain entities. Shadow is very special. Perhaps something is trying to establish a connection with him." York recalled the events at the mine and reviewed the information he obtained from Andy. He believed that beneath the mine, certain abyssal entities might indeed be buried and calling out to Shadow. Jerson lifted his knife and fork again and began eating at a leisurely pace. He didn't ask anything further, knowing that York was wary of him. If York wanted to say something, given Dwarf's straightforward nature, he wouldn't hide it. After some contemplation, York tentatively asked, "Can you sever the connection to that thing?" Jerson looked up and said, "I'm better at drawing things out and then slaying them." York considered that if the entity beneath was truly a demon, considering the massive energy capable of forming tidal circuits, he doubted Jerson could handle it once it was lured out. Though Jerson couldn't see York's expression, he sensed his hesitation and laughed lightly. "It seems like quite a formidable opponent. You think I can't deal with it either?" He raised his bandaged hand slowly and, with a snap of his fingers, a grayish energy barrier silently unfolded around the bar, enveloping York, himself, and Ushvin, instantly isolating them from the clamor of the tavern and external disturbances. Jerson cast the spell almost instantaneously, without incantations or even a focus, as if he himself were the perfect medium for casting. Seeing the soundproof shield rise, York didn't hold back and said, "I feel like it's a demon gale, maybe even a devil king, and possibly more than one. In that case, I can't handle it. Shouldn't you inform the Holy Order?" Jerson had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. York nodded and asked, "You mentioned that Shadow is very special. Can you tell me why?" "Certainly. I trust that a copperbeard dwarf won't spread rumors," Jerson said. Having obtained information about the mine, he naturally needed to reciprocate. Shadow has a deep bloodline, deeper than mine. He rolled up his wide sleeve, revealing a heavily bandaged arm. As the bandages unwrapped, exposed to York's gaze was skin covered in fine crimson veins that faintly shimmered with a metallic sheen. Jerson deliberately let York observe his unusual arm, then pulled back the hood concealing his face, pointing to the incomplete horn marks on his forehead. He explained, the deeper the bloodline, the more pronounced the signs of demonization. My horns and these demonic blood patterns on my body only remain subdued after multiple suppressions. York pointed at Ushvin. What about this boy? He doesn't seem changed much. This boy isn't an abyssal being, Jerson explained, patting Ushvin on the head and adding, when I met him in Eastreach, a little demon had attached itself to him. Likely it hitched a ride with sailors from across the sea. He was clever enough to hide in the wilds and avoid detection by the Holy Order. Hearing Jerson praise him, Ushvin lifted his head, looking at York with a somewhat proud gleam in his eyes before returning to his meal. Jerson continued, when I found him, he was nearly driven mad but kept resisting that little demon. His consciousness managed to fight the small demon, so I gave him a transfusion of my blood. York once again sized up Ushvin, trying to spot any abnormalities. His aura was very ordinary, not even revealing the uncontainable grayish aura characteristic of abyssals. Jerson chuckled and said, stop looking. I'm studying him too. This boy now not only steadily absorbs my bloodline, but also suppresses that little demon, and he's even self-taught, forcing that thing to become his familiar. York raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Sounds great. He's a good seed. Ushvin grunted. Yeah. York steered the conversation back on track, saying, so, Shadow has a deep bloodline and shows no signs of demonization at all. Have you ever seen such a case? Jerson shook his head and said, no, but I've heard of it. Once, some abyssal pioneers were like Shadow, and he can't hear my name clearly. Can't hear your name? York looked at Jerson in confusion. Jerson didn't explain, instead turning his gaze towards the door. York followed his look. The door opened, and Andy strode in with a paper bag. He glanced at the grayish light shield, reaching out to touch it, his hand passing through effortlessly. Andy stepped inside the shield, causing Ushvin to immediately become wary, his eyes gradually reddening, showing a defensive posture. Jerson promptly laid a hand on Ushvin's shoulder, whispering, calm down, child. Didn't interrupt you, did I? Andy greeted, then looked at the shield, asking, a soundproofing array? York gestured for Andy to sit down, introducing him. This is Black-Robed Demon Hunter Jerson, a fellow kin of Shadow, and that young man is his apprentice Ushvin. Andy, upon hearing that he was Shadow's kin, gave Jerson a few more looks before introducing himself. Andy. Thistle. Jerson raised his wine glass, chuckling. Ah, the lineage of Duke Shaw. No wonder you're extraordinary. Andy sat behind Ushvin, pushing the paper bag on the bar counter towards York and then looked at Jerson. Mr. Jerson, you know my father? We've collaborated a few times. After finishing, Jerson asked, Mr. Andy, are you here regarding Shadow? Andy glanced at York, who was examining the contents of the paper bag. Noticing Andy's gaze, York explained, he has met Shadow, and we just chatted about him. Andy, Shadow's situation is more complicated than we thought. Chapter 90, The Horn Ranger Knights. York looked at the documents in his hands with uncertainty. The first page was a report on Shadow's identity investigation. Shadow, a near-abyss inhabitant, the administrator of the capital's Great Library, the honorary president of the Secret History Association, and a member of the Hightower Council. Each of these titles carried immense prestige. Not just anyone could enter the capital's Great Library. Most crucially, he was also the honorary president of the Secret History Association, which meant that Shadow had once made significant contributions to it. With such a terrifying resume, Shadow shouldn't have been unknown. Although York lived in Blackstone Town year-round and wasn't exactly cut off from information, he had never heard of Shadow's name before. Moreover, as a member of the Hightower Council, Shadow should have been a mage. The council only accepted archmages. Ordinary mages had no chance of joining unless they had made major innovations in magic. Shadow didn't look like a mage, but more like a wanderer profession type. Given this string of prestigious titles, it would be logical for someone to search for Shadow if he went missing or lost his memory. York flipped through the pages again. It said that Shadow entered Southland in 228 and registered at Barren Fort. He even visited the Black Raven's Mage Tower, but disappeared after leaving the fort. The following documents did not provide much useful information from the Adventurers Guild. Southland was vast, and the guild members only confirmed that Shadow frequently roamed in the wilderness, killed some bandits, raided several forts, and seemed to have a few counts of killing nobles on record. The guild indicated that the information was questionable as no warrant had been issued by Southland authorities. After looking for a while, York turned to Andy and asked, have you seen the documents? Andy replied, I have. These titles are almost as impressive as my Thorn lineage. I'm also very puzzled. Jerson, hearing their conversation, grew curious and asked, would it be possible to share what it is about? York glanced at Andy, who indifferently nodded his agreement. York then said, Shadow is one of the administrators of the capital's Great Library, the honorary president of the Secret History Association, and a member of the Hightower Council. Jerson, have you heard of him during your years outside? Jerson recalled for a moment and gently shook his head. Such prestigious titles are beyond my reach, but perhaps these identities make sense for him. How so? Andy asked. Jerson chuckled. We abyssal people are plagued by bloodline issues. We either die young or live exceptionally long. Shadow is too unique. His age might even surpass Mr. York. Andy thought back to how he perceived Shadow, and it was hard to imagine him as someone immortal, More like a country bumpkin clueless about city life. Jerson added. He lost his memory and remembers nothing. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? York pondered for a bit and said, It looks like we'll have to wait for the confirmation from the sacred sanctuary. Jerson smiled, nodded, wiped his mouth, and got up. It's getting late. I need to find a place to stay. Andy glanced at him and said, Old Mr. Jerson can go to the Blackstone Inn. Just mention my name, and they'll arrange a room for you. Thank you for your generosity, Jerson gratefully replied. Andy left the tavern and returned to the Gales Manor. Churchill came over and asked, Young master, what should we do about Star Moon Bay? For now, let it be. Wait until the people from Deershorn Castle arrive. Clifford has gone mad. We can ignore him. Andy wasn't worried about it. Southland lacked many things, but not food. Losing the supply route to Star Moon Bay would only make future grain transportation more troublesome. With Blackstone Town's current status in Southland, neither Shaw nor Chad would let this issue slide. A few days later, at dusk, Jersony returned with two groups of people, one from Deershorn Castle's Deershorn Knights and the other from the Horn Ranger Knights. Deershorn Castle took the situation in Blackstone Town seriously enough for the Knights captain, Jerry, to lead the delegation personally. The Horn Ranger Knights sent a Ranger General to lead their team. Compared to human Knight orders, the Horn Ranger Knights had distinct differences in their organizational structure. They did not use the traditional title of Knight Order. Instead, they saw themselves as part of an elite force within the Elven Court, a branch of the Far Wanderers United Corps known as the Ranger Corps. Due to the golden horn emblem on their banners stationed in Southland, they were referred to as the Horn Ranger Knights by humans. Within their system, the highest leader was not called a captain, but a more honorific Ranger Commander. Directly subordinate to the Ranger Commander was the position of Ranger General, equivalent to the Deputy Commander in human Knight orders. Below that was the Ranger Vanguard level, who acted as leaders for on-the-ground operations, similar to squad leaders in human units, responsible for tactical execution and team management on the front lines. The Ranger General only brought 4 elf rangers with him, each riding a snow-white unicorn. Like the Elven Rangers, these unicorns were long-lived beings, bound by soul contracts with their riders, ensuring that neither could survive without the other. Andy had intended to receive them, but the Ranger General outright declined. They wanted to head directly to the Blackstone mine for an on-site assessment. If the situation was serious, they needed to report back to the Elven Court and request support from the Far Wanderers United Corps. There were not many elves stationed with the Horn Ranger Knights. After the Hellgate War, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 500, scattered across the vast dark forest mountains for patrols and monitoring, dealing with anomalies caused by demonic invasions. There simply weren't enough hands available. The Deershorn Knights had cooperated with the Horn Ranger Knights for many years, knowing their habits well. They also advised Andy to go straight to the mine. Andy had no choice but to set off with them to the Hollow Valley mine in the middle of the night. By now, the exploration machinery had stabilized and started producing mana ore. Shaft 1 could produce around 150 mana ores daily, totaling about 54,000 annually. Even accounting for a 20% refining loss, this would still yield 43,000 mana crystals. And this was just Shaft 1. Once Shafts 2 and 3 stabilized, the combined output of these 3 shafts would surpass that of all the mines in Dragon's Fall. Upon reaching the 400-meter deep mine shaft where the exploration machinery was located, the Ranger General first surveyed the energy reactions around before requesting to descend along the machinery's cable. York stood nearby with his arms crossed and remarked, "We don't have mining suits suitable for long ears here." It was unclear who started it, but dwarves and elves seemed to have a natural animosity toward each other in this world, too. York had already been asleep when he heard the Ranger General demanding to check things out immediately. He was forced to get up and lead them, already seething with frustration. The Ranger General cast a glance at York, but paid no attention, instead giving instructions to the Elven Rangers he had brought. Without another word, he grabbed the cable of the exploration machinery and slid down. Chapter 91, The Energy Tide Rebellion. During the wait for the Ranger General to return, Enrique told Jerry about what happened at Star Moon Bay. After hearing of Clifford's actions, Jerry's expression remained unchanged. He simply said, "Actually, I don't understand Duke Shaw's arrangement. With his capabilities, there was no need for you brothers to fight among yourselves, leading to bloodshed." Enrique understood what Jerry meant. Jerry did not agree with Duke Shaw's ideas and seemed unwilling to participate in this conflict. Jerry continued, "You don't have to worry about supplies. I will ensure a supply line through Deerhorn Fortress. As for other matters, I do not wish to be involved." Though Jerry didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Thorn family, he still had to intervene in Blackstone Town to some extent. Safeguarding the southern region was his duty, especially given the mine's importance to the southern border. Therefore, he had to lend a hand. After their conversation, an urgent horn suddenly blared from beneath mine number 1. The Elven Rangers standing near the mine probe did not say a word, but swiftly descended using the cables. Even York, who had been sulking nearby, rushed over to the mine probe, opened the cabin door, and climbed inside. Nearby dwarf engineers hurriedly ran over with strange tools to inspect and repair the mine probe. Enrique asked puzzledly, "What's happening?" Jerry frowned deeply, replying, "This is the call for help from the Horn Rangers. Something must have happened to General Saren." As they spoke, the mine probe began to tremble violently, releasing scalding steam, and even the mine shaft started to shake. York shouted from inside the probe, "Lightning Spear, go shut down probes 2 and 3 immediately." Lightning Spear left hastily with some dwarves. The mine probe glowed red as if it were about to explode. The dwarf engineers worked nervously under York's direction to repair the machine. Feeling the changes in the mine shaft, The air began to thin out, and the temperature sharply rose. Jerry sensed something was wrong and looked at Enrique. Things are getting out of control. You should leave here now. Enrique gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. They're still here. How can I leave? Abandoning my allies isn't something I can do. As a high knight, Jerry could endure such harsh conditions by relying on his physical strength alone, but Enrique, only a 5th-tier knight, would not last long. Let me buff you. Seeing Enrique unwilling to leave, Jerry drew his knight's sword. Suddenly, York poked his head out from the mine probe cabin, swinging a wrench towards Jerry's sword, shouting, "Don't run any breathing techniques. Don't use any combat skills. Don't cause any energy resonance. The energy tides below are in turmoil." The violent shaking persisted, and dark gray mist started rising from mine number 1. This thick fog composed of dark energy quickly filled the entire mine shaft. Enrique found it difficult to breathe. Even the Deerhorn Knights, led by Jerry, began to frown. Jerry made an immediate decision. "Several of you, take Enrique and leave now. All members, evacuate." The Deerhorn Knights obeyed orders and carried Enrique away without waiting for his consent. Jerry jumped into mine number 1, unable to leave. As an ally of the Horn Rangers, he had to lead the elves out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the south. Outside, Jersey, who had been waiting, also rushed into the mine shaft when he heard the commotion. He met Enrique being carried away by the Deerhorn Knights. "What's happening down there?" Jersey paused, feeling uncertain. Enrique replied helplessly, "We'll talk outside. Things are complicated here." Back above ground, Enrique took off his undershirt and caught his breath before explaining. The Ranger General sent a distress signal soon after descending. York said the energy tides below were in turmoil. "We don't know what's going on." Jersey paused, then said thoughtfully, "For a Ranger General to call for immediate help, things must be dire." The mine's output was indeed large, but judging by current events, further extraction might be impossible. Sitting on a pile of rocks, Enrique remarked. Jerry also went down. York warned against causing any energy resonance or using combat skills. Whether they can come back is unknown. "I'll go check. At least let's save those dwarf engineers," Jersey said anxiously. Enrique sighed. "Be careful. Remember not to rashly use combat skills. Bring York back." Jersey nodded and rushed into the mine shaft. The violent shaking triggered a collapse of the mine tunnel. Jersey had barely gone far when he was blocked by falling rocks. With bare hands, he relied on his physical strength to clear the way, but encountered more collapses not far ahead. Jersey was burning with anxiety and tried again to open a path. Another loud boom came from below, cutting off his retreat as well. On the surface, Enrique heard the continuous noises underground and realized something was seriously wrong. He immediately stood up. "Damn it, things have gotten out of control. You, go back for help. The rest of you, come with me to rescue them." Enrique pointed at one of the Deerhorn Knights to send him back to Blackstone Town for assistance, while he led others down to rescue. The resident dwarves also rushed over. There were not many of them left, but they possessed rich experience in mining operations. They quickly reminded Enrique to put on protective gear and provided rescue tools. Under Enrique's arrangements, the remaining dwarf craftsmen and other half-breed craftsmen surged into the mine tunnels for rescue efforts. The dwarf craftsmen handled the situation systematically, reinforcing and clearing debris simultaneously to prevent further collapses. The underground vibrations lasted nearly half an hour, during which Enrique slowly advanced with his team, unsure of their current depth and having yet to see Jersey. After another half hour, Enrique noticed some clear traces. With the light from the miners' lamps, he could see a narrow passage carved through a collapsed opening ahead. Enrique quickly led his team forward and soon caught sight of Jersey's figure. Because Jersey dared not rashly use combat skills, he could only rely on his physical strength, his hands already raw and bleeding. Yet, he continued to clear the debris forcefully. When Enrique arrived with his men, the two didn't exchange many words, but silently continued to clear the debris. The underground vibrations gradually subsided, and after all aftershocks ceased, the rescue operation could proceed faster. Enrique had no sense of time, so he grabbed a dwarf to ask, "What depth are we at now?" 300 meters. "Just another 100 meters, and we'll be there. There's a mine shaft ahead that can lead straight down if it hasn't been blocked. Follow me." The dwarf squeezed through the recently cleared passage, leading Enrique and Jersey in a brisk jog to a spacious mine shaft. Fortunately, this area had not collapsed, and the cable car was still intact. Jersey jumped down first, followed closely by Enrique. Chapter 92, System, Drain It Dry. Cameron had anticipated such a situation. After discovering the energy tide at 600 meters deep, the mine shafts at 400 meters started preparing emergency evacuation and rescue facilities. Though these facilities were still in their infancy, just a few crude defensive frames, it was precisely these unremarkable frames that displayed indestructible strength during the subsequent violent geological changes. They protected the mine shaft where the exploration wellhead was located, allowing it to stand firm amidst the turmoil, shielding this sanctuary of life from collapse threats. After urgently sealing off the exploration wellhead, Cameron led the craftsmen without hesitation toward the escape route. They crafted a sturdy dwarven fortress using rune steel and stockpiled ample emergency supplies. These provisions, calculated based on dwarven consumption, would support them for at least half a month. The underground world at 400 meters deep had become completely unfamiliar and perilous. The leakage of dark energy filled the mine shafts with dim energy elements, which wandered like greedy ghosts, mercilessly devouring the lights within. Light vanished before them, plunging the entire mine into profound darkness. Cameron stood alone by the entrance of the dwarven fortress, his heart burning with anxiety. He knew he must not act rashly. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the shaking gradually subsided, and the nearly 2-hour-long unrest came to an end. Cameron held back Ian, who was eager to move forward, clutching a detector firmly and sternly reprimanded him. After a geological movement, aftershocks can be deadly too. How many times have I told you? Ian shrank back in fear under Cameron's scolding and could only sullenly hug the detector, sitting in a corner, lost in thought. In this deep darkness, no trace of light remained, as black as ink, making it impossible to see. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. Every minute felt like torture, unbearable. Cameron guarded the entrance, his duty being to protect his companions, a born mission of the Bronzebeard dwarves. As the aftershocks finally settled, Cameron spoke firmly and steadily. Ian, bring me the elemental detector. Ian snapped out of his daze, quickly crossing the darkness and handing over the tightly held elemental detector to Cameron at the entrance. Cameron received the detector and tested it in the dark for a while, but found the energy components were eroded by the dark energy storm and wouldn't start. I need some tools. Is there a rock gnome around? Cameron turned and called out. A weak response came from within the dark fortress. Yes, boss. I'm still alive. Leonard, right? Open the box marked with my hammer on the right wall, and bring me the top layer of components and the tool chest from the bottom. Cameron recognized the gnome's voice and instructed rapidly. Leonard hurried up, using the night vision ability unique to rock gnomes, opening the box fixed on the wall and retrieving its contents. After getting the tools, Cameron began disassembling and repairing the detector in the dark. Leonard waited beside and asked, Boss, do you need help? Not necessary. I made this. I can fix it blindfolded. Cameron continued working on it. Ordinary mana crystals couldn't be used at this depth as they might cause another explosion. He needed to modify the detector's circuitry to use dark energy as the power source. He had carried a few dark energy stones back recently, extracting and refining them. Now the pre-refined dark energy mana crystals he had were about to come in handy. Working silently in the dark for half an hour, Cameron finally completed the detector's modification. The originally lifeless instrument gradually emitted a faint yellow glow, then the light danced like a flame, turning to a blazing orange, flickering constantly, as if warning in the darkness. Ian couldn't help but curse. Damn, even in the fortress, it's so concentrated. Cameron glanced at the detector and said, the concentration here has reached 600. We can't stay long. I'll go check outside. Don't follow. Boss, I have night vision. Let me follow you. Leonard instinctively offered, thinking staying with Cameron was the safest option. Cameron shook his head, rejecting the request, and walked alone toward the stone door leading to the outside. He pushed through heavy stone doors one by one, the detector in his hand shifting from warm orange to scorching red, its rapid beeping echoing in the silent stone corridor. Outside, the concentration of dark energy had climbed above 700, like a raging and dangerous storm center. The detector in Cameron's hand, although hastily assembled in an emergency, remained faithfully performing its mission. Its maximum detection limit was 750, and now it had reached its limit, as if screaming warnings to its master. Ordinary humans were already on the brink of survival in an environment with a dark energy concentration of 400. Exceeding this level, dark energy would pounce on their life force like hungry wolves, mercilessly eroding until the end of life. Cameron, not only an extraordinary class practitioner but also a Bronzebeard dwarf, could only stay briefly in an environment with a concentration of 700. Now, even with protective gear, he needed to find a way to escape immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dane had just descended to a depth of 400 meters via the cable car when a wave of discomfort hit him. His protective suit emitted a piercing warning sound, as if reminding him that the dark energy here was dense enough to be suffocating. Even he, a practitioner with high affinity to shadows, had to admit that this environment was unprecedentedly oppressive. He looked up to warn Ferris to go back quickly, but before he could speak, Ferris leaped down and stood steadily beside Dane. The red light from his protective suit flickered for a moment before emitting a hiss, and then going out completely. Dane's protective suit also failed at this moment. He hurriedly shouted, "Something's wrong with the environment here. Ferris, get back. Tell them not to." One figure after another plunged down like ghosts in the night. Their protective suits, like those of Dane and Ferris, lost their effectiveness almost simultaneously, plunging everything back into deep darkness. Ferris began to feel uncomfortable, sensing something invading his consciousness, as if being enveloped by Wu Xing de Nuglang Balgola. This oppressive feeling made him instinctively want to leave. His body's instincts and the desire to survive kept warning him to flee immediately. He wanted to unfurl the shadow veil and retreat into the shadow realm, but remembered Cameron's warning, so he dared not act rashly. Sweat began to break out on Ferris's forehead, and signs of weakness started to show. He was the weakest among those present. The others who jumped down were elite members of the Antler Knights, while the rest were dwarves who could endure this environment briefly. System, drain it all. Ferris couldn't hold on any longer and tentatively called out to the system. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind swept around, centered on Ferris. Dark energy from all directions was drawn towards him by an indescribable, terrifying suction, disappearing instantly upon nearing his body. In moments, the surrounding dark energy was completely drained. Although Dane couldn't see what was happening, he could sense the disturbance originating from Ferris's side and anxiously called out, "Ferris, what are you doing? Ferris, respond to me." Chapter 93, The Shadow Knight. Dane's call echoed in the silence, receiving no response. He reached out, trying to touch where Andy had just been, but encountered only emptiness. Andy found himself able to see again. The surroundings made him feel comfortable. This was the Shadow Realm. He didn't know how he suddenly appeared here, but he knew something in the Shadow Realm was watching him. The towering figure reappeared, standing against the sky, as if it were the master of this shadow. It looked down at Andy like it was observing an insignificant ant. That indescribable gaze was full of confusion and bewilderment. Andy glanced at his system panel, and indeed, changes had occurred. Andy Caden. Class, Blade Knight. Subclass, Shadow Apostle, Shadow Knight. Cultivation, Blade Knight Breathing Technique. 5th rank, Shadow Affinity, Apostle, Shadow Soul, Apprentice. Skills, Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Proficient, plus, Blade Oath, Proficient, plus, Warning Heart, Proficient, plus, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Shadow Sickle, Apostle, Shadow Conversion, Apprentice, plus. Energy, 365. Unconverted Dark Energy, 875.6. Souls, Fragile Anonymous Warrior Souls, X4. Andy paused for a moment, not quite understanding what a Shadow Knight was. He hadn't heard of such a class before, and crucially, this class came with cultivation techniques called Shadow Soul, which sounded far from promising. The class had granted him only one skill, and when Andy tried to convert it, in an instant, his body felt as if torn apart by an invisible force, causing unbearable pain. Despite his flesh remaining intact, the pain seemed to originate from deep within his soul, making it almost unbearable. After converting for only a short while, Andy couldn't bear it any longer. He reluctantly stopped, gasping heavily, trying to calm his trembling body from the intense pain. Looking at the panel again, his energy had changed to 364.6, leaving Andy stunned. This wasn't right. Why did it go backwards? The unconverted dark energy had become a round number at 876. The towering figure in the Shadow Realm continued to watch Andy. Seeing him converting energy right before its eyes, it waved its hand and expelled Andy immediately. Andy. As soon as he returned to the present realm, Andy heard Dane's anxious call and quickly responded, I'm here. Dane approached, grasping Andy's shoulder firmly. What happened? Did you enter the Shadow Realm? Yes, I didn't initiate the Shadow Curtain. It seemed to pull me in forcefully, glanced at me, then kicked me out. Andy left out the part about the system to explain to Dane. Dane murmured to himself, the Shadow Gale? Does it have consciousness? Why would it act so suddenly? Was the dark energy absorbed just now also taken by the Shadow Gale? Andy thought for a moment and said, I wanted to try absorbing it, and once I did, that thing pulled me in. Don't be so reckless in the future. This time, the Shadow Gale favored you, but there might not be a next time. Dane frowned and scolded. Untreated dark energy can erode life energy and corrode the soul. By actively absorbing it, you're practically falling into the abyss. Andy nodded, saying nothing more. He feared that speaking further would expose him. That thing is glowing, someone shouted suddenly. Everyone turned toward the light source. A dwarf immediately started shouting. It's Boss Caden. We're here. Caden held up a glowing red detector as a light source and hurried over. How did you get down here? Follow the original path back. We can't stay here. Dane explained. We came to rescue people. Caden shook his head. This place, He intended to explain the environment, but then noticed the red light on his detector turn orange, then change again, finally becoming a steady purple. Caden paused and asked, what happened here? Why did the energy reaction disappear? Andy rubbed his nose. There was a small incident. The Shadow Gale seems to have absorbed some of the dark energy through me. The Shadow Gale? Caden was even more puzzled. Does the Shadow Gale now have consciousness? It should be in a chaotic state. Andy casually replied, I'm not sure. Let the Shadow Gale take the blame for now. Dane didn't know how to explain either. He even considered trying to absorb the surrounding dark energy to see if it could attract the Shadow Gale's attention. It seems this place has stabilized after the absorption of dark energy. Nearby dark energy elements won't be drawn here anymore. Caden walked a few rounds with the detector and drew a preliminary conclusion. Recalling the craftsman still trapped in the dwarf fortress, he realized it wasn't the time for research and quickly said, all dwarves, follow me. We will bring the people over, and you are responsible for getting them out of here. Since an energy vacuum area had appeared here, although unknown how long it would last, it gave hope for rescue. Caden dared not delay any longer and immediately took action. It didn't take long for Caden to bring all the craftsmen trapped in the dwarf fortress out. They were eroded by dark energy, and their bodies were weakening. They could no longer climb the ropeway and could only be escorted back by the Horn Knights. Dane did not see Jerry's figure and asked anxiously, how are Jerry and the others? Is there still a chance to save them? Caden was originally directing the operation, but upon hearing this, he suddenly fell silent. He could only explain tactfully. He practically jumped into the soon-to-erupt lava vent. The concentration there is so intense that even a great knight would have little chance of survival. Can we approach there to take a look? Dane suddenly looked at Andy. Jerry was indispensable to the southern border. Among the few great knights in the southern border, Duke Shaw had suffered soul damage, Aquila Hagen was plagued by old injuries, and the Gideon could only rely on physical strength to endure. No one knew how long he could hold on. According to the priests, the Gideon's current state wasn't much better than Duke Shaw's. Jerry was the only great knight who was unharmed. Even if he couldn't be saved, Dane at least needed to bring his body back. Of course, there was also the body of the Ranger General. Otherwise, they couldn't give an account to the Horn Rangers. Andy understood Jerry's importance and nodded in agreement. At least so far, absorbing this dark energy hadn't harmed him, though he wasn't sure where the system's limits lay. I'll do my best to try. Hopefully, it can attract the Shadow Gale's attention again. Chapter 94, Shadow. York was uneasy about letting Andy and Dane, both inexperienced with mine disasters, venture deep into the perilous area alone to rescue others. So he picked up a pickaxe at hand without hesitation and followed them. I'll lead the way. Listen, you have to follow my instructions here. York squeezed forward, holding the pickaxe in one hand and leading the way with a detector that had started emitting red warning lights. Dane had no objections and willingly retreated to the end of the line, while Andy was protected between the two men. York's pace was quick, and he gave brief warnings as they moved forward. You can't stay too long, especially you, young Andy. Understood, Andy replied. He knew well, even just stepping into this dark energy radiation zone made him feel unwell. His protective suit, though partially effective, was beginning to fail. York was very familiar with the mine tunnels, walking ahead without much thought. The three moved silently, without unnecessary words. Andy closely followed York's footsteps despite the burning sensation in his lungs and a heavy pressure making it hard to breathe. His mind grew sluggish, and his vision blurred occasionally, so he bit his tongue a few times to stay alert. There's something. York suddenly stopped and shouted. Dane reacted instantly, pulling Andy behind him and retreating quickly. From the darkness, a massive shadow emerged from the ground, its sharp claws lunging for Andy's life. Fortunately, Dane's reaction was quicker. The creature's ambush failed, and its form flickered vaguely under the weak red light of the detector, revealing a terrifying sight. It was as large as an adult yak, standing nearly 2 meters high at the shoulders, with a body length of at least 3 meters. Its back was covered with 3 layers of tough armor plating located on the head, back, and tail. Its tail was exceptionally long, like a steel whip studded with sharp barbs, and its forelegs were thick and powerful, each ending in sharp talons. Damn it! Why would an underground hunter appear here? York cursed, wielding the mining pickaxe and rushing toward the giant creature. The creature sensed the threat from behind and swung its long tail. The tail whipped like a thorny iron whip, striking toward York's face. York reacted swiftly, tossing the detector aside and gripping the tail with one hand, dragging the creature closer. He then struck its side-eye precisely with the mining pickaxe. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream and thrashed wildly, shaking violently. York used the pickaxe lodged in the creature's eye to climb onto its back, where the tough armor plates lay. With one forceful stomp, York caused a deep thud, as if the air itself shuddered from the impact. The creature struggled madly, trying to throw York off its back, but York stood firm like a mountain, holding the pickaxe tightly. He aimed at the creature's head armor and stomped down again. This time, the creature couldn't withstand the immense force, collapsing to the ground motionless. Breathing heavily, York wiped sweat from his forehead and sighed. What a stubborn beast. He pulled the pickaxe from the creature's eye and jumped down, landing steadily on the ground. Picking up the detector, he carefully checked the fallen beast to ensure it was completely unresponsive. Andy, holding his head, walked over to take a look. He glanced at York, amazed that such a large creature could be killed by 2 stomps without using any combat skills. Is this what a copperbeard dwarf is capable of? Dane, who hadn't seen anything like this before, asked, What is this thing? York explained, an underground predator, also called an underground hunter. It was probably attracted by the earlier energy tidal wave. There's likely more than just ruins below. There might be an entire underground ecosystem forming. Young Andy, how are you holding up? York turned to the visibly weakened Andy, shining the detector on him and noticing his pale complexion. You're being eroded by dark energy, which is why you're feeling weak. That's why these beasts target you. Both Dane and York had extraordinary constitutions, able to fight in such extreme conditions. For Andy, however, he was becoming a liability. I'm taking you back first. You can't go deeper. Dane wouldn't let Andy continue exploring, grabbing him to turn back. When Dane yanked Andy, it was like touching a taut fuse. Long-term exposure to dark energy and the oppressive environment caused Andy to suddenly break free from Dane's grip, clutching his head tightly and emitting a heart-wrenching scream. In a state of dizziness and mental panic, he instinctively yearned to devour the surrounding dark energy and activated shadow conversion. He began to uncontrollably flood his body with this dark energy, which immediately surged toward him, being rapidly absorbed. This time, all the dark energy did not enter the system but was infused into Troy's body, transforming into a brand new form of void energy. The surrounding dark energy seemed to have found an outlet for release, pouring crazily into Troy's body, attempting to merge with him. He felt unprecedented comfort, completely oblivious to York and Dane's calls. Under the transformation of void energy, Troy's life form began to undergo a peculiar change. His skin gradually cracked, and even his flesh started to dissolve, turning into wisps of energy intertwining with the surrounding dark energy. Seeing the situation worsening, Dane promptly unfurled the shadow curtain, forcefully dragging York and Troy into the shadow realm. The originally restless dark energy in the mine tunnels became even more wild upon sensing the rhythm of shadows, signaling the onset of a new storm. At the moment when he was about to be consumed by shadows, Troy suddenly reached out, tightly gripping the fragile barrier between reality and illusion. His eyes flashed with madness, trying to stay in the real world to undergo the transformation brought by dark energy. From the shadow realm, York anxiously shouted, He's been targeted. Something is reviving. Dane quickly activated the white blade breathing technique, emitting a dazzling white light around him. Behind him, the figure of the first white blade knight materialized, extending its hand towards Troy, trying to pull him back. The movement in the shadow realm drew the attention of certain entities again. A towering figure quietly descended, observing Troy, who was attempting to return to the real world. Confusion only lasted for a moment before the figure gently raised its hand and pointed at Troy. Instantly, the Augustine of the Shadow Apostle flared up, releasing astonishing energy as if ignited gunpowder, sweeping through Troy's body like a storm, instantly clearing away all the void energy. The barrier held by Troy's left hand, however, seemed deeply eroded by void energy, enduring the terrifying energy ravaging it yet unable to cleanse it. The towering figure exerted force again, using Troy as a medium to channel the mysterious power into the real world. The once raging dark energy storm, upon touching this power, calmed down like a tamed beast, fading away quietly. Troy's consciousness returned at that moment, and he immediately released his grip, fully sinking into the shadow realm. The white Blade Knight phantom behind Dane turned to glance one last time. The towering figure had vanished. Neither Dane nor York noticed its appearance, only witnessing Troy's transformation. "Troy, are you still conscious?" Dane reigned in his white light, his night phantom dissipating like smoke. He rushed over to check Troy's condition. Troy's left arm had an unusual appearance, as if eroded by some force, completely breaking down. On this decomposed skin lay a layer of deep, dark leathery armor, resembling the remains of an ancient creature. These armors were incomplete, crisscrossed with cracks, as if the transformation process had not been fully completed, leaving these eerie marks. I think I was evolving." Troy rubbed his head, then saw his left arm and paused. "What is this?" "Demon hand." Dane stared at Troy, momentarily speechless. Troy exuded a massive shadow aura, as if thoroughly transformed into a puppet apostle by shadows. The shadow aura on him nearly matched Duke Manor's Conley. Chapter 95. Return to the surface. Troy lowered his head to examine his left arm, gently moving it a few times. He seemed to feel some unknown boost that made his left arm exceptionally agile and full of strength. Troy wanted to touch it with his right hand, but then noticed that Dane and York were both quietly staring at him, silent. What's going on?" Troy asked, confused, and glanced at the system panel. "Troy, Purple Thorn. Class, Blade Knight. Secondary class, Shadow Apostle, Phantom Knight. Cultivation, Blade Knight Breathing Technique. Rank 5 Knight. Shadow Affinity, Phantom Soul. Skills, Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Proficient, plus, Blade Oath, Proficient, plus, Warning Heart, Proficient, plus, Shadow Traverse, Apostle, Shadow Curtain, Apostle, Shadow Scythe, Apostle, Phantom Form, Broken, plus, Shadow Form, Unlearned, plus. Energy, 365. Unconverted Dark Energy, 875.6. Souls, Fragile, Nameless Warrior Souls, X4. Shadow had become Phantom. Even the class name had turned into Phantom Knight, and there were several question marks as if the system was malfunctioning. The shadow transformation was gone, replaced by two new things, Phantom Form and Shadow Form. Dane couldn't help but break the silence and ask, "Troy, listen, try running through the Blade Knight breathing technique slowly, don't rush." Troy looked at Dane. Although he didn't understand, seeing the worried look in Dane's eyes, he tried it out. The surging shadow energy within him receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Replacing it was the unique pure white light of the Blade Knight lineage, gradually manifesting around him. Dane's tense nerves finally relaxed, but York still had furrowed brows. He couldn't help but ask, "Troy, what race is your mother?" "She's human, and she seems to have been a mage," Troy replied. York stroked his lush beard. "Then how did you manage to be targeted by both phantoms and shadows?" For a moment, the Shadow Apostle mark deep in your soul was activated, as if the Gale of Shadows was competing for you. "You nearly got completely converted by the phantoms just now. You could even grasp the barrier of the present world," Dane said, still somewhat shaken. "Even Shadow might not be as special as you." York scratched his head and asked, "Did you hear any strange voices in your head?" Troy sensed himself and found that apart from feeling a bit hungry, everything was fine. "No." Troy shook his head finally. Dane thought for a moment and said, "I'll check outside." With that, Dane disappeared and soon returned, saying in surprise, "The storm outside has stopped, and the dark energy seems to have dissipated. I'll go take a look too." Troy used Shadow Traverse and returned to the present world. This time, he didn't feel the oppressive sensation of being eroded by dark energy, instead feeling incomparably smooth. Dane led York back to the present world, and York immediately raised his detector to shine it at Troy, speaking in confusion. "Strange, there's no other reaction." The red light on York's detector faded away, replaced by a soft yellow light. This indicated that the concentration of dark energy in the surrounding area had dropped to 500. While there was still some risk, it was now relatively safe. Troy also understood that something about him had changed in a way they couldn't comprehend. Even he couldn't figure it out. So how could anyone else? Sighing, he said, "You two, stop looking at me like that. Let's save people first." "Yes, while the storm has calmed, we should hurry and rescue them." York responded and turned to lead the way. Dane followed silently behind Troy. The three moved towards the probe well. As they walked, they heard weak, coughing sounds. York hastened his pace and, at a corner of the mine tunnel, found Jerry carrying General Caleb. Jerry leaned against the wall, weakly moving forward. He was covered in blood, yet his armor showed no signs of damage, still oozing fresh blood. Dane hurried forward to support him and asked, "What kind of injuries?" "Soul tear, damn, cough, cough," Jerry said, coughing up another mouthful of black blood and lowering the unconscious General Caleb onto the ground. York frowned and picked up Caleb, though he didn't want to get close to Els, but did so since Caleb was near death. Dane also picked up Jerry and asked, "Where are the others?" "I heard 4 elven rangers jumped down too." Jerry gave a bitter laugh and said, "I was torn apart by the storm, down at Shaft 1, being thrown all over." Dane remained silent for a moment, not asking further. However, Jerry had many questions. Despite his critical injuries, which were not too serious for him to worry about, he asked, "What did you encounter just now?" "I saw another storm rising, thinking this time we'd be completely swept away to death. But it suddenly calmed down, and part of the dark energy dissipated." Ahead, Troy, holding the detector and leading the way, paused, saying nothing. York glanced at Dane and also didn't speak up. The changes caused by Troy were rather special. If the Sanctum Sanctorum knew about this, they might send out the Heretic Punishment Squad to investigate. Considering Troy has the bloodline of Purple Thorn, the Sanctum Sanctorum might give some face and only dispatch the Inquisitorial Knights. Dane couldn't disclose what happened earlier to Jerry, so he casually explained, "I cast Shadow Curtain and brought them into the Shadow Realm." Jerry caught the meaning in Dane's words and laughed bitterly. "So that's how it is. Who would have thought there would come a day when even you get chased into the Shadow Realm like a dog? I'll remember this well." "Huh? Cough. Damn." Dane sighed. "You're almost on your last breath. Stop rambling." Jerry continued talking nonstop. "That's not possible. When dying, one must say a few last words, right? There are only 4 Grand Knights left in the south. Now I'm crippled too. I can only entrust you and Reese with the future. I can't hold on anymore." As he spoke, Jerry's body slumped, lying limp on Dane's back, motionless. Troy stopped walking, looking back and asking, "Is he?" Dane chuckled and cursed. "He's faking it. Ignore him. Hurry and lead the way." They walked quickly along the path. Without the interference of the dark energy storm, they soon returned to the previous cable car area, and under the assistance of other dwarf craftsmen, they left swiftly. Upon returning to the surface, the priest of Blackstone Town came with all the priests and nuns from the church. Chapter 96, The Proper Use of Shadow. Outside was noisy, with disordered footsteps and rapid hoof beats. The rumbling sound of wheels on the ground could also be heard. Shadow sat up from the bed and went to the window to look down. There were fully armed knights holding torches directing a transport team, and it seemed there were also clerics from the church behind them. Blackstone Town did not have streetlights everywhere like the southern capital. There was no mage tower here, unable to construct a magic network environment, so only areas near the Lord's residence and the church had streetlights. Shadow listened for a while and caught some keywords, immediately understanding that something had happened at the mine, and important figures were trapped below. None of my business, Shadow thought to himself and lay back down on the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, images of York's hearty smile and Emilio's always frowning busy face surfaced in his mind. Shadow opened his eyes again and sat up. "I should go take a look." Acting on impulse, Shadow hurried downstairs and found many lodgers gathered downstairs, inquiring about the mine incident from the servants. Some demi-humans asked a few questions and then left directly. Shadow glanced around, left the inn, and went to the stable to look for Little White. Little White had been ridden away. Shadow looked at the procession on the street, took a step forward, and naturally blended into the group. He climbed onto a cart and sat next to one of the helpers. Someone on the cart held a torch and sized up Shadow, about to ask when Shadow spoke up first. "Sorry, I'm late. I just received notification. What happened over there?" The man responded instinctively. "Word is, there was an issue at the mine. The knights didn't specify. I saw people from the church. Looks like everyone's here. Something big must have happened." Shadow threw another question. The man replied, "Yeah, the bishop brought all the priests and nuns. It said that someone important is trapped below." Shadow conversed with him, occasionally diverting his attention with a question. Soon, he gathered information and learned that this person was one of the mine foremen named Brant without a surname, usually responsible for managing the miners and ferrying them to work. As they chatted, Shadow realized he was quite talkative and seemed to do this often before. While thinking, Shadow continued talking with Brant. The caravan was in a hurry and moved bumpy. Shadow noticed that he adapted well to the rough ride, adjusting his body subconsciously without any discomfort. The miners on the wagon were similarly unaffected, sitting expressionlessly, lost in thought. Only Brant talked a lot. Brant spoke until his throat was hoarse, but Shadow always raised questions that piqued his interest, keeping the conversation going until they reached the mine. By then, Brant's voice was almost gone. "All miners, gather here." A knight with a torch gave the command. Brant hurried the people off the cart and led them towards the knight. As they walked, Brant noticed Shadow was gone. "Huh, where did that person go?" Brant looked around in the crowd and asked a miner from the same cart, "Where's that person?" The miner yawned. "What person?" He had been catching up on sleep and barely paid attention, feeling dazed throughout the trip. Brant asked a few more people, who either hadn't seen or didn't know him. "Who was he? I don't even recognize him. Why did he seem so familiar with me?" Brant was puzzled. Shadow had joined another group. He picked up a mining pick from the cart and followed a group of dwarves toward Hollow Valley Mine. A dwarf turned back and said, "Kid, you're taking the wrong path. This is the dwarf tunnel." Shadow replied, "I live in Copperbeard's loft. I need to save York." The dwarves surrounded him. "You're the deep one who can drink a lot, right? I've heard of you. Henry said you can drink 5 glasses of hard liquor straight. Do you know Laya? When will she be back?" Now it was the dwarves' turn to bombard him with questions. They spoke loudly and differently than normal humans, almost sounding like scolding. Most people would find this unbearable, but Shadow felt oddly familiar and nostalgic, as if he frequently found himself in such environments of constant argument. Shadow wondered if he indeed had a group of dwarf friends. Although the dwarves were asking questions, they moved quickly, their sturdy legs striding large steps, reaching the surface camp of Hollow Valley Mines soon. Over here. Gather here. Henry stood on a boulder shouting. The dwarves moved over, and Shadow followed the priests inside the encampment. Gray-armored knights with antler emblems on their chest plates were stationed in the room. They blocked Shadow and barked. Deep One, don't come any closer. Brett poked his head out of the room. Seeing Shadow, he hurried over to explain. He's a friend of young Master Emilio. The antler knights moved aside, allowing Brett to lead Shadow into the room. Inside, Emilio lay on a large bed, and a nun with soft golden light glowing from her hands was examining his injuries. Shadow stepped forward, his attention immediately captured by Emilio's black left arm, covered in cracks. He stared intently at it for a long time. Emilio felt nothing was wrong with his body. He had been forcibly kept in bed by Dane. After inspecting him thoroughly, the nun said, "My lord, you seem unharmed, but your arm. I might need to have the bishop take a look." "No need. You check on the others first." Emilio waved his hand as he sat up, lifting his left arm toward Shadow and asked, "Shadow, what's going on with this arm?" Shadow blurted out, "It has been partially converted by shadow stuff. Fortunately, the flesh and bones have not been fully transformed." What if it had been completely transformed by shadow stuff? Emilio continued questioning, initially just probing since according to Shadow's investigation report, Shadow was an honorary president of the Secret History Society and also the librarian of the Grand Library. Perhaps it would jog some memories, but he didn't expect Shadow to recall something. Shadow was also puzzled about why he knew these things. Without even needing to think, he blurted out in response to Emilio's next question. It would be eroded by shadow stuff, corrupting the soul, ultimately becoming an unconscious shadow creature. Emilio recalled the shadow puppet apostles and asked again, what is the difference between shadows and shadow stuff? Shadows and shadow stuff are both variants of dark elements. The structure of shadow elements is relatively stable, while shadow stuff has a structure similar to boiling water, unstable and highly aggressive. Shadow's tone became strangely academic, as if he were lecturing students. Emilio seemed to have discovered a treasure trove, continuously asking questions. Chapter 97. He seems to be afraid of me. General Justino has awakened, and he wishes to see you. Jersony's appearance interrupted Troy's enthusiastic questioning. Slightly reluctant, Troy held back his queries, rose, and patted Shadow on the shoulder. Wait for me here. We'll continue our talk later. Troy followed Jersony to General Justino's ward. The general looked somewhat weak, but his vital signs had stabilized, with a dense aura of natural elements surrounding him. The bishop of the Blackstone Cathedral tidied up his belongings, nodded at Troy, and hurried off to Jerry's ward. Propping himself up despite his weakened state, General Justino sat up. Listen carefully, bearer of the purple thorn bloodline. You must seal this place and stop exploring further. This area must be sealed. His voice carried an authoritative tone. He was about to continue when his gaze suddenly darted toward the door, where Shadow curiously peered in. General Justino frowned and rebuked sharply. Foul and filthy bloodline. Leave this place. Shadow glanced at Justino, then sniffed his own clothes which were washed until they turned white. Not stinky at all. They were just washed today. Why do you carry the scent of nature spirits? General Justino noticed that while Shadow had an aura of darkness, there was also a hint of the essence of nature spirits around him. He extended his hand toward Shadow, trying to pull him closer, but found that Shadow standing at the doorway remained unmoved. Seeing this, Shadow tried stepping forward cautiously. General Justino frowned again, attempting to grab Shadow once more, but still with no effect. Troy became confused. General Justino, what are you doing? General Justino looked down at his hand, then reached out to Troy with a slight gesture. Instantly, Troy felt a force trying to pull him towards Justino, and the shadow mark on his left arm began to roil uncontrollably. Justino's pupils contracted sharply as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. You and you. Justino clutched his chest with one hand and pointed at Shadow with the other, then at Troy. You too. Something is wrong. Shadowmark, you have been corrupted by Shadowmark and need purification. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Justino muttered to himself. The world tree can purify. It can purify. Holy light. No, mining must stop. Seal it. Report to the Elven King. I need to go back. His mind grew chaotic, his speech rambling. Attempting to stand up, his weakened state made it impossible for him to rise. Troy quickly stepped forward to support him, gently pushing him back onto the bed, and turned to ask Shadow. What's happening to him? Shadow replied. It seems his mind has been corrupted by Shadowmark. Given his physical condition and rank, unless he was immersed in a dark energy storm, he shouldn't be affected. Troy sighed helplessly. He did immerse himself in one, and set off a firecracker. Firecracker? What's that? A fleeting image of a firecracker flashed through Shadow's mind, and he seemed to grasp its meaning. He should not be alive. He should be dead, Shadow said with certainty, studying General Justino intently. His gaze deepened momentarily before returning to a vacant expression. He mumbled, why should he be dead? Yeah, why? Go on. Troy pressed, keeping a hand on Justino while looking over his shoulder at Shadow. Shadow struggled to recall a vague term he had researched, but couldn't bring it to mind. I want to go back. I need to go back. General Justino shouted in distress. Shadow, staring at an empty spot, suddenly spoke. He needs to be put into a deep sleep, or his condition will worsen. Troy froze. Who are you talking to? A gentle breeze swept through the ward, and General Justino started to relax, his eyes gradually losing focus. Under the influence of this wind, General Justino slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Troy waved his hands, but caught nothing, then turned back to Shadow, following his gaze. What do you see? Shadow replied, "Nothing." "Then who were you talking to just now?" Troy furrowed his brow. Shadow pointed toward General Justino. "Nature spirits. They are calming his soul, which has suffered." "Huh?" Troy squinted. "Have you studied souls?" Shadow shook his head. "No. I've never conducted any research related to souls." He answered quickly, as if frequently questioned about it. Troy understood. Shadow was indeed a researcher of forbidden soul studies at the Hightower Council. If so, did the records indicate that the master of the Black Crow Mage Tower, whom Shadow visited, also specialized in similar studies? It seemed that soul studies were being secretly researched by quite a few people. Troy always felt that the current attitude of the mage community towards soul studies was turning a blind eye, as if they also wanted to explore its mysteries. Shadow felt like there was suddenly a lot more information in his mind, chaotic, vast, and bloody. When he looked at General Justino again, two terms flashed through his mind: soul rip and shadow erosion. "My lord, what happened?" The bishop came over with a Bible in his arms, glancing at General Justino. Troy casually explained. General Justino seemed a bit emotionally unstable earlier, but under the calming influence of nature spirits, he has fallen asleep. The bishop made a circular motion on his chest and said, "General Justino's condition is quite complex. Perhaps only the Grand Shiloh Carver in the capital can heal him." Troy believed that even Carver couldn't treat this kind of injury. Otherwise, Shaw wouldn't be confined to his study. Perhaps the Holy Sanctum might have the capability, but Shaw hadn't sought help from them for some complicated reasons. The bishop glanced at Troy's left arm and asked, "My lord, it seems you've been affected by shadow erosion. Would you like to undergo purification by holy light?" Troy lifted his hand to inspect it, then shook his head. "I'm still okay for now. No need for the moment. How's Captain Jerry doing?" The bishop made another circle on his chest. "His injuries have stabilized, but further treatment may require Grand Shiloh Carver's assistance." Every time Carver was mentioned, Troy couldn't help but chuckle, especially when he saw the bishop, with an expressionless face, say, "My lord, my path in holy light is long and arduous. I apologize for not being able to offer better assistance." Troy waved his hand. "No problem. Please go about your business. I'll wait here." The bishop made another circular gesture and turned away, like a soulless NPC. Shadow watched the bishop leave. After some time, Shadow said, "Troy, the bishop's legs were shaking earlier. He seems to be afraid of me." Chapter 78, Within the Depths of Shadows. Shaking. Troy also turned to look outside the door, puzzled. "He has met you? Why is he afraid of you?" Shadow shook his head. "I don't know. I'll ask Caden later." Troy was not familiar enough with the local forces. It would be better to ask Caden about such matters. Shadow suddenly remembered Caden and hurriedly asked, "How is Caden? Is he injured?" "He looks fine. I'll take you to him." Troy led Shadow around the base in search of Caden. Upon inquiry, they learned that after a temporary examination by a priest, Caden was found to be unharmed but had rushed off with a group of dwarves to the dwarven craft area. The two then hurried to the dwarven craft area where almost all the dwarves were gathered. Under Julius's direction, it seemed they were building some sort of machine. Caden was alone in a partition, fiddling with a core component the size of a human head. "Caden, what are you making?" Troy pushed open the wooden door of the partition and observed for a few moments, but couldn't understand. Caden replied, while still busy, "A purification device. The concentration at depth 400 is still too high. We need to extract the leaked dark energy, dilute it with alchemy water, and purify it further." Shadow followed up and stood on one side of Caden with Troy on the other. Caden immediately put them to work, saying, "Shadow, pass me the dark energy, or on the left. Troy, help me lift the filter above you, the furnace under your feet." After being busy for a while, Caden casually asked, "Little brother Troy, what do you want to ask?" Troy thought for a moment and held up two fingers. "Two things. First is Emilio's issue. He isn't in good condition now, but the first thing he did upon waking was to tell me to stop exploring and mining in the Hollow Valley mine and seal the place." Caden's hands did not stop their movements as he continued working. After a bit more fiddling, he said, "Emilio's concern is understandable. The energy reactions down there are intense. Once triggered, the consequences could be catastrophic. However, the exploration value is significant. Didn't we encounter underground hunters before?" Troy nodded and looked at Shadow, asking, "Do you know what an underground hunter is?" Shadow answered right away. "A violent and greedy predator. It doesn't care how many enemies there are. It will pounce without hesitation as long as it sees any moving creature. It mainly lives in areas with moderate temperatures underground. It does not build nests and will move when it finishes eating the creatures within its territory." Hearing Shadow's precise answer, Caden stopped his actions in surprise and stared at Shadow. "How do you know this?" Shadow genuinely thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything. Beside him, Troy smiled and explained, "I just discovered this. Whenever you ask him something, he seems to subconsciously remember knowledge to answer you, but he can't recall it actively." Caden lifted the core in front of him and waved it in front of Shadow. "Do you recognize this?" Shadow shook his head. "No." Caden thought for a moment, set down the core, rummaged through his coat, and took out a piece of glossy black wood. "What about this? Do you recognize it?" Shadow took it over, weighed it, pinched it, and even picked up a hammer from the workbench to strike it heavily. Caden didn't stop him, just watched. "Shadow resin. It comes from the black trees deep within the Shadow realm. The resin contains concentrated shadow energy and can be used for neutralizing or stabilizing spell circuits." Shadow explained after a short trial. Caden also wore a look of discovering a new world. "You're like a walking library now. To know such obscure knowledge. Almost all wanderers can only be active at the edge of the Shadow realm. Here, The realm is most stable, with almost no threats, serving as a sanctuary for wanderer professionals. There is a boundary in the outer regions of the Shadow Realm that ordinary wanderers cannot cross, unless some kind of spatial distortion occurs, or unless one is targeted by the chaotic consciousness of the Gale of Shadows and marked as an apostle. Crossing the boundary into the depths of the Shadow Realm is impossible. It is rumored that deep within the Shadow Realm, there exist countless terrifying creatures and even ancient civilization ruins, but all tales lack concrete evidence. Wanderers who come from the depths almost all go mad, their speech resembling delirium, chaotic and disorderly. The shadow resin in Caden's hand was brought out from the depths by a certain dwarven wanderer. Not long after bringing it out, he was completely consumed by the shadows and became a puppet apostle, never to be seen again in the present world. Shadow returned the shadow resin to Caden and advised, "This item is very rare. I can't remember." Shadow's knowledge had another interruption. Caden carefully put away the resin, sighed, and said, "It's okay, we'll have a good chat once you recover your memory." Troy became interested and asked, "Shadow, how do you get to the depths of the Shadow Realm?" When he heard this question, Caden quickly covered Shadow's mouth. "Don't say it." Shadow blinked stupidly, not understanding why. Caden added, "Little brother Troy, don't ask about this knowledge, nor try to enter the depths of the Shadow Realm." Troy shrugged. "All right, let's go back to the previous topic." Caden responded, saying, "Since underground hunters can appear down there, it indicates that an intact ecosystem must exist underground. Underground hunters are extremely greedy. They are always looking for prey. If the creatures in that area were too sparse, such predators wouldn't exist. So your stance is in favor of continued exploration and development?" Troy folded his arms and observed Caden. Caden laughed and said, "Actually, my stance and even that of the Dwarven Kingdom doesn't matter much. In this continent, the attitude of the Holy Church is the most crucial. Given the conduct of the Holy Sanctuary, they will inevitably continue to explore below. Even if Emilio brought the Elven King here, it would be difficult to sway the will of the Holy Sanctuary. The current situation on the continent has basically stabilized, with almost all areas thoroughly explored. The light of the Holy Church has spread to every corner of the land. Now that traces of life and massive energy tides have been discovered underground, the Holy Church won't miss this opportunity." Troy thought for a moment and asked, "Caden, do you know the bishop in Blackstone Town?" "Do you mean Shiloh Clifton?" "Yes, I know him, but we haven't interacted much." "What?" Caden replied. Troy recounted what happened earlier. Caden fell silent for a while, and then said, "From what I know, Clifton used to be a priest at the Post-apocalyptic Cathedral in the capital. It seems he offended someone and was sent here as a bishop." As Caden spoke, he couldn't help but scrutinize Shadow, who looked harmless. "He might have met you in the capital and was quite impressed." Shadow hadn't seen the Adventurers Guild investigation report and didn't know his background. Curious, he asked, "Why would he know me? Have I ever been to the capital?" Chapter 99, Be Bold. Troy did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "I issued a bounty for you at the Adventurers Guild and obtained some information about you." Shadow's eyes immediately lit up. "Can I take a look?" Troy nodded. "Of course you can. The files are all at the Gales Manor. I'll get them for you when we get back." After speaking, Troy left the blacksmith district with Shadow without further bothering Caden. They inspected the campsite and found that the rescue and restoration work had already been organized perfectly by Caden. It was as if he had anticipated everything. Each dwarf was diligently performing their tasks in an orderly manner. There was no need for Troy to direct the efforts. This responsibility had been entrusted fully to Jersey. After a brief inspection, Troy took Shadow back to Blackstone Town. Upon arriving at the Gales Manor, Troy handed over the report from the Adventurers Guild to Shadow. Shadow took the report and sat down on the sofa in the living room, flipping through it. The writing on the report felt foreign and distant, and his mind struggled to piece together any related fragments of memory. Troy lit a cigar and sat next to Shadow, asking softly, "Do you remember anything?" Shadow put down the report and shook his head slightly. He looked up at Troy, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Troy frowned slightly and asked another question. "This report mentions that you were once a member of the Hightower Council. What kind of magic were you skilled in? What was the simplest magic circuit?" There was no emotion in Shadow's eyes, but a triangular symbol flashed in his mind. He gently sketched the shape in the air and said, "Triangle. The triangle is the most stable magic circuit." Seeing Shadow's reaction, Troy felt a flicker of joy in his heart, sensing that his conversational therapy strategy might be working. So he delved deeper. "What qualifications does one need to become a member of the Hightower Council?" Shadow shook his head lightly again, with no more memories surfacing in his mind. "What kind of work does the Secret History Association usually do?" Shadow shook his head again. No matter what Troy asked, or even when he asked Aaliyah to display some enchanted weapons before Shadow could not respond. Troy couldn't help but mutter, "Is there a daily limit to how many times I can ask you?" "Well, you should rest for now, and I'll ask you again tomorrow." Shadow nodded, agreeing to this plan. Over the following days, Troy continuously engaged in conversations with Shadow, trying to awaken his memories. However, under this frequent questioning, Shadow didn't recall any relevant information. Instead, this process elicited some latent characteristics within him. Whenever Troy asked questions, Shadow's eyes would always deepen as if sinking into endless memories. He would suddenly counter-question Troy with a mysterious confidence creeping into his tone. During these conversations, Shadow gradually took control, turning the tables so that he began questioning Troy. Only after the conversation ended did Troy realize this, waking up like from a dream. He laughed helplessly. Were you also a part-time interrogation advisor for the Knights Judicator in the capital? In his past life, Troy, as the leader of a gang, was often brought in for questioning and became incredibly familiar with this routine. Whenever he didn't want to talk, almost nobody could trap him with words. Shadow, however, seemed to be an anomaly. There was no cunning or traps in his words, only calm and composed inquiries. Yet, they possessed an inexplicable charm, making people feel compelled to believe and inadvertently reveal their true thoughts as if guided by divine will. Troy started to grow wary of Shadow. If this kept up, it felt like Shadow might uncover every last detail of his life. A few days later, the commander of the Horned Rangers' Night Order arrived. He did not converse with anyone and only came to escort General Scarlet away. Troy tried to retain him for some questions, but the commander ignored everyone. Not long after the Horned Rangers' Night Order left, reinforcements from Deerhorn Fortress arrived, bringing a reply from the House of Purple Thorn. Back in his room, Troy opened the letter. It was a handwritten note from Shaw, elegant yet majestic in style. The content was brief, only a few words written. Be bold. The bloodline of Purple Thorn is destined to cut through thorns and obstacles. So Old Gnome wants to be a hands-off boss too. Muttering to himself, Troy placed the letter back into its envelope and tossed it into the drawer. Besides Shaw's reply, Deerhorn Fortress also brought other news. The Inquisition Knights, originally dispatched by the Holy Sanctum to investigate Shiloh Morganiah's death, had altered their route and were now heading towards Blackstone Town. Before departure, he sent a message through the magic network, ordering Troy to seal off the Blackstone mine and prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching. Everything on site would be decided after the Inquisition Knights from the Holy Sanctum arrived. This commanding tone annoyed Troy. If nothing went wrong, this team of knights would take over the command of Blackstone Town upon arrival, fully responsible for the matters of the Blackstone mine. Master, young Master Clifford has arrived. Came a knock on the door, followed by Brett's report outside. Troy frowned, got up and went out. He walked down the stairs and immediately saw Clifford lounging comfortably on the sofa in the hall, his fingers lightly waving as if directing the busy Aaliyah. It was as if he were the master here. Oh, my dear brother, it seems you're really busy. Clifford's voice carried a hint of mockery. His mental state seemed to have recovered somewhat, returning from previous madness to his original hateful demeanor. Troy strode toward Clifford, grabbed him by the collar, pulled him off the sofa, and threw him out of the hall with great force. You fucking Troy, you dare to throw me out. The howl of Clifford could be heard outside. Ignoring it, Troy turned to rebuke Brett. Anyone can come in like this? Do you think this is an amusement park? Brett lowered his head, not daring to speak. Fuming with anger, Clifford dashed towards Troy, swiftly taking off his white glove and throwing it at Troy while roaring. I want to duel with you. Troy ignored him, sidestepped the thrown glove, and continued walking towards the door, dismissing Clifford's rage from his mind. Clifford's face turned livid. Stop. You dare walk away, I'll kill him. He drew his weapon, pointing it at Brett. Troy vanished from Clifford's sight, reaching the outer courtyard of the Gale's Manor, where he saw Adair concentrating on fishing in the pond. Several barely alive ornamental goldfish lay beside the pond. Adair sensed Troy's gaze, looked back, and chuckled. Young Master Troy, you're here. Want to eat some roasted fish? My roasting skills are quite good. What are you doing here? Troy asked expressionlessly. Adair wiped his hands on his clothes and stood up, saying, I heard something happened at the Blackstone mine, so I came to see if any help is needed. No need, get your master out of here. I'm afraid I can't hold back and might kill him, Troy said coldly. Clifford ran out and saw Adair, yelling immediately. Adair, pin Troy down. I want to kill him. Chapter 100, Steam Engine. Clifford's behavior was very strange, even puzzling to Andy. Andy knew Clifford wasn't very smart, but he shouldn't act like a clown, bouncing and performing absurd antics in front of him. Andy folded his arms, watching Clifford calmly. That gaze made Clifford extremely uncomfortable, even giving him a sense of being scrutinized by a father's stern eyes. Clifford frowned, staring straight at Andy, constantly reminding himself that he was the elder brother. Clifford, how could he possibly be afraid of a useless younger brother? What are you so smug about? Now the capital is run by Chad. He has completely sidelined all your people. Clifford glared for a few moments before snorting twice. Andy looked at Clifford as if he were a fool, making Clifford feel infuriated again. Clenching his teeth, Clifford said, Dane, let's go. Clifford stormed off in a huff, while Dane laughed and waved goodbye to Andy. Brett walked over, looking perplexedly in the direction the two had left, muttering, Young Master Clifford has become so strange. Andy asked, wasn't he strange before? Brett recalled for a moment and replied, Young Master Clifford used to be pretty normal, just with a bad temper. But ever since Dane appeared, he's been like a different person. As he spoke, Brett glanced at Andy and chuckled. Of course, you've changed a lot too. Andy didn't pursue this topic further and asked Brett to prepare the horses, planning to inspect the mine. Recently, York had been staying there to clean up dark energy leaks, and apart from dwarves, almost no one could go down. Upon arriving at Blackstone Mine, they headed straight to the dwarf camp. In recent days, the knights sent from Antler Castle had set up a camp around the perimeter to prevent adventurers from getting too close. Layman led Andy to York's workshop, where he found him drinking, with bandages wrapped around his left arm. How did you get injured? Andy was surprised. Given York's physical condition, it would be difficult for anything in the mine tunnels to harm him. Previously, Andy had seen him crush an underground hunter with just his feet. York shook his wine glass, saying, A new species appeared in the tunnels. It was lurking on the ceiling, suddenly swooping down to bite me. Its teeth were sharp enough to pierce my skin. Andy asked, Is there anything I can do? York thought for a moment. The leaked energy underground has been mostly cleared, but some new species have emerged, disrupting the miners' work. I'll talk to Jerry and have him arrange a group of knights for protection, Andy responded, then asked, do you need any more help? York took a couple of swigs of strong liquor, burped, and said, I heard the capital established a magic energy industry committee and developed quite a few new things. Do you have any information from the Jingji Gongjiafu? This was something Andy really couldn't help with. The capital didn't open qualifications to the southern province at all, ostensibly giving Shaw a place and some peripheral information, but the true core content was not disclosed at all. Andy didn't directly respond to York's question, but instead asked, I heard the committee also recruited a batch of dwarves. Didn't you get any information? York shook his head. We parted ways due to differing philosophies years ago. There's no way I'd lower myself to ask them. Dwarves were always straightforward. If they disliked someone, they simply wouldn't hold back, and being immortal often meant these grudges lasted for centuries. Have you heard of steam engines? Andy suddenly asked. York shook his head. No, what's that? Andy wasn't very familiar with steam engines either. In his past life, he was just a gang leader, not an inventor, and his knowledge of steam engines was limited. He thought for a moment and said, the principle of a steam engine is boiling water. Do you have a kettle? York recalled, went to a nearby box, and rummaged for a bit, pulling out a clearly seldom used kettle. Andy continued, fill it with water and put it on the stove. York called out, and a dwarf hurried in. After receiving instructions, he ran out again, and soon returned carrying a water bucket taller than a man. The two sat by the stove, waiting for the water to boil. When the kettle started whistling and steam pushed the lid up, Andy said, have you noticed how powerful steam can be? If we can convert this energy properly, it can be used as a driving force. Just imagine designing a system. Before Andy finished, York stood up, saying, I think I understand what you mean. Give me a moment. York started bustling around the workshop, dragging over a pile of materials. Andy waited beside him, from day till night, as York constructed a machine half the height of a man. Is this what you were talking about? York patted the crude steam engine he had just created on the spot. Andy stepped forward and glanced at it, completely baffled by its design, and asked, shall we try boiling some water? I've designed a cyclical conversion power system based on your idea of steam. Let me demonstrate. York began pouring water into the machine, then inserted a mana crystal into a palm-sized circular compartment. The entire machine lit up immediately. He had even engraved a heating array in the water storage section. In no time, the water inside began to boil. Steam, after being compressed through an array, surged through the pipes, flowing into the cyclic system York had designed, and began to move repeatedly. Andy observed for a long while. The principle seemed correct, but something still felt off. York grabbed the transmission rod, testing its strength. The machine emitted violent vibrations until he let go, at which point it returned to normal. The power output is quite average, not very useful. York shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Andy recalled the key elements of a steam engine and eventually came up with a few terms. High pressure, sealed high pressure. The sealing of your machine isn't sufficient to form a high-pressure environment, hence the insufficient power. York looked at it for a moment and said, this would require the alchemy workshop. Do you have any blueprints? Where did you see these things? Andy explained, I thought of it myself, but I can't make it. You've already done an impressive job creating a rudimentary prototype in such a short time. If the steam engine can be built, we could start our own industrial revolution and wouldn't need magic energy crystals for power, just water and coal. Andy wasn't familiar with steam engines and could only suggest a research direction. Follow my thoughts and try to develop a mining machine powered by a steam engine that ordinary humans can operate without any arrays. Can you understand what I mean? York nodded hesitantly, saying, what you're describing seems to take a lot of time. For now, I can only spare some time to study it. I'll fund you, starting with 2,000 gold pieces up front, Andy suddenly added. If the steam engine can be built, perhaps we won't have to worry about energy leaks during mining. Machines powered by steam engines don't need mana crystals. York found Andy's idea a bit idealistic but didn't refuse, nodding in agreement. I'll do my best. Chapter 101, The Tribunal Knights. Half a month passed in a flash. Troy was almost shuttling back and forth between Blackstone Mine and Blackstone Town every day, waiting for the steam engine from the other world to come into being. For this purpose, he even dragged Chato over to be Caden's assistant. Troy believed that as a member of the Arcane History Association and a member of the Hightower Council, even if Chato had lost his memory, his mind could still function properly. Such a smart brain shouldn't go to waste. With Chato's involvement, Caden's research progress clearly accelerated significantly. Although Chato had lost much of his memory, he could always recall some useful esoteric knowledge during Troy's questioning. Caden had always focused on the Hollow Valley Mine Tunnel, so although the progress of the steam engine sped up, no prototype had been built yet. However, construction in the Hollow Valley Mine Tunnel had already begun normally, with 3 mine shafts continuously operating and continuing to explore downwards. During the half-month, the exploration well machine had nearly reached a depth of 700 meters. Currently, the mine tunnels at 500 meters deep were stable, relatively safe apart from occasionally spewing out some underground creatures. Even after alchemical dilution, the concentration of dark energy remained around 400 at 600 meters deep, making it difficult for ordinary human miners to work there. Caden also couldn't come up with a better purification method. In front of Blackstone Town city gate, a squad of knights rode tall war horses in perfect unison, slowly entering the line of sight of the gate-guarding knights. They wore uniformly polished armor, gleaming with a cold luster. The main color of their armor was dark red, embroidered with intricate golden holy patterns. Under the light, these holy patterns seemed infused with life, exuding a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. The knight in charge of registration immediately recognized the unique Holy Radiance emblem on the leading knight's chest plate and sent someone to notify Troy right away. The tribunal knights had arrived at Blackstone Town ahead of schedule. The leader of the knight group was very young, looking only about 17 or 18 years old, with no trace of facial hair. Compared to those muscular holy knights, his physique appeared quite slender, like an underdeveloped chick. Troy soon appeared at the city gate. Seeing Troy arrive, the leading knight dismounted, made a fist with his right hand, lightly tapped it against his chest, and gave Troy a standard knight salute. This gesture was dignified and courteous, fully showing due respect to Troy. It was precisely because Troy had the surname Zhijingji, translated as Troy here, that no other nobles would receive such treatment. Seeing how young and polite the person was, Troy also dismounted and introduced himself first. Troy, Gale of Blackstone Town. Gale Duke. The young knight smiled in response. Oh, so you are the Sword of the Eastern region, a descendant of the Duke family? Surprise flashed in Troy's eyes. He had studied the composition of the Kalia Empire before and noted some famous noble families in the four regions. The books about nobility in the Duke's mansion could fill 3 entire walls, all from the series, Kalia Noble Heraldry. In his past life's memories, Shaw forced him to study volumes 1 through 10, mainly about powerful nobles in the capital and the four regions. In the Kalia Empire Heraldry series, the Duke family appeared in volume 3, serving as the right-hand arm of the Duke of the Eastern region, known as the Sword of the East. Another noble on par with Duke was the Red Lion, known as the Shield of the East. The political atmosphere of the Eastern region was different from that of the Southern region. The Southern region was like an independent duchy where the Thorn family held extremely high prestige. They controlled the discourse, even enjoying relatively autonomous governance within the empire. The influence of the Thorn family was ubiquitous in the Southern region, making its political ecosystem unique. The Northern region was somewhat similar to the South in terms of political ecology. The Delic family's influence in the North was almost unmatched. Their voice decided everything in the North, even forcing the Kalia royal family to give them some leeway. The Eastern region was more abstract. When Troy reviewed the data on the Eastern region, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Thinking hard before the term scattered Jiangsu popped into his head. Gale Duke just smiled and nodded, saying, "May I ask, do we need to register?" Troy snapped out of his thoughts about scattered Jiangsu and looked back at the young man in front of him, replying, "Since you've come, might as well register." Gale Duke responded affirmatively and went to the registration desk to start the process, appearing easygoing. Troy sized up Gale Duke's team and suddenly noticed a slim, curvaceous figure mixed in among them. He couldn't help but glance at her twice. Her pale face with a hint of blankness seemed familiar somehow. After completing the registration on behalf of the whole squad, Gale Duke saw Troy scrutinizing his team and followed his gaze, asking, "Do you know Estelle?" "She is Estelle?" Troy recalled the elf who stayed at the Bloodlust Tavern before, who seemed to be a friend of Caden. Estelle sharply sensed Troy's gaze and gracefully disengaged from the group. She rode her horse over to Troy alone. Jumping off the horse agilely, she greeted him in an open yet genuine manner. "Hello, bartender." Troy couldn't help but feel curious and softly asked, "How did you become so lively again? When I saw you last time, you looked utterly lifeless." Upon hearing this, a faint sorrow appeared on Estelle's face. Her expression fell as she sighed lightly. "Because my good friends all grew old and died. Your human lifespan is too short. It's not convenient to talk here. Please follow me. Since you've come all this way, I need to treat you properly." Troy didn't want to continue this heavy topic. Troy led the tribunal knights back to the Gale's manor and immediately had Churchill prepare a feast. He also sent someone to invite Caden and others from the mine. Gale Duke's knight squadron did not all rush into the Gale's manor. Instead, they set up camp on nearby open ground. Despite the manor having enough space to accommodate them, Gale Duke politely declined the offer. Only he himself, as a representative of the tribunal knights, entered the manor gate. He wouldn't stay long since he would lead his team to Blackstone Mine early next morning to take over the duties of the Antler Castle Knights. Troy warmly invited Gale Duke and Estelle to sit down, then got straight to the point. "I wonder what task Captain Duke has brought this time." Gale Duke replied, "To investigate the anomalies at Blackstone Mine. Sir Troy, don't worry, we won't interfere with the internal decisions of Blackstone Town and the mine." Hearing Gale Duke clarify their stance, Troy's impression of him improved once again. Then he informed Gale Duke about General Scarlet's matters. After listening to Troy, Gale Duke was silent for a moment and said, "I have heard about General Scarlet's situation. His concerns were valid. Our mission here is precisely to resolve this issue." Chapter 102, Punishment of the Priest. While a few people were chatting idly in the living room, Dane returned hurriedly with bread and was startled to see the headquarters of the Knights of Judgment in the courtyard. He immediately stepped quickly into the hall and saw Gale sitting on the sofa. Dane narrowed his eyes, unable to help but appraise Gale carefully. Gale, sensing Dane's scrutiny, turned his head and met Dane's gaze. Standing up, he smiled gently and said, "Are you the renowned Dark Knight, Mr. Dane?" Dane acknowledged with a sound, continuing to observe Gale. Although dressed in the armor of the Knights of Judgment, neither the demeanor nor the age matched Dane's memory of the Knights. The present Gale gave off an aura of elegance and gentleness, more like a devoted priest who should be holding the Sun Bible. No, he is indeed a priest. Dane could clearly perceive that the energy flowing from Gale was completely different from that of the Knights of Judgment. The lack of practice in the unique breathing techniques of the Knights was an undeniable fact. A priest's power comes from compassion, the mercy of the divine, as well as their own empathy. Dane became increasingly certain about Gale's identity. Dane acutely captured the indescribable gentle aura emanating from Gale, as well as the hidden compassionate heart deep within him. They were like invisible ripples, quietly spreading in the air. Troy sensed Dane's abnormality and couldn't help but follow his gaze toward Gale. However, no matter how closely he scrutinized, he couldn't detect anything unusual about Gale. He appeared to be just an ordinary traveler, peaceful and natural. Gale did not show any displeasure towards Dane's scrutiny. Instead, he faced it calmly and asked with a smile, "Mr. Dane, it seems you have some doubts about me? Could you tell me what exactly is troubling you?" Dane countered, "Are you from the Knights of Judgment?" Gale nodded in response without elaborating further. Dane took a deep breath, withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze and walking over to Troy. Standing behind Troy, he crossed his arms as if deep in thought. Gale slowly returned to his seat, and his gaze inadvertently fell on Troy's left arm, the peculiar arm that had been attempted but failed to be transformed by the shadow. "Was your left arm injured in the mine?" Gale asked softly. Troy raised his left arm and explained, "Half a month ago, there was a dark energy storm in the Empty Valley mine tunnel. The situation was quite complicated." Gale stood up again and walked in front of Troy, saying, "Before becoming a paladin, I was once a priest and had some knowledge of healing and treatment. If it's convenient, may I take a look at your left arm?" Troy looked at him and nodded, replying, "Of course." He extended his left arm, allowing Gale to examine it meticulously. Gale's gaze roamed over Troy's left arm, seemingly searching for something. His fingers lightly touched Troy's skin, feeling the hidden shadow vibrations beneath. With one hand stabilizing Troy's arm, Gale used 2 fingers from his other hand to gather a faint golden light between them. The light wasn't blinding but rather soft and warm, like the first rays of sunlight at dawn, evoking a sense of peace. Troy observed the holy light condensed at Gale's fingertips, finding it even gentler than that of Archbishop Carver. "Mr. Troy, please relax and breathe slowly," Gale whispered, his fingertips gently gliding over Troy's left arm. The originally radiant pale golden light gradually dimmed and finally vanished. Troy felt only a cool sensation coming from his left arm, as if a spring breeze brushed against his face, gentle and comforting. Other than that, he felt nothing unusual. Gale slowly retracted his hands, a trace of frustration flashing in his eyes. He murmured, "Given my current strength, I'm afraid I can't fully purify the power in your left arm. Do you feel any discomfort? Does this arm cause you any trouble?" "No, it just looks ugly," Troy replied, waving his left arm a few times. It brought him no distress and even enhanced his combat power. Gale examined him with deep, thoughtful eyes and said slowly, "From the current situation, it appears you have an extraordinary affinity with the shadow. It hasn't eroded your soul, and you still maintain your selfhood. This is truly remarkable." Behind Troy, Dane, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them now. His gaze rested on Gale, and his cold expression softened somewhat. As evening approached, Cameron and others returned from the mine, and the banquet began. Troy led Shadow to offer Gale a toast, observing his expression to see if he recognized Shadow. Gale's expression remained unchanged as he greeted softly, "Mr. Shadow, hello." "Hello." Shadow responded politely, his gaze continuously shifting toward the food on the table behind Gale. Seeing that Gale had no reaction, Troy exchanged a few pleasantries and then went to greet others. Shadow, meanwhile, pulled over a chair without any hesitation, sat down next to Gale, and quickly began eating with both hands, his head buried in the food. Gale seemed unbothered by the noisy environment. He gently lifted his wine glass and walked alone into the depths of the courtyard. There, only the silvery moonlight from the horizon cast a soft glow, providing him a moment of tranquility. He gazed at the silver moon, his eyes seemingly piercing through time and space, lost in thought. "Punishment priest of the Knights of Judgment." Jersony's voice suddenly sounded in Gale's ear. He had appeared silently beside Gale without notice. After glancing around to ensure no one would disturb them, he came straight to the point. Gale did not respond immediately. He remained immersed in the world of the silver moon. After a while, he slowly saw Weila Mugong, Zhongshang Akao, Qingsheng Dao, Akamu Shansheng, Nikan Na Yin Yet. Akamu Yang To Kanshir, Kandao Yin Yurda Yi Sun Jan, Gandao Yi Jun Onko, Dongta Zaitu Jang Sun Zhi La Hui Shanshir, Arban, Yunban Shen Shao Dik Shengyin, Turan Jan Shao Shrida Wen Wudong, Su Zhou Shanru Lug, Yi Zhong, Nan Yin Yurda Ningjing. Loada, Donjug Jubri Ching Ching Huang Dong, So Dao. Akamu Shansheng, Hunganji Nin Mayo Jiachong What is Sun Fun, What Daijug, Drew Sung Soda Runwu, Haiching Akamu Shansheng Tile. Akamu Zhongguo Shenshir, Mugong Zaitu To Shanglud, Naga Bunghuo Hui Huang de Dating. Yanhui Yiju Jai Ruvu Tu de Jin Xin Juk. Zhi Yichi Shengyin, Do Bei Mojong Sun Mi de Lilang, So Fang Fu, Taman Sunchu, Langer, Wanchen Butong de Shijet. Shi Yin Yurt, Yishu Chongjie Mushrida, Guan Yong Shodan. Chongjiet Musur Sanchang Jingsun, Yer Xinling de Cao Kong. Taman Yongyo Hefar Yanjiu, Linghuan Far Sudik Sodan. Taman Shrifar, Bingbu Xiao Meijit, Zai Shengong, Zhi Sun Jiao Yao Sha. Zhi Xiao, Yi Ke Chancheng de Xinyang Zhi Xin, Ji Ke Shrifa. Akamu Wendao. Jing Tan Ni Tan Chabla Zhongshen de Linghuan. Shurdud, Akamu Shansong. Zujing Ji de Shirmai, Tsin Zaijug, Mojong du Jog. Ar Zhongshen Shansong. Fefu, Bingyo Beifu, Zhizhong du Zhou. Lo de, Taichi Tho Bei. Ching Ching, Nila Yiko, Yo Dao. Tada Lingling Gu Chin Sui. Suku, Nunger Wengu Gongsun. Lankong Bao de Yoying Zhili. 都无法将其怒气。阿卡姆听着罗德的描述，不由一惊。罗德太年轻了，但在灵魂探索方面却有着非凡的天赋和造诣。罗德有着了指天般的音乐。阿卡姆先生，我们的谈话该结束了，你只需要看了一眼就可以自行离开了。阿卡姆心头上升诸多悲叹，但罗德的语气已透露出松口的意味，想让我再做更多的解释。阿卡姆无奈的叹息一声，再度凝望那音乐。往后间，耳边重新回荡起宴会的声效声，仿佛梦境与现实交织在一起。原本在他身旁站着的罗德却不知所踪。阿卡姆返回大厅打量了几眼，也没发现罗德的身影。古苏走过来询问：“队长，您在找谁？”罗德呢？阿卡姆又看了一圈，确实没人。古苏解释道：“他刚回他的营地了，我刚还帮着办了一些事，跟着骨髓。那件生气事是真能吃。” Recovered his gaze, he turned to Jersey and whispered, "Mr. Jersey, look at the silver moon." Jersey tilted his head to see the silver moon. For a moment, he felt dazed. When he brought his consciousness back to reality, the previously noisy sounds around him vanished completely. The surroundings fell into an indescribable silence. Gale gently swirled his wine glass and said, "Mr. Jersey, I am grateful that you did not expose my identity. I carry a mission from the holy sanctuary. Please understand." Jersey turned to face the brightly lit hall. The banquet was still in full swing, yet all the sounds were isolated by some mysterious force, as if they were in two entirely different worlds. It was the silver moon, and also the usual method of a punishment priest. The punishment priests were skilled in mind and spirit control. They had legitimate means to study soul magic and could cast spells without any medium. Under the light of the holy light god, only a devout heart was needed to perform their spells. Jersey asked, "Did you probe Mr. Troy's soul today?" "Yes, Mr. Jersey. The bloodline of the purple thorn carries a certain curse, but Mr. Troy seems not to bear this curse." Gale lifted his wine glass and took a gentle sip before continuing. "His soul is too pure, able to coexist with everything. Even the wild shadow power cannot distort it." Hearing Gale's description, Jersey was startled. Gale was too young, yet he possessed exceptional talent and proficiency in soul exploration. Gale pointed at the silver moon in the sky. "Mr. Jersey, our conversation should end here. Just look at the silver moon once, and you can leave on your own." Jersey still had many unresolved questions in his heart, but Gale's tone clearly indicated that he did not intend to explain further. Jersey sighed helplessly and gazed at the silver moon again. In a daze, the noisy sounds of the banquet echoed back in his ears, as if dreams and reality intertwined. Gale, who had been standing beside him, had vanished without a trace. Returning to the hall, Jersey looked around but found no sign of Gale. Brett approached and asked, "Captain, who are you looking for?" "Where is Gale?" Jersey scanned the area again, confirming that no one was there. Brett explained, "He just returned to his camp. I helped move some food and drinks just now. Those paladins sure can eat." Chapter 103, Miner's Handbook. The number of adventurers at the Blackstone mine surged once again. They were currently unable to approach the Sky Valley mine tunnel area and had gathered on the rocky beach near the Sky Valley mining district to set up camp. As the number of adventurers increased, merchants in the vicinity flocked to the scene, selling all kinds of supplies, including maps of the Sky Valley mining district. Initially, the adventurers had planned to withdraw, but somehow they heard news that exploration rights for the Sky Valley mine tunnels would be opened soon. However, there was a requirement. Only silver-ranked adventurers and above could enter the tunnels. Shadow infiltrated the adventurer camp and explored the merchant area nearby. He heard a vendor calling out, "Hey there, young man with black hair. How about a copy of our latest Sky Valley mine tunnel map? Only 100 coppers. Do you have any other maps?" Shadow glanced at the shelves behind the vendor. The vendor immediately turned to walk to the shelf, opened a wooden box on the ground, and after rummaging through it for a moment, pulled out several scrolls. He said, "Of course, Clark's shop has everything you need. I have the Blackstone Territory map, Star Moon Bay map, Southern Region map, South Border map, and the Kalia Empire map. Which one do you need?" Shadow examined the maps in the vendor's hands. Some were noticeably yellowed, clearly not updated in years. After some thought, he fished a silver coin from his pocket and said, "I'll take them all. Can you give me a discount?" Clark grinned, revealing his shiny golden tooth. "If you take them all, it'll be just 500 coppers, which is already my biggest discount, sir." Shadow pondered for a while and then said, "You wouldn't refuse a potential repeat customer, would you? With all these purchases, perhaps you could offer me a little extra, like a charcoal pencil?" "A charcoal pencil isn't worth much, my friend." Clark turned to pull open a drawer from the shelf and took out 2 charcoal pencils, handing them over. He continued to hawk his wares. "You look like someone preparing to apply for entry into the mine tunnels. I also have an exclusive miner's handbook available for 50 coppers. If you buy a pair of miner's boots, I can give you this handbook for free." Shadow glanced down at his own boots, leather-stitched, patched many times, seemingly crafted by himself as adventure boots. They were comfortable enough, and he didn't need new ones. "I can buy the handbook first and see if I need to enter the tunnels. If so, your shop will be my first choice." Shadow handed over a silver coin. Clark blew on it, producing a clear ringing sound, and then retrieved a simple coarse cloth bag from the shelf, packing everything Shadow bought inside. He then fished 5 copper coins out of his pocket. one of 50 coppers and 4 of 100 each, and handed them over. Please check your items, generous customer. Looking forward to your next visit. Clark grinned again. After exchanging pleasantries, Shadow picked up the coarse cloth bag and left, heading to the rocky beach. He found a spot on a cliff face where few people were around, and familiar, yet unfamiliar memories began to surface in his mind. Instinctively, he started to assess the situation. The land was relatively flat, offering a wide view, and the terrain seemed safe. Finally, his gaze fixed on a point on the cliff face. He looked up and felt knowledge surge in his consciousness, guiding him. Following that guidance, he climbed a few steps up. Once completely off the ground, Shadow stood on a slightly protruding rock, lowering his center of gravity. He took a deep breath and punched the cliff face in front of him. At the moment of impact, his fist condensed a vortex of air. With a boom, a shower of shattered stones flew out from the punch. Just as the sudden surge of knowledge had predicted, the cliff face cracked open, revealing a small cave large enough for one person. This area was supported by a rock wall embedded in the cliff that hadn't fallen, behind which was the real mountain body. Shadow thought he might have been an excellent geologist in the past. As he pondered this, he crawled into the cave and cleared out the rubble inside, finding a few insects scurrying away. He needed to burn the place with fire. Another thought popped into Shadow's mind. While clearing the rubble, Shadow noticed the surrounding adventurers looking at him in awe and reverence. When their gazes met, the adventurers quickly got up and started packing up, seemingly wanting to stay away from this area. After some time, Shadow cleared the fragments from the cave. Next, he just needed to find a torch to heat the place up to create a dry and comfortable temporary camp. Shadow didn't rush to look for a torch. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the cave, opened the coarse cloth bag, and first flipped through the miner's handbook. What was called a handbook was actually just a sheet of paper folded several times. Depth affects the stability of the Sky Valley mine tunnels. After tests by dwarven artisans, a depth of 500 meters is currently the safety limit where magic and combat skills can be used. Below 500 meters, the energy resonance response in newly developed tunnels becomes abnormally intense. Unnecessary use of magic is prohibited, and combat skills should be used cautiously. Shadow skimmed through a few pages. The summarized content was similar to what Caden had told him. Some information wasn't written in the handbook, such as how the Judgment Knights brought a matrix disc from the Mana Industry Committee, which could achieve energy equilibrium up to 600 meters deep. As long as large-scale spells weren't used, energy resonance would generally not be triggered. Shadow never had the chance to investigate that matrix disc from the Mana Industry Committee. So far, neither Tanner nor Caden allowed him to approach the Sky Valley mine tunnels. Shadow only knew that Caden had started exploring 700 meters deep, but the situation was not optimistic, and even Captain Gale of the Judgment Knights personally went down there. Regarding the matter of opening the mine tunnels to adventurers, it was indeed true. Since the dark energy storm half a month ago, various underground creatures had begun emerging below the mine tunnels. Currently, at 600 meters deep, several new things appeared, the most challenging being something called a Shadow Soul Stealer. This creature seemed unfamiliar even to Caden, with extremely potent mental attacks. Those with weak willpower would have their consciousness eroded upon first contact, eventually turning into mindless living corpses or even being possessed. Due to the increasing number of monsters in the mine tunnels, Tanner suggested letting adventurers enter temporarily, opening areas above 500 meters to them. With the help of adventurers clearing out the area, the difficulty of further exploration would significantly decrease. During their discussions, Shadow was present, but mostly focused on eating the fruit on the table and didn't pay much attention to the specific discussion content. In the end, Gale agreed with Tanner's idea, and Captain Jerry, who initially opposed it, also nodded reluctantly. Chapter 104, A Trio Team. After finishing the handbook, Shadow took out the maps and unfolded the largest one. It stretched nearly as wide as his arm span when fully spread. The map was yellowed but well preserved, with no tears or insect damage. It was a comprehensive map of the Kalia Empire. At the bottom left corner, Shadow found a small line of text indicating the publication year, Kalia calendar year 190. This map was over 40 years old now, and Clark was indeed a cunning merchant. The Kalia Empire was centered around its capital in the middle, divided into 4 regions. The western region bordered the sea, with a quarter of its land being arid desert. The eastern region connected to an inland sea adjacent to the northern region, all of which fell under the Kalia Empire's control except for the eastern coastline belonging to the Saint Mare Empire. The northern region consisted of perpetual permafrost. Seeing this term, images flashed in Shadow's mind. A man of extraordinary physique standing amidst heavy snowfall, bandaged all over, spreading his arms wide, laughing towards the sky. His laughter echoed across the vast ice fields, filled with audacity and recklessness. Shadow tried to delve deeper into these memories, but they rushed like waves before retreating swiftly. This feeling made Shadow quite uncomfortable. He felt that his memories were somehow tightly locked by an invisible force, preventing him from accessing them fully. Whenever he tried to touch those critical moments, the lock would suddenly appear, cutting off his thoughts, stopping him from probing further. Gurgle. A wave of hunger struck Shadow. Looking down at his shriveled belly, he realized it was time to find food again. Standing up, he decided to look for a torch as well to heat the cave. After rolling up the maps and putting everything back in the bag, Shadow slung it over his shoulder and climbed down from the cave. Alley shaving the temporary camp, Shadow began searching for a target and soon found a group of adventurers setting up a campfire within the adventurer gathering area. Shadow observed from a distance for a while. This camp not only had tents but also neatly cut wood stacked beside it. Trees were scarce around Blackstone Town, and one could only find forests near Star Moon Bay territory. These people must have come from Star Moon Bay. A bonfire had been set up in front of the tent, surrounded by 3 people. A middle-aged adventurer clad in leather armor walked steadily out of the tent, holding a beast's leg. Beside the tent, a young blonde adventurer was wielding an axe to chop wood, and another less experienced one with neat red short hair, who looked about Gale's age, around 17 or 18, was squatting by the fire, watching a pot of stew. Shadow tried to analyze their origins and professions, but hunger seemed to have stalled his brain, even causing his eyes to involuntarily focus on the pot of stew. Without realizing it, he started moving towards the trio's camp. Shadow movement instantly caught the attention of the middle-aged adventurer. He quickly put aside the roasted beast's leg and instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist, his eyes filled with vigilance and wariness as he locked onto Shadow. The other 2 adventurers also stopped what they were doing, their gazes turning towards this unexpected stranger simultaneously. Unbeknownst to their alertness, Shadow's eyes remained fixated on the pot of stew, as if the entire world revolved around that bubbling pot of delicious soup. The middle-aged adventurer frowned, feeling puzzled. Unable to contain his curiosity, he broke the silence cautiously. "Friend, do you need something?" In response to his question, Shadow acted as if he hadn't heard, still staring intently at the stew. His behavior left everyone present bewildered, making the atmosphere tense. The blonde adventurer, who had been chopping wood, couldn't help muttering, "Derek, he looks hungry." Derek's face twitched slightly before he coughed and asked, "Ahem, friend, are you hungry?" Shadow nodded honestly, still not taking his eyes off the stew. Taking a deep breath, Derek tried to suppress his inner turmoil and forced out a somewhat stiff smile. "Friend, if you don't mind, why don't you join us?" Shadow instinctively sat down by the fire, while the red-haired youth, named Eve, observed him curiously as if studying a new and intriguing object. After a moment, he introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Eve." "Shadow." Shadow responded simply. Derek sighed softly, shaking his head slightly, then said warmly, "Seth, go fetch a bowl from the tent and some bread. Give him a bowl of hot meat soup to fill his stomach." From his appearance, he must be very hungry. The axe-wielding Seth put down his tool, went back into the tent, and returned with a hefty loaf of bread, which smelled invitingly of wheat and cheese, and a steaming bowl of meat soup, handing them to Shadow. Eve enthusiastically introduced, "Eat it while it's hot. This is Star Moon Bay's specialty wheat bread with sweet cheese, absolutely top-notch." Shadow nodded slightly, starting to eat slowly and methodically despite the raging hunger in his belly. His eating was more like a ritual, savoring every bite. Observing Shadow, Derek felt surprised. Initially expecting Shadow to devour the food uncontrollably due to intense hunger, he was astonished by Shadow's self-restraint. After finishing the bread and soup, Shadow felt his mind clear and his energy restored. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry for startling you all just now. Thank you for the food." Derek waved his hand, smiling understandingly. "No problem, friend. I've got some freshly roasted meat too. Wait a moment. Seth, get that bottle of sweet wine out, the one we bought in Star Moon Bay." Seth rushed into the tent and returned with a glass bottle of orange-red liquid, likely wine. Shadow began analyzing the trio's origins. The team had a friendly vibe, with Derek seeming to be the leader. Derek's accent carried a unique flavor, typical of the eastern region's flat-tongue pronunciation. His hair color resembled Seth's, common in the eastern Rondo region. Eve's fiery red hair stood out like burning flames, bright and vivid. The underclothing he wore was clearly made of fine silk, contrasting sharply with the coarse cloth worn by Derek and Seth. The youth was probably from a noble family. Shadow memory flickered back, and the characteristic of the red-haired nobles from the Rondo region seemed to match Eve's appearance. This team not only had a tent, but also wine stored in glass bottles. Ordinary adventurers would typically buy cheap malt liquor in small wooden barrels and wouldn't indulge in such luxury. Derek was likely Eve's bodyguard. Seth had been busy working earlier, and when he was chopping wood, he consciously controlled his breathing rhythm, which suggested he might be a squire. Shadow observed for a while and noticed a blind spot. With such ample supplies, why were there no horses? How did they get from Star Moon Bay to this place? Given their configuration and supplies, they should have at least 2 horses. Shadow cast a few glances around, spotting horse hoof prints nearby, somewhat disordered. "Mr. Shadow, are you here to explore the empty valley mine tunnels too?" Eve seemed quite curious about Shadow and asked proactively. Shadow replied with a nod. "Yes, I'll take a look once it opens." Seth leaned over and asked, "Mr. Shadow, what level of adventurer are you?" Shadow snapped back from his thoughts and answered honestly, "I have no rank." Seth looked visibly disappointed and withdrew, falling silent. Derek spoke up to ease the awkwardness. "The mine tunnels won't open for exploration for another 2 days. We plan to rest here for half a day, and we'll probably return to town tomorrow to resupply. If you're hungry tonight, feel free to join us for a meal." Shadow acknowledged, planning later to follow the trail to find any horses they might have lost. Chapter 105, Conclusion. Shadow followed the trail back to Blackstone Town, then out of the small town, resolutely chasing through the north gate and arriving at the riverside. He discovered a transfer camp there, with a small cargo boat docked nearby that was empty. There wasn't much cargo piled up in the camp. Shadow approached to inspect the camp and saw a group of more than 10 merchant escorts resting nearby. He noticed 2 attendants by the riverbank leading horses and feeding them water. The caravan's horses, at a glance, were all dromedaries specific to the Southern Territory. They had thick, powerful hooves and a layer of tough black skin covering their bodies, like natural armor. Carefully counting the horses by the riverbank, there were exactly 22 of these dromedaries. Apart from these, there were 12 other horses of a different kind. Their bodies were relatively smaller, but their muscle lines were distinctly pronounced. Shadow acutely noticed that 2 horses drinking water seemed to be ostracized by the others. They stood alone on one side, maintaining some distance from the other horses. Due to his unusually familiar impression of horses, Shadow was very knowledgeable about the habits of horse herds. He easily identified the original lead mare among the transport horses, a sturdy chestnut mare. Most of the horses obediently followed her every move. However, another strong horse, one of the 2 drinking horses, didn't seem to regard her as its leader. That horse appeared slightly grayish, and Shadow wasn't sure if it was its natural color. Shadow stealthily approached. The 2 attendants responsible for watching over the horses were chatting idly by the riverbank, oblivious to the unwelcome visitor lurking behind them. When he neared the herd, he burst into an astonishing speed, darting toward the slightly gray horse like a bolt of lightning. His hands skillfully soothed the horse, calming it down swiftly before decisively turning its head and galloping away. The other horses in the herd were startled by the commotion between these 2 horses, beginning to grow restless. The scene immediately became chaotic, with hoof beats and neighs intermingling. One attendant was kicked into the river by a frightened horse. He let out a cry, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the water surface. This cry finally roused the other attendant deep in conversation and the distant escort team. They reacted, rushing toward the chaotic herd, attempting to regain control. Shadow galloped through the streets like a whirlwind, hooves pounding urgently and forcefully, stirring up dust. Without hesitation, he raced out of the south gate straight to the rendezvous point. Shadow's speed was astonishing, frequently glancing back, but seeing no sign of pursuers. Unimpeded, Shadow arrived smoothly at the rendezvous point. Eve immediately recognized the horse and exclaimed, "Derek! Derek! Look, that's our horse." Shadow gently dismounted, extending his hand to tenderly stroke the horse's neck, softly comforting it. Hearing the call, Derek approached with surprise and curiosity. He looked at the horse, then at Shadow, eyes full of doubt. What happened here?" Shadow briefly described how he returned to Blackstone Town and happened upon the transport caravan. These 2 horses separated from the herd, startling the other horses. "I went over to help, and they led me here." He humbly lowered his head as much as possible to conceal this string of lies. Derek patiently listened to Shadow's vague lie and expressed gratitude. "Thank you so much. I'll handle things from here. The transport caravan won't cause you any trouble." Eve also approached and whispered, "Shadow, how did you know our horses were missing?" Shadow stared into Aaron's eyes for a moment, gently shook his head, and pointed towards the supplies hidden in the camp tents. Eve looked somewhat admiringly, believing Shadow must be an experienced adventurer. He wanted to ask more, but Derek pulled him aside. Derek sensed Eve's thoughts, lightly pulling his sleeve to stop him. Looking at Shadow, he said, "I don't know how to thank you. You really helped us a lot." Eve pouted and turned back to the tent. "It is I who should thank all of you for generously sharing your supplies." Shadow responded with a smile. Derek understood and replied, "You are too kind. If you encounter anything while in Blackstone Town, you can find me or the knights in town. Just say you are Adair's friend, and they will help you." Derek Adair thanks you. After returning the horses, Shadow waited for a few more days. Finally, the mine shaft was opened to the public, and adventurers started flooding in. Shadow followed the crowd of adventurers all the way to the entrance of Hollow Valley Mine. There was a large open pit or stacking area here, but no miners were present to process the stockpile. Shadow noticed that most adventurers entered through the right entrance, while the left entrance was guarded by knights. Occasionally, a few adventurers would approach this side. Some were allowed in, while others were sternly turned away. Shadow walked towards the left entrance. The knight who had just finished reprimanding a group of adventurers raised an eyebrow when he saw Shadow approaching. Noticing his black hair and black eyes, the knight paused for a moment before muttering, "Another one? May I enter?" Shadow asked. The knight stepped aside. "Certainly, abyssals are not on the restricted list. May you have a prosperous adventure." Shadow entered the channel guarded by the knights, walked along a blackstone path, and entered a large mine shaft. Inside, he saw a massive circular platform in the center with a lever next to it. A knight was stationed there, and this platform seemed to be one of the items Judge Andy mentioned that the Judgment Knights brought from the capital. On the left was a descending mine shaft with blackstone stairs, while on the right was a minecart track. Shadow approached the knight to ask, and the knight yawned. "The platform is an elevator that can take you down to the 5th level. It's best not to use the platform once you're down there." Following the knight's instructions, Shadow stood in the middle of the platform. The knight pulled the lever, and Shadow felt a faint purple glow emanate from beneath his feet. He saw the runes etched into the platform activate as it began to descend smoothly, accelerating gradually. Shadow rode the platform all the way down to the 5th level, where it landed smoothly. This level was still a large mine chamber, clearly man-made with brick and stone lining the walls. The lighting was dim but sufficient. Near the mine shaft, several adventurers were seated in meditation, and at the lever, a squad of knights was stationed. One of the knights guarding the area recognized Shadow and called out, "Shadow, how did you get in here? Young Master Andy has been looking for you for days."